When Xia Yurong articulated words that were strikingly different from her past life, Su Yunze realized that she too had been reborn. In her previous life, he exerted every effort to pave the way for his girlfriend, only to be belittled to the ground and ultimately betrayed for the sake of her childhood friend, leading to his demise. Now, in this new existence, Su Yunze observed with a cold gaze as Xia Yurong embraced her childhood companion, turning instead to love the acclaimed actress who adored him, thereby acquiring fame and fortune. After her rebirth, Xia Yurong believed she was a burden and discarded Su Yunze, seeking solace in her childhood companion. Yet, as she ventured forth, she began to notice. Her forsaken boyfriend was thriving. The person he held was none other than her idol, the celebrated actress. Xia Yurong, in a state of despair, questioned, "When did you two become a couple?" The actress replied with a smile, "On the very night you rejected his confession." Chapter 1. Both he and his ex-wife had been reborn. Su Yunze, I tell you, even if you force me to be with you, we shall inevitably divorce in the future. Yunshin Square. In a heart-shaped arrangement of candles, as Xia Yurong held her head high and spoke words utterly dissimilar to her past life, Su Yunze discerned her rebirth. In her previous life, on this very day, the childhood sweetheart Xia Yurong had accepted his confession, leading to 2 years of romance followed by marriage. With a strong ambition for her career, Su Yunze sacrificed everything to support her development. Every line, action, and expression in the script was meticulously contemplated by him late into the night, and before she commenced filming, he would break it down for her. On the day she received the Best Actress award, she proposed a divorce to Su Yunze. When rejected, she furiously exclaimed, "I have liked Xia Yong for a long time. Now that I finally have a means to stand beside him, what gives you the right to stop me? You have liked Xia Yong for a long time? What then did that make Su Yunze? What did all those years of preparation amount to? Was he merely a fool?" Su Yunze wished to delay the divorce, waiting until her Best Actress award could wash away the recent scandals, ensuring a fair division of assets. However, Xia Yurong's emotions were too intense. As Su Yunze merely raised a hand, she lunged at him in a frenzy, and they struggled, violently tumbling over the marble railing and down the steps. Ultimately, Xia Yurong met her demise as well. Under the night sky in Yunshin Square, lights illuminated the surroundings, and the reflection of the candles revealed a smile on Su Yunze's lips, which Xia Yurong instantly detected. She kicked a nearby candle away, causing it to roll and extinguish. The atmosphere turned suddenly tense. "It is permissible to reject a confession," Su Yunze said without elaborating, raising a finger. "Return the gift from yesterday to me, that LV bag worth 50,000. Additionally, your belongings have been moved to my place. Please retrieve them promptly. If not collected within 3 days, I shall dispose of them." Xia Yurong appeared quite innocent. She donned a sleeveless white dress, her long, fair legs exposed. The subtle makeup accentuated her brows and facial features, and on this summer day, as the wind blew, her hair danced alluringly. Yet Su Yunze knew the filthy soul that lay beneath this seemingly pure exterior. He vividly recalled the bag he had gifted her before confessing. At that time, Xia Yurong had blushed shyly but still rejected him. She had expressed her high expectations for love, hoping that their day together would remain unforgettable. Thus, a precious gift was deemed necessary. Whether this day was memorable for her, Su Yunze could not ascertain. He only knew it left an indelible mark on him. You, Xia Yurong, filled with indignation, never imagined that at this moment, Su Yunze would speak so irritatingly, demanding the return of the very bag he had once given her. That bag, she had long forgotten it. The Su Yunze of her past life was never this petty. She instinctively clenched her white dress, creating layer upon layer of folds at the knee-length hem. Xia Yurong had not realized that Su Yunze had also been reborn. After all, in her previous life, he had remained deeply devoted to her until his death, unwilling to divorce. Thus, was he deliberately making things difficult for her? Did he still wish to be with her? The youthful Su Yunze was simply stubborn, reluctant to part ways. She gazed at his face for a long moment. At this age, Su Yunze had yet to fully mature, radiating youthfulness and vitality, truly deserving of his title as the campus heartthrob of Yun University. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss. If only she could possess him for a while longer. Yet, turn to think of Xia Yong, he was not much inferior to Su Yunze, and, importantly, he was exceptionally capable and could provide her with abundant resources for her development. "Very well, I shall return the bag to you," Xia Yurong declared, biting her lip. She was now an adult, no longer the naive girl she once was, and should know to choose what was advantageous for herself. What prospects could she have with Su Yunze? In her previous life, he had merely been her assistant, lacking any ambition. From now on, we shall part ways amicably. Do not dare to entangle me. My heart belongs to Xia Yong, who is 1,000 times better than you. After hurling this statement, she did not glance back at Su Yunze, but shot a glare at the onlookers before turning away. Being reborn was a tremendous opportunity that must be utilized wisely, she could not afford to waste time here. A few young ladies approached to strike up a conversation, and Xu Yunze graciously expressed his gratitude for their concern while politely declining their request to add him as a friend. He crouched down, extinguishing the candles one by one and returning them to their box, tidying up the scene. As he picked up the fifth candle, a pair of delicate, fair hands reached for it simultaneously with him. Xu Yunze was taken aback. He looked up and met a pair of shimmering, watery eyes. The woman wore a mask that obscured much of her cheeks, and her skin appeared to have been deliberately disguised, bearing an unnatural tan. Clad in simple jeans and a white shirt, she could not conceal the aura of elegance that surrounded her. With a straightened back and a long neck, she embodied the adage that beauty lies in the essence rather than superficiality, resembling a swan. No matter how she attempted to disguise herself, she remained strikingly attractive. Her first words left Xu Yunze momentarily speechless. "Hello, are you married?" Xu Yunze was caught off guard, his intended greeting morphing into a fit of coughing, and he turned his head to take a few deep breaths to compose himself. "Miss Song, such playful teasing is quite inappropriate." It was she, Song Jinha, the most sought-after figure in the entertainment industry today, a veritable Triple Crown winner. In an instant, Su Yunze recognized her. In their past life, they shared a story, or perhaps a confluence of paths. That summer, Xia Yurong starred in a new genre film and faced numerous setbacks, being chastised to tears by the notoriously strict director, Lao Ge. Food is practically fed to your mouth, yet you still fail to grasp it. I've never encountered someone as useless as you. And you dare claim your dream is to act? Your performance resembles a heap of dog excrement. Do not tarnish these words. Xia Yurong fled in tears. After apologizing to the director, Su Yunze immediately pursued her, only to be met with her wrath as she berated him fiercely. "It's all your fault. Could you not narrate the plot to me at home? Discussing it in public only invites ridicule. Do I truly require a little assistant to teach me how to act? Discuss it at home? Would you even remember?" Long after, Su Yunze still clutched the tissue he had not handed over, never letting it go. Thus, Song Jinha found her way to his side. Emerging from the shadows, she approached, bathed in moonlight, gazing at him for a while before asking, "Have you considered divorce? What if I told you I'm not jesting?" As memories faded, Su Yunze looked at the seemingly disguised yet ethereal Song Jinha before him and smiled. Chapter 2, With your connections. I would never encounter such influential people in my lifetime. How did you discern my identity? The coffee shop nestled at the alley's corner was seldom frequented, resembling a unique sanctuary of secrets. Song Jinha removed her mask, seemingly in high spirits. Even when her true identity was revealed, she displayed no signs of anxiety, her right index finger tapping a cheerful rhythm on the wooden bar. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had significantly diminished. Su Yunze smiled as he replied, "I am your fan." It was unclear whether Song Jinha believed him, but this response undeniably delighted her, causing her smile to deepen. She raised her right hand, gesturing 3 days. "I've checked the calendar. And 3 days from now is an auspicious day for obtaining a marriage certificate, with splendid weather to boot." Having been reborn, he possessed ample confidence in everything and believed he deserved Song Jinha. Yet Su Yunze never anticipated matters would accelerate so swiftly. Wasn't there a need to nurture their feelings first? He had initially harbored no expectations for marriage, having returned from rebirth not for that purpose. But if the person in question was Song Jinha, her profile began to blend with the memory of that night. Moonlight bathed her, rendering her even more ethereal than the silvery glow itself. Divorce? Su Yunze had never intersected with Song Jinha before. Thus, he naturally declined. She exhibited little reaction, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave. Yet, as he watched her retreating figure, he felt an unmistakable chill in her demeanor. Song Jinha was displeased. Was it because he refused a divorce? However, after that encounter, Su Yunze frequently found himself crossing paths with her, perhaps while purchasing bubble tea for Xia Yurong, or on a rainy night when he couldn't hail a cab, only to be sheltered by an umbrella suddenly appearing above him, or perhaps on a scorching summer day, when he was directed by Xia Yurong to fetch lunch 6 kilometers away, and a car pulled up alongside him, the window rolling down. "Do you need a ride? I speak sincerely. Do you wish to reconsider?" Again, he was met with refusal. Her demeanor grew colder, earning her the moniker the Moon of the entertainment industry. The Moon, was it something mere mortals could reach out and touch? Later on, she began to take an interest in Su Yunze's work, seemingly intentionally. As Su Yunze served as Xia Yurong's assistant, the connection inevitably benefited her as well. Xia Yurong, taken aback, found herself pondering. "Do you know why Song Jinha is paying attention to me? It's because she has ties with Xia Yang. It's all Xia Yang's doing." She raised her chin, regarding Su Yunze with a disdainful gaze. "Song Jinha is my idol. With your connections, I would never encounter such influential people. Is that so?" In the cafe, Song Jinha turned to him, her enchanting eyes meeting his. Cultivating feelings? We can nurture them after we obtain the certificate. It's perfectly fine. This distance was neither too close nor too far, and Song Jinha refrained from physical contact, merely engaging in a silent exchange of glances. Her dark eyes sparkled with brilliance. Filled with him, Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback, reiterating, "Marriage is a matter that requires careful consideration. Mr. Su, I am quite serious." As she watched him depart, the wind chime hanging from the glass door produced a melodious sound. A round-faced waitress hung a closed sign at the entrance and turned to Song Jinha, her curiosity piqued. "Sister boss, is he the person you were waiting for?" Song Jinha nodded. Her gaze fell upon the 2 cups of coffee at the bar. One had already been consumed, a faint lip print lingering on the rim of the white ceramic cup. She picked it up, her thumb gently tracing the imprint, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "He claims to be my fan? What a liar." As she glanced at the contact information she had saved on her phone, she couldn't help but smile brightly. "Sister, your smile doesn't quite match your persona." "Persona?" Song Jinha dismissed the remark, playfully tossing her hair. She winked at the waitress. "Can a persona bring me a husband? Can it bring me happiness?" She was no longer a child. Meanwhile, Xia Yurong had just left and promptly dialed Xia Yang's number. Su Yunze had just readily agreed not to contact or entangle her, which stirred a tinge of bitterness within Xia Yurong. She merely sought a better life. Why couldn't Su Yunze understand her, given how much he loved her? She sniffled, awaiting the call to connect, her resolve gradually solidifying. If rebirth could occur in her life, didn't that imply destiny had chosen her to alter her fate? As for Su Yunze, without her support, he would likely struggle to even be a mere assistant, destined for unemployment. Besides, he was an orphan. She was the only one who didn't despise him and was willing to marry him. In this lifetime, without her, Su Yunze could expect to grow old in solitude. The call connected, and Xia Yurong's voice softened, sweetly calling out, "Xia Yong, big brother." In the film crew, Xia Yong, with his face adorned in a layer of makeup, stepped aside to take the call. Is it true that someone would actually visit Xia Yong, a male lead? Really? The crew members, holding their lunchboxes, sat on the steps, eating while watching Xia Yang's distant figure. Xia Yong was decent-looking, but had a penchant for excessive grooming, his makeup akin to a thick layer of putty. Moreover, his personality was far from likable. He often boasted around the set. What did he just say? That Song Ingho had glanced at him a couple of times, acknowledging him, right? Laughter erupted among the crew. His boasting knows no bounds. At this rate, he might even claim that Song Ingho has a crush on him. Laughter echoed from the small crowd. Turning around, they spotted Xia Yong entering with a girl of pure beauty, instantly silencing the group and eliciting exclamations of disbelief. Is it truly possible for someone to be so blind as to fall for Xia Yong? Look at that shy expression. She clearly has feelings for him. Impressive. Xia Yurong followed closely behind Xia Yong, her heart racing uncontrollably. At this moment, Xia Yong had already immersed himself in shooting, establishing his place in the script. Meanwhile, Su Yunze had yet to achieve anything. Their disparities were glaringly evident. After their stroll, Xia Yong reveled in the admiration emanating from Xia Yurong and the astonishment of others. He felt as though he were floating, guiding Xia Yurong outside. "Rong, what brings you here? You know my schedule is hectic. Several newcomers are waiting for my guidance." Xia Yurong leaned against the outdoor railing, fully agreeing with Xia Yang's sentiments, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "I made it clear to Su Yunze. We will no longer be in contact. Big brother Xia Yong, you were right. Su Yunze is worthless beyond his looks. Only you are a true man." Xia Yurong turned her head, her tone laced with admiration. "I want to be with you." If she recalled correctly, at this point in her previous life, Xia Yong had already mentioned that the leading actress held him in high regard. Being with Xia Yong would grant her everything she desired. Under the summer night sky, as the pure-hearted girl declared her feelings, a moment that would typically evoke affection, Xia Yang's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. "You haven't been with Su Yunze? You still need to draw a line with him? That simply won't do. Chapter 3, are you really considering parting ways with Su Yunze? That simply cannot be." Having returned from a rebirth, Xia Yurong had already pinned half of her grand ambitions, yet she was met with an unexpected setback right at the beginning. Her smile faltered. Why is that unacceptable? She had chosen a better partner. What could possibly be wrong with that? Xia Yong possessed a keen sense of observation, and as soon as his words left his lips, he realized they were ill-advised, but alas, it was too late. Indeed, Xia Yurong's countenance turned considerably darker. He instinctively plucked a blooming pink wild rose from the nearby brush and presented it to her, attempting to appease her with an explanation. Rong, please hear me out. I genuinely wish for you to consider your own feelings more deeply. I have mentioned before that he is not the right choice." He paused, his brow furrowed, as if preparing himself for the laborious task of articulating the subsequent words. But you have expressed your affection for him, and I respect your opinion. I have always regarded you as my sister, and even if you choose to be with him, it will not affect our bond. I will continue to support you, as I always have. His heartfelt declaration brought tears to Xia Yurong's eyes, successfully soothing her distress. In her previous life, Xia Yurong had indeed kept his word, maintaining a wonderful relationship with her and even entrusting Song Ingho to look after her. No need to say more. Xia Yurong. I used to like him, but now I have gained clarity about my true feelings. She turned her head, a rosy blush creeping across her cheeks, appearing quite bashful. I like you. Do you not feel anything for me? The soft glow of the lights illuminated Xia Yurong's profile, and Xia Yurong heard himself swallow audibly. Of course he felt something. Yet, the thought of being with Xia Yurong was a path he could not tread. Su Yunze was far from inexperienced. He was the top student in the directing department at Yun University, a veritable academic prodigy with his own unique insights into scripts. Even before graduation, numerous companies had extended olive branches to him. His proud demeanor, coupled with his deep-rooted affection for Xia Yurong, made him susceptible to manipulation. If Xia Yurong were to enter a relationship with Xia Yurong, who would be there to discuss scripts with him? Xia Yurong, oblivious to such concerns, felt her heart race upon hearing his admission, as if a beautiful life was beckoning her. In her previous life, Xia Yurong had merely provided slight assistance, yet she had still managed to secure a minor Best Actress award. This time, being directly with Xia Yurong would surely lead her to greater success. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's waist. Through the fabric, he could sense her soft form, and his throat went dry. There was no turning back now. He worried about Su Yunze's potential irrational behavior stemming from his affections. Xia Yurong's emotions cooled slightly as she reflected on her past experiences. This period seemed reminiscent of her initial entry into a film crew. The script was excellent, the director was commendable, and her debut performance had been a resounding success, paving the way for her future endeavors. Xia Yurong, the director has offered me a script, the cast is quite illustrious, and he praised my talent. Should I invite you to join me? After a moment of recollection, Xia Yurong confidently patted her chest. He said it would definitely make me famous. Xia Yang's eyes brightened. When is it? A script for Xia Yurong? Surely she does not possess such capabilities on her own. It must be Su Yunze who has laid the groundwork behind the scenes. The day after tomorrow, back at his familiar home, Su Yunze had yet to express his feelings when he briefly tidied the sofa, casting aside Xia Yurong's newly moved clothes. He settled onto the sofa and dialed a number on his phone. The call connected promptly. Oh, my dear ancestor, what more do you desire? I have already agreed to let your future wife join the crew. Surely there are no further demands? It seemed he had indeed overstepped previously. I apologize, but I have ended my relationship with Xia Yurong. This time, he reached out to Director Lin to convey his agreement to the previous proposal, allowing him to join the crew as a screenwriter and assistant director. The other party, still sobbing, was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Oh my heavens. It appears night has fallen, and I'm dreaming, haha. Su Yunze couldn't help but facepalm, raising his voice slightly. Director Lin, if you continue, I shall need to reconsider. The voice on the other end fell silent immediately. So it's settled then. It's better this way. It was long overdue. Characters need to be finalized the day after tomorrow, so let us not miss each other. At the Xingqing Film City, the crew of the South Alley Project. After hanging up, Director Lin felt quite cheerful, greeting everyone with a smile. It was a refreshing sight. The crew found it quite fascinating. Director Lin had been in a foul mood for an entire week, scolding anyone he encountered. How could a single phone call change everything? Curiosity arose among the crew. As one remarked, isn't it that brat who finally wised up? With him on board, this project is secure. It was originally his script. I say, how foolish can he be to sacrifice such talent for a woman? And to think he even considered putting down his pen? That must have infuriated his father. After finishing the call and confirming his plans, Su Yunze finally had a moment to sit down and reflect. As fatigue washed over him, the reality of the situation deepened. This time, he would not pave the way for Xia Yurong. His affections were something he would steadfastly uphold. The group chat buzzed with mentions of a new screenwriter joining. Described as a dashing and capable young man, though no one knew what he looked like. Familiar voices echoed in the corridor. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of foreboding. Beep, beep, beep. Incorrect password, please re-enter. Those outside were taken aback, then knocked on the door. Su Yunze, are you in there? Rising to his feet, Su Yunze opened the door. Xia Yurong, half leaning against the door, stumbled forward, nearly falling into his embrace, but he swiftly sidestepped. Are you here to retrieve something? It's all over there. Take everything at once. Su Yunze stepped aside, turning his back to her as he returned to the sofa. You are not particularly welcome here. Upon realizing the password had been changed, Xia Yurong was incensed. How could Su Yunze, who had always indulged her, dare to do such a thing? Moreover, he had not even offered to catch her when she nearly fell. With her anger boiling over, she became even more furious upon seeing her clothes strewn across the floor. The ground was not dirty. Su Yunze was quite diligent in cleaning, but this was a matter of attitude. Seeing Su Yunze completely ignore her while he examined a crew poster made her furious yet amused. You can't possibly be considering joining Director Lin's crew, can you? How audacious of you. They have their eyes on me. Someone like you wouldn't even be cast as an extra. Su Yunze leisurely uncrossed his legs, lifted his gaze, and fixed her with a frosty stare. Have you finished? If so, kindly exit my home at once. If you utter another word, I will ensure you cannot tidy up these belongings. Chapter 4. Such a person could never have any connection with Su Yunze. Having said that, you may leave my house promptly. Should you utter another word, I will ensure you are unable to tidy up these items. Su Yunze's face bore a faint smile. Yet the tone of his voice and the glint in his eyes plunged Xia Yurong into an abyss of discomfort. She felt a profound awkwardness. When had Su Yunze ever spoken to her in such a manner? Anger surged within her, and she carelessly tossed the clothes she was holding onto the floor. Why should she tidy up? Did he truly think she was eager to remain here? Would Su Yunze actually dare to dispose of her belongings? Xia Yurong picked up a bag that had rolled to the edge of the sofa, rummaging through it until she found the script, which bore the title, Questioning the Heart. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, still contemplating whether she intended to visit the set. Had Director Lin not informed her that her presence was no longer required? The thought of the crew stirred a sense of clarity within him. It seemed the more the merrier. They were eager for entertainment, unaware of his musings. Xia Yurong flipped through the script, a wave of familiarity washing over her as the lines and plot rekindled her memories. Upon confirming that this was indeed the first drama she had filmed in her previous life, she exhaled in relief. Regardless of Su Yunze's shortcomings, he had to concede that his advice had been sound. This drama had marked the auspicious beginning of her career. Even in her rebirth, she found it challenging to discover a superior path. Following the trajectory of her past seemed prudent, especially with Xia Yurong by her side, without a hindrance. The heights she could reach would undoubtedly surpass those of her former life. You are destined to remain merely an assistant. With a script in hand, Xia Yurong felt a surge of confidence, returning to her domain. Clutching the script against her heart, she gazed down at Su Yunze with a commanding presence. Director Lin abhorred those who took shortcuts and lacked self-awareness. Out of respect for their shared history, she felt compelled to issue a warning. Do not seek unnecessary hardship, for the humiliation that may follow could be quite disgraceful. Xia Yurong recalled vividly that Director Lin held a deep-seated disdain for Su Yunze. Each encounter was met with a scowl, and he rarely exchanged more than a few words with him. As filming progressed, Lin's displeasure only intensified. He had often berated Su Yunze, expressing disbelief that someone with such limited talent would dare to infiltrate their production. The audacity of relying on connections was truly astounding. Hearing such remarks would render Su Yunze visibly uncomfortable. Perhaps it was due to his reliance on his girlfriend's influence to gain entry into the crew, seeking merely an extra meal, much to Lin's chagrin. In stark contrast, Lin's demeanor brightened upon encountering Xia Yurong. His smile was warm, and after conversing with her, he would often cast a disapproving glance at Su Yunze. The more she reflected, the clearer her memories became, bolstering her confidence. A hint of schadenfreude danced in her eyes as she had said all she needed to say. Good advice often falls on deaf ears. Now, she awaited Su Yunze's impending embarrassment. Considering his appearance, she might even be inclined to assist him should he come seeking her forgiveness. Having come to this realization, Xia Yurong found herself less irked by Su Yunze's cold demeanor. She had no intention of gathering her belongings, and with script and bag in hand, she made to leave. Wait a moment, Su Yunze's voice called from behind. Xia Yurong turned with an air of arrogance. He must be regretting his actions, perhaps wishing to reconcile. Yet, before she could respond, a pair of dirty socks were flung at her face. Her triumphant expression froze. I told you to take your things, Su Yunze frowned, adding, and return the bag I bought for you. He had observed her demeanor for some time. Since her rebirth, she seemed slightly unhinged, alternating between pouting and glee. Regardless, this did not justify her refusal to collect her belongings. With the impending arrival of guests, she needed to tidy up promptly. All you think about is that bag. Xia Yurong gritted her teeth. I will return it when I get home. She stamped her foot and slammed the door behind her, genuinely furious this time. No matter how humiliating Su Yunze might be 2 days hence, she would not offer him assistance. The room fell silent once more, and after Xia Yurong's outburst, The chaos had only increased, clothes strewn across the floor. Su Yunze shook his head. Perhaps he should hire a cleaning lady for tomorrow. It would be convenient to pack up Xia Yurong's things and dispose of them all at once. His finances were not particularly strained at this stage, having recently sold the rights to a novel. However, once he began worrying over Xia Yurong's career, he decided to put his pen down and devote himself to supporting her. Consequently, his income had dwindled. Xia Yurong was fiercely proud and ambitious, unable to tolerate it when he outshone her too markedly. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that it was he who paved the way for her, and that the script for questioning the heart stemmed from his efforts. This was fortuitous, as it spared them both from unnecessary entanglements, making her rebirth significantly easier. As he pondered, his phone chimed. He opened it to find a message from Jinha. The moonlight is lovely tonight, too bad you have to return early. Accompanying the text was a freshly taken photograph, featuring a diagonal composition with leaves illuminated by streetlight, clearly captured beneath a warm glow. The moon above shone brightly, resembling a jade platter, untouched by the glare of the streetlight. Su Yunze's mood lightened. Indeed, it is beautiful. We should enjoy the moon together next time, he replied, glancing once more at the photograph. Was it merely his imagination, or did this angle seem reminiscent of the space beneath his own building? But how could that be? Was Jinha the type to loiter beneath someone else's home at such an hour? Meanwhile, Xia Yurong descended to the ground floor, her spirits still low. She could not resist calling Xia Yurong, seeking solace. To her surprise, Xia Yang's first words were, Rong, do you know who I just saw? Jinha. As she wandered deeper into the complex, she lifted her gaze, only to collide with a pair of inky black eyes, colder than the moonlight itself. The figure before her donned a light apricot trench coat, moving with an elegance that evoked the sensation of being swept into a red carpet event. With an icy glance cast towards Xia Yurong, the woman continued past her without faltering. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xia Yurong. How could Jinha possibly be here? Observing the direction she was headed, which seemed to align with Su Yunze's residence, an absurd thought flickered through her mind. She shook her head vigorously, surveying the dimly lit surroundings of the neighborhood. The notion felt ludicrous. This was Jinha, after all. Even those unfamiliar with cinema or television had heard her name. How could someone perched at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry possibly have any connection to Su Yunze? Unbeknownst to Xia Yurong, after passing by, Jinha narrowed her eyes. Glancing back at her, since you lack discernment and treat Su Yunze poorly, do not blame me for taking him for myself, holding him tightly, and claiming him fully. Chapter 5. Director Lin values me highly. The second female lead is mine. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 3, Jinha pulled out her phone and swiftly typed, I can't seem to sleep. Would you join me for a walk? Just as she was about to hit send, she glanced up at the moon, a luminous orb suspended in the sky, and fell into contemplation. Was it truly appropriate to invite someone out for a stroll at this hour, especially so soon after parting ways? After much deliberation, she ultimately deleted her initial message and typed anew. The moonlight tonight is quite enchanting. Alas, you must return home early. Accompanied by a photograph she had taken on site, she pondered that rather than pursuing frequent meetings, it would be more worthwhile to cultivate meaningful encounters. In no time, her phone chimed with a reply. Indeed, it is lovely. Let's admire the moon together next time. A smile involuntarily graced Jinha's lips as she cradled her phone, once more directing her gaze towards the moon. Was this the sensation of watching the moon from beneath his building? Standing where he once stood, could it be considered that they had shared the experience of moon-gazing together? That night, Jinha lingered in her thoughts until late, the moon hanging high in the night sky, before she could no longer resist the call of home. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. The curtains were drawn a third of the way, and the morning sunlight streamed in, casting warm orange hues upon the white floor. Su Yunze opened his eyes. The previous day, he had tidied up the house slightly and summarized the critical junctures of his past life, clarifying the path he intended to follow. His confidence surged significantly. Yesterday, Su Yurong had posted a moment on social media, embracing someone else's arm, smiling sweetly at the camera. The caption read, After all the twists and turns, I found you to be my true love. This time, I choose you. Su Yunze perused it with interest, liking the post before promptly blocking and deleting it. It seemed Jinha had been quite busy yesterday, sending several messages inquiring about his favorite color and seeking advice on home decor, claiming a friend was conducting market research. Su Yunze, not thinking much of it, cooperatively responded to her messages. After she expressed her gratitude and reminded him to eat on time, he ceased to pay further attention. Ding dong. Sleepily, he reached for his phone just as the notification chimed, and upon checking, he saw it was from Jinha. Dear fiancé, would you grace me with your presence for dinner tonight? We should discuss the attire and timing for tomorrow's registration. His still drowsy brain suddenly became alert. Su Yunze sat up in bed, gripping his phone tightly, his eyes fixating on the message. That form of address made him touch his earlobe, feeling inexplicably warm. Yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. After all, they were to register their marriage tomorrow, and it was indeed true that she was his fiancée. Surely, Song Jinha would not intentionally tease him, would she? After sending a reassuring reply, Song Jinha quickly followed up with another message. What would you like for breakfast? Would you be all right with clear soup noodles? Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. Why such a question? He picked up his phone, noticing another message pop up, and quickly sent her his address. A few minutes later, someone knocked at his door. Upon opening it, a delivery person in a yellow uniform handed him a bag. The bag was purple and adorned with a kawaii character, not resembling a disposable item. Su Yunze placed down the dining table and slowly opened it. Inside, a glass container held steaming noodles, with steam rising and swirling with his movements. As he opened it, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Song Jinha had risen early, and after a day filled with activity, her home had transformed from a stark, model-like space into a cozy abode brimming with trinkets. The creamy color palette was clean and translucent, and cloud-shaped wall sconces added a touch of softness to the living room. Su Yunze's room was also arranged, with only a few remaining necessities that Song Jinha planned to purchase directly from the supermarket: couples' toothbrush holders, towels, and slippers. As she thought of this, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. It felt like a dream. While boiling noodles, she messaged Su Yunze, and, as the noodles finished cooking, her phone chimed. Wiping her hands, she unlocked the screen and immediately saw Su Yunze's polite reply, which did not contest the earlier form of address. Song Jinha's smile widened, and unable to contain her excitement, she set her phone down and covered her face with her hands, attempting to stabilize her fluttering emotions. She was so fond of her fiancé. In a corner of the living room lay some yet-to-be-arranged ornaments, and even before the male lead had moved in, Song Jinha already sensed a difference in the home. He must have just woken up and hadn't had lunch yet, she thought, glancing at the noodles she had just prepared, which sparked an idea. She quickly messaged him again. What would you like for breakfast? Would clear soup noodles suffice? After receiving confirmation, she requested the specific address, took her glass container, packed the noodles, and called for a courier. She wished to deliver it herself. But, gurgle, what if her stomach growled in front of Su Yunze? How embarrassing would that be? After all, she had only cooked a single serving. She prepared another batch, and a little over 10 minutes later, just as she set the noodles on the table, Su Yunze sent a message stating the noodles had arrived. With her brows slightly raised, Song Jinha lifted her phone and snapped a picture of herself holding chopsticks alongside the bowl. Let us have breakfast together, dear fiancé. She thought to herself that in just a couple of days, they would be sitting at the same table, sharing the same breakfast. The noodles suited Su Yunze's palate perfectly. He ate every last bit, feeling quite pleased as he headed off to the film set. Director Lin had sent him the location, but having spent 3 months there in his past life, bustling about buying things for Su Yurong, he could navigate it with his eyes closed. Upon arriving, he saw 2 individuals blocked from entering the set. On what grounds are you preventing me from entering? Director Lin himself stated that the role of the second female lead is undoubtedly mine, and he will not tolerate any mishaps. Su Yurong's chest heaved with indignation. Clearly furious, she pointed an accusatory finger at the security guard blocking the entrance. If my work is delayed, will you take responsibility? Xia Yurong stole her. Surprised that Su Yurong, so adamant about securing the role of the second female lead, would be halted at the door. The stares from onlookers made him uncomfortable. Yet now that they were here, he refused to back down over a trivial setback. Xia Yurong grasped Su Yurong's arm in a semblance of encouragement, though his tone only stoked the flames of her anger. Rong, don't be anxious. You'll only ruin your health. Director Lin valued you highly that day. Everyone saw it. Even if there is a delay, it's not your fault. The guard, recalling Director Lin's temper, hesitated. After glancing at the two, he stepped aside to make a phone call. 2 minutes later, his expression soured, and he raised his hand to signal his colleague to allow them entry. This was all the fault of these two. If they wanted to embarrass themselves, that was one thing. But dragging him into it meant he'd also receive a scolding from Director Lin. Su Yurong, oblivious to the guard's thoughts, saw him step back and strutted forward, like a victorious goose, lifting her neck as she pulled Xia Yurong along into the set. I told you, Director Lin values me greatly. When I see him, I'll say it's all your fault for affecting my work. Xia Yurong remained by her side, soothing her, not sparing a glance for the security guard. All right. Princess Rong, don't be upset. Their figures gradually faded from view. Su Yunze stood for a while longer, ensuring they had departed before he proceeded toward the film crew. Upon spotting him, the security guard instantly brightened up. Director Su. Chapter 6. Su Yunze is merely a background actor. What can he compare? Su Yunze was not at all surprised that the guard recognized him. Such was Director Lin's working attitude. He nodded and entered the crew, taking a detour to meet with Director Lin. Upon arrival, he found Lin reviewing the surveillance footage, with several heads gathered around, pointing and discussing animatedly. They really dared to come? No worries, just wait and see our performance. This woman actually dares to put a green hat on my Director Su. Let us see how I treat her. Lin lifted his head and, upon spotting Su Yunze, his previously sour expression transformed into a beaming smile. At 49, Lin appeared several years older than his actual age due to his habit of staying up late for filming, often humorously referring to himself as an old man. Dressed in a somewhat worn Zhongshan suit, his eyes were bright and spirited. Like many earnest and sincere directors, he harbored a fervent desire to create genuinely remarkable works, proving that the domestic film industry could rival its foreign counterparts. Su Yunze held great respect for him and promptly approached to greet him. You brat. You finally made it. He casually handed the surveillance monitor to a junior assistant and waved them aside. With you on board, the project is secure. Lin stood up, circled Su Yunze once, and with satisfaction, patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. Not bad. You look much more spirited. A phoenix reborn, In response to the praise, Su Yunze simply smiled and quickly began discussing the plot with Lin. Wenxin was his first full-length work, birthed under his guidance, and every character held significance and emotional depth for him. Modifications could be made for the second female lead, and Reborn, who was introduced during the male lead, Wen Yan's youthful escapades. She was brash and exuberant, leaving vivid colors in Wen Yan's otherwise dreary life. Wen Yan intentionally approached her, and his good upbringing allowed him to swiftly win her heart. However, he exploited her affections to return to his homeland, only to lead an assault against her nation instead of rescuing her. Su Yunze jotted down the name of the young lady on an A4 sheet and circled it. There was no need for excessive dialogue. The design was that during the male lead's near-death experience, she would save him, despite their families being sworn enemies. The black pen hesitated momentarily before drawing a heavy line through the circle. As the enemy approached the city, she donned armor and transformed into a female general. And Ramun's image vividly sprang to life before Su Yunze's eyes. Love shattered, yet she did not succumb to despair. Her eyes burned like a raging fire. All right, you choose your nation and your general, right? I too have my beloved citizens. Upon our next encounter, we shall be foes. Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gave a thumbs up. Wenxin was originally a classic tale of loving the nation over beauty, with an abundance of strategic elements. Yet, with this addition, and Ramun's life gained even more vibrancy. Once the details were finalized, Lin made slight adjustments to the audition script, intending to revise the complete version later. He sent a message through the crew notification group instructing that the new script be distributed. Xia Yurong, eager to join the crew, waited outside. Lacking patience, she stood up shortly after sitting down, her expression brimming with irritation. In her previous life, crew members would wait for her. When had she ever been left outside waiting with a bunch of background actors for an audition? As she furrowed her brow, she instinctively called out for Su Yunze to fetch her an iced milk tea. A script was handed to her. This is the new script. Take a look. Some modifications have been made. Xia Yurong's impatience intensified. Without even glancing at it, she waved her hand dismissively, sending the script flying to the ground. The white paper immediately tainted. Just as she was about to explode, the staff had already moved on to distribute scripts to others. Rolling her eyes, she sat back down, her thoughts drifting to Xia Yurong. Xia Yurong was ambitious. Upon joining the crew, he expressed a desire to learn and explore, yet he still had not returned. Unlike Su Yunze, as she thought of Su Yunze, Xia Yurong caught sight of a figure slipping through the crowd, heading down the corridor. She immediately stood up and shouted, Su Yunze, stop! Su Yunze paid her no mind and quickly entered her room. Xia Yurong's face flushed with anger. Her nails dug deeply into her bag strap as she fought the urge to hurl it to the ground. There were too many eyes on her. Having gained some fame online, she needed to protect her image and could not afford to have anyone capture unflattering moments. Forcing a somewhat unattractive smile at those around her, Xia Yurong settled back into her chair. She was certain she had not misidentified him. That was indeed Su Yunze. What was he doing here? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. He must be reluctant to part with her, thus begging the director to allow him to serve as a gopher. Like sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day, the fury within Xia Yurong simmered down significantly. She felt a surge of pride as she set her bag down and adopted a poised posture in her seat. Su Yunze was indeed infatuated with her. Despite his harsh words, he was secretly keeping an eye on her. Unfortunately, Her status in this crew as the prominent second female lead was incomparable to that of Su Yunze, a mere background actor. When she encountered him later, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind to vent her frustration. Su Yunze made his way to the audition area. As he discussed the plot development with Lin, he suddenly heard someone calling his name, but did not pause his stride, continuing on his path. By the way, the second female lead, Lin heard the call and glanced back cautiously, confirming it was that woman before quickly turning away. His movements were swift, as if lingering for even half a second would result in dire consequences. He tentatively pondered, what if Su Yunze's earlier remarks were merely a result of anger, and they had reconciled by now? After all, his previous unwavering stance had not escaped Lin's notice. Lin was about to concede that if Xu Yunze still wanted Xia Yurong to act, he would have to endure. The second female lead? Wasn't it agreed that she would be replaced? Before he could finish his thought, Xu Yunze's voice rang in his ears as he took the audition list from Lin's hands. Xu Yunze opened the folder and circled a name, declaring her suitable for the role of the second female lead. Chapter 7. Xia Yurong was reprimanded. What kind of performance was that? Lin Miao Miao? Lin followed Xu Yunze's circle, teasing, she is from my hometown. He had some recollection of the young girl, who came from humble beginnings and entered the industry at a young age, often seen near filming locations. She was quite decent-looking and had acting talent. Wait a minute, decent-looking? Lin's smile gradually froze. He scrutinized Xu Yunze, who today had donned a suit, appearing quite dapper. You're not abandoning Xia Yurong because you fancy her, are you? Xu Yunze was nearly choked by the outlandish suggestion. Don't joke around. He cleared his throat twice, patting his chest to steady his breath. I'm getting married. Married? Director Lin was taken aback. The corridor was dim, with a throng of people surrounding them, obscuring his view of Su Yunze's expression. He could only sense a lack of inflection in his voice. So sudden, the staff in front instinctively slowed their pace, and someone pushed open the audition room door, with Su Yunze stepping inside. Indeed, he held his folder, yet his gaze did not rest upon it, seemingly lost in thought. When it came to the subject of affection, his mind involuntarily drifted back to the figure he had seen in the square the night before. She was picking up candles, and before he realized it, their fingers had brushed together. Reacting almost instinctively, his lips had proclaimed his intention to marry. Su Yunze's emotions were far from the tranquil facade others perceived. He felt the weight of responsibility. Tomorrow he was to collect the marriage certificate, albeit not publicly disclosed for the time being. He paused momentarily. I will introduce her to you when the opportunity arises. Getting the certificate right away? Seamless transition? Not revealing it for now? Director Lin's gaze turned complex as he adjusted his glasses, which had nearly slipped from his nose. The way this kid spoke was increasingly reminiscent of a certain cad. Director Lin was known for his strong moral compass. Logically, he should chastise Su Yunze, perhaps even hurl the script to the ground, giving him a piece of his mind. Yet, he found his grip on the script tightening, ultimately refraining from casting it aside. Director Lin, what are you dawdling for? We are waiting for you. The staff were already in position, and the assistant was signaling him. Director Lin closed his eyes, stepping forward as if into a noble sacrifice. Oh, never mind. The kid's script is genuinely commendable. I cannot bear to see it discarded. He resolved to remind Su Yunze about his wife when the occasion arose. Director Lin? Su Yunze waver. Why so slow? Coming. Director Lin immediately forced a smile, quickening his pace to take his seat. Soon, the audition candidates arrived one after another. Lin Miao Miao was a round-faced girl, and after her makeup, she adeptly concealed the blemishes under her eyes caused by late-night work. With her upward-sweeping cat-eye makeup, her beautiful gaze sparkled, and her chin slightly lifted, she resembled a noble lady gracing the scene. The camera shifted as she portrayed the heartbreak of betrayal. Surrounded by impending doom, the innocence in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a fierce flame of determination. The red cloak draped over her shoulders symbolized her regret for her past self and her fierce resolve against her rival, Wen Yin. Upon their next encounter, they would be sworn enemies. As the audition concluded, Director Lin was the first to applaud. Well done, you managed to uncover such a gem. His eyes brimmed with admiration. Though the character of Enriyue was a secondary role, it was significant, and he had previously felt something was lacking. Now it finally possessed depth. She was the true essence of Enriyue. With that declaration, the role was solidified, unbeknownst to those outside the room. As candidates continued to enter, Xia Yurong felt a twinge of impatience. Why hadn't it yet been her turn? Xia Yong returned after a brief wander and sat beside Xia Yurong on the wooden bench, his eyes reflecting a different hue. Ryong, don't fret. Capable individuals will always shine wherever they go. He took her hand and placed it on his knee. Director Lin likely wants you to make a grand entrance. After all, he has long had his eye on you. Xie Yong had just inquired with the staff, and was pleased to discover that Director Lin had indeed expressed such sentiments, which reassured him and allowed him to comfort Xia Yurong. Sitting upright, he caught the attention of several young women passing by. Soon, it was Xia Yurong's turn. She stood, pulling Xia Yong with her. Rest assured, once my role is confirmed, I will ensure they grant you a part. Xia Yurong lifted her chin, brimming with pride. The trajectory of her life was undoubtedly far superior to that of her previous existence. To secure her first role alongside Xia Yong was a long-held aspiration that had eluded her in her past life. Xia Yong wore a gentle smile, exuding an air of ease as he allowed Xia Yurong to lead him forward. Behind them, a staff member with keen eyes spotted a script lying on the ground and hurriedly picked it up, brushing off the dust. Wait, your script. She opened it, exclaiming in haste. The two remained oblivious as Xia Yurong pushed open the audition room door and stepped inside. The staff member muttered, "Did she not just say the script had changed? What kind of person is so confident they can rush in without even glancing at the new script?" Thumbs up were raised in their direction, and the staff member tucked the script away, turning to walk off in another direction. It's futile to advise the stubborn. She set aside her inclination to assist and respected the fate of others. Xia Yurong's hearing was perfectly fine. She naturally heard someone calling her from behind. But so what? Director Lin had already expressed his approval, thus the role was undoubtedly hers. Why exert unnecessary effort? She could rely on her abilities to secure her place. Her fingers brushed against the cool metal handle, and she pushed the door open with force, as if stepping onto her own star-studded path. Wenyan, how can you live with yourself after this? Xia Yurong yelled, fully immersing herself in the role of the betrayed noblewoman. I hate you. The room fell silent. Director Lin rubbed his temples. He had never held Xia Yurong's acting skills in high regard, and now, in contrast to Lin Miao Miao, it felt even more painful to watch. He regretted not informing her sooner. Xia Yurong merely recalled the essence of the character for a moment. As this was her first drama, she had invested considerable effort, often reflecting on it in her past life. She had always believed herself to be a naturally gifted actress, yet Su Yunze frequently hovered nearby, critiquing and instructing her on how to perform, perhaps out of his own inadequacy, seeking a sense of validation through her. As his girlfriend, Xia Yurong had endured this. In this life, she had finally shed the burden and could truly shine, wiping away the tears that welled up from her heightened emotions. Xia Yurong wondered why it was so quiet. Were they stunned by her performance? Had they forgotten to applaud? A smile spread across her face as she proudly declared, I know I performed splendidly, but if you want me to come over, you must offer me another role. Before she could finish her sentence, a script came crashing down from the front, landing right at her feet. The plot has changed. Did you not read the script? What kind of nonsense are you performing? Next, Xia Yurong stood frozen. Chapter 8. Audition Failure. What does this mean? She recognized every word. Yet together, they formed a meaning so foreign that she could not comprehend it. Wasn't her role supposed to be confirmed? Just then, the last audition candidate was lighting the room and tidying up, signaling the day's end. As Director Lin's words echoed, lights flickered on from all directions, illuminating the shock on Xia Yurong's face. As those around her began to leave, she hurriedly called out, Wait a moment. Director Lin, what did your earlier words mean? Wasn't my role already determined? You even expressed confidence in me. Xia Yurong failed to notice the hint of urgency in her voice. Director Lin chuckled as he approached, reiterating his previous statement. Who would dare to hire you with such a lackadaisical attitude toward your work, especially without even glancing at the script? He clicked his tongue in disapproval. I'm even concerned that my employees might seek damages from me. Your performance is simply excruciating to behold. Impossible. She had achieved remarkable success in this very role in her past life, establishing a solid foundation for her future. How could this be happening now? A bewildered glance fell upon a figure behind her, and her eyes widened in recognition. It's you, Su Yunze. The disparity between reality and her expectations struck her like a bucket of ice water, chilling her to the core. Yet the sole difference between this life and the last was her refusal of Su Yunze's confession. It must be him who is orchestrating this. Su Yunze had remained by Director Lin's side, and without his guidance, Xia Yurong's audition had descended into chaos. Little did she know, in her past life, her rising stardom had been facilitated by Su Yunze persuading Director Lin with numerous benefits, ensuring that the staff meticulously refined her performance. Yet even with all the polishing, her acting still lacked that elusive spark. He leaned back, twirling the pen in his fingers as he watched Director Lin mark a heavy cross on a list. The force of that stroke bore a hint of personal vendetta, just as he picked up the folder to leave. Su Yunze couldn't suppress a laugh when his name was called. He pointed to himself, me? Xia Yurong glared at him, feeling a surge of anger. If it weren't for you, how could I have possibly failed my audition? You, out of spite for my rejection, have been bad-mouthing me behind my back, convincing director Lin to change his mind. How selfish can you be? It's all Su Yunze's fault. It seems you have no awareness of your own work ethic. Su Yunze pulled up a chair for director Lin to sit down, then casually selected a crew member. Yu read the new audition script to her. The crew member hurried over, retrieving the script that had been discarded at Xia Yurong's feet, and began to read aloud. With each word, Xia Yurong's cheeks flushed deeper. The second female lead has become a female general? This was not how it had been shot in her previous life. She was the embodiment of the second female lead. No one understood the role better than she did. Was this a butterfly effect triggered by her rebirth? Xia Yurong's face cycled through shades of blue and red as she struggled to regain her composure. Are you starting to understand? Su Yuna gulped, not waiting for Xia Yurong to gather herself. He seized the script from the crew member's hands and strode towards the exit. The sound of his polished shoes echoed rhythmically, mocking Xia Yurong's confidence. Moreover, he paused momentarily, his leisurely voice lingering in her ears. Do you really think I need to intentionally speak ill of you to make your life difficult? The door slammed shut, reverberating painfully in Xia Yurong's heart. Her nails dug into her palm. How could dare Su Yunze speak to her in such a manner? Could hatred born from love transform so drastically? She narrowed her eyes. It was merely a minor setback, nothing significant. Without Su Yunze as a burden, she was destined to become an award-winning actress. The surrounding staff murmured amongst themselves. How arrogant, believing she deserves better. Our second female lead was decided before her audition. Xia Yurong's eyes widened in realization. So was director Lin, who had backed out. Clenching her phone tightly, she exited the audition room before the staff could usher her out. Within her phone was a video she had intended to record her first day on set, but now Xia Yurong's mind was made up. She would enter. Pushing the door open, she found Xia Yurong. He smiled warmly, like a neighborly older brother. How did the audition go? Xia Yurong had promised him a role. Yet his first question was not about his own character. The sudden alleviation of her anxiety made her exhale deeply as she gazed at the sunlight pouring in behind Xia Yurong. Her choice would not be wrong. Though there may be some obstacles, worry not, brother Xia. I shall join the cast. Xia Yang's expression shifted momentarily before quickly returning to normal. He nodded in agreement with Xia Yurong, secretly thinking that her confidence must mean she had a way to handle Su Yunze. As Xia Yurong walked, she recounted the events of her recent audition, monitoring Xia Yang's reactions. Not noticing any change in his demeanor, she felt a sense of relief. Now that she had returned to life, she still cared about Xia Yang's opinions. Xia Yurong said nothing. Surely he had plans for her future. Gently caressing her phone in her pocket, she began to feel at ease, no longer preoccupied with the unexpected turn of events at her audition. Having been reborn, she must allow for the occurrence of a butterfly effect. As Xia Yurong made her way outside, separated by a mere wall, Su Yunze and director Lin were busy organizing the character list. That was quite the delightful exchange just now, director Lin teased, kicking Xia Yurong aside and altering the script. Our production team has certainly set a low bar. Though he had not known Su Yunze for long, he could tell that the young man was not one to indulge others, and his words were genuine. There was no need for concern. This lad wouldn't suddenly have a change of heart and bring Xia Yurong onto their team. Director Lin chuckled. Su Yunze shook his head, methodically folding the printed A4 sheets and placing them in the folder. In his previous life, he too had eventually recognized Xia Yurong's true nature. Yet in his youth, he had invested too much. When he finally sought to extricate himself, it proved difficult. He could only grit his teeth and maintain the status quo while searching for a way out. Later, as memories flashed by, the image of a woman inevitably surfaced. It was then that Su Yunze realized he had encountered Song Jinha more times than he had initially thought. Just as he pondered this, his phone lit up with a message. Are you free for lunch today? Chapter 9. I really like it. Sunlight streamed into the living room through the glass walls. Xia Yurong sat cross-legged on the carpet, cradling a notebook as she sent the recorded video to her contacts. Xia Yurong sat beside her, unable to refrain from offering his commentary. Though the production team was mediocre, the script was solid, and their attitude was earnest. Xia Yurong turned to listen. She found nothing wrong with Xia Yang's remarks. Last time you mentioned Oscar-winning actress Song. The mention of that name sparked a flicker of anticipation in Xia Yurong's heart. If she could receive guidance from the acclaimed actress, surely it would yield great rewards and significantly enhance her reputation. You wish to meet her? Xia Yang's expression remained unchanged as he smiled, gently smoothing down Xia Yurong's slightly unruly hair. I need to have some work under your belt before I can introduce you to her. That made sense. Xia Yurong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just like in her previous life, it was precisely because she had her own projects that Xia Yurong could mention her in front of Song Jinha, thus propelling her career forward. Having made her decision, Xia Yurong focused on her laptop, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a message in the dialog box. Half an hour later, a polished recording was uploaded to her account, which boasted 300,000 followers. As sunlight streamed in, Xia Yurong was preoccupied with the effort of preparing to meet someone, utterly unaware that this person had already presented themselves before someone she held in disdain. The moment Su Yunze sent a message, the headlights of the Rolls-Royce in the upper right flickered to life, followed by the opening of the passenger door. As Jinha approached, Su Yunze was first captivated by a delicate fragrance, a subtle blend of orchid and sandalwood that stirred the senses. She donned a champagne-colored dress that cascaded down to her ankles, the slit on the right side revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs with each stride. A single phrase floated through Su Yunze's mind, graceful and alluring. Compared to their previous encounter, Jinha appeared significantly more composed, having reclaimed her poise. Yet she did not create any sense of distance between them. Noticing Su Yunze lost in thought because of her, a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes. She opened the passenger door and gestured invitingly, calling out, "Mr. Fiancé?" Those dark, black pupils clearly reflected Su Yunze's silhouette. Coming back to himself, Su Yunze chuckled softly, unperturbed, and slid into the passenger seat. As the door clicked shut, Jinha circled around to the driver's seat. The contours of the car shielded some of the light, and the small space was enveloped by Jinha's scent. Su Yunze, fastening his seatbelt, let his hand rest against his chest. This was a sensation he had never experienced while with Xia Yurong. As Jinha reached the rear of the car, her emotions were far from the calm Su Yunze perceived. She deliberately slowed her pace, inhaling deeply, her heartbeat gradually returning to normal. A radiant smile illuminated her beautiful face. In truth, she had noticed Su Yunze the moment he approached. She had simply become so engrossed in watching him that she forgot to exit the vehicle. He had been approached by someone seeking his contact information, only to be rebuffed. Xu Yunze possessed a distanoha, clad in a light gray suit that exuded a sense of tranquility, seemingly lost in his own world amidst the bustling traffic. Jinha was unaware that she too was a person who judged by appearances. No, she had always known otherwise. How could she have harbored feelings for Su Yunze for so long? Grasping the handle of the left door, Jinha acknowledged that her heart belonged solely to Su Yunze. Opening the door, she was met with a smile from Su Yunze in the passenger seat, and the thought of what she was about to do made her heart race unexpectedly. As Jinha settled into the car and closed the door, the confined space drew them infinitely closer than ever before. The atmosphere grew palpably intimate. Su Yunze pondered what they might discuss when a delicate, alabaster hand unexpectedly reached toward him, seemingly in search of something. Hadn't the seatbelt already been fastened? Just as confusion set in, the hand withdrew, revealing a shimmering necklace that hung suspended in the air. Was this a gift for himself? Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback. "I saw it while shopping. I thought it suited you perfectly," Jinha explained, her cheeks slightly flushed, possibly due to the lighting, though her tone remained steady. "I believe gifting a present to my future husband requires no justification, does it?" When Su Yunze turned to look, he was met with a radiant smile. "Allow me to put on for you, shall I?" Su Yunze's response was light and casual, almost as if it had been tempered by the ebb and flow of emotions. He chuckled softly. "Then I must thank my fiancé." Su Yunze had long been puzzled by Jinha's desire to marry him. He was not the type to be dazed like a rabbit that mindlessly bumps into tree stumps. He was far from the calm demeanor his appearance suggested, and hypocritical might be a more fitting description. With no valid reason to decline Jinha's advances, he believed missing one opportunity did not equate to losing the courage to try again. This was also why he had not rejected her marriage proposal. He would not passively wait, lost in thought. That light-hearted laughter fell upon Jinha's ears, sending ripples through her heart. She felt a warmth spreading, as if a playful kitten were pawing at her. With a slight movement of her gaze, Jinha controlled her actions, unfastening the necklace and extending her right hand across the seat to grasp one end of it. From this angle, if she leaned in just a bit closer, she could envelop Su Yunze in her embrace. Her lips were tantalizingly close to his face. With a soft click, she released her hands, smiling. "All done. Do you like it?" Holding the pendant in her hand, she gently traced her fingers over a heart-shaped engraving. Meeting his clear black eyes, Su Yunze replied, "I adore it." They maintained this delicate atmosphere throughout their journey until they arrived at the restaurant. As the dishes were served, Su Yunze's phone rang. The restaurant's private room felt somewhat warm, prompting Jinha to remove her jacket and place it on the adjacent chair. Her softly curled hair cascaded down her back, accentuating her exquisite collarbone. With her left hand, she tucked a stray strand behind her ear, drawing attention to the striking yellow gemstone necklace adorning her graceful, swan-like neck. Xu Yunze diverted his gaze as he answered the call. Director Lin's boisterous voice resonated through the receiver. Check the trending topics. Xia Yurong's recording has already garnered attention. After you review it, we should discuss how to address the situation. Su Yunze leisurely rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. Don't hang up just yet. He set the phone down and switched to speaker mode. Give me 2 minutes. The restaurant fell momentarily silent. Song Jinha remained quiet, allowing Su Yunze to concentrate. She gently placed her chopsticks on the tray and unlocked her screen to check the trending topics. There was no need for a deliberate search. The popular section had already presented the information she sought. The heartfelt production team goes back on their word. A complaint from an outsider. Chapter 10. Su Yunze could never marry Song Jinha. Su Yunze had already muted his microphone and began playing the recording. It was brief, beginning with director Lin's assurances praising Xia Yurong, followed by critiques following the audition, the contrasting tone strikingly evident due to the deliberate editing. Xia Yurong's plaintive caption read, "If you thought I was unsuitable, why not say so earlier? Isn't our time as outsiders valuable? Or is it simply because I rejected my suitor?" The conflict between the outsider and the production team often elicits sympathy for the inherently disadvantaged party. Coupled with her lingering remarks, netizens quickly transformed into amateur detectives, piecing together the narrative. Subsequently, Xia Yurong liked the post. The situation ignited, with enraged netizens flooding the heartfelt production team's official account with inquiries. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow and activated his microphone. "I've reviewed it." He casually picked up a lighter from the table, spinning it between his fingers. "What do you have to say?" Director Lin, on the other end, responded swiftly, awaiting his answer. In the private room, Song Jinha held her breath, her ears perked up in anticipation. That was Su Yunze's first love, a fondness that began in high school. She had witnessed firsthand the kindness he bestowed upon her. Would he? A light chuckle interrupted her musings, dissipating her worries like mist in the sun. "Do you not perceive this as an invitation to warmth?" Su Yunze declared, placing the lighter with a clatter upon the table. Drawing a conclusion, "Our production team also requires funding for post-production promotions." Director Lin's tone seemed to ease. "Are you suggesting we let the situation unfold naturally? Allow the bullets to fly for a while?" Su Yunze raised his chin. "We need not clarify. Rather, we should discreetly assist Miss Xia." Laughter resonated through the microphone, clear and penetrating their ears. "What a clever boy. I was concerned that you harbored lingering feelings for her, but now I am reassured. By the way, what are you up to now? You took quite some time to answer the call." Su Yunze cast a glance at someone feigning to dine, yet secretly observing them. A smile gracing his lips. "I am dining. Accompanying my wife." Director Lin suddenly understood. "Ah, you're having dinner with your wife. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "What did you say? Accompanying your wife?" His voice rose in surprise. "Does what you just said still hold?" "Hello?" The call was abruptly disconnected. Song Jinha, eavesdropping, nearly choked in shock, patting her chest as her ears subtly flushed with color. A piece of chicken was lifted and placed in her bowl. "Why aren't you eating?" "Waiting for me?" "Yes, waiting for you." The two enjoyed their meal, while Director Lin, red-faced with irritation, paced back and forth, contemplating Su Yunze's words. Surely, it was T just saying that out of consideration for his wife? A nearby assistant, tidying up props, timidly raised a hand. "Director Su is not that kind of person." "I know." Director Lin's uncertainty deepened. He was well aware that Su Yunze was not that sort of individual, but the transformations he had undergone in recent days were remarkable. He seemed reborn, almost unrecognizable. "Oh well, let us proceed," as he suggested. What was initially a money-saving endeavor has turned into a game for this rascal. After hanging up, Su Yunze's spirits remained high as he shared lunch with Song Jinha. It had been a long time since he felt such elation. A gentle breeze swept through the community, carrying a hint of warmth. "Let us wear this outfit when we collect the certificate tomorrow." Song Jinha handed him a shopping bag, her eyes curving slightly with a smile as she mentioned the certificate. "It should suit you perfectly." Su Yunze raised an eyebrow. "You know what I should wear without asking for my size?" He suddenly recalled a saying. "My eyes are the measure." Gratefully accepting the bag, their fingers brushed lightly against one another, a subtle sensation that quickly faded. "Tomorrow, be punctual." Song Jinha waved as she departed. "Tomorrow, I shall shed the title of being unmarried." Alone in the elevator, Su Yunze opened the bag to find a new suit, freshly laundered and exuding a faint fragrance. He picked up a necklace for the first time, clearly seeing its entirety in the heart-shaped engraving of the pendant. A custom anniversary piece from LY, priced at 520,000. Was this what she meant when she said she saw it while shopping? It seems Song Jinha could be deceptive as well. Su Yunze's fingertips delicately traced the pendant, the heart seemingly imbued with someone's warmth. If she released it from her grasp, that heart would tumble before him. Whose heartbeat was that? The weather was splendid, sunshine bathing Su Yunze as he took the hand of an obscured woman. Together, they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. The woman seemed to sense a gaze upon her, turning her head to reveal a face unmistakably belonging to Song Jinha. No, Xia Yurong gasped, abruptly sitting up in bed. The bedside lamp cast a dim warm glow, and upon flipping the switch, bright light flooded the room. Xia Yurong pressed a hand to her chest, gradually calming herself. She had just experienced a nightmare. No, it was quite a nightmare. She dreamt of Su Yunze marrying someone else. How could Su Yunze marry anyone else? He loved her most dearly. After all, it was he who had rented this loft apartment for her. Furthermore, the leading lady in her dream was none other than Song Jinha. The thought made Xia Yurong chuckle to herself. She got out of bed and poured herself a glass of warm water. It was merely that Su Yunze's attitude had soured due to love turning to resentment, compounded by her encounter with Song Jinha downstairs. That she would dream of their wedding. Could there be anything more absurd? Su Yunze and Song Jinha were individuals who seemed galaxies apart. Having soothed herself and fully regained her composure, she picked up her phone, messaging Xia Yurong, and then opened her social media. In just one day, she had gained 500,000 new followers. Many fans commented on her recent posts, expressing their support. The Questioning Heart production team had yet to respond. Likely under immense pressure, it seemed she would soon receive good news. Meanwhile, Xia Yurong replied, expressing concern over her late-night activities, assuring her not to worry about work, as he was there to support her. Xia Yurong beamed with happiness. See, once again, everything is progressing toward a beautiful outcome. What is there to worry about? Drowsiness washed over her again as she returned to bed, closing her eyes with the thought, if she were to dream once more of Su Yunze and Song Jinha's outrageous wedding, she would certainly rush forward to separate them. She would give herself a slap, reminding herself that it was all just a dream. Come closer, bride and groom, say cheese. The bright sunlight poured over the red carpet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. The photographer focused on the newlyweds, pressing the shutter. Chapter 11. Whose wedding candy is it? The efficiency of the Civil Affairs Bureau staff was remarkable. Within minutes, 2 crimson booklets appeared in Song Jinha's hands. The color flushed her cheeks slightly. She handed one of the booklets to Su Yunze. We've obtained the certificate. Shall we move in together? Song Jinha smiled gently. Her natural beauty unadorned, the beige qipao accentuating her graceful curves. Round pearls adorned her earlobes, glimmering under the sunlight. Today, Song Jinha radiated like a shimmering pearl, falling into Su Yunze's hands along with the certificate. Unfazed by the possibility of paparazzi or information leaks, she openly displayed her beauty. Su Yunze adjusted his shirt, slightly rumpled from the earlier photo session. All right, let's move to my place. It has 2 rooms. Before he could finish his sentence, her soft, warm fingertip pressed against his lips, silencing him. He looked up, meeting Song Jinha's eyes, which sparkled with a gentle smile. Today, Song Jinha's smile seemed to abound. Why not move to my place? She suggested, her tone light. It's more spacious there. Her finger lingered against his lips, as if to prevent him from uttering words she did not wish to hear. Su Yunze curved his lips slightly. He parted his lips to say, then let us heed Miss Song's suggestion. In an instant, Song Jinha withdrew her hand, concealing it behind her back, her thumb and forefinger gently rubbing together. Reminiscent of a fleeting sensation. For reasons unknown, she appeared suddenly preoccupied, directing her gaze elsewhere as she adjusted her hair. Perhaps I should no longer refer to you as Miss Song. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, following her lead with a question. Then what should I call you? Mrs. Su, she replied, and Xia Yurong felt as though she had succumbed to a trance. Despite having assured herself that Su Yunze and Song Jinha obtaining their marriage license was merely a figment of her imagination, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep through the latter half of the night. After finally drifting into slumber, she dreamt of the 2 of them entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Song Jinha addressed her as Mrs. Su. How could such a dream exist? As the night wore on, rain began to fall, and she opened the window, the chills seeping into her room. Xia Yurong, indifferent to closing it, sat on her bed, hugging her knees like a helpless little creature. She spent the night ensnared in nightmares, and upon waking, she drowsily dressed, the first thing on her mind being a visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau bore a striking resemblance to that of her dreams. In a past life, she and Su Yunze had emerged from such a place. Watching couples enter and exit, the sunlight gracing her face, she fell silent for a moment, a sense of absurdity washing over her. How could Su Yunze and Song Jinha possibly marry? And she, Xia Yurong, reborn with a second chance, still clinging to that errand boy, all because of a nonsensical dream. She found herself lurking at the Civil Affairs Bureau to observe. Just as she turned her head, she caught sight of a figure reminiscent of Su Yunze, accompanied by a woman. As they approached a car, "Who are you marrying?" Her feet moved faster than her mind, and she instinctively pursued them. However, the distance was too great. Xia Yurong could not catch up, watching in dismay as the Maserati sped away, leaving her in a stupor. The consequences of a sleepless night were indeed formidable. Yet, when she opened her social media feed and beheld Su Yunze's post, she froze in place. Two vibrant red books adorned with today's date, he proclaimed. Married. Su Yunze arrived at the film set, still wearing a smile, the warmth of the woman lingering on his hands. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jinha seemed lost in thought, nearly stumbling in her distraction. Be careful. Su Yunze reached out to catch her, their hands naturally intertwining. After agreeing to move in with Jinha, Su Yunze pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us nurture our feelings, just in case. The unspoken, just in case, hung in the air. Jinha raised her index finger, gently swaying it before him, her expression radiating an unmistakable threat, as if to say, if you continue, I shall silence you. The just in case remained unaddressed. That is how it should be. I don't wish to hear anything unfavorable. It cannot possibly happen to us. Satisfied, Jinha leaned closer, the proximity allowing Su Yunze to catch the faint fragrance of orchids emanating from her. Still threatening, are we? Who would threaten anyone? Director Lin appeared from nowhere, brandishing a folder that playfully tapped Su Yunze on the head. The motion was light, yet filled with authority. You rascal, smiling so charmingly, what good fortune do you possess? Hurry and get to work. Su Yunze responded with a grin, not addressing Lin's inquiry, but before him, selected two photos from the gallery and posted to his social media. The caption read, Married. The three words materialized right under Lin's nose. After posting, he kept his phone illuminated on that page, seemingly fearful that Lin might not grasp the situation. Lin, eyeing Su Yunze up and down, expressed skepticism. Are you really married? He scrutinized Su Yunze, feeling both satisfied and dubious. Previously, he viewed the young man as a rogue. Now, he wondered if that perception still held true. Before he could conclude, he was handed a few peanut candies, here, some wedding sweets to share in the joy. Lin's expression brightened instantly as he tore open the wrapper and popped a candy into his mouth. Who could possibly refuse a taste of happiness? The rest could wait. After all, his seasoned eyes would remain vigilant over this young man. Lin, will I have a day off for my wedding? You need a day off? No. What I mean is, since you're getting married but still working, you ought to pay me more. Get lost. When Xia Yurong arrived at the film set, everyone was already in position, the table adorned with unopened wedding sweets, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Still somewhat dazed upon seeing the candies, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. She picked up her phone and snapped a photo to post on her social media, the caption dripping with malice. You've given my role to someone else. Are you pleased? Celebrating with wedding sweets? Due to the online uproar, Director Lin refrained from making any clear statements to prevent leaks, and the security guards dared not stop Xia Yurong, allowing her entry. Xia Yurong believed she would eventually join this production team, and whether she arrived early or late made little difference. She was eager to witness the frustrated expressions of those who could do nothing against her. However, upon entering the set, it was Xia Yurong herself who felt the most infuriated. Her post quickly garnered attention, and despite a slight decrease in traction throughout the day, it was reignited. The official account of the Questioning Heart production team reposted her message, stating, The wedding sweets were distributed by our screenwriter on their joyous day. Please do not take liberties with your assumptions. Chapter 12. Joining the production team? Sure, but there's no pay. A day of joy. Suddenly, Xia Yurong recalled the dream from the previous night and the silhouette she had seen at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She reassured herself that she had merely misjudged due to a restless night. What of that social media post? After a moment of silence, new messages began to flood in, and the Questioning Heart account replied to her comment. Miss Xia Yurong, please report to the set punctually. To the set? Report? In an instant, all doubts vanished from Xia Yurong's mind, replaced by delight. She squinted her eyes, dismissing the so-called wedding sweets and marriage. The production team had finally buckled under pressure. Naturally, they were sensitive to public opinion. How could those in the entertainment industry remain indifferent? She hummed a tune, disregarding the notification that had appeared in the comments. Perhaps the crew was simply too enraged. Grabbing her bag, she held her head high, striding toward the set with an air of arrogance. What did it matter that Su Yunze had gone to such lengths to strip her of her role? The second female lead was destined to be hers. That was the power of her talent. No amount of gossip could tarnish that. As she settled into the office, just about to call for a cup of tea, a staff member placed a contract before her. Miss Xia, you are welcome to join our Winching production team. However, there will be no remuneration for your role. Xia Yurong, poised to sign, paused in disbelief, raising her gaze in astonishment. How delightful! How truly delightful! Ha ha! In another office area, Director Lin clapped his hands, laughing heartily. Having witnessed Xu Yunze's entire maneuver, he could only feel that the younger generation surpasses the older, exhibiting a keen sensitivity and innate talent for rhythm and public sentiment. The celebratory sweets were a personal touch from Director Lin himself. As an elder, he occasionally relished a sweet treat, savoring the flavor of peanut candy. When his assistant promptly shared the latest news from the production circle. Upon seeing Xia Yurong's message, he was so incensed that the candy in his mouth lost its sweetness. What utter nonsense! This person is far too self-important, believing we celebrate with sweets for her sake? How could someone so inexperienced, with nothing to their name, display such audacity? Lin, in a fit of indignation, snatched his device and furiously forwarded Xia Yurong's message, his fingers flying across the screen with such speed that they seemed to blur. Even after sending, he remained unsatisfied, berating Xia Yurong repeatedly. Su Yunze brought a cup of brewed pu'er tea to Director Lin, gently pressing his shoulder to urge him to sit, while he himself picked up his mobile phone. A day had passed. The fervor had slightly waned. Miss Xia has exerted considerable effort to elevate our production as profile. We ought to express our gratitude, should we not? He tagged Xia Yurong in the comments, inviting her to join us. Su Yunze cast a sidelong glance at the still fuming elder, unable to suppress a smile. Surely, if Miss Xia wishes to join our team, she can accept the absence of financial compensation, correct? After all, even a background role is still a role. This succinct statement evaporated Director Lin's fury. He first lifted his cup, savoring a generous sip as if tasting the essence of peonies, allowing his emotions to settle before reaching for his phone. Reading Xu Yunze's response, and considering his earlier words, Lin quickly grasped his intent. The old man chuckled, his eyes narrowing with delight. A linguistic trap, is it? This young lad is quite clever. Xu Yunze reclined leisurely on the opposite sofa, clad in a tailored black suit, the golden threads of his tie shimmering subtly with movement, clearly indicative of quality. Perhaps the attire suited him well. Lin could not help but admire him anew. He felt this young man was increasingly impressive. Who would believe he had only just graduated in his early 20s? Those unaware might think him the producer of the project, twirling a lighter in his hand. Su Yunze's smile did not quite reach his eyes. This was precisely what Miss Xia desired, was it not? Ha ha! Indeed, indeed, Director Lin chuckled. One wonders if our production is a treasure trove, compelling her to join us despite the lack of remuneration. Do you believe I could simply refuse to join your production? Xia Yurong nearly fumbled her pen, feeling deeply insulted, her teeth clenched in frustration as she glared at the staff member before her, as if attempting to strip him of his skin with her gaze. The staff member, hands raised in surrender, replied helplessly, "It is our director's order. If Miss Xia wishes to leave, she is free to do so." He gestured invitingly towards the door. Xia Yurong's anger only intensified. Gripping her pen tightly, her teeth nearly breaking the skin of her lips, she managed to utter a few words. "Fine, I'll sign." Were it not for the belief that her previous role was in Wenshin, coupled with the script's quality, she would never have agreed to this. Feeling as though she was enduring humiliation, she ultimately signed her name, her mood slightly lifting afterward. To her, the Wenshin production team could not bear to bow to public opinion, yet simultaneously felt that yielding was undignified, thus placing her in this predicament. Compensation is a crucial aspect for actors. After all, one must eat, and without remuneration, who would pursue acting? Yet, it seemed that the Wenshin team could only subject her to this. Once the contract was tucked away, the staff member's demeanor appeared to soften somewhat. He exhaled, as if conceding to Xia Yurong's presence. "Here is the script. Please review it carefully and be prepared." Prepared? Xia Yurong rolled her eyes. She had risen to fame through this very role, becoming well known. In this world, no one understood the character and Ryua better than she did. Receiving the script, emblazoned with the bold title Wenshin and her name inscribed just below, she casually flipped through it, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the dense text. She decided against tossing the script aside. Instead, she meticulously placed it into her bag, not noticing that a few lines on one page had been circled in red ink, seemingly meant for someone else's attention. This time, she did not discard the script but carefully stowed it away, turning to exit directly. As the significant female lead, she was to be ready to perform alongside the crew at any moment. Pay attention to your gaze. Lower your hand a few centimeters to the right. Yes, just like that. Su Yunze was overseeing the filming, occasionally offering suggestions. As the screenwriter and assistant director, compensated for his efforts, he certainly aimed to witness the entire process. Director Lin was present as well. After discussing Xia Yurong's matters and observing her signing the contract with the staff, he called for the filming to commence. He settled onto a small stool beside the camera, stroking his chin, in a buoyant mood. This young man, who would have thought he possessed some skill in directing. Witnessing how a few words could significantly enhance an actor's performance, often resulting in a one-take success, was a refreshing revelation. With Xu Yunze around, Lin found himself considerably more at ease. The atmosphere of the entire crew was harmonious and joyful. Upon her arrival, Xia Yurong was greeted by such a scene. Her expression was one of disdain. Chapter 13. Is this not proof that they are powerless against you? Xia Yurong's greatest annoyance was Su Yunze's incessant meddling. Lacking real talent, he constantly sought to assert his presence. She often felt her performance was commendable, yet his few remarks would alter the entire dynamic. Suddenly, she would find herself lacking in confidence, her appearance before the camera suffering greatly. Yet he seemed to revel in his perceived superiority. Observing the gratitude expressed by others in the crew after receiving his guidance, Xia Yurong could only roll her eyes. Wiping down the small stool beside her with a tissue, she prepared to occupy herself with her phone while awaiting the director's call. But this wait extended into 4 long hours. Her legs grew numb and unable to leave. Her expression darkened. Why had the director not called for her? Was the second female lead scene not yet due? Xia Yurong felt perplexed, occasionally glancing up only to recognize a familiar face in the ongoing scenes. Meow meow, excellent. Keep it up. Witnessing Su Yunze come in, that individual stirred a wave of displeasure within her. Just then, the staff member brought over lunch, preparing to gather everyone for a meal. Xia Yurong exhaled in relief, rising to stretch her stiff legs. I want to be eating here, she declared as she walked away, leaving the staff member bewildered. After all, as a mere background character, she was not entitled to a meal since her scenes had not yet commenced. He shook his head, dismissing the minor incident, and turned to continue welcoming everyone to take a break and enjoy their meal. Leaning against the edge of the table, Su Yunze picked up a lunchbox. Just as Jinha inquired about his lunch, he casually snapped a photo of the meal and sent it to her. Director Lin was not a miserly filmmaker. The lunchboxes were adequate. Nestled in her bed at home, Jinha tossed and turned, her mind racing with thoughts of obtaining a marriage certificate with the one she cherished, leading to a restless night akin to a dream. When she finally did fall asleep, she dreamed of being watched by Xia Yurong during the certificate ceremony, causing her to wake abruptly, resulting in her, today, sporting dark circles under her eyes. If her fans were to see her, they might think she was portraying a panda. She had concealed her bags under her eyes before heading out, hoping to catch up on sleep upon her return, but as soon as she closed her eyes, fragments of certain moments flooded her mind. She recalled her hand resting against Su Yunze's lips, feeling the warmth of their skin as he spoke. As if he were kissing her hand. Lost in thought, the images became increasingly intimate, igniting a warmth within her. Ding! She opened her phone, enlarging the photo of the lunchbox, contemplating the need to treat the crew. They had worked hard today, perhaps they could dine together tonight, and she would supplement their meal while also moving. After sending the message, she made a phone call. Hello, Xiaolin. I need you to assist me with something. Purchase a house at the following address. Yes, the owner is Su Yunze. It will be listed for sale in the next couple of days. Buy it at 5 to 10 times the market price. The calmness in the voice on the other end quickly dissipated. My dear sister, why spend 10 times the amount? Do you have money to burn? Jinha smiled. Oh, Xiaolin, you don't understand. This is just moving money from one pocket to another. Huh? Do you grasp the concept of marital property? Just check my social media. I'll hang up now. Xiaolin, Jinha's life assistant, was typically meticulous in her work and communicated efficiently with her. This was the first time she found herself bewildered. Social media? What is that? Driven by curiosity, she clicked on the page she had never before visited amidst her busy schedule. Gradually, her face flushed, gripping her phone tightly as she managed to squeeze out a sound from her throat. Knock. Xia Yurong had spent the day on set, sneaking back after lunch. She initially thought someone would inquire about where she had eaten, pondering what to do with the extra lunchbox. However, it seemed she had overestimated the situation. The crew had efficiently handled the surplus meal. Sitting in a daze all day, the entire production team appeared to ignore her presence, with no one acknowledging her. Even a cameraman requesting she move as she was blocking the way. That evening, she called Xia Yurong, unable to hold back her tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Their anger is being redirected towards you, which proves they can't truly do anything to you. Xia Yurong comforted her softly as he took her out for a meal. Originally feeling a slight grievance, Xia Yurong's feelings intensified, and she wiped away her tears. Xia Yurong, you are the best. Su Yunze just tells me to reflect on my own issues, never standing by me like you do. Xia Yurong accepted the compliment with a composed demeanor. I am different from Su Yunze. It may be a bit more utilitarian. I consider your feelings more. Nothing is more important than your happiness. Drying her tears, Xia Yurong's gaze regained focus. She intended to speak, but upon seeing two figures walking side by side downstairs, she blurted, "Su Yunze." "What?" Xia Yong was momentarily taken aback. Xia Yurong had already dashed out, calling back from several meters away, "I just saw Su Yunze having dinner with a girl. How could that be possible?" Xia Yong struggled to process the information. Su Yunze had been devoted to Xia Yurong since middle school, pursuing her throughout high school. How could such a long-standing affection simply be abandoned? Moreover, if you were to let go the thought of Su Yunze breaking free from Xia Yurong's grasp made Xia Yong's heartache. He hurriedly followed her outside. A waiter carrying dishes witnessed, both of them rushing past, and momentarily froze. With no one around, should he still serve the food? Should they eat first or move? When Jinha posed this question, Su Yunze answered without hesitation, "Let us eat first. Moving may take an uncertain amount of time. I can endure hunger, but I cannot allow my wife, now that we are married, to go hungry." After getting into the car, Jinha glanced at the spot on Su Yunze's neck, casually asking, "Don't you like the necklace?" Su Yunze looked down. He was still wearing the suit from this morning's marriage registration, with a black and gold tie neatly fastened. How could she tell he wasn't wearing the necklace? "I do like it, but gifts should be cherished." Laughter erupted. Perhaps due to their proximity, Su Yunze felt a tickling sensation in his ears. He caught a whiff of her fragrance as she gently adjusted his tie. "It only holds significance when worn by you. If you like it, I can buy you several more. They aren't expensive. 520,000. Not expensive?" He truly thought she was oblivious. Su Yunze turned to respond, but was met with her sparkling, playful gaze. She wore a gentle smile, as if she knew everything. This time, Jinha opted against a high-end restaurant, claiming it felt more casual this way. The bustling food court under the night sky was filled with couples. Young lovers leaning into each other, their lips brushing against cheeks. While Su Yunze was captivated by the scene, a delicate hand clasped his. He was momentarily taken aback, then reciprocated, taking the lead. Chapter 14. You should call me sister-in-law. Su Yunze had very few belongings. 2 small suitcases were all it took to pack up. Jinha insisted on helping him carry them. After his refusal proved futile, Su Yunze acquiesced, taking out his laptop bag for her to carry while he hefted the 2 suitcases. Closing the door behind him, he bid farewell to the home where he had resided for 10 years. Selling the house had been Jinha's suggestion, which upon reflection he found rather sound. Being reborn was not merely an opportunity to start anew. His mind held nearly a decade's worth of memories, a treasure trove of knowledge. Moreover, investing in film and television could be time-intensive and costly. Living with Jinha would allow him to convert the vacant property into capital. The weight of the suitcases stretched his white shirt, accentuating his physique. Jinha followed closely behind, her cheeks flushed. Casting a final glance at the home, she thought to herself, the owner's name may have changed, but it was still Su Yunze. Su Yunze felt a twinge of nostalgia, which she noticed. Jinha could not fathom why Su Yunze had transformed so dramatically. Agreeing to marry her, she chose not to inquire, merely wishing to seize this fortuitous opportunity. She desired to assist Su Yunze, but was unsure where to begin, concerned that directly offering money might jeopardize their current relationship progression. She discerned that Su Yunze was indeed a capable individual. Thus, she was compelled to adopt a more circuitous approach. Perhaps she should consider engaging in some performances to earn a fee. It is quite customary for a wife to entrust her earnings to her husband after marriage. Is it not? Momentarily distracted, Jinha collided forcefully with Su Yunze's broad back, covering her nose as she whimpered softly. "Are you all right? What were you thinking?" Su Yunze immediately set down the box he was carrying and carefully assessed Jinha's condition. Once he confirmed she was unscathed, he sighed in relief. Jinha rubbed her nose and smiled. She recalled Su Yunze's earlier question, silently answering herself, thinking of earning money to hand over to her husband. They soon arrived at Jinha's residence, a standalone villa nestled in a tranquil environment. She entered first, changed her shoes, placed her computer bag on the sofa, and returned to assist Su Yunze with the box. After donning her slippers, Su Yunze surveyed the home. The decor embraced a natural wood style, predominantly in creamy hues, with warm recessed lighting casting a cozy atmosphere. Compared to his previously stark abode, this space undeniably exuded a sense of home. However, some of the ornaments and soft furnishings appeared quite new, as if freshly acquired. Su Yunze made his way to the restroom to wash his hands, acutely aware of the newly added items. The prepared slippers, matching toothbrushes and towels suggested that a place for him had already been established in Jinha's home. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Want to take a look at the room?" Jinha beckoned. He approached, finding at the end of the hallway 2 rooms, one door ajar, The other closed. Naturally, Xu Yunze stepped into the open room. To his surprise, he was greeted by a sight of a pale yellow bedspread, women's sleepwear, and intimate garments casually strewn about, the unmade bed indicative of a hasty morning departure. Xu Yunze cleared his throat and promptly exited the room, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Weren't we just looking at the room? This seems inappropriate, doesn't it? You opened the wrong door. That is my room. This one is yours. Jinha leaned against the wall, her head tilted in a teasing smile as she confidently opened the other room's door without a hint of embarrassment. Our rooms are identical. If you wish to take a closer look at mine, it is perfectly fine. Xu Yunze paused, then chuckled. That seems rather improper, doesn't it? Why should we be polite? We are already married. Choosing to sidestep this somewhat provocative topic, Xu Yunze took Jinha's hand. Let us tour my room, he proposed. Jinha's slender waist was accentuated beautifully by her qipao, and as they walked down the dimly lit hallway, the proximity between them heightened the scent of orchids that lingered in the air. Her graceful S-curve filled his vision, so close that a mere reach of his hand could bridge the distance. Xu Yunze's gaze darkened slightly. He did nothing to resist as Jinha guided him into her room. In the Flower City that night, there were two restless souls, nestled under her covers. Jinha let her long legs dangle out, unconsciously clutching the quilt. After ushering Xu Yunze into her room, it felt transformed, infused with a hint of masculine energy, an invincible sensation that made her toss and turn, replaying their interactions from the evening. He was just in the adjacent room. Their proximity had never felt so intimate, close enough that a few steps would suffice to bridge the gap. Suddenly, she flipped on her side and sat up, her phoenix eyes scanning every corner of the room as a smile crept across her face. The events of the night had been intentional on her part. No matter how busy the morning had been, she still had time to tidy up. She sought to employ unconventional methods to draw them closer. Yet, he remained so restrained. So gentle, so polite. Jinha chuckled, her eyes sparkling. In the dead of night, Xu Yunze took a cold shower. As he finished drying his hair, a message pinged on his phone. Brother, how long will your assessment take? Just give me your copyright. He replied, can't sleep either? Jinha responded. Jinha, brother, please don't joke. You are my only brother, and I'm losing sleep over your copyright. During his university years, Xu Yunze penned 3 novels, all of which became phenomenal successes. The first was Questioning the Heart, and the second was given to Jinha in a previous life. Afterwards, he chose to set his pen down to focus on supporting Xia Yurong, never publishing again. A shadow passed through his eyes. In this lifetime, such a situation would not repeat. Jinha was a good person. Granting him the copyright again posed no issue. Su Yuna, help me with one more thing. What is it? Await the notification. Sure thing. No problem, brother. You are my real brother. Don't mention one thing. I'd do 100 for you. Xu Yunze couldn't help but laugh. In his past life, Jinha truly honored his words and treated him like a real brother. However, due to romantic complications, her company eventually collapsed. Faced with the dual blows of love and career, Jinha gradually faded from Xu Yunze's life. 10 miles away, in apartment 2103, all the lights were out save for the faint glow from a phone screen. Upon seeing a reply, Jinha leapt from her bed in excitement, pumping her fists in the air. Yes, she had followed Xu Yunze since the release of his first work, and now she could finally fulfill her dream. Just as she settled down, her phone pinged again. It was a friend request. After accepting it and inquiring about the sender, the response was, you should call me sister-in-law. Huh, where did this sister-in-law come from? Suddenly, Jinha recalled the earlier message and connected the dots. Could it be? Was Xu Yunze's announcement finally here? Chapter 15, Sister-in-Law. A gold digger. While dining with Xia Yurong caught a glimpse of Xu Yunze's silhouette and dashed outside. After chasing him downstairs, she found nothing. Xia Yurong, panting, caught up and placed a hand on her shoulder. Did you find him? If Xu Yunze were dating another girl, it would be quite a matter, suggesting that their esteemed suitor might have broken free from their control. No, Xia Yurong replied, her tone inexplicably subdued as she tugged at the hem of her clothing, suddenly recalling that the white dress she wore was a gift from Xu Yunze. They had only just begun university then. She wondered how he had managed to afford such a branded item. When he presented the dress to her, perhaps due to haste or shyness, his cheeks had flushed. The blush of youth was the sweetest confession. Xia Yurong suddenly remembered this, saying, that's good. It seems he still loves you, Xia Yurong said, wrapping his arm around Xia Yurong's slender waist, resting his head on her shoulder to inhale her fragrant hair, feeling reassured. He had heard rumors of a conflict between them, but Xu Yunze's agreement to let Xia Yurong join the production team was the best proof of his feelings. Xia Yurong suddenly felt that he should not be overly concerned about the romantic developments between Xia Yurong and Su Yunze. As long as Xia Yurong could firmly hold on to Su Yunze, that was sufficient. Though he and Xia Yurong had ostensibly established their relationship, his incessant inquiries about her interactions with other men seemed rather possessive. Yurong, how can you think of other men when you are with me? Xia Yurong held Xia Yurong's chin, turning her face towards him. You chose me. Am I not as exceptional as Su Yunze? The deliberately crafted hint of jealousy immediately stirred Xia Yurong from her previous thoughts. She cast aside the fleeting emotion and vigorously shook her head, focusing her gaze solely on Xia Yurong. Go, you are the most outstanding. How can Su Yunze compare to you? It's my fault. Please don't blame Yurong, okay? The corner they occupied was conveniently hidden behind a pillar, shielding them from the prying eyes of the bustling crowd. Xia Yurong apologized and, recalling her determination upon her rebirth, immediately wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck, planting a sweet kiss on him. Xia Yurong was not lacking in beauty. She was like a pure and delicate flower, and Xia Yurong had no reason to refuse such an affectionate gesture. Pride swelled within him. What did it matter if Su Yunze was remarkable? Intelligence was of little use if he could not win over the woman who had yielded to his charm. The kiss lingered tenderly. When they finally straightened their slightly disheveled clothes and returned to the dining area, they were taken aback to discover that their meal had been cleared away and their seats occupied by others. What is going on? Waiter, wasn't tea at our table? Xia Yurong grasped the arm of a hurried waiter passing by, who had just brushed past him earlier. The waiter suppressed the impulse to roll his eyes and extricated his sleeve from Xia Yang's grip. Sir, your meal was served, but you dashed out, and we thought you no longer wanted it. I called out for you, but there was no response. Thus, we had no choice but to return the food to the kitchen. His gaze swept over the wrinkled fabric of their attire, and he couldn't help but speculate. In such a hurry, were you two being intimate? Perhaps I should sponsor a hotel room for them. Such behavior is rather unbecoming in public. Unbeknownst du Xia Yurong. The waiter's thoughts were rather judgmental. Xia Yurong had always maintained a fine reputation outdoors, considering himself part of the elite class. Naturally, he could not afford to quarrel with the waiter. He merely pulled the fuming Xia Yurong away and chose another restaurant. Soon, Xia Yurong was calmed. Xia Yang's eloquence was unparalleled, and under his sweet words, she quickly succumbed to his charm. She felt cherished and surprised. It seemed that Xia Yurong was increasingly attentive towards her, and she relished this newfound affection, an adoration she had never experienced before, a glaring favoritism. The way she looked at Xia Yurong was drenched in warmth. Upon returning home, gazing at their quiet yet warmly decorated loft, Xia Yurong thought to herself, once her fame increased and she became a celebrated star, she would invite Xia Yurong to move in with her. With Xia Yang's support in this lifetime, her progress would surely outpace her previous life. As she reminisced about the past, she picked up her phone. Among the new messages, one peculiar note caught her eye. Miss Xia, your rent is due this month. When do you plan to settle it? She rolled her eyes and decisively discarded the message into the trash. Who was this person that had obtained her contact information and dared to disturb her? If one wished to intrude, they ought to have a more credible reason. Rent? She had never worried about such matters. Reflecting for a moment, she recalled someone from her past life who had helped her significantly and had always treated her with respect. She dug up the number she had called numerous times from her memory, realizing that according to her previous trajectory, she would have to wait another half-month to encounter this person at a restaurant. He was the head of Brilliant Entertainment, Jinha. When they first met, he was surrounded by a throng of admirers, but became exceptionally excited upon seeing her, exclaiming that he had long intended to pay her a visit, never expecting to run into her here. He affectionately called her sister-in-law. Surely, this was thanks to Xia Yurong's connections. Remembering the sweet nothings and promises Xia Yurong had shared that night, along with their closeness, her heart swelled with sweetness. Since Jinha had known of her existence long ago, waiting another half-month was of little consequence. Xia Yurong must have arranged everything perfectly. Xia Yurong promptly sent a friend request. The request was quickly accepted. The profile picture and moments were familiar, and Xia Yurong sighed in relief, confirming she had not erred. He inquired who she was. Xia Yurong, filled with pride, typed without hesitation, "You should call me sister-in-law." On the other side, Jinha, who had just received a promise and was too excited to sleep, saw this message and immediately connected her with Su Yunze. Does Zhe have a girlfriend? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. He did not reply immediately. Instead, he opened her moments and began to scroll down. Oh my, she really is sister-in-law. There were several intimate photos of her with Su Yunze, along with affectionate captions, and I, his brother's beloved, is a gold digger. Jinha has increasingly confirmed that what his brother mentioned is indeed about taking care of this little gold digger. Otherwise, how coincidental is it that right after his brother spoke, this person added him? Yin Heyu clicked into the chat box with Su Yunze, pondering whether to mention this matter. The gold digger is somewhat attractive. However, there are countless beautiful individuals in the world. The entertainment industry boasts the exquisite beauty of Song Jinha, the moon in the hearts of countless people. Why not take a glance at her? If Song Jinha were placed alongside this little gold digger, the latter would be overshadowed in an instant. Yet, after pondering for a long time, Yin Heyu found himself at a loss for words. Men seldom comment on each other's partners, as it seems like gossip and lacks a sense of distance. What others do in their private lives has nothing to do with him. Yin Heyu, having lost his temper, sat up and reassured himself. What if this is merely a figment of his imagination? How much can one discern from observing social media? It's best not to frighten himself. Concealing his personal emotions, he donned a professional smile, adopting the demeanor one uses with clients, and activated the foot-holding chat mode. My brother is truly wonderful and exceptional. You must really like him. You have good taste. As the conversation progressed, Yin Heyu confirmed his suspicions. This sister-in-law seems to genuinely care for his brother. The unabashed admiration in her tone when speaking of him is quite revealing. Perhaps further observation is warranted. Chatting with Yin Heyu until the wee hours. Xia Yurong's excitement remained palpable. Sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, she couldn't resist calling Xia Yurong. After a few exchanges, she tentatively inquired, "Brother Xia, your younger brother is quite remarkable. Have you already mentioned my existence to him? He said he would take good care of me." On the other end, Xia Yurong, still drowsy, felt a jolt of awareness upon hearing this pivotal information. What younger brother? And he claimed he would look after Xia Yurong? It couldn't possibly be Su Yunze. He immediately conceded, "It's me. That rascal has already contacted you? Feel free to command him. Anything you need, I'll handle it." He has achieved a modicum of success. Xia Yurong was taken aback. To Xia Yurong, the head of the dazzling entertainment empire, this was merely a trivial accomplishment. The extent of Xia Yang's influence surpassed her expectations. Grateful for her choice, Xia Yurong smiled with satisfaction and kissed the phone several times. "Then I shall command Yin Heyu as I please. If anything arises, I'll have brother Xia bear the brunt." Her sweet voice nearly intoxicated Xia Yurong. He hurriedly replied, "No problem, no problem." Yet, how could Su Yunze's affections for Xia Yurong ever come to light? He would ensure that no one discovered it. However, that name did sound somewhat familiar. Had he heard it somewhere? In something, perhaps? He shook his head. It didn't matter. Even if Su Yunze had some influence, it wouldn't be outrageous. All I need to do is reap the benefits. After a night of adjusting his mood, it wasn't until the early hours of the next morning that Xia Yurong finally fell asleep. When the alarm rang the next day, she instinctively turned it off. As the sun rose, she startled awake. "I am a second female lead. How can I be absent for so long? I hope I won't be reprimanded for this." Remembering how Director Lin and the crew had scolded her for being late in her previous life, Xia Yurong felt a surge of annoyance. With her eyes closed, she opened her phone. It was eerily quiet. No one had reached out to her, not a single message. Xia Yurong's eyes widened. She turned off the internet and turned it back on, but still silence reigned. Her earlier irritation felt like self-inflicted angst. A strange thought emerged. Perhaps this was a good sign. Su Yunze must have realized his mistake and wanted to make amends, urging others not to disturb her. Her heart settled slightly. However, she had anticipated that in the following days, she would feel like an invisible person on set, with no one paying her any mind, nor calling her for filming. To her dismay, she even discovered that there was no meal prepared for her. With a scowl, she posted a complaint on social media. While Xia Yurong struggled, Su Yunze was thriving. After witnessing Song Jinha prepare breakfast for him for the 3rd time, he couldn't resist saying, "Let me make breakfast tomorrow." He had learned that the breakfast delivered to him that day was actually made by her own hands. Song Jinha, clad in a somewhat loose nightgown, had the apron string cinching her slender waist. Though it wasn't tight fitting, it accentuated her exquisite curves. Her long hair was casually pinned up, and upon hearing Su Yunze's comment, she appeared pleasantly surprised, turning her head as if he were a treasure. "You can cook?" What other delightful surprises did Su Yunze hold? After just 3 days of cohabitation, they hadn't even slept in the same room, yet their daily rhythms began to align, and the atmosphere grew increasingly nuanced. Sometimes when Su Yunze returned home, he would find Song Jinha lounging on the sofa in her nightgown, lazily flipping through a magazine. Other times, when he needed to use the bathroom, he would encounter Song Jinha just as she was grooming her hair. The sound of water flowing during her showers always found its way to Su Yunze's ears as he relaxed in the living room or on the balcony. Breakfast consisted of dumplings and soybean milk, and after finishing, Su Yunze took the liberty of cleaning the soybean milk machine as well. With a sense of interest, he opened the group chat for the heartfelt production team. Today's shooting schedule prominently featured one name, Xia Yurong, having been sidelined for 3 days. Xia Yurong visibly grew more irritable. No one acknowledged her. She felt like a ghost on set. Even Su Yunze began to admire her resilience. How could she endure this? Several times when he passed by, Xia Yurong attempted to engage him, deliberately wearing a sour expression, hoping he would take the initiative to speak. Su Yunze, however, refused to indulge her, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he walked past, leaving Xia Yurong to seethe in frustration. You seem a bit happy? Song Jinha suddenly popped her head in, inquiring. Su Yunze smiled and tucked his phone into his pocket. Today promises a good show. A good show? Song Jinha's eyes twinkled. What time do you finish work? Chapter 17. There's a rule in our house. Xia Yurong could no longer contain her simmering anger. They say things happen in threes. Yet she had endured 3 consecutive days on the sidelines. Arriving early at the set, she saw the photographer rush past her with a bottle of cola. She reached out to block him. Is there something you need, Miss Xia? The photographer nearly collided with her arm, stopping just in time, and he silently patted his chest in relief. If he had bumped into her, it would have been a disaster. Xia Yurong held back her frustration, believing that, for the sake of the filming progress, she should engage with them and not dwell on past grievances. But what was this? The photographer had the audacity to ask her what she wanted. She felt her fists clench, striving to control her tone. Where do I have my scenes? The photographer appeared taken aback. He retrieved his phone and perused its contents. It was available today, and had you not inquired, there would have undoubtedly been staff to inform you. The feeling of discomfort that had lingered in Xia Yurong's heart dissipated like ice-cold beverages on a sweltering summer day. It was not entirely accurate to say she had capitulated. These individuals were, after all, seeking her out, with an air of restrained confidence. She raised her chin and gestured for the photographer to take his leave, her previously subdued spirit reigniting. What did it matter if they deliberately ignored her? She was the second female lead, the shining presence akin to a moonlit star. Could the production team possibly do without her? They simply could not hold out any longer. The sound of her high heels striking the floor resonated powerfully as Xia Yurong strode towards the fitting room, her chin held high in pride. Su Yunze, clad in yet another suit, sat nonchalantly on a small stool, legs splayed in a manner that would typically be deemed unrefined. Yet, on him, it exuded a certain charm. This elicited a reaction from the young ladies nearby, who clutched their hearts, lamenting, why must the suit connoisseur marry so young? Suit connoisseur was the affectionate moniker they had bestowed upon Su Yunze. He appeared to be a flawless mannequin, handsome and proficient in an array of skills. He spent half of his week adorned in a suit, earning him an impressive reputation. Su Yunze's brow twitched slightly. He had caught some noise, but paid it little mind. Turning towards Xia Yurong alongside Director Lin, the lights around them cascaded down as Xia Yurong gracefully approached the camera, her presence reminiscent of a bygone era when she graced the red carpet. Why were there still people on stage? Staff extended the script towards her, only to have it dismissed with a wave of her hand. I do not wish to see the script. She gazed at Lin Miao Miao on stage, her heart filled with confusion. Was this merely a background role for the second female lead? She glanced down at her own attire, feeling an oddity she could not quite place, and wondered why there was no need to review the script. Her assistant collected the script back, scratching his head. It made sense, after all, given that it was just a single line. Facing the camera, Xia Yurong reflected upon all the sorrows of her life and the last, crafting an expression of near tears. Click. Director Lin, with an impassive demeanor, interrupted her performance. Before she could voice her objections, he stated, even if you forego your remuneration, this is an invaluable opportunity for experience, Miss Xia. You should cherish it and not waste everyone else's time. Xia Yurong furrowed her brow. What did he mean? It was he who interrupted her filming. Director Lin could barely contain his amusement at her irritation. I interrupted your performance? Am I the director, or are you? Have you even reviewed the script? Do you know what you are supposed to perform? How could she not know? Xia Yurong thought it was a given. She approached and picked up a hefty stack of scripts that had been set aside, exclaiming, aren't these all my lines? A soft chuckle drew everyone's attention. Su Yunze applauded and stood up. Miss Xia, I believe you should take the time to read the script thoroughly. Under the harsh glare of the lights, Su Yunze's features were obscured by his glasses, exuding an almost frigid indifference. Script, always with the script. A foreboding sensation welled up within Xia Yurong. Surely not. She shook her head vehemently. It was impossible. She was destined to be the second female lead. Who else could portray her role so adeptly? Though reluctant to accept the reality, the seasoned actress Xia Yurong recognized that the attire she donned was not befitting of a young lady. It was that of a maid, a servant, a mere background character. She had been deceived. Flipping through the script swiftly, she finally noticed the highlighted section. The maid, with reddened eyes, stood before Enryu, exclaiming, How could you treat the young lady this way? This constituted the entirety of Xia Yurong's role. How dare you humiliate me like this? Her eyes welled with tears. Furious, she thought, did they not realize she was destined for stardom? Only by participating in heartfelt performances could she truly shine. In her previous life, had she not always delivered the finest performances among all female characters? She was the very essence of the narrative. With her chin raised defiantly, Xia Yurong, in full view of everyone, kicked the nearby stool aside and tore the script in two, casting it down with considerable force. Her high heels crushed the remnants of the script underfoot. What a pathetic script. I refuse to perform. She scorned the lack of awareness around her. Xia Yurong's blatant disrespect for the script infuriated Director Lin, his hand trembling slightly as his face flushed with indignation. Su Yunze approached and patted Lin's back. Once he regained his composure, he lifted his head and inquired, Miss Xia, are you preparing to leave? Xia Yurong was seething with rage. Had she known these people were so oblivious, she wouldn't have come at all. Without her, what brilliance could the script possibly hold? And then there was Su Yunze. Xia Yurong glared at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. She longed to slap this man across the face. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? What if I choose to leave? Su Yunze looked down at her from his elevated position. You signed a contract. Xia Yurong could not suppress a laugh. Is there any remuneration? Furthermore, I refuse to play such a demeaning role. This was an affront to her dignity. Su Yunze chuckled as well, his laughter carrying a chilling undertone as he assessed Xia Yurong from head to toe. And what exactly is your standing, Miss Xia? 5 minutes later, Director Lin sipped a cup of tea, gazing at the door that had been kicked open, unable to refrain from saying, had I known, I would not have allowed her into our production. The door lay ajar, documents strewn across the floor, and the torn script bore a distinct high-heeled footprint. What a playing a background role. It is an indispensable part of every production. Many renowned actors began their careers in such roles. Director Lin felt his anger rising again. He lifted the teacup filled by Su Yunze and took another sip. To his surprise, the little old man was still quite irate. Su Yunze poured him another cup of tea, attempting to soothe him. Setting aside those grievances, do you think, after such an affront, she might not wish to retaliate? In matters of professionalism, Director Lin's fury seemed to wane as a glimmer of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Are you suggesting? The two exchanged knowing smiles. The heat was on once more. As staff members moved to close the door and erase the footprints, the scattered scripts were collected. The production team began to restore order and resumed filming. Outside, as they had anticipated, Xia Yurong grew increasingly infuriated, soon finding a spot to sit and begin organizing her existing materials. She was determined to make the entire nation empathize with her plight. Su Yunze continued filming with the crew until 5 in the afternoon. Originally, Song Jinha had inquired what time he would finish, but suddenly declared she had to leave for a business trip. When he asked her destination, she replied, to earn money. She then questioned, do you know our family's rule? Su Yunze answered honestly, I do not. To which Song Jinha replied, you will find out soon enough. Chapter 18 Brother, did you have a quarrel with sister-in-law? Upon returning to the LOF apartment, the faint redness around Xia Yurong's eyes had vanished. The gentle sunlight at 10 in the morning streamed through the towering glass walls, casting a warm glow upon the white carpet. She basked in the sunlight, exerting every ounce of her strength to suppress the sense of grievance that threatened to overwhelm her. It was all Su Yunze's fault. The indifference he displayed today starkly contrasted with his previously accommodating demeanor, creating a significant disparity in Xia Yurong's heart. Resolutely, she vowed to herself, Su Yunze, there is no possibility for us anymore. On her path to becoming a leading actress, she would no longer offer her assistance in times of crisis. Having lost herself, Su Yunze could await his descent into obscurity as a mere errand boy. After managing to contain her anger towards Su Yunze for a while, Xia Yurong picked up her phone. The grievances of the day would not go unavenged. She intended to make those who dared to offend her aware of the dire consequences of losing her. She would make Su Yunze regret his actions. Having prepared her material, she did not post immediately. Instead, she first captured a screenshot of the response from the Wenxin production team and added a caption. One should not speak of things they cannot achieve, leaving others in vain anticipation. The buzz surrounding her and the Wenxin crew had waned somewhat over the past few days. Netizens believed the matter had come to a close, only for a twist to emerge. They flocked to analyze what new developments had arisen. The copy she had meticulously crafted, a 500-word essay, was ready in her notes. Written in a fit of rage, each word a testament to her indignation. She aimed to evoke sympathy from all netizens and wield her fanbase as the sharpest of blades. It had been this way in her past life. After half an hour, as the comments streamed in endlessly, Xia Yurong blinked and opened a chat with Jinha. She typed, "Are you free today? I'm feeling down." The response came swiftly. "Sister-in-law, what happened? Did my brother upset you? What did this have to do with Xia Yurong?" Xia Yurong was perplexed, but said nothing, merely sending a few teary-eyed emojis. The reply she received did not disappoint her. Lunch at Jinha restaurant, room 308. "Sister-in-law, please don't argue with my brother. Let's sit down and talk it over." Xia Yurong chose not to reply further. After all, it was Su Yunze who had angered her, not Xia Yurong. There was no reason to quarrel with him. Thinking of Xia Yurong, who had done so much for her in her past life, paving countless paths, warmed her heart. Jinha was merely one connection among many. There were numerous other contacts, scripts, advertisements, and variety shows. This time, Xia Yurong resolved not to burden Xia Yurong so much. She would strive for her own success. Reflecting on her past life at this juncture, after Wenxin had released her stills and behind-the-scenes footage, she had garnered significant attention. Although she had not participated in Wenxin this time, she realized that the entire internet was aware of her. Her starting point was undoubtedly higher than in her previous life. Without the need for labor or effort, she had achieved such results, and her discontent faded away. She needed to think long-term. In her past life, someone had handed her a script that Su Yunze had rejected, which later became a hit for a time before fading away. Xia Yurong paused as she scrolled her screen. Anything that could bring her popularity was a valuable stepping stone. How dare Su Yunze obstruct her? Did he not want her to excel? She opened her email and, as expected, found a message waiting for her. After sending a reply to arrange a meeting for lunch, Xia Yurong postponed her meeting with Jinha to the evening. Though the prospect of attention was enticing, she was still upset. Director Lin lounged in a recliner, scrolling through his phone while rocking back and forth, occasionally casting a glance at Su Yunze. Perhaps there was good news that might lift his spirits, like a new script or something. The crew was filming scenes with extras, so Director Lin had left his assistant to gain some experience while he took a break. Su Yunze was brewing tea, pressing down on the teapot lid with his right hand as he poured out the fully steeped tea. Wisps of steam rose, and the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Care for some tea? He first placed a cup beside Director Lin, ensuring it was within reach. Director Lin was not oblivious to the implications of his words. The old man's temper flared quickly, but it also subsided just as fast. He was already thinking about his next project. Watching Director Lin leisurely sip his tea before placing the cup back in its original spot, Su Yunze remarked, "Don't get your hopes up. I've already promised my next project to someone else." He rinsed the teacup and poured boiling water into the teapot. His movements were fluid, and paired with his tailored suit, he exuded elegance and grace. Director Lin silently concluded that the genetics engraved in Su Yunze's bones were in full swing. This kid was not too shabby. With that demeanor, starring in a period drama would surely captivate those young girls who adored handsome faces. Lost in thought, he eventually realized what Su Yunze had just said. "Huh," the old man exclaimed, sitting up in his chair. "Who did you promise it to? Damn it. Isn't he the one I've been keeping an eye on? The people in this circle hardly get a chance to interact with him. Who on earth has picked the fruit?" The old man, now irritated, seized the teacup and downed its contents in one gulp. Su Yunze chuckled at his actions, leisurely uttering 3 words. "Jinha. Huh? Suelon Entertainment? That kid?" Director Lin was somewhat taken aback. "When did you get in touch with him?" He realized as soon as he asked that it was a futile question. This kid's identity must have been known to Jinha by now. His talent and innate ability were remarkable, attracting the attention of all who were aware. He was also quite the magnet for attention. Director Lin huffed and flopped back into his recliner. Speaking of fortune, Su Yunze's phone lit up on the side, displaying a message from someone. "Brother, did you have a quarrel with sister-in-law?" Chapter 19. Ah, what a charming scoundrel. When Jinha received Xia Yurong's message, he was in his office. After pushing through a meeting, he replied to Xia Yurong, saying he was free to meet in the evening. However, he crossed his legs and scrutinized the few lines of text repeatedly, as if trying to decipher their meaning. Had they truly quarreled? Jinha felt like a monkey scratching its ears in confusion, anxiously bouncing around. A knock on the door interrupted him as his secretary entered with coffee. But Jinha remained seated with his legs crossed. After a moment's thought, he decided to message Su Yunze, probing for information. Based on his brother's response, he could better strategize how to engage with Xia Yurong later that evening. Su Yunze's reply came swiftly, and upon reading its contents, Jinha's interest was piqued. "Did you have a quarrel with sister-in-law?" Enjoying his tea, Su Yunze found the sudden message bewildering. He finished his cup and opened the chat with Song Jinha, reviewing their conversation. The previous message was still about Song Jinha saying that there was a family rule, to which he inquired what it was. But Song Jinha would not disclose it. Was there truly no argument? He decisively replied, "No, why do you ask? How could someone within the circle acquire information so swiftly?" They had only just obtained their marriage certificate a few days prior. Su Yunze couldn't help but feel a tinge of lamentation. Perhaps it was Song Jinha's post on social media that caught Jinha's eye. After all, they were all prominent figures in the entertainment industry, so it was not surprising they had each other's contact information. Su Yunze absent-mindedly caressed the name of Song Jinha, saved on his phone screen. The next moment, a message refreshed. Song Jinha, I will return tonight. I wonder if the young lady has the chance to invite you to dinner at the Jinha restaurant? Su Yuna sopti. That would be my honor. Miss Song, no argument. Jinha flicked a pen that was spinning on his finger onto the desktop with a dull thud, lazily reclining back into his boss chair. As long as there was no argument, that was good. His brother's mood was of utmost importance. What if his brother, in a fit of discontent, reneged on a promise? Suddenly, Jinha recalled something. If there was no argument, then what was the situation with his sister-in-law? He joked internally. Could it be that he mistakenly identified his sister-in-law? But how could that be possible? Jinha, had never done anything so foolish. With a push of his right hand against the table, his boss chair spun in a new direction. Bright sunlight poured down upon every street in Huacheng, and the bustling traffic reflected through the large glass walls, entering Jinha's view. He stroked his chin, beginning to ponder Su Yunze's intentions as one would do when deciphering reading comprehension questions in childhood. No argument, yet his sister-in-law was angry. So, was this a case of his sister-in-law being upset unilaterally? His brother felt there was no problem? After 5 minutes of contemplation, Jinha felt he had unraveled the truth. Exclaiming in realization, "Oh, I see." It turned out that with someone as capable as his brother, everything must be under his control. So, his sister-in-law was merely sulking? Jinha lifted his cup, taking a hearty sip of coffee, the bitterness untempered by sugar instantly filling his mouth. He felt invigorated, almost transcendent. His sister-in-law was upset, and his brother paid no heed? Jinha mused. Indeed, his brother was quite the scoundrel. He spoke lightly, with a hint of jest, as if his brother's scoundrel nature was of little consequence. Scoundrels were good. Scoundrels were delightful. Scoundrels did not fish for women. Jinha was a quintessential businessman, an extreme individualist. He did not distinguish between right and wrong. He only cared about the interests of those he valued. In his eyes, the world was divided into two categories, those he cared about and those he did not. At noon, Su Yunze, as usual, ate his box lunch. Recently, it seemed that the portions had been increased and the quality of the dishes had improved significantly compared to the first day. Upon inquiring with the owner, he simply mentioned they were doing a promotion. The staff remarked that it was indeed a treat for them, having never eaten such a good box lunch before. However, according to the principle of conservation of energy, if someone gains, someone else must lose. Su Yunze and Director Lin casually found a corner and sat down to eat. Neither of them was the type to be pretentious, requiring a table to dine. The filming had been underway for several days. The male and female actors had grown more familiar, and many of them clearly bore traces of love in their gazes. After all, young love was captivating. In the distance, a pair of young individuals cautiously approached a girl who was eating, sitting down beside her. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not shy away. Su Yunze couldn't help but sigh, shoving a mouthful of rice into his mouth, relishing its delightful flavor. Director Lin chuckled beside him. The next moment, a cup of milk tea appeared before Su Yunze. The young couple was obstructed, and Su Yunze looked up in surprise, meeting the shy gaze of Lin Miao. The young girl pushed the milk tea towards him. "Director Su, I know I got the role of the second female lead thanks to your recommendation, and I wanted to thank you." It seemed he could hear Director Lin's wistful murmur beside him. Su Yunze smiled and extended his hand to take the milk tea. "I accept the milk tea, but nothing else. Focus on acting. You are an excellent actress." Understanding his subtext, the girl slightly pursed her lips, feeling a mix of disappointment and joy at the compliment. Her emotions were in conflict. After expressing her gratitude, she hurried away. As soon as Lin Miao departed, Director Lin's teasing began. "Oh my, you accepted the milk tea, but not the girlish heart?" Indeed, young love was quite amusing. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Having finished his meal, he packed up the boxed lunch into a trash bag. He then picked up the milk tea, deftly puncturing the straw. The sound echoed, reminiscent of a girl's heart shattering. "I am married," Su Yunze declared, "and I have someone I like. It is Song Jinha." This statement was made somewhat loudly, clearly intended for the girl who had not yet walked far. She halted in her tracks, and under their gazes, quickened her pace to retreat into a corner. The teasing glances from the side were unmistakably clear. "I am married." Director Lin lifted his eyelids, mimicking Su Yunze's words in jest. "Married yet still so popular? And you like someone named Song Jinha?" One of his disposable chopsticks clattered to the ground, caught up in the playful banter. Director Lin's eyes widened after regaining his composure. You mean to say the person you like is the renowned song Jinha? Upon seeing Su Yunze nod, Director Lin gasped, forgetting to pick up the chopsticks that had fallen. This lad was married, yet still had feelings for Song Jinha. He was indeed fickle. Thus, Director Lin revisited the conclusion he had drawn days prior, scrutinizing Su Yunze with a disapproving eye. Could it be that Su Yunze's wife was indeed Song Jinha? That was simply impossible. Therefore, Su Yunze was nothing but a capricious scoundrel. What's wrong? Su Yunze observed the shifting expressions on Director Lin's face, finding it immensely entertaining. How could a person's face display so many shades of color? He thought Director Lin might just be suited for acting. What's wrong? Director Lin suppressed the urge to curse, glancing around cautiously, lowering his voice as if afraid others would overhear and tarnish Su Yunze's reputation. You're already married. You can only love one person. You can't love both your wife and Song Jinha. Chapter 20. Using Su Yunze's future to confront his present self. Given this lad's talent and intuition, he was destined to ascend higher and higher, reaching the pinnacle. Perhaps one day, even the illustrious Song Jinha would act under his direction. The dynamic between an actor and a director, one that allowed for prolonged interaction, would surely ignite Su Yunze's affections, compelling him to act in certain ways. Wouldn't that be considered infidelity? He considered himself an elder to Su Yunze and had already begun to fret over his domestic discord. Su Yunze, asserting with an air of certainty, I only like one person. This statement inadvertently confirmed Director Lin's suspicions, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. What young rascal. Only one person? Does that imply he is not fond of his wife? This is disastrous. Xia Yurong arrived at the predetermined location. The place was somewhat secluded, affording a high degree of privacy. The glass was one way, concealing the interior from the outside. She pressed her lips together slightly, instinctively sensing something amiss. Why would the meeting place be so hidden? Was there something unsavory to conceal, or was it simply a matter of habit? Having spent several years in the entertainment industry in her past life, she had been well protected, never encountering any unsavory dealings. Yet, she had seen much from within. Speculations flashed through her mind, only to be dismissed. The script was titled The Legend of Chu Fei, directed by Yan Haoran, whom she had met in her previous life and found to be a genuinely good person, serious, meticulous, and diligent. The Legend of Chu Fei was a period drama she had watched, with exquisitely crafted costumes and elegant makeup on the actors. He was indeed a commendable director. Having reached this conclusion, Xia Yurong shattered all her negative assumptions and took out her phone to message Yan Haoran. She chuckled, realizing she had been overthinking. In her past life, Su Yunze had spoken ill of director Yan in her presence, and she had held onto that memory for far too long. Su Yunze's influence on her had been profound. In this life, the path was hers to tread. She would forge her own way. Soon, a figure emerged from the restaurant, quickly appraising Xia Yurong from head to toe, a smile spreading across his face. Miss Xia? He approached. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yan Haoran. Let us discuss over dinner. The restaurant's privacy mirrored what Xia Yurong had observed from outside. They entered a private booth. The corridor was similarly concealed, devoid of windows and glass. The outside world could not see in, nor could they see out. Shortly, the two arrived at the booth. Once the dishes were served, Yan Haoran gradually steered the conversation towards the main topic, expressing his sympathy for Xia Yurong's experiences and assuring her that such issues would never arise within his production team. Xia Yurong would at least secure a supporting female role, if not the lead. She could choose whichever she preferred. I, Yan Haoran, am a man of my word. I shall never go back on what I have promised. Noticing the relaxation in Xia Yurong's expression, Yan Haoran tentatively inquired, what do you intend to do regarding the fact that the production team did not assign a role to Miss Xia? During their conversation, Yan Haoran had already confirmed his suspicions that the production team had not offered Xia Yurong the supporting role. He was not curious about the reasons, nor did he empathize with her past experiences. Throughout, he was only concerned with one thing: popularity. Presently, Xia Yurong was garnering sympathy from netizens. By extending his assistance, he effectively crafted a positive persona for himself, garnering goodwill from the online community. Coincidentally, he recalled some matters, and a glimmer flickered in his eyes. He had come well prepared, even bringing the contract along. Xia Yurong closely examined it, and upon seeing the clear mention of either the lead or supporting role, her apprehensions began to dissipate. The lead role, in her past life, she had shone brightly, and her starting point had merely been that of supporting character. She had not pursued the role in the heart of inquiry. But if this time she were to begin as the lead, imagining her solid foundation and the potential to dazzle upon her debut, Xia Yurong felt a surge of aspiration. After signing the contract, she felt no more reservations towards Yan Haoran. She presented her prepared materials and edited proposals one by one, filling the small booth with her strategic plans. She detailed when to release her content, predicting the peak of netizen speculation and sympathy towards her. At that moment, when she unveiled her prepared materials, it would undoubtedly ignite fervor among the online community. All the sympathy would transform into an unstoppable weapon, serving as her ladder to greatness. Jinha listened, increasingly astonished. His gaze towards Xia Yurong transformed. She was no ordinary woman. At such a young age, her understanding of the entertainment industry was remarkable. Could this be innate talent? After all, she had just stepped into the industry, with no one to guide her. With her pleasing appearance, talent, and sensitivity to public opinion, Jinha was convinced that he had drawn a winning card this time. Seated across from him, Xia Yurong continued her monologue, swirling a glass of sparkling beverage to her lips. The blue and white soda, laced with a hint of alcohol, heightened her emotions. Suddenly, she recalled how Su Yunze had once protected and taught her in the past. She had been oblivious to the nuances of public sentiment, merely echoing his words. Xia Yurong realized that what Su Yunze had imparted was indeed quite effective. He was not entirely without merit, possessing some skills after all. Unfortunately, that was the Su Yunze of 10 years hence, not the current young errand boy. She intended to utilize the knowledge imparted by the future Su Yunze to navigate the present, temperamental version of him. Under the cold light, a slow smile crept across Xia Yurong's lips. All necessary discussions had transpired, and after a light meal, the gathering concluded swiftly. She carefully stored away the scripts for both the lead and supporting roles, placing them meticulously in her bag. Who would play the supporting role if there was a lead? Xia Yurong mused. Su Yunze had mentioned once that a well-portrayed supporting character could outshine the lead if the role suited them. Such sentiments elicited her disdain. She had never believed in them. The radiance of the protagonist eclipsed that of the supporting role. How could one aspire to be the lead? Though she held such thoughts. In her initial encounter with Jinha, she meticulously tucked away the scripts to convey her respect and appreciation for him. They exited together, and Jinha kindly hailed a cab for Xia Yurong, further endearing him to her. Su Yunze's earlier disparagement of him must have been tainted by personal bias. As she waved goodbye to Jinha, she failed to notice a camera hidden in the corner, discreetly capturing their interaction. Huh? I've never seen this woman before. The journalist, Xiao Fu, thought to himself. Never mind, let us capture it all. He had been suspicious of director Jinha's intentions, suspecting him of harboring unsavory secrets, and had been covertly observing for several days. He swiftly backed up the photos to the cloud and cautiously retreated from the scene. Chapter 21. Even a strong figure like his brother still requires his assistance. As Su Yunze received the news and stepped outside, Jinha had already arrived. The crimson strapless dress accentuated her complexion, resembling delicate jade. With few people around, she leaned against the car while taking a phone call. As Su Yunze approached, her distinctly cheerful voice reached his ears. No need for clarification. Considering going public. When? Very soon. Noticing him drawing near, Jinha exchanged a few more words before hanging up. The city was beginning to warm up, and the breeze carried the scent of summer. The small curls at the ends of her long hair danced playfully in the wind. Jinha opened the car door and picked up a beautifully packaged box, striding confidently towards Su Yunze. His attention, however, was not focused on the gift. Her makeup today was exquisitely done, perfectly complementing her style, showcasing her beauty in all its glory. Cradling the box in her hands, the setting sun cast a gentle blush on her cheeks, and as she lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes reflected Su Yunze's figure. Weren't you busy filming an advertisement today? She asked, her voice light. The client insisted on gifting me a box of chocolates as I left. Su Yunze reached out to accept it without glancing at it immediately. Are you cold? He inquired. Not at all. Jinha squinted slightly, revealing that she was indeed wearing a coat. She had merely removed it while waiting for him. Shall I show you the little gift I brought? She asked, her right index finger tapping the chocolate box. Strikingly, the giver appeared more eager than the recipient. What was she anticipating? The reaction of the one receiving the gift. In Su Yunze's memories, Jinha was not this way. In her previous life, she spoke little. Her words always succinct and to the point. Divorce? Why not use an umbrella in the rain? I'll see you off. Her demeanor had been rather aloof. As time passed, her indifference seemed to deepen, leading many to refer to her as the moon, yet they scarcely dared to speak in her presence. And now, what are the current Jinha? Su Yunze chuckled softly and opened the lid. His fingertips grazed the exquisite logo on the packaging. He recognized the brand, knowing the owner to be rather stingy, making it improbable for them to gift Jinha anything. Ah, the present-day Jinha, he mused, is quite the little trickster. The foil-wrapped chocolates appeared before Su Yunze, a faint aroma of wine wafting into his nostrils. Life, after all, is sweeter with a touch of indulgence. Song Jinha took the lid from his hands, blinking playfully. Would you like to try one? Su Yunze gazed at her as the sun dipped lower. A warm orange hue illuminated her prominent collarbone, with the ruby adorning her neck reflecting the light. She resembled a radiant rose, captivating and alluring. It's quite sweet. Oh, but you haven't tasted it yet. Song Jinha reached into the box, seemingly intending to retrieve a chocolate for Su Yunze to sample. Yet, as her hand emerged before him, nestled between her index and middle fingers was a card. Su Yunze paused momentarily, his gaze drawn to the card as Song Jinha turned her hand. His curiosity piqued. It was a bank card. Didn't I mention our family has a rule? Song Jinha interjected, holding the gift box between them as she leaned closer. The card pressed gently against her chin, lifting it slightly, bringing her nearer to him. The presence of the box created a barrier. Yet the minimal distance heightened the underlying tension. Were it not for the obstruction, their bodies would be in close proximity, separated only by a thin layer of fabric. Song Jinha would surely leap into Su Yunze's embrace. Now, allow me to clarify what that rule entails. She raised her enchanting black eyes, exuding confidence and allure. The rule is that a wife's salary card must be submitted to her husband for safekeeping. Su Yunze's lips curled into a smile. What an honor. He grasped Song Jinha's hand, lifting it upward, their faces and ears drawing uncomfortably close. But is it merely a salary card? In a private room on the first floor of the Jinha restaurant, Jinha reclined against the back of his chair, one leg crossed over the other, his hand propping up his head. Curiosity swirled in his mind. What was this sister-in-law truly like? Did she resemble the woman in the photographs? How could she have captured the heart of his formidable older brother? As a younger sibling, he dared not investigate too closely, but observing was certainly permissible. 5 minutes later, the door to the room swung open. Jinha promptly uncrossed his legs. He looked up to see a woman in a white dress, her head bowed, with slightly red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been crying. She seemed even more innocent than in the photos. Having made a first impression, he immediately stood and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, please have a seat. I've already ordered the dishes. Xia Yurong had deliberately arrived late. Precisely 5 minutes, neither too long nor too short. Enough to project the air of sister-in-law without invoking Jinha's disdain. The dishes are already ordered? Xia Yurong remarked, somewhat displeased. As she was not fond of the Jinha restaurant, the establishment was known for its famous flour cake, to which she was allergic, despite her fondness for it. To avoid any allergic reactions, she had never visited the restaurant, even though Su Yunze had mentioned liking it and promised to remember her allergies. Settling into her chair, Xia Yurong managed a smile, though her head remained lowered, casting a shadow over her mood. Sister-in-law, what happened? Jinha inquired, echoing her thoughts. It's nothing, she sighed, burying her head lower, radiating an aura of grievance. Jinha's mind raced. He pulled out his phone and displayed a photo to Xia Yurong. Did I upset you? Xia Yurong looked up, her eyes widening as the face in the photo was unmistakably Su Yunze. She struggled to suppress a smile, only to have her expression falter again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unexpectedly, Jinha's information circulated faster than she anticipated. He was already aware of the trouble Su Yunze had caused her on set. Surely, he would stand up for her, wouldn't he? As dishes were served, Xia Yurong's mind wandered, barely registering the food before her. Jinha's server, mentally patting himself on the back for his cleverness. How astute he was. She was upset, yet insisted it was not a quarrel with his brother. Indicating her sisterly tolerance, she simply felt wronged. To validate his thoughts, he retrieved a photo of his brother. Indeed, in that moment, Jinha wanted to applaud himself. He felt a sense of accomplishment and pride that even the power he wielded at work could not compare. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter, he declared confidently. He had everything under control. Even someone as formidable as his brother needed his assistance in matters of the heart. This time, the copyright was secured. Sister-in-law, all you need to do is enjoy your life with my brother. Xia Yurong's heart swelled with joy. Jinha would intervene to teach Su Yunze a lesson, just to ensure she and Xia Yurong could live peacefully. How wonderful. This trip was not in vain. Contentment washed over her, and her expression of grievance softened as she casually placed a few dishes into her bowl. Yet, merely punishing Su Yunze would not suffice. She desired more. Have you selected a spokesperson for the annual endorsement of Bauta? Chapter 22. She did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Jinha was not merely the president of an entertainment company. Bauta was a prestigious name among luxury brands. One of the family S Group enterprises gradually transitioning into his hands. He held the authority to determine whom to endorse. Jinha paused mid-bite, swallowing his food. As a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, how could his brother's information circulate so swiftly? Xia Yurong came to seek him out. Was it a suggestion from his brother? Was it merely to secure compensation through an endorsement? Was this something his brother had mentioned? After contemplating for a moment, he found it rather improbable, and an odd feeling toward this little flower-like sister-in-law began to blossom within him. Could this truly be his sister-in-law? He chuckled lightly, claiming to be considering it, and swiftly shifted the topic to praise Xia Yurong, extolling her as a promising talent destined for great heights. Such perfunctory compliments, however, did not feel insincere to Xia Yurong. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile danced in her eyes as she casually lifted a piece of floral cake to her lips. Indeed, it is thanks to your brother's assistance, Xia Yurong remarked, reflecting that had it not been for Xie Yang recommending her to Jinha, her own efforts would have required a considerable amount of time to reach such influential circles. In a buoyant mood, she seized the opportunity to reveal her recent casting in a new drama, proudly lifting her chin and declaring, "I just signed on as the female lead during the midday break." This was precisely the auspicious beginning she deserved as someone reborn. In this lifetime, she would maneuver through the entertainment industry, captivating countless fans who would cheer and become enamored with her, witness her ascend step by step, reaching the pinnacle of the star-studded avenue. Jinha suddenly spewed soda, hastily grabbing a napkin to dab at his mouth, pressing for details. "Who did you say the director is?" "Jinha," Xia Yurong replied, stealing a glance at Jinha, her pride swelling further. "See, even someone of your stature is astonished." After several coughs, Jinha managed to regain his composure and settled back into his chair. "Jinha? He's notoriously unpleasant in the industry. Everyone knows to steer clear of him. How on earth does she view him as a good director?" As he observed Xia Yurong's pride, an unsettling silence grew within him. "Does my brother know about this?" Jinha ventured hesitantly. "Of course," Xia Yurong answered matter-of-factly. "He even encouraged me to venture forth, assuring me that I would surely make a name for myself. But isn't that akin to jumping into a cesspool?" Looking at Xia Yurong, Jinha couldn't help but conclude she was foolish. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the uncharitable thought. "He also promised to be my support." "Oh, that's good, that's good. My brother is truly wise. You eat first. I'll go wash my hands." Finding an excuse, Jinha slipped out of the private room, lighting a cigarette and wandering aimlessly. He began to ponder whether his brother harbored dissatisfaction with sister-in-law Xia Yurong, intentionally putting her through trials. Otherwise, why would he allow her to join Jinha's production without intervening? If his brother was not opposed, should he not follow suit, just in case something went awry? Perhaps too engrossed in thought, he spotted a familiar silhouette around the corner. "Brother." Jinha's eyes brightened. The simplest solution was, of course, to directly seek confirmation from his brother. In the next moment, he witnessed his brother reaching out to embrace the slender waist of a woman beside him. He halted, his pupils dilating in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? Doesn't my brother already have a sister-in-law? How could this be? Still at the same dining time? By the time he regained his senses, his brother's figure had vanished. Jinha stood there dazed. His sister-in-law was about to leap into a cesspool, while his brother was embracing another woman. Had the world finally become unrecognizable? Surely, it was just the result of being overworked lately, leading to hallucinations. He chuckled to himself, deciding to head home and sleep it off. Before leaving, he made sure to settle the bill for the private room. Su Yunze and Song Jinha's private room was located on the second floor. Draped in a black suit jacket, surrounded by a bustling crowd, Song Jinha walked half a step ahead of Su Yunze. Perhaps not standing properly, her right foot twisted, causing her to stumble towards him. With quick reflexes, Su Yunze reached out to steady her. His hand clasped her slender waist, and through the sheer fabric of her silk dress, he could almost feel the warmth radiating from her. He tightened his grasp, and just as Song Jinha regained her balance, he was about to speak when his brow suddenly furrowed as he glanced back. "What's wrong?" Maintaining their close proximity, Song Jinha exhaled softly. "It's nothing." Su Yunze shook his head, having thought he heard someone call his name, but upon looking around, he found only strangers. "Then what now?" Song Jinha hesitated, her gaze lowered. From this angle, with her leaning against his chest, her face slightly flushed, there was an unspoken shyness in the air. Realizing he was still holding her waist, Su Yunze took a small step back, apologizing. Song Jinha chuckled. The sunglasses obscured most of her face, making it difficult to discern her eyes. "If you hadn't caught me, I would have fallen. Why apologize?" She leaned in closer, taking hold of Su Yunze's hand that hung by his side. "We are in a legal relationship." Moreover, she was being deliberate. Perhaps emboldened by the sunglasses, she no longer concealed the mischievous glint in her eyes, bold and unapologetic. Together, they made their way to the second floor, appearing to those around them as an exceedingly close couple. Bystanders paused, casting puzzled glances at Song Jinha. Isn't that her goddess? Yet, how could the goddess, who had just posted her location several hundred kilometers away a few hours prior, suddenly appear so intimately with a man? It seemed implausible. It must be someone who resembles the goddess, they concluded, shaking off their initial shock. The young fans quickly diverted their attention, leading their tall new boyfriends to a nearby table for a meal. Su Yunze held Song Jinha's hand with the slightest movement. He could feel the softness of her skin. Song Jinha's hands were well cared for, delicate and radiant, and the warmth emanating from her slowly seeped into Su Yunze's heart through the point where their hands touched. Su Yunze gazed ahead. He was not someone who would forget to let go of soft jade in hand. The strong presence was intentional. Gently pressing his thumb against the back of Song Jinha's hand, the sensation matched his imagination perfectly. Chapter 23. The Withered White Moonlight. It had been a week since he and Song Jinha obtained their marriage certificate. It had also been nearly half a month since his rebirth. On the plate beside him lay a piece of floral cake that Song Jinha had brought him. Just as Su Yunze reached for it, Song Jinha's phone rang. Without glancing at the caller ID, she answered and switched to speaker mode. "Hey, darling, I heard you have a partner. Bring him back to let us all see." The voice on the other end, belonging to an aunt, was clear but tinged with disbelief, as if she could hardly believe her own words. A smile blossomed at the corners of Song Jinha's mouth. "It's not a partner, it's a husband. We have obtained our marriage certificate." The moment the words left her lips, a palpable sense of disappointment emanated from a microphone on the other end. "Isn't it your partner? What did you say?" "Husband. My heavens. Will you please bring him back tomorrow?" Song Jinha laughed. She turned her head to see Su Yunze leisurely picking up a shrimp, methodically peeling it while wearing gloves. Though he appeared indifferent, his actions grew increasingly deliberate, quite prideful. It seemed he had begun to care for her as well. No need to rush. He would certainly bring him back. Surely, none of you would want the husband I just managed to secure to be scared away like this. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow slightly. Scared away? Him? How could that be? What scenes had he not witnessed in his past life? It was all just a trivial matter. The call soon ended, and Su Yunze placed the peeled shrimp into Song Jinha's bowl. "When did I become the one you lured in?" Clearing his throat, he mentioned the bold claim, causing Song Jinha to roll her beautiful eyes. She instinctively withdrew her head, but quickly regained her confidence. "Don't concern yourself with those details. How can it not count as me having lured him in? Or rather, having found him? It was all meticulously planned for this day." At the Song family's old residence, a throng gathered, ears perked up to eavesdrop on the conversation. Even though the phone was on speaker, they huddled closer to Song Jinha's mother, who held the device. "Wanqing, what did the little girl say?" Su Wanqing casually placed the phone down. "You all heard it. She said she would bring him home when the time is right." "Oh, temper yourselves, temper yourselves. This laughter is hard to contain. We would want to scare him away and see if she gets upset." The family nodded in agreement, but as soon as they turned away, they erupted into cheers. "Hooray! What does my brother-in-law look like? I thought my sister would end up alone." They awaited news from her, but shouldn't they start preparing their gifts? Some rejoiced, while others were troubled. Xia Yurong quickly filled her belly, but Yin and Yu had not yet returned. She scratched her face, perplexed by the itchiness. Perhaps a result of mosquito bites in the private room? After waiting for another 20 minutes, Xia Yurong could no longer sit still. She called over a waiter and inquired, "Have they left?" Xia Yurong's eyes widened. "Did we buy a table for just ourselves?" "Yes, ma'am. That's good." With a graceful rise, Xia Yurong grabbed her handbag from the adjacent seat and strode past the waiter towards the exit. How could Yin and Yu have left without saying a word to her? Surely, there must have been some urgent matter. With no response to her messages, Xia Yurong tossed her phone into her bag. After walking a few steps, she could not resist scratching her face again. Her once smooth, fair skin was now riddled with red welts. As she turned a corner, she spotted someone standing ahead, squinting her eyes and quickening her pace. "You, Su Yunze, you've made me lose my chance to confront my feelings. What are you doing following me to the Jinha restaurant?" After dining, Su Yunze intended to return home. However, halfway through, Song Jinha mentioned leaving something behind in the private room, prompting him to wait. Just after a brief moment, someone clapped him on the shoulder. He wondered who could be so rude, and then he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he indeed found Xia Yurong. What a coincidence! Is this restaurant owned by your family? Or do you live by the sea? Do you have to sample everything that passes by? In the past, Xia Yurong had avoided this place due to an allergy to a particular flour cake. Upon closer inspection, the rash on her face clearly indicated an allergic reaction. Su Yunze was not inclined to show kindness. He simply stood before her, watching as she scratched her face, causing it to redden further. "You!" Xia Yurong glared at Su Yunze, her expression shifting rapidly until she suddenly burst into laughter. Su Yunze, do you really think that by acting this way, you can capture my attention and remind me of the good times we had? Let me tell you, based on your past kindness, if you behave yourself, there might still be a place for you to wash my feet. But if you keep this up, I will only grow more resentful. We're not children anymore, playing hair-pulling games. Su Yunze was well aware of how she felt about him. He had seen the way she looked at him. It was evident that she had not forgotten their shared history. He did not offer explanations or unnecessary words. He merely raised his hand lazily, gesturing dismissively as he uttered a nonchalant, "Oh, and then what?" There was no further elaboration. Su Yunze knew precisely how to provoke Xia Yurong. This nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if her words had struck nothing but soft cotton. It was all in vain. The anger she had managed to suppress surged back with a vengeance. If you keep this up, we truly stand no chance. Su Yunze did not wish to argue further. He let out a scoff and turned back towards the private room. Perhaps next time, he should follow Song Jin wherever she went to avoid these trivial encounters. In truth, he and Xia Yurong once shared beautiful memories. During their impoverished youth, he excelled academically. The innocence of adolescence made her heart flutter for the brightest boy she had ever seen. She brought him meals, cared for him, and stood by his side during the loss of his only family member, his grandmother. Though his demeanor was proud, he was also tender-hearted and easily moved. They had not defined their relationship, yet a subtle connection blossomed as they matured. Eventually, they left their mountain village for high school and university. The world was too dazzling. The luxurious neon lights captured her youthful gaze, gradually eclipsing everything else. The diligent and outstanding boy of yesteryears had long been forgotten in her eyes. That day, when she insisted on divorce, she looked down at him, her eyes brimming with arrogance. Su Yunze, if it weren't for my pity, how could a boy from such a humble background marry someone as beautiful as me? Her features still bore a hint of her youthful visage, yet her eyes no longer held the innocence of the past. Xia Yurong was Su Yunze's white moonlight. Yet, as time passed, Su Yunze turned away, realizing that while some still clung to their original intentions, others had simply decayed. Chapter 24. The reason she calls her sister-in-law must certainly be because of Xia Yurong. The emotional fluctuations in her eyes quickly vanished. When Su Yunze discussed divorce with Xia Yurong in his past life, he had already packed away all past feelings and discarded them into the trash. Xia Yurong had given him beautiful memories and provided him with spiritual support. He too has made considerable sacrifices, aside from the subsequent material aspects. It was largely due to his assistance with extra lessons that Xia Yurong was able to gain admission to the same esteemed university as he did. Despite her disdain for his humble origins, it was he who personally extricated her from the depths of obscurity and later elevated her to the pinnacle of success. Voices echoed behind her. "Oh my heavens, madam. Has your face suffered an allergic reaction? You ought to rush to the hospital." The clamor arose as Xia Yurong grappled with disbelief over her allergy, embroiled in a dispute with a well-meaning stranger. Su Yunze quickened his pace. As he rounded the corner of the corridor, the enchanting figure of Song Jinha caught sight of him, her excitement palpable as her gaze flickered before she fell into his embrace. Adorned in a striking red dress, she radiated beauty. Song Jinha grasped the hem of Su Yunze's suit jacket, her voice soft and delicate. "I walked a bit too much today, my legs are sore. Shall we head home?" Following closely beside Su Yunze toward the parking lot, her eyes sparkled with intent. She had witnessed everything that transpired moments ago, initially eager to support Su Yunze. Regardless of their past, she firmly believed Su Yunze was hers. However, upon gently squeezing the back of his hand, she sensed his resilience in the face of adversity. After all, Xia Yurong had been embroiled in that conflict for quite some time. As a prominent actress and a potential award-winning star, Xia Yurong was particularly sensitive about her appearance. The mere insinuation from anyone that there was something amiss with her face was a profound affront to her dignity. The well-meaning individual was merely a young girl, her eyes reflecting a naivete. Having never encountered such a situation, she was soon reduced to tears under Xia Yurong's vitriol. "Didn't your instructor ever mention this could happen? Why not just look in the mirror? I suppose I was meddling in affairs that are none of my business." She lamented, sobbing. Bystanders began to gather, pointing and whispering. It was then that Xia Yurong realized the gravity of her situation. She curbed her indignation, retrieving a compact mirror from her bag to inspect her reflection. Upon seeing her face, swollen and distorted, her pupils widened in shock. Was this truly her visage? She had developed an allergy? What had transpired? Had brother Xia not informed his companions of her susceptibility? After a prolonged moment of daze, she lowered her hand, realizing the weight of the stairs surrounding her and recalling the events that had just unfolded. Indeed, she was allergic. The individual who had spoken had meant no malice. It was she who had overreacted. Just as she contemplated conjuring a smile to salvage the situation, the young girl, recognizing Xia Yurong's expression, understood the truth. With her own temper flaring, she was stung by the unwarranted rebuke, and with reddened eyes, turned on her heel and departed, leaving Xia Yurong standing alone. Caught in a tumult of whether to issue an apology, she ultimately swallowed her words, dismissing the notion entirely. Yet, as she surveyed the peculiar gazes of those around her, an instinctual sense of unease washed over her. It seemed she had never experienced such an embarrassing and humiliating moment in her past life. Why? Covering her face with her right hand, she bent down and swiftly exited the corridor, seeking to evade the crowd's scrutiny. Her face continued to itch. She dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Xia." Xia Yurong informed her that he was too preoccupied to come over at that moment. Distressed about her appearance and unwilling to wait several hours, she decided to take a taxi to the hospital herself. After receiving her medication, Xia Yurong arrived fashionably late. He seized her hand upon arrival, his eyes brimming with concern. "What happened? How did you suddenly develop an allergy?" "Suddenly?" Xia Yurong furrowed her brow. She was already aware that her allergy was triggered by the flower pastry from the Jinha restaurant. Xia Yurong knew about her allergies and the potential triggers. One would think he would have connected the dots regarding the flower pastry. Had Yin and Yu not informed Xia Yurong of their whereabouts? Were their relations truly as she had perceived? For the first time, Xia Yurong regarded Xia Yurong with a gaze of suspicion. Having applied medication, she had enveloped her face in a thick layer of gauze. The cooling effect of the ointment provided a slight relief, sharpening her clarity of thought. "Xia Yurong, did you not inform Yin and Yu that I am allergic to hibiscus pastries?" Her gaze fixed intently on his handsome face. She scrutinized every subtle shift in his expression. "We went to the Jinha restaurant today," she stated. Under her watchful eyes, Xia Yang's mouth fell open slightly as he raised a hand to his forehead. "So that's where you went today. No wonder you had an allergic reaction." He retrieved his phone from his coat pocket, scrolling through it. "Xiaoyan did inform me, but I was preoccupied and didn't pay attention." After confirming the situation's details, he tucked his phone away, gently raising his right hand. He brushed against Xia Yurong's gauze-wrapped face. "You must be feeling quite uncomfortable, huh?" His eyes were filled with compassion. "This is all my fault. If I had taken a moment to check the information and paid more attention to you, this wouldn't have happened. I vowed to protect you, yet here you are suffering." In truth, her allergy was not particularly severe. She had only consumed one flower pastry, and the rash across her face had been exacerbated by her own scratching. With the medication beginning to take effect, the heat and itchiness subsided, rendering her discomfort less acute. Witnessing Xia Yang's self-reproach, her doubts diminished significantly, replaced by a wave of sweetness. In her previous life, when she had experienced an allergy in front of Su Yunze, he had shown no such reaction. He had merely worn a stony expression and applied ointment for her. It was evident that Xia Yurong cared for her deeply, his concern palpable. The shift in her emotions was quickly reflected on her face, as the skepticism and gravity dissipated. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in an embrace. "Rong, I am so sorry. This is entirely my fault. It's really not a significant issue." Xia Yurong struggled momentarily, but then ceased her resistance, choosing instead to nestle into Xia Yang's arms. She found her previous thoughts laughable. Yin, and you refer to her as sister-in-law, undoubtedly due to Xia Yang's presence. Could it be because of Su Yunze? Su Yunze was merely an inconsequential errand boy. Nothing more. Moreover, she had long since parted ways with him in this lifetime. Xia Yurong was simply too busy. She must be understanding of someone as exceptional as him. Absorbing the warmth emanating from Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong cast aside her concerns regarding her allergy. She began to strategize, contemplating the exposé regarding the questioning heart crew that needed to be released. Surely, Su Yunze, that mere errand boy, would be dismissed. Chapter 25. We demand accountability for the actors mistreated by the questioning heart crew. The public outcry erupted once more. Amidst this chaotic maelstrom, it was common knowledge not to place undue trust in the information circulating online, as reversals were always imminent. Yet, as she observed the video Xia Yurong had leaked, it chronicled the crew's initial promises to provide roles, only to later dupe her into signing a contract devoid of compensation, relegating her to the status of mere background actor. Upon noticing the arrival of the crew members, the onlookers couldn't help but approach and inquire, "Is it genuine?" Director Lin promptly silenced his phone, setting it aside. With a fan in hand, he reclined on a chaise lounge, swaying gently as he observed the filming progress. The next moment, upon hearing that Su Yunze had arrived, he sprang up from his seat. His face, now slightly wrinkled, bore an expression of concern. "Ah, at long last, my busy bee has graced us with his presence." Director Lin feigned an air of utmost anxiety. Without you, how could our production possibly function? Just look at how those netizens are vilifying the old man online. As Su Yunze entered, holding his coat, he immediately discerned the thoughts swirling in Director Lin's mind. We've only just begun filming for Questioning the Heart, and your mind has already drifted elsewhere? Sensing his thoughts were laid bare, Director Lin could only retract his bravado. He cheerfully waved his fan, saying, "Not at all. Not at all. I'm merely preparing for any eventualities. What do you young folks know about such matters?" He relished the prospect of gaining attention without spending a dime, embracing the influx of publicity. Indeed, I've been rather interested in the resources that young man possesses. Speaking of which, do you have plans for a new project? Xu Yunze tossed his suit jacket onto a small stool, and a fleeting image of an elegant figure crossed his mind. He nodded slowly. "I do have such intentions." "Oh, pray do share." Director Lin's interest was piqued. His eyes sparkled, shedding all pretense of indifference. In that instant, all thoughts of questioning the heart and public opinion were cast aside. "Are you considering selling the rights outright, or after reflecting on his savings accumulated over the years?" Director Lin devised a new plan. "Why not sell the rights directly to me? We've known each other for ages, and I assure you, old man 1T let you suffer any losses." Su Yunze couldn't help but chuckle. "There's no rush. Let us serialize it first and test the waters." He had some ideas, wishing to direct the adaptation himself once the new work was completed. This was due to the captivating female lead. With hopes of acquiring the rights dashed, Director Lin felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, pulling Su Yunze aside, expressing his desire to serve as the assistant director when the time came. The surrounding crew members interjected, "We're still working. The shoot is ongoing." "Is it really appropriate for you to say that, Director?" Their hopeful gazes radiated an extraordinary warmth, capturing Director Lin's attention. He cleared his throat, directing the fan toward the crew. "What are you all dawdling for? Have today's scenes been completed? Are you planning to forego sleep tonight?" The crew responded, "That's not what we want to hear." Despite their complaints, with the director's exhortation, they redirected their focus back to their work, diligently resuming filming. Director Lin nodded in satisfaction, thinking, what do these youngsters know of an old man's thoughts? Do they truly believe Su Yunze could pull strings? One must demonstrate a commendable work ethic to garner attention. As a side note concluded, Director Lin remembered the main agenda of the day. The two settled beside the coffee table. Su Yunze had yet to check his phone since waking up, and was unaware of the online uproar. He opened his social media to find the trending section brimming with recommendations. His brow arched as he detected a familiar scent within the chaos. The counteroffensive materials from the Questioning the Heart crew had long been prepared, with Xia Yurong's denunciation posted the previous night, now nearing 12 hours old. Just as he was about to instruct his assistant to start editing, a notification pinged at the top of his screen. It was a new hot report. The actors bullied by the Questioning the Heart crew. We demand justice. Though the title did not reveal their identity, it highlighted the crew that had been condemned across the internet, along with the actors involved. Was this not the follow-up to the incident? Almost everyone immediately clicked on it, causing a surge in attention. Director Lin and Su Yunze exchanged knowing glances, their expressions turning sly as they reached an unspoken agreement. The heat is on. Still, they pondered whether this might be a tad too mundane. Director Lin reclined back into his lounge chair, his fan wafting a gentle breeze. Without a memorable hook, that crowd of gossip-hungry netizens would soon forget. Well, this is splendid. No need to worry now, he mused, feeling deeply touched by the kindness of fate. He glanced at the post his counterpart had shared with little interest, his eyes narrowing as he began to hum a tune. Su Yunze, so me wat help, chuckled softly and shook his head. He first prepared himself a daily requisite cup of pu'er tea. Perhaps due to age, he was increasingly drawn to the beverage. The fragrance of the tea enveloped him, lending a sense of tranquility to his very soul. While the Questioning the Heart crew savored their leisurely moments after finishing their scenes, Director Lin, in high spirits, granted everyone a brief break. Once the door closed, the noise from outside faded away, leaving them in their own world. However, online, the information was fervently disseminating. By the end of the night, the term that had been trending at the tail end of the hot search was swiftly climbing the ranks. On the coffee table before Song Jinha stood a cup of freshly warmed milk. The city she had previously resided in was not known for its flowers, and the office space here was still awaiting proper setup. Yet, the core team had already made the transition. A youth with light yellow curls raised his phone, reading aloud the comments beneath the trending report. At this point, it must be a solid fact, right? Why hasn't the Questioning the Heart crew announced their disbandment yet? He grinned, displaying a brilliant set of white teeth. Isn't it astonishing how easily these netizens are deceived? Yin Haoran is no saint. Song Jinha smiled slightly, her lips curving into a subtle grin. The curly-haired youth, noticing her engrossed in her phone, leaned in curiously to glimpse the content on her screen. "No way, sis. You're into gossip news too?" he exclaimed dramatically. "Didn't you say it was uninteresting?" Who was his sister, Jinha? She was a renowned figure in the entertainment industry, known for her ethereal beauty that left a lasting impression. However, her demeanor was typically aloof, as if nothing truly mattered to her. He had overheard others secretly referring to her as the moon of the entertainment industry. She was a celestial being, unattainable by mere mortals. Could such a divine entity be interested in gossip? Was he still half asleep? The youth leaned in closer, scrutinizing Jinha with wide eyes, clearly expressing his thoughts. "Whoever you are, get off my sister." Jinha turned off her screen, her smile fading, her almond-shaped eyes lifting slightly. "Are you growing impatient with life? Or are you reminiscing about the disciplined days under Instructor Lee?" Upon hearing this, Song, her cousin, couldn't he help but chuckle. He rubbed his face, shambling away slightly, muttering that "S the vibe." Exactly that feeling. It was undoubtedly her, Jinha. In mere seconds, he regained his composure, his fingers stroking his chin as a glint of insight sparked in his eyes. "Wait, sis. You wouldn't pay attention to such trivial gossip unless." His eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is it about your husband?" Chapter 26. What does rent have to do with me? The topic that has recently captivated the Song family is none other than the rumored presence of Jinha at the Civil Affairs Bureau in Huaqing, as reported by fans. Initially, this speculation piqued interest, but as more fans chimed in, the buzz only intensified. Subsequently, Jinha's grandmother, an avid internet user, stumbled upon this matter while perusing her granddaughter's dedicated page. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Without hesitation, she embarked on a quest for the truth, and to her astonishment, several fans claimed to have spotted Jinha in the company of a man in Huaqing. Having debuted at a tender age, Jinha's fans have matured alongside her, displaying a commendable sense of discipline. They would never recklessly expose their idol's private life or cause her distress. Thus, this topic remained a subject of hushed whispers within a small circle, with no concrete evidence to substantiate it. Nevertheless, Song's grandmother believed that where there's smoke, there's fire. Promptly, she urged her sister-in-law, Su Yunze, to call Jinha. To everyone's surprise, her sister confirmed the existence of man. "Sister, the rumors are true," exclaimed Song with excitement as he settled onto the sofa diagonally opposite Jinha, propping his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Even if you disregard our familial bond, could you at least consider the effort I've put in since returning home to work for you?" A slight smile graced Jinha's lips as she stirred her milk with a spoon. "Curious? By all means, seek the truth for yourself." Her words were evidently a royal decree, prompting Song to raise his hand in jubilant cheer. "Hooray! What could be more thrilling than uncovering my sister's husband? If I discover the scoop first, perhaps I could leverage the information for a reward from Grandma." His mind raced with delightful possibilities as he perused the report for details about the mysterious man. Let's see how old he is. Freshly graduated, perhaps? This dashing screenwriter is certainly not. A light laugh escaped Jinha's lips, as if she had overheard something amusing. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, its rays poured into the master bedroom of the loft apartment. A man and woman lay entwined, their bodies barely concealed by a sheet. Discarded clothing lay strewn across the floor, lingerie, stockings, and a shirt. As the sunlight intensified, Xia Yurong stirred awake with a soft sigh, her gaze landing on the still sleeping Xia Yurong beside her, a contented smile spreading across her face. Just the previous evening, Xia Yurong had escorted her home. After sending off their edited information, she had taken the initiative to grasp his sleeve, imploring him not to leave. She had come to a realization. If the purpose of her rebirth was Xia Yurong, why should she hesitate? Sometimes, her body could serve as leverage to secure his affections. She had already reaped the benefits of the connections he provided. Now, she needed to anchor herself firmly to ensure her path to stardom remained unobstructed. As she rolled over, her eyes fell upon an unsolicited text from an unknown number, reminding her that her rent was overdue by 2 days. Xia Yurong rolled her eyes and promptly deleted the message. In her 2 lifetimes, no one had ever come to her demanding rent. Was this really something she needed to worry about? Her only responsibility was to shine in the entertainment industry and earn as much as possible. This loft was leased by Su Yunze, who had paid a year's rent up front. Only 3 months had passed. How could the lease possibly be expiring so soon? With a scoff, she sat up in bed and opened her social media. The 2 missed calls and friend requests went entirely unnoticed. Online discussions mirrored her expectations, with netizens rallying in her support. Director Yen had expertly timed his announcement, capitalizing on the fervent emotions of the audience after a night of anticipation. thereby igniting further interest in the yet-to-be-formed Chu Fei Legend production team. The newly established official account was flooded with messages of support from fans eager to champion her even before filming had begun. The person she longed for lay beside her, and the public sentiment was firmly in her favor. This was the essence of Rebirth. Her debut drama, featuring a highly anticipated heroine, was precisely the taste of success she had yearned for. Mr. Su, I apologize for the continued disturbance, but Miss Xia is not answering my calls, nor is she remitting the rent. Xu Yunze reclined against the sofa while fiddling with a pen, his fingers deftly spinning it. Behind his glasses, his dark pupils held an air of indifference. She isn't answering your calls? Now that is quite the conundrum, he mused, crossing his legs. Why not just confront her directly? To think she would disregard me. How amusing. We've long since lost contact. After hanging up, he disregarded the other person's protest of being unavailable and promptly added their number to his blacklist. The landlord was unscrupulous, charging exorbitant rates. Initially, he had intended to explore other apartments in the same complex. But Xia Yurong had taken a liking to this one and insisted on moving in. Without a signed contract, she refused to vacate. The monthly rent, alongside utilities, approached 5,000. After his rebirth, Su Yunze had swiftly reclaimed the remaining rent. He had leveraged the landlord's non-compliance with fire safety regulations to secure a refund. As for the subsequent rent, he would need to request it from Xia Yurong. He also recalled the gift he had presented to her, which she had returned in a fit of anger after their breakup. Once he had ensured that all traces of Xia Yurong were cleared from his life, Su Yunze languidly settled back into the sofa, returning to his online browsing. Meanwhile, Jinha found herself increasingly occupied. Su Yunze observed the unanswered messages in the chat window, pondering what could be keeping her so busy. Whenever a hot topic arose, the marketing accounts were always the first to jump on it. After an hour of scrolling, he encountered countless videos criticizing the heartfelt production team, with him at the center of the backlash. Upon stumbling across yet another account lambasting him with sharp remarks, Su Yunze exclaimed, "Where are the staff? Enough waiting. Release the clarification video immediately." Chapter 27. If you wish to make a name for yourself, you must be more ruthless than others. The production team was concealed in the outskirts of Huaqing. The area was secluded, equipped with signal jamming devices, and all staff members were required to surrender their phones. A girl's panicked cries echoed within the studio. "No, don't come closer. I won't shoot anymore. I don't want the money." The silhouette of a burly man loomed closer, his shadow stretching ominously. "Please no." Yin Haoran, seated 10 meters away on the sofa, reveled in the satisfaction of his creation. To sacrifice oneself for art was their privilege. A unique brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Those fools, what do they truly understand? Renowned for his psychological thrillers, Yin Haoran's reputation soared due to the immersive nature of his narratives. Yet, many pairs of eyes scrutinized the studio. Who could fathom the true cost of such fame? Once filming concluded, the girl collapsed, her eyes vacant and her body trembling. Yin Haoran approached, crouching down to grasp her chin. After assessing her physical condition and confirming her safety, he clapped his hands and stood up. He accepted the handkerchief handed to him by someone nearby and meticulously wiped each finger. She was to be sent back, and not a single cent of the agreed payment should be withheld. Concerns were raised. What if she felt despondent again? One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Many had already speculated about the actions of their director, Yin Haoran. Whispers spread, and countless paparazzi outside were poised with cameras, eager to capture a sensational story. Handle it properly. Yin Haoran waved his hand dismissively. He noticed the peculiar glances directed at the girl from those around him, and his tone grew colder. "What? Are you feeling sympathy?" It was her family who had brought her over, solely for the exorbitant fee he had promised. In the past, any actress he had worked with had been delivered right to his doorstep, some by their families, others arriving of their own accord, but they were all blissfully unaware beforehand. Yin Haoran let out a scoff. He observed the crew cleaning the girl and dressing her in clothes. If it weren't for me, they would never have had the chance to escape the mountains and alter their destinies. The cast participating in the shoot included not just girls from the mountains, but also boys, tirelessly running around the film city, striving to earn a meager income by playing extras. In the sweltering heat, they dashed under the sun, all thanks to Yin Haoran's presence, enabling them to earn in a brief period what they might otherwise labor for an entire year. They ought to express their gratitude to him. However, the crew members watched as Yin Haoran turned and departed, swallowing their words. Yes, it was indeed a change of fate, but how many would desire such a transformation? Yin Haoran, keenly perceptive, pivoted sharply, his narrowed eyes glinting with a shadowy gleam. "What have you been watching that you shouldn't?" he questioned. "Did you not think so much when you took the money? If you refuse, there are plenty who would gladly accept." He found it almost amusing. The elderly man who had been with him for 2 years suddenly harbored unrealistic notions. It was only due to their 2 years of collaboration that Yin Haoran deigned to say more. The entertainment industry was a vast cesspool to gain fame. One must be more ruthless than others. He licked his lips, having recently discovered a promising talent. With these supporting actors, they would surely turn her into their golden goose. Directing required not only a renowned representative work, but also, importantly, a lead actor who could captivate the audience. "Brother, please take a seat." Someone squeezed past the photographer, eagerly bringing a chair for Yin Haoran. The promising talent he had just mentioned was his insight brought a flicker of pleasure to Yin Haoran, who sat down. The amateur bullied by the heartfelt crew, ambitious and possessing striking looks. Yin Haoran squinted. As for acting skills, he had never concerned himself with such trivialities. The new drama, The Legend of the Chu Concubine, would showcase the characteristics of a feudal era, and their protagonist would be a young lady. Yin Haoran had a knack for identifying potential. Xia Yurong was undoubtedly suitable for that role, simply requiring her to play herself. The supporting cast would allow Xia Yurong to immerse herself fully in the script. "Is the amateur you mentioned this one?" A newcomer entered just in time to overhear the conversation. He placed his still-lit phone in front of Yin Haoran. "In response to public opinion, I thought wise men would quell rumors, yet it seems we must be compelled to respond. Is encouragement for the younger generation now considered a commitment? Isn't this industry supposed to be about showcasing skill?" An ominous premonition surged within Yin Haoran. Before entering the studio, he had diligently monitored the online sentiment, which had been in his favor. Had the tides turned within just a few short hours? Yin Haoran fell silent, controlling the slight tremor in his hand as he scrolled through the comments. "Good. Director Lin's approach is absolutely correct. Actors lacking skill should be shown the door. Thankfully, I remained silent this morning. The actress chosen for the second female lead is quite talented. How amusing. By someone's logic, are teachers now forbidden from encouraging newcomers?" This was a show of support for the heartfelt crew. His strength waned significantly, but fortunately he was seated so others could not perceive it. Heaven knows how long Yin Haoran had awaited this opportunity for exposure. He consistently produced excellent works, receiving uniformly positive ratings and comments, yet for some reason, they never gained traction. Now, a promising and highly anticipated Xia Yurong had appeared before him. He believed this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Yin Haoran's grip on his phone tightened, his knuckles turning white, as if he wished to crush the device. The person who had handed him the phone hesitated, wanting to reclaim it, but lacking the courage to do so. Thankfully, Yin Haoran ultimately returned the phone, turning to grab his own and dialing a number. "Have you seen the online sentiment?" he asked impatiently as soon as the call connected. "What are the plans?" As for the so-called clarification video, Yin Haoran had not even glanced at it. He was indifferent to what the so-called truth entailed. It was merely that the heartfelt crew was more skilled and better prepared, managing to regain a foothold. The truth had always been in the hands of a select few, netizens and viewers. They were merely foolish pawns to be manipulated. There was a brief silence on the other end before a response came. "Wait," Xia Yurong said. Both understood without mentioning the issue of truth or falsehood. The contract had been signed. They were all in the same boat, united in their goals. "The internet has no memory," Xia Yurong asserted decisively. "We have said what needed to be said, expressed our stance, and those who believe in us will naturally continue to do so. Furthermore, controversy may not necessarily be a bad thing." 2 minutes after hanging up, Yin Haoran noticed a new post from Xia Yurong. It contained just 8 succinct characters. As stated, the wise cleanse themselves. He relaxed his furrowed brow, lighting a cigarette and bringing it to his lips. Brilliant. He had always shared this sentiment, fortuitously aligning with Xia Yurong's thoughts. As long as they presented themselves with transparency, belief would naturally follow. They truly were kindred spirits. Chapter 28. The essential role of media. What does the wise cleanse themselves mean? Is that her copy? The phrase infuriated the old man, who could not help but stomp his feet. Clearly at a loss for words, he still wore a facade of noble sacrifice. Wasn't he this akin to being a hypocrite? Such words drew the attention of Su Yunze. Was this truly the same refined Director Lin? Though his words were coarse, the underlying truth was still valid. Yet these words were excessively crude. On the table in front of Su Yunze lay a glowing phone, its screen displaying the announcement. He dipped his finger in the spilled tea, drawing a cross on the tabletop. Don't take it too seriously. The meaning behind Xia Yurong's words was unmistakable. She believed the internet had no memory. Little did she know, everyone browsing online was merely seeking relaxation. A day's labor is already exhausting enough, and naturally, one would prefer not to strain the mind over trivial matters. A moment of amusement, then a swift diversion to other pursuits. The next time we encounter you, The earlier disgrace may have faded from memory, whimsically dubbed. The internet has no memory. But does it truly lack memory? Merely choosing not to remember, not engaging the intellect, does not equate to non-existence. Water can support a boat, yet it can also capsize it. Your actions have evoked a sense of vigilance among those who had relaxed, compelling them to scrutinize you with discerning eyes. Do you truly believe that the public can return to their initial trust in you? The manner in which we treat others will invariably dictate the returns we receive. The tea stains etched upon the table have gradually dried, yet in the light, the presence of that texturance distinctly visible. Old Lin's fury has, unbeknownst to him, dissipated. A fan has reappeared in his hand, gently fluttering. His gaze, likewise, falls upon the tabletop. Su Yunze dips into the tea once more, sketching a hook beside the nearly dry fork. True feelings beget true feelings, he declares. This industry is indeed a vast cauldron. Yet the possessions acquired through cunning are akin to a castle in the air. Sooner or later, they shall come crashing down. That which is obtained through scheming may likewise be lost to such machinations. By diligently crafting quality works and presenting sincere intentions before the audience, one shall reap reciprocal sincerity. Xu Yunze lifts his head, locking eyes with Lin, whose gaze is alight with intensity. Both are awash in an inexplicable emotional tide. Some words need not be spoken, for they understand one another. They are kindred spirits. Encircling two symbols, Su Yunze softly states, "This is the essence that media ought to embody." Well said, Lin exclaims, striking the adjacent sofa with his fan, erupting into laughter. You rascal, it seems we are indeed on the same wavelength. Lin unabashedly expresses his admiration. This young man, setting aside emotions, grows increasingly pleasing to the eye. From their first encounter, it was evident he was a diamond in the rough. Indeed, once the layer of dust is cast aside, his unique brilliance emerges. While Lin's emotions soar, Su Yunze hesitates. Can he articulate that he does not wish to be a turtle nor a mung bean? Yet, seeing the admiration in Lin's eyes, he ultimately swallows his words. Alas, has Lin not experienced such joy in a long while? Su Yunze strokes his chin, glancing at the darkened screen of his phone, recalling the irate elder from earlier. After some contemplation, he picks up his phone and shares a Weibo post from Xia Yurong, accompanied by a Doge emoji. A cheeky expression, ambiguous in meaning, suggesting that if one is angered, they might as well speak out. Xiaolang, I truly adore you, Xia Yurong murmurs, nestled in Xia Yang's embrace, whispering sweet nothings. The words may be insincere, for she realizes she holds a deeper fondness for Su Yunze. Yet, as she has stated, she is no longer a child and cannot afford to choose the hapless Su Yunze. He may run errands and lift her spirits, but beyond those superficial traits, what else does he possess? Xia Yong, in contrast, is a well-rounded individual. His appearance may slightly pale in comparison to Su Yunze's, yet that is merely his shortcoming. She cannot weigh Xia Yang's flaws against Su Yunze's strengths. Reflecting on her past life, Xia Yang's influence is formidable. Even individuals at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, such as Song Jinha, bow to him. The master of brilliant entertainment, Jinha, willingly bends to Xia Yang's command. Presently, such a figure gently cradles her in his arms. The stark contrast quickens Xia Yurong's heartbeat. Xia Yang, we will be together forever, won't we? Xia Yang relishes in Xia Yurong's affection, stroking her well-kept locks, responding without hesitation. Yes. He tightens his embrace, pulling her closer. Xia Yurong possesses a modicum of talent, yet she is conveniently within his grasp. Has Su Yunze been bothering you lately? Xia Yang inquires. Why bring him up? Mentioning Su Yunze sours Xia Yurong's mood. She picks up her phone, ready to check the latest public sentiment. The cast of Seeking Truth has reacted swiftly, releasing a video of her unsuccessful audition. Her face flushes with indignation. The phrase "the wise cleanse themselves" in the announcement seems to mock her. She stares at it for a long time, contemplating her response. The internet lacks memory. As long as she addresses the situation with nonchalance, presenting herself with poise, this incident may not spell her end. Her supporters will remain loyal. Glancing at her follower count, Xia Yurong resolves to take action. When Yin Haoran calls, she shares her plans with him. Things should settle now, right? With newfound confidence, she opens her social media. What greets her is a highly ironic Doge meme, devoid of any accompanying text. Her expression shifts. Who is being ridiculed here? Surely the comments will speak on her behalf, right? With a sense of trepidation, Xia Yurong trembles as she opens the comment section. The flood of Doge memes sends her head spinning. Damn it, who did this? Her chest heaves with anger, and it takes her a while to regain composure. Gritting her teeth, she picks up her phone to message Jinha. How is the script for yesterday at the station coming along? I want a lead role. Meanwhile, Jinha dutifully pours Su Yunze another glass of wine. His phone suddenly lights up, displaying a contact named sister-in-law. Chapter 29. Brother, how are things going with your sister-in-law lately? Xia Yurong can no longer wait. Despite having secured the lead role in a promising film, why has she faced so many setbacks recently? She has been reborn. She is ahead of those around her, who are utterly unremarkable, forever oblivious to what the next moment may bring, by half an era. Why has she found herself in such a predicament? After a moment's reflection, she concludes that her methods have been overly gentle. With such a golden opportunity at hand, she has refrained from seizing it. In her past life, Jinha never denied her any request. Endorsements were assured, yet the time was not ripe. How could she bolster her bargaining power? Her gaze falls upon a blockbuster film by Brilliant Entertainment, Yesterday at the Station. It is a healing film about time travel and mending regrets. Set to release in 6 months, it is destined to garner acclaim upon airing. Audiences will spontaneously recommend it, bringing in billions at the box office for Brilliant Entertainment. Notably, both Yesterday at the Station and Seeking Truth are works by the same author, who writes under the simple pen name, Chun Mo. The thought of Chun Mo crafting such exquisite works, with an enchanting writing style, ignites a yearning within Xia Yurong. She wonders if she will ever have the chance to meet Chun Mo in this lifetime. To become the leading lady in his literary creations would undoubtedly add a certain aura to one's self, wouldn't it? With hope nestled in her heart, Xia Yurong sent a message. Without awaiting a reply, she turned to send a message to Yin Haoran. Director Yin, I believe we should seize the momentum and swiftly commence production to convert some fans. An actress who is not only visually appealing, but also possesses a pleasant disposition and a diligent work ethic can surely attract a considerable number of supporters, right? Xia Yurong felt increasingly assured of her thoughts. She began to ponder what transpired during this period in her previous life, when he had plunged into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world. In the midst of his reverie, a phone call interrupted him. Groggily, he answered, muttering to call back after he woke, and promptly fell back in his sleep. Upon awakening and staring at the ceiling, his sluggish mind finally rebooted to normality. He glanced at his phone, and his eyes widened in disbelief. No way. 12 hours? How'd I sleep for that long? With a sense of wonder, he sat up in bed, beginning to recollect the events he had witnessed earlier. How should one put it? That was his brother. Had it been someone else, he might have chastised them. Yet for his brother, there must have been a reason behind it. A well-rested mind effortlessly pieced together the rationale. Even if he had wronged his sister-in-law, was she entirely blameless? After addressing several accumulated tasks during his break, he picked up his phone and tentatively inquired, Zego, how's your relationship lately? He received a definitive response, pretty good. When he fell silent, gazing upward. Was it truly good when he was already pursuing new interests behind his sister-in-law's back? Had he, when he become so engrossed in his work that he had fallen behind the times, becoming an antiquated relic? Before he could fully contemplate, a few more words came from the other end. His eyes brightened. Dinner? Sure thing, brother. No problem at all. He had to discern the true circumstances. Upon meeting Su Yunze, he eagerly posed the question he had contemplated throughout his journey. Brother, what is really going on with you and sister-in-law? Have you both started doing your own things? The latter part was left unspoken out of courtesy. Su Yunze had already been waiting for some time. The film crew was conveniently close to the restaurant. The table was adorned with steaming sauerkraut fish, with small chili peppers bobbing in the broth. The sour and spicy aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the palate. Chapter 30. How should one handle conflicts and disagreements with a girl? The sight of the dishes instantly invigorated Jinha, causing him to forget his previous inquiry as he seated himself beside Su Yunze. Twice-cooked pork kung pao chicken, spicy hot pot. These are all my favorites. Brother, I adore you. Taking a deep breath to savor the flavors, Jinha felt moved to tears. His brother was not typically fond of Sichuan cuisine. This spread was evidently prepared for him. For such deliciousness, he would willingly cover for his brother for a century. Huh? Cover for what? Lost in the euphoria of Sichuan delicacies, Jinha eventually recalled his earlier question, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Brother? Su Yunze was equally perplexed. He had received an invitation to the Huacheng Film Festival today and was currently discussing this year's news with director Lin when he unexpectedly received a message from Jinha. It was rather strange. He suspected Jinha was facing romantic troubles and was using this as an excuse to seek his counsel. Given that he needed to discuss the copyright of a new project with Jinha, he decided to invite him out for dinner. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, There is nothing wrong between me and your sister-in-law. We're doing quite well, actually. I'm currently nurturing my relationship with Song Jinha. We even took a stroll together a few days ago, but she's been a bit busy lately. There will be no issues moving forward. Huh? Su Yunze's response was resolute. Opposite him, Jinha was completely stunned, even forgetting to taste the sauerkraut fish he had longed for since entering. No issues? Recalling the scene he witnessed at Jinha restaurant, where his brother's hand rested on another woman, he thought, what the hell? No issues? Could that woman be his sister-in-law? His mind raced, overwhelmed by the revelations, and after a brief pause, he tentatively asked, so, how should one handle conflicts and disagreements with a girl? Finally, Su Yunze's eyes sparkled with interest. He set down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. This kid was indeed encountering romantic issues. Why not just say it outright, instead of dancing around the subject? He recalled that during this same period in his previous life, when he had been arranged for a blind date, where he met a girl, their initial encounter was far from amicable, ending in an argument. Eventually, things soured, and Yu fell prey to a deceitful temptress masquerading as gentle. However, during his subsequent downfall, it was that very girl who remained by his side. Did this mean they had already quarreled this time around? After a moment's reflection, Su Yunze vaguely remembered that their acquaintance was supposed to unfold a few months later. But he paid it no mind. After 10 years, it was only natural for memories to blur. If you find yourself in a disagreement with a girl, above all, do not act on impulse, Su Yunze advised seriously. Avoid arguments. Give each other a bit more time. He was typically gentle with people, but for some reason, he exploded at that girl. He was oblivious to Su Yunze's thoughts, his mind swirling with, avoid arguments, give each other more time. So, his brother holding another's waist was also about giving his sister-in-law time? He was baffled, shaken, yet he understood that his brother was composed. And these few lines of romantic wisdom were deeply etched in his mind. Got it. Su Yunze tapped his index finger on the table. Have you learned? Chapter 31. I can reclaim the copyright at any time. Have you learned? Don't let that little temptress lead you astray. What was that about her being your good sister? That good sister has probably swindled you out of your dignity. I've learned. You picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffed it into his mouth. By the way, brother, next month is the Confronting Film Festival. Where did you receive your invitation? He didn't even bother to ask if his brother had received one, for he considered it a foregone conclusion. Once Questioning the Heart was released, it immediately trended, and the fans were ecstatic, eagerly anticipating the drama. The allure of the written word was unparalleled. My spot? Su Yunze spread his hands, not particularly concerned, right in the center of the VIP section. Questioning the Heart was his first adapted work, and attending the Confronting Film Festival at this juncture was merely a formality for him. He found it rather uninteresting. Why not skip it? My goddess song Jinha will also be there. She is sending out the invites. He glanced at the brightly lit screen of his phone, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. This film festival is not an international one. It is rather modest in scale and serves as a platform for exchanges within the Confronting film circle. He truly did not expect Song Jinha to attend as well. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow. Nevertheless, it could be worth visiting again. Memories from the past flooded his mind. During this time in his previous life, he had received an invitation and was aware that Xia Yurong was eager to attend. To preserve her dignity, he had even arranged to swap his accompanying quota with a prominent figure, bringing along the leader's sister and requesting the leader's assistance in bringing Xia Yurong along. Shaking his head, he dismissed the fleeting memory. Su Yunze lifted his gaze. The copyright for the station yesterday has been entrusted to you. The surprise was so abrupt that Yu, momentarily choked by his beloved pickled fish, felt his face flush. He hastily grabbed a chilled beer beside him, gulping down several mouthfuls to regain his composure. Brother, you are simply the best. Yu filled a large glass for Su Yunze with beer, his excitement rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. Rest assured, if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. He had yet to fulfill a promise made to his brother, and now his brother had readily agreed? How delightful! However, Su Yunze was not overly concerned about that promise. When he initially proposed it, it was merely to safeguard this young man from potential setbacks, preventing his stubbornness from leading him astray. Observing now, it seemed he was even willing to seek his guidance on matters of the heart. This lifetime was certainly secure. He would undoubtedly not fall prey to a scheming little green tea again. But do not rejoice too soon. Su Yunze raised his hand, attempting to quell his exuberance. Yet when Yu approached him with his glass in hand, instinctively he picked up his own glass. The two glasses clinked together. Cheers! Exclaimed Yu. Su Yunze do. Do I appear as if I wish to clash with you? Gulping down another half glass, Yu casually wiped the sweat from his brow. Brother, what do you wish to say? Su Yunze rubbed his forehead. I merely meant to advise you not to celebrate prematurely. The rights belong to me, and I can retract the copyright at any moment or disband the crew you have assembled. All right, brother. No problem at all. Yu responded with a silly grin, unreservedly agreeing. Not to mention the rights of explanation. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. He hardly took Su Yunze's words to heart. Had it been anyone else, he would have been cautious 100-fold. But this is his brother. His own flesh and blood. Would his brother truly harm him? Absolutely not. If his brother were to act in such a manner, it would only indicate that someone had done something displeasing to him, inciting his anger. It would be his duty to apologize. Chapter 32. When Hayu's self-cultivation. If his brother were to act in such a manner, it would only indicate that someone had done something displeasing to him, inciting his anger. It would be his duty to apologize. As they conversed, when Hayu's phone, resting beside him, lit up, he glanced at the message without checking the sender, promptly turning the illuminated screen down on the table. They were currently enjoying drinks together. No one could interrupt, unless that person happened to be his true sister-in-law. The two brothers, reveling in their merriment, cleared the table of all dishes. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Yunze stepped out to use the restroom, when Hayu picked up his phone, steeling himself for a quick glance. Who had messaged him? The note read sister-in-law? When Hayu contemplated briefly and replied honestly. The copyright had yet to be secured, as he was currently preoccupied with matters concerning the film festival. The film festival? Xia Yurong's eyes sparkled. She had never felt time drag on so slowly, waiting an hour for a response from Hayu. Yin Haoran had already replied, stating that he was urgently organizing materials and that she could join the crew the day after tomorrow, with a fitting shoot scheduled for tomorrow. The first production was ready to commence. But what about the second? She could not help but pace anxiously in the living room, during which she was pulled aside by the still-present Xia Yurong for an intimate moment. Do not fret. What is yours will naturally be yours, Xia Yurong reassured her. No sooner had he spoken than her phone chimed. Xia Yurong immediately turned her head. It was a message from Hayu. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xia Yurong. No wonder he had been so confident in comforting her. Was it that the arrangements had been confirmed? Brother Xia, let's attend the film festival together, she murmured, burying her head in his chest. Xia Yang's expression stiffened. The film festival? Of course, he had been keeping an eye on it, but what was his status to gain entry? Even securing tickets online was a challenge. Due to the angle, Xia Yurong did not see his expression, lost in her reverie. She vividly remembered that film festival. When she first entered the industry, she had initially been unqualified to attend. Su Yunze had comforted her, suggesting she could stand at the entrance for a sense of involvement. She went, and unexpectedly, her luck soared as she stumbled upon an item belonging to a prominent figure. With no female companion, she was fortuitously ushered inside. She could traverse the same path in this lifetime, yet she had placed many hopes on Xia Yurong, wishing he could take her in. Rong, my career is just beginning. Xia Yurong controlled his tone, helplessly soothing her. Even if he received an invitation, it would not guarantee a spot for an accompanying guest. Xia Yurong paused her nail-biting, lifting her head with a look of puzzlement. With one Hayu's connections, and given that Solon Entertainment was one of the hosts, securing a few more spots should be effortless. Right? Why the need for such concern? But then she reconsidered. Perhaps Xia Yurong wished to rely on his own efforts. Then, I shall strive harder. For Xia Yurong, entering the film festival felt effortlessly achievable. The distinction lay in the manner of entry and the seat occupied. She hoped to sit further forward than in her previous life, with the opportunity to be projected on the big screen. If that proved impossible, she would have to settle for entering as she did in her past. Days slipped by, and all necessary arrangements had been made. The actors were no fools. After a few pointers from Su Yunze, they had found their rhythm. He sat on a small stool, a laptop resting on a coffee table, his fingers skillfully dancing over the keyboard. The rapid click-clack of keys filled the air. A head popped up behind him. Director Lin, fanning himself with a palm fan, peered at the title displayed on the screen. Yesterday, S Station. Who is so fortunate as to have acquired your new copyright? Chapter 33. Compromising oneself, temporarily treading the path of the past. Su Yunze Juka Sopti. He paused his editing, interlocking his fingers and stretching them forward to relieve some joint discomfort. Director Lin, your sourness is so palpable that we need not add vinegar to the dumplings tonight. You cannot keep it all to yourself. You ought to share a bit with others, he added, just as the fan came crashing down upon his head. Sharing the wealth. Director Lin gritted his teeth. Indeed, a scoundrel. After a light-hearted reprimand, he glanced back at the screen. Are you planning to adapt this into a television series? Su Yunze, still poised over the keyboard, nodded affirmatively to Director Lin's inquiry. After discussions with Hayu, Su Yunze expressed that this work could be initially developed as a television series. A lengthier narrative allows for a more intricate portrayal of the story, as well as the opportunity to amass a devoted following, potentially leading to a box office sensation. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, pausing momentarily for a brief respite when a cup of tea was placed beside him. Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet the somewhat awkward expression of Director Lin. The youth ought not to overexert himself simply because he is in the prime of health. Su Yunze could not help but chuckle. Grasping the teacup with his right hand, he downed its contents in one go. I appreciate your concern, Director Lin, he remarked, regarding the old man, a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. Su Yunze had quite a few matters to attend to. After completing yesterday at the station, he needed to commence a new project and begin serialization. Historically, his lengthy novels exceeded 3 million words, taking 3 million words as a benchmark. Even if he wrote 10,000 words daily, it would require a full 300 days. With a goal now set in mind, he could not help but feel that this span of time seemed rather prolonged. The search was proving fruitless. Song Song clutched a plush pillow, burying his face within it and emitting a drawn-out lament. Shaolin passed by, delivering a warm glass of milk to Song Jinha. Upon witnessing this spectacle, he could not suppress a grin. Few dare to act out in front of Song Jinha, and this individual was one of them. Not only was he a cousin, but he also held the position of head of the public relations department. He had returned from studying abroad and promptly joined Song Jinha's company, fully aware that she would not dare to reprimand him. If you can't find my brother-in-law, just tell me, who is he? After waiting in vain for a response, Song Song's throat grew parched from calling out. He reached for a nearby bottle of mineral water, gulping down half of it. Or perhaps I should venture out to search for him? Song Song's eyes darted around. Sister, you still plan to attend the Huaqing Film Festival? I'll go and try my luck as well. Who knows? Maybe I'll be picked up by my brother-in-law as soon as I step outside. Unbeknownst to him, certain words struck a chord within Song Jinha. She snapped her book shut with a decisive thud, carelessly placing it on the desk. All right then, she replied. But since you've said that, you are not permitted to leave in search of your brother-in-law until after the film festival. Oh, come on, Song Song lamented, his cries interrupted by a light, airy voice that reached his ears. And don't even think about bringing Grandma along to find your brother-in-law. Song Jinha's wail seemed to freeze, her gaze slowly shifting to Song Jinha. She met his eyes with a devilish smile. Why do I know? He was about to nod in agreement, but quickly caught himself, shaking his head vigorously. No, Song Song protested. I wasn't thinking of bringing Grandma to find her son-in-law. As long as that's the case, Song Jinha replied languidly, setting down her glass of milk, wiping her red lips, and stepping toward the balcony. She was still savoring the knowledge gleaned from the book she had just read. Contrast, the tenderness and the effort to bridge the distance from earlier should suffice, especially with the film festival approaching. The remainder of her words dwindled into nearly inaudible murmurs, dissipating from her lips. Inside the office, Song Song's playful lamentations went ignored, the volume automatically decreasing. He cautiously peered out from behind his pillow, revealing half of his eye as he sought Song Jinha's presence. 8 meters away, safe enough. He subtly shifted his position, inching toward the edge of the sofa. Extending his arm, he retrieved the book from the desk and drew it close. His aloof sister had been engrossed in this book for an entire morning, deeply absorbed. Occasionally, she would circle certain passages with a pen. He called out to her, but she wouldn't hear unless he called twice. Song Song was intensely curious. What kind of book could captivate Song Jinha's attention? Was it an exploration of acting techniques? Or perhaps a commercial analysis? In the next moment, he caught sight of the title, The Art of High Emotional Intelligence in Romance. Song Song. He was incredulous, flipping open the book. Surely, it must be a figment of his imagination. The Art of High Emotional Intelligence in Romance? How could this possibly be something his sister would read? It had to be a trick. Scaring himself. Then, as he glanced at the open page, he noticed key points circled in red ink. Showcase contrasting charms to leave a lasting impression. It struck him like a bolt from the blue. Song Song collapsed onto the sofa, eyes closed, still murmuring, impossible. It must be my imagination, right? A nap will fix everything. The unfolding events exceeded Xia Yurong's expectations. The promotional stills for The Legend of Chu Fei had already been released, showcasing exquisite makeup and attire that drew throngs of fans to lavish praise. Occasionally, she would share behind-the-scenes snippets, and her fan base grew steadily. All of this should have indicated a positive trajectory. However, when Xia Yurong endeavored to secure a ticket to the film festival, she found herself powerless. Director Yin had no available slots. A staff member subtly remarked, Sister, our standing doesn't qualify us for an invitation. Xia Yurong, what standing does she possess? She is a candidate for Best Actress, a treasure of the film industry. Yet, no matter how precious, Xia Yurong had to concede that, at this stage of her career, she was not yet developed enough to attend the film festival. The handkerchief in her grasp was torn into shreds. Xia Yurong felt a sense of unwillingness. Could it be that in this lifetime, she would be unable to attend the film festival? It seemed she would have to begrudgingly embark on her life as path for now. The time for the film festival arrived swiftly. Xia Yurong donned her finest attire and arrived at the very spot where she had once encountered a powerful figure, eagerly anticipating the event. Chapter 34, Brother-in-Law. Has anyone in your production team recently fallen in love? This location was 50 meters diagonally to the right of the main entrance, with a loft behind it that offered a glimpse of a corner of the film festival. Xia Yurong recalled that this spot had been chosen by Su Yunze in her previous life. He had suggested that even if she could not enter, she could observe from outside and soak in the atmosphere. Surely, she would gain entry next time. How could Xia Yurong, with her pride, even contemplate waiting for a next time? She had always sought to seize the day. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her, as she stumbled upon an influential figure and was brought into the film festival. The notable producer Wang Lichuan accompanied her, and for the first time, Xia Yurong walked the red carpet, basking in the attention of eager photographers. The evening in Huaqing was still slightly chilly. She wore a delicate off-the-shoulder gown, shivering as the wind blew. Though her presence should not have affected the flow of foot traffic, her resplendent attire attracted numerous glances. Achoo! She sneezed, rubbing her arms, her gaze fixed intently on the bustling crowd, hoping to spot that influential figure. She needed to rely on herself. She could not seek assistance from Wenhayu. Xia Yurong contemplated that while she could ask Wenhayu for resources, relying on him, even for something as minor as attending a film festival, could easily lead to disdain. Last night, Jinha did not return home, and Su Yunze also felt no urgency to go back. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the word surprise displayed on screen. The term surprise was uttered by Jinha. He genuinely could not fathom what kind of surprise it could be. Jinha remarked, "If a surprise cannot be articulated, then it ceases to be a surprise." She added, "Stop probing. I've sent a car to pick you up. See you tonight." Her reasoning was sound. Su Yunze stood up, dusting off his trousers, preparing to head home for a shower and change of clothes. Later, he would attend the film festival. The moment the azure Maserati arrived, it captured everyone's attention, the trident emblem glimmering brilliantly under the lights. As the car door swung open, the first thing to catch the crowd's gaze was the sleek black suit adorning its occupant. With sunglasses perched on his nose and his right hand casually tucked in his pocket, he acknowledged the onlookers with a wave. Many responded immediately. Who was he? Such an aura was unlike any prominent figures I know. Am I mistaken? Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. Yet, the man said nothing more, turning to hand his invitation to the staff, opting not to traverse the red carpet, but rather to discreetly meld into the throng. Contrary to the cold demeanor others imagined, Su Yunze, once sheltered in a corner, shook his head. Fortunately, he had slipped away swiftly. He had not anticipated that the car summoned by Jinha would be a Maserati, and a limited edition at that. Being merely an unremarkable screenwriter, it was indeed prudent to avoid drawing excessive attention at this juncture. Just as he was about to enter the venue, a boy with curly yellow hair reached out to stop him, stammering, "Brother, could you take me in with you? I suffer from social anxiety, and I'm terrified of so many people." Su Yunze fell silent, sizing the boy up from head to toe. With his light yellow hair and delicate features, the boy's attire appeared quite expensive. He was likely of affluent stock. Such a person suffers from social anxiety? No. Why would someone like him attend a film festival if he were socially anxious? With an inclination to inquire further, the boy stepped closer, clutching Su Yunze's shirt hem, his eyes glistening with tears. "Please, I beg you." Su Yunze, resigned, waved his hand in acquiescence. "Then stay close to me." "All right, brother." The boy, Song, cheerfully agreed, his eyes narrowing with delight. This tactic proved effective. He employed it every time to deal with his sister. A single clever maneuver could conquer all. Positioned at the entrance, Song had originally intended to observe his sister's husband from a distance. However, he soon realized, to his dismay, that he had no idea what his brother-in-law looked like. He had never seen Jinha's marriage certificate, which was well concealed. What if her husband turned out to be a handsome young actor, a fresh entrant in the industry, who wouldn't he even qualify to attend the film festival? As he pondered this dilemma, Song was drawn to the commotion at the entrance. He looked up and spotted Su Yunze, his eyes lighting up. Isn't that the one? He had researched, recognizing Su Yunze as the deputy director and screenwriter of the Questions of the Heart crew. He was rather handsome. If his sister weren't already married, he would undoubtedly have tried to bring them together. However, it was still fine. Wasn't he his brother-in-law, supposedly part of the Questions of the Heart crew? Establishing a good rapport with the deputy director would surely lead him to his brother-in-law. Su Yunze, on the other hand, did not dwell on such matters. He could see that the curly-haired boy had ulterior motives, but today, everyone present belonged to the same industry, and connections were vital. Even if he were being exploited, he remained indifferent. as they settled into their seats in the audience. They found a perfect angle to view the red carpet area. Dazzling star actors made frequent appearances, but Su Yunze quickly lost interest after observing a few. Song Song felt similarly, as though something was amiss beneath him, unable to sit still. He glanced at his phone. No messages. Su Yunze casually inquired, "Is the chair prickly?" "Not at all," Song Song replied, momentarily taken aback, then laughed. With the conversation opened, he took the opportunity to speak. "Brother, I actually know who you are." Finally, the boy revealed his purpose. Su Yunze, intrigued, divided his attention between the red carpet and Song Song. "Who am I?" This was a question he had never encountered before, igniting his curiosity. Since the day he severed ties with Xia Yurong, it seemed every day had been filled with unexpected surprises. "You are the deputy director and editor of the Questions of the Heart Crew," Song Song answered. As he recalled his original question, a tinge of nervousness washed over him, prompting a glance towards the red carpet. Once assured that his sister had not yet arrived, he felt a wave of relief. He lowered his head and whispered, "Has anyone in your crew recently fallen in love? And their partner isn't particularly good-looking?" This phrasing felt amiss. If news had circulated, he would have undoubtedly been aware. His brother-in-law must be keeping it under wraps from a crew. Reconsidering, Song Song rephrased, "It just seems so joyful, that feeling of being in love, particularly with someone as stunning as my sister." Su Yunze contemplated for a moment. He mentally scanned through the male members of the crew, feeling puzzled. "Not that I know of. If someone were in love and feeling elated, there should be noticeable changes, right? I would have picked up on that." "Are you sure?" "Think again," Song Song persisted. "A surprise must be unforgettable." The anticipated response was indeed met with Song Song's dissatisfaction. He leaned in closer, nearly pressing his forehead against Su Yunze's. "Think harder. Has anyone been flaunting a beautiful partner in the crew?" Su Yunze understood now. The boy was inquiring about someone boasting about their romantic partner. He began to scrutinize his memory of the crew members one by one. Although he maintained an air of aloofness, he harbored a modicum of interest in gossip. Having spent some time in the crew, he was aware of various relationships, yet none had been flaunted. Su Yunze sincerely replied, "I doubt there is anyone else besides me who wouldn't boast about a beautiful partner." He regarded Song Song with suspicion. "You aren't mistaken about the crew, are you? Surely, you're aware of who is present in the Questions of the Heart Crew?" With a straightforward inquiry, Su Yunze expressed his doubts to Song Song. Upon hearing this, Song Song became displeased. He asserted confidently, "It must be someone from your crew." Never underestimate the instincts of a public relations person, especially one who has been honing their skills since childhood. From the subtle nuances exhibited by his sister, Song Jinha, he had keenly deduced that his brother-in-law was indeed part of the Questions of the Heart Crew. As for the specifics, where he was hiding, his name, or his appearance, Song Song had no idea. Initially, he had hoped to bring his grandmother along. Perhaps she would have had a sharper instinct. But who knew? His sister had seen through him. The two stared at each other, and Song Song's assertiveness began to wane. He scratched his head. "How about we exchange contact information? I could visit your crew another day. All right, brother?" Su Yunze and Song Song shared an inexplicable sense of camaraderie, just as Su Yunze was about to agree. In the next instant, a resounding cheer erupted from the red carpet viewing area. "Good heavens! It's Song Jinha!" Su Yunze lifted his gaze. Emerging from the shadows, she was adorned in a golden gown that accentuated her S-shaped figure exquisitely. As the lights cascaded down, not only did her crown glimmer, but the delicate sparkle in her phoenix-like eyes also shone brightly. With every glance, her mesmerizing gaze captivated all. At this moment, she was the sole hue on the stage. Su Yunze watched her sway gracefully, the split of her skirt revealing her fair, long legs, while the trailing fabric added a touch of elegance. She was truly breathtaking, like the sun rising, illuminating the world in a way that no one could eclipse her radiance. As if sensing his gaze, Song Jinha turned her head. Her meticulously crafted makeup rendered her features even more exquisite. She directed a smile towards Su Yunze, her lips curving gently. Throughout the ensuing events, be it speeches or photographs, Song Jinha excelled. She was well-versed in such occasions, effortlessly showcasing her charm, eliciting cheers from countless admirers. Her expression remained serene, as if this was the most natural occurrence. The brightest smile she offered was directed at Su Yunze, and even her waves were aimed in his direction. Completing all formalities with poise, Song Jinha gracefully declined the reporters' interviews. With each step, she traversed the crowd, finally pausing by Su Yunze's side. She smiled, inquiring if the seat beside him was occupied. Su Yunze removed his glasses, his throat tightening slightly. No. From the moment she asked, the seat belonged to her. As for the original occupant, Su Yunze pondered. If Song Song returned, he would explain. It was only then that he realized Song Song had vanished without a trace. Perhaps it was when he was engrossed in watching Song Jinha, or perhaps when she approached him. When he glanced to the side, the seat was already empty. Song Jinha sat down with an air of grace. Once she took the stage, many cameras shifted their focus, following the next person as per the agenda. Upon seeing Song Song's name on the list, Song Jinha subtly raised an eyebrow. Her mood was not as tranquil as others perceived. This was the first time, amidst her radiant presence on stage, that she looked up and found the one gaze she yearned for among the multitude. In a corner unseen by others, Song Jinha extended her hand, her finger gently intertwining with that of the person beside her. Then she shifted slightly. In full view, their skin brushed against each other. The response was a firm grip from a broad hand that secured her hold. It seemed as if she had orchestrated this moment. Before the film festival could conclude, she had stealthily slipped away. The two departed separately. The industry exchanges continued without causing stir. The underground parking lot was dimly lit, devoid of any presence, with distant sounds of revelry echoing above. Xu Yunze was led by Song Jinha, trailing behind as they weaved through a line of vehicles. His gaze fell upon their entwined fingers. "Is this what you meant by surprise?" Xu Yunze's voice took on a husky quality, yet remained composed. The golden embroidery adorning her gown sparkled even in the dimness of the parking garage, failing to diminish her beauty. Was this the stunning surprise Song Jinha had referred to? If so, he had to concede that it was indeed astonishing. Not just that. They soon arrived at Song Jinha's car. The pristine golden Maserati gleamed, perfectly complementing her attire. She turned her head, leaning against the car. A surprise must be unforgettable. Having escaped the crowd, her demeanor brightened in Su Yunze's presence. With her left index finger, she gently traced his chin, prompting him to tilt his head upwards. This action evoked memories of moments past, when she had subtly beckoned him from the VIP section. Now, in the dimly lit parking lot, her soft fingertip glided along his lips, a fleeting brush. Just when Su Yunze thought it was over, her fingertip circled back, returning to his chin. In the next moment, her crimson lips met his, the warm sensation breaking down his defenses. Su Yunze's eyes widened. The remnants of restraint within him ignited into a roaring flame. He took the initiative, grasping the back of Song Jinha's head, encircling her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Was that really Xu Yunze? As he entered the film festival, someone outside caught sight of his retreating figure. Xia Yurong couldn't help but ponder. She had to rely on a big shot to gain entry. How could Xu Yunze possibly qualify for the film festival? This reminded her of past events. In her previous life, after entering the festival, she unexpectedly spotted Xu Yunze, accompanied by a beautiful woman. He had mentioned that a kind-hearted individual had fortuitously brought him in. Xia Yurong had felt a surge of anger. Couldn't he possess a shred of dignity? A man with a girlfriend, still accepting charity. Xu Yunze had initially been elated, but her words rendered him silent for the entirety of the festival. If that woman hadn't brought him in, he likely wouldn't have gained access. Yet that silhouette was hauntingly familiar, stepping down from a luxury car. As Xia Yurong contemplated, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the person she had waited for all night, the benefactor from her previous life, Wang Lichuan. Her eyes lit up as she jogged towards him. Chapter 36. Is the power generated by butterfly wings truly so immense? At the entrance of the film festival, the striking Xia Yurong approached with a lively gait, her vibrant blue gown capturing the attention of many eager to enter. They speculated about which emerging star she might be. Though unfamiliar, being invited to the festival suggested she was likely a potential talent. Wang Lichuan was among them, initially jesting, stuck at the door. Could this be someone's little wife or a canary? Until he spotted Xia Yurong running towards him, his smile vanished. Oh no, she is coming for me. The gazes from those nearby felt as if they were peeling him layer by layer. Xia Yurong, panting as she approached, hurriedly asked, "Mr. Wang, did you drop something?" "Drop something?" Wang Lichuan was momentarily confused, prioritizing a quick check of his belongings. "No, I haven't. Isn't a set of keys you dropped?" Xia Yurong suddenly froze, her left hand instinctively tightening around her gown. "Where are the keys?" She had picked them up. How could this happen? In a panic, she rushed to find Wang Lichuan, forgetting the proper protocol. Her mind was a blank slate. What had gone wrong? It was precisely the same time and place as her previous life. Why hadn't she retrieved Wang Lichuan's keys? How could she gain entry to the film festival now? The scrutinizing glances from all around felt like needles, making Xia Yurong wish to vanish. This embarrassing situation made her feel like a clown. "Honey, are you ready yet?" A deliberately sweet voice pierced through the air beside Wang Lichuan. "The film festival is about to begin." Almost there, he replied, though to others, it sounded like an affectionate call. However, It sent a chill of dread coursing through Wang Lichuan. This was his little sister. Such a tone of voice could lead to disastrous consequences once they returned home. He quickly distanced himself from Xia Yurong. I'm sorry, miss, but we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. How could Wang Lichuan possibly have a female companion? Xia Yurong turned her head, her eyes widening in shock. It's you. You are the woman who dragged Su Yunze into trouble in our past life. The memory of how she had berated Su Yunze flooded her mind. How could this person know Wang Lichuan? A maelstrom of thoughts overwhelmed Xia Yurong, leaving her momentarily stunned. As she watched them prepare to depart, she blurted out, Do you know Su Yunze? Watching the woman deny it and vanish through the entrance with Wang Lichuan left Xia Yurong utterly flabbergasted. A cold wind wrapped around her. It could not rouse her from her stupor. What was happening? Xia Yurong's gaze drifted into the distance. Why had her reincarnation stripped her of the fortune that once belonged to her? Wasn't he that the favor of destiny? What gone awry? Could the flutter of a butterfly's wings wield such power? She instinctively reached for her phone and dialed Su Yunze's number. The number you have dialed is currently busy. She tried another number, which rang longer before it was abruptly disconnected. How could this be? After being buffeted by the cold wind for too long and having rushed over in a panic, Xia Yurong's appearance had become somewhat disheveled, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Every passerby couldn't help but steal a glance at her. Xia Yurong's face flushed a mix of blue and red as she hurriedly sidestepped into a nearby corner. She felt as though she had never faced such failure before. She called Xia Yong, but received no answer. She called Wen Heyu, and still no response. Inside the film festival venue, amplified voices from the microphone pierced Xia Yurong's ears. She felt lost and desolate. In her past life, everything had seemingly gone smoothly. Encountering unexpected situations now left her at a loss for how to cope. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps an hour or two, her phone chimed with a message notification. A glance at the screen rejuvenated her spirits. The message was from Wen Heyu. Let us finalize the lead role for yesterday's station movie. That was a blockbuster film. Xia Yurong instantly felt revitalized. So what if she couldn't enter the film festival? One day, she would rely on her own merit, just as she had in her past life, to receive an invitation and stroll in with pride. Her first two projects would be leading roles, one of which would surely be a sensational success. Xia Yurong sensed that her second chance at life was on the brink of reaching its zenith. What on earth was her brother up to? Wen Heyu was in a state of agitation. Su Yunze's antics at the film festival had not gone unnoticed. After he exited, Wen Heyu, who had been observing him closely, followed discreetly. And then, to his astonishment, he witnessed Su Yunze holding hands with the illustrious Song Ingho. Wen Heyu was rendered speechless. He rubbed his eyes several times to confirm that it was not an illusion. The dazzling golden gown, shimmering even from afar, unmistakably belonged to Song Ingho. But how could his brother be linked with her? They were holding hands? Just the thought made Wen Heyu want to exclaim in disbelief. How many surprises was his brother hiding from him? The last time he saw him with a beautiful woman at a restaurant, and now this. Reflecting on how worried he had been about Su Yunze being deceived by a gold digger, he realized he had been overly concerned. His brother was the true scoundrel. His emotions still in turmoil, Xia Yurong's call came through, instantly making Wen Heyu feel guilty. Without a second thought, he flipped his phone face down, waiting for the call to disconnect automatically. It wasn't like he had committed any wrongdoing. Little did Wen Heyu know why he felt guilty. Was he empathizing with his brother? After much contemplation, he remained uncertain about how to address the situation. He decided to focus on the film festival instead. If his sister-in-law was calling him, could she have discovered something? He needed to cover for his brother, no matter how much of a rogue he was. After all, he was still family. After thinking it over, he sent Xia Yurong a message. Lead roll? Granted. My brother even mentioned he has the right to reclaim the copyright. When Heyu shrank back slightly, he had already given the lead role to his sister-in-law. Upon seeing her, he certainly couldn't bring up that matter again. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No, he needed to ensure his brother noticed his good deed. Otherwise, he should invite him to direct the project. Xia Yurong remained oblivious to Wen Heyu's thoughts. She looked at the text message, feeling as though fortune was finally turning in her favor. No, her luck had always been like this. No wonder she couldn't get into the film festival. It was because there were even greater rewards awaiting her. With her spirits lifted, she started to feel cold, sneezing several times in quick succession. She hastily called for a cab, planning to return home first. With her earnings from the film, it was about time to buy a car. Speaking of her first car in her past life, had it been a gift from Su Yunze? Just as her thoughts drifted, her phone lit up again with a new message. Sorry, Rong. I was simply too busy at the film festival yesterday. Many acquaintances were trying to reach me, and I couldn't neglect them. Accompanying the message was a picture from inside the festival, with Xia Yurong at the center, gazing longingly at her. Xia Yurong felt elated once more, hugging her phone with delight. Xia Yurong had missed her call earlier. He must have been swamped. No wonder when Yu had suddenly mentioned the lead role. He had probably been talking with Xia Yurong inside. Believing she had uncovered the truth, Xia Yurong's mood soared. So what if she couldn't enter the film festival? The influential figures within were all working hard for her. However, Xia Yurong glanced at the photo Xia Yurong had sent. The position, why did it seem a bit further back? Chapter 37, Romantic Variety Show. Pondering for a couple of seconds, Xia Yurong swiftly cast the thought aside and began to dreamily envision how to manage her role as the lead in yesterday's station movie. Shouldn't she also consider signing with an agency? They could help her manage and handle some trivial matters. Xia Yurong thought to herself. After all, she was destined to become a leading actress, even though her career had yet to take off. Her thoughts drifted to several major entertainment companies. Which one would be fortunate enough to represent her? Just then, someone sent her a message. Why not check it out? In the underground parking lot. Jinha poked Su Yunze playfully in the side. Su Yunze pulled her from his embrace. I generally prefer to prioritize matters by urgency. He did not answer directly. But Jinha understood his implication. There were more pressing concerns at hand. Her delicate face flushed a rosy hue, and she gently pressed her lips together, as if somewhat bashful, diverting her gaze momentarily. Yet, just 2 seconds later, she raised her eyes again, drawing his attention back. On the verge of speaking, yet hesitating. The stark contrast in her demeanor caused Su Yunze to instinctively tighten his hand resting at her waist. It seemed both of them relished this moment. Had it not been for the interruption of a text message, they might have continued embracing. Jinha took a step back, raising her hand to reveal a set of car keys that had mysteriously appeared before Su Yunze. The golden emblem of the flying goddess gleamed brilliantly in the dim light of the basement. Do you like it? This surprise, she inquired, her eyes curving into a smile. Ido, Su Yunze replied. With the press of a button, the black Rolls-Royce parked beside them illuminated its lights. She placed the keys into Su Yunze's hand. So, tonight, Mr. Su, you shall personally drive the car home. I will follow behind you, she said, patting the light golden roof of the car. How can this be a bother? Su Yunze chuckled. You've gifted me such a valuable present. What does value matter? The essence of a gift lies in the sentiment, does it not? Jinha had already opened the car door, arching an eyebrow at Su Yunze. Moreover, this is your first time attending a film festival and receiving a gift. Implicitly, she conveyed that no reciprocity was necessary. In her heart, she whispered, being with you is my greatest gift. Watching the Rolls-Royce glide out of the underground parking lot, Jinha's eyes sparkled. The striking contrast of the evening should yield remarkable results, she mused. The gift was given. The next step was to deepen their connection. To make Su Yunze, like her, fall in love with her. After expressing his gratitude, Su Yunze took to the road first. His mood was far from the calm exterior others perceived. This car was of considerable value. In his previous life, he had not owned a vehicle until he discussed divorce with Xia Yurong. And then there was Jinha. At a red light, his fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel. He thought to himself that he needed to begin serializing his novel soon. Jinha showed interest in him. How could he transform this interest into something deeper? Perhaps even love? He felt fortunate that the wounds of the past had been forgotten the moment he agreed to divorce before his rebirth. Suddenly reminded of something, he picked up his phone. A gentle message from when you had come through while he was in the parking lot. Bro, do you have any thoughts on the female lead from yesterday's station? Su Yunze was puzzled. He had arranged everything quite well regarding the female lead in his previous life. So why the inquiry? Just as he was about to respond, another message popped up. Bro, I've already made arrangements. By the way, would you like to direct? If you find it too tiring, let the assistant director handle it. His brows arched slightly as he quickly replied, okay. After the film festival, numerous headlines emerged, with Song Yingho's being the most captivating. Her golden gown, even through screens, had dazzled countless viewers. The images circulated widely, and some claimed, I think I saw Song Yingho escorting a man. 2 cars, one in front of the other. The news vanished as quickly as it appeared. Those who witnessed it couldn't help but chuckle. After a decade in the industry, Song Yingho had never been embroiled in scandal. Not a whisper of escorting, nor even holding hands. She remained utterly unblemished. Fans exclaimed, a celestial being like her could not possibly be in a relationship. Escorting a man? Absolutely impossible. I tell you, sis, as soon as the buzz rises, these people start frantically sending you scripts. Song scrolled through his email, unable to suppress his sarcasm. What is this? A dating reality show? They dare to send my sister scripts for a dating show? No matter how popular it gets, there's no way my sister would participate. Song, engrossed in his thoughts, failed to notice that Jinha seemed to be contemplating something. her eyes gradually sparkling. Delete all of it. Toss it into the trash. Song Song did not hesitate. Wait a moment. A voice from beside him halted him. Song Jinha cleared her throat. Sometimes one must try things they've never attempted before. Song Song replied, Huh? Song Jinha continued, That dating show you mentioned, let me take a look. Song Song's eyes widened, and upon confirming that Song Jinha was not jesting, he silently glanced at the tablet in his hand. Remarkably swift, he had already deleted everything. He quietly rummaged through the email trash and found the sole dating show invitation. When he saw the title, Heartbeat Confession Day, he thought it was delightful and sweet, as the name indicated an abundance of sugar. However, it hardly seemed like a program his sister would participate in. While internally lamenting, he obediently forwarded the email to Song Jinha, raising his hand like a diligent student. Cease. I've sent it. Normally, such matters should be handled by the manager, but the young manager had recently taken leave to return home, leaving the bored Song Song to take over. Make sure to read it carefully, he urged, his voice filled with lingering hope. Yet, 2 seconds later, he heard an incredulous response. This variety show is excellent. My upcoming schedule is open. Tell them I'll take it. Song Song exclaimed, Huh? Chapter 38. What if we remove that last character, Xia Yurong, who was merely a filler? He looked over in confusion. Song Jinha raised her index finger. No. Quickly reply to the email. I have conditions. After a moment's thought, she waved her hand. To send the email, let them discuss it with me. It seemed there was little hope of receiving a reply, as the email overflowed with exclamations of astonishment. Before long, Song Jinha was already cradling her phone, engaging in conversation with them. Song Song felt as if ants were crawling all over him. He observed the subtle smile playing on Song Jinha's lips and could not help but ask, Sis, why do you want to go on a dating show? His sister had already obtained a marriage certificate with his brother-in-law. Their relationship should be quite strong, having been together for a while. Yet, his sister was indeed remarkable, managing to date for so long without family noticing, only revealing it post-certification. Song Jinha appeared to have concluded her conversation. She set down her phone, stretching her arms overhead in a graceful yawn, her beautiful silhouette unmistakably evident. Why participate in a dating show? Didn't I mention? To try something I've never experienced before? To push my boundaries. Song Jinha casually replied. Her cousin, at times, was quite naive. A mere hint of misdirection from her left her little concern that he would uncover the truth. However, if he did discover it, it wouldn't be a problem. Song Jinha's dark, bewitching eyes twinkled, and a smile graced her lips. If he remained unaware, it would undoubtedly be more entertaining, adding a layer of intrigue to her time spent nurturing her relationship with Su Yunze. Pushing boundaries? Trying something new? Reflecting on her previous mention of conditions, Song Song felt a revelation dawn upon him. Nodding in understanding. Exploring different types and directions was a principle many actors adhered to. The professionalism combined with trust in his sister led Song Song to believe that her reputation would not require embellishments. Moreover, what can reality dating shows transcend? Surely, there must be her own intentions behind the way she acts, right? He gently stroked his chin, following the customary practice. He first perused the latest trending news to ensure there was no unfavorable information regarding the company before transitioning out of work mode, allowing himself to languish on the sofa. Feeling somewhat bored, he turned his gaze to the LCD television mounted on the wall and suddenly recalled a young man he had met at the film festival. With work being rather light lately, he pondered, why not pay him a visit? His grandmother had once again begun subtly reaching out to him, having deduced his thoughts and speculating that he would take her along to meet his son-in-law. Just as she predicted, her words materialized. The phone on the table vibrated, and upon answering, he was greeted by the affectionate call of his grandmother. My dear, when are you bringing my son-in-law back for me to see? Lately, I've been feeling a bit stifled and haven't been sleeping well. Oh, and the microphone seemed to have been moved further away, as the speaker clearly transmitted a private conversation from the other end. What else is bothering me? Dear, you still can't sleep well? Oh, true. His grandmother's robust voice returned. If you could bring my son-in-law back, I would surely recover instantly. Listening in, Song Song couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and glancing at his sister, it was evident she was also struggling to suppress her laughter. He covered his forehead, thinking he would need to give his grandmother a little training next time they met. At the very least, she ought to know to mute the microphone during a private discussion. Song Jin, he lightly chuckled, responding in accordance with her grandmother's words. No problem, Grandma. I have to participate in a variety show first. Let me check the timing after that. Estimating the duration of the show, she figured it would take several months to complete. Do I need to finish recording the show before bringing him back? Oh dear, his grandmother seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Why can't it be tomorrow? My dearest, we are all waiting here every day. It's not solely about work, we feel fatigued too. You must consider our feelings. Regardless of how Song's grandmother expressed her sentiments, Song Jin, he responded gently and sweetly. All right, yes, I understand. Resolute and unwavering, her grandmother finally relented, albeit with some dissatisfaction. Then you must bring him back immediately after you finish recording the show. With that, the call ended. Just as she hung up, Song's phone rang. Upon glancing at the contact name, he noted, grandmother. Raising his head again, he met Song Jin's knowing gaze, which sent shivers down his spine. He lowered his head, grabbed his phone, and quickly made his exit. Xia Yurong felt that her luck was indeed improving. The developments following her reincarnation were manifesting splendidly. With strategic management, her reputation began to resound and grow. At the film festival, she had intentionally hired paparazzi to capture her arrival, subsequently allowing marketing accounts to promote her presence extensively. As a result, numerous fans were convinced she had attended the festival, taking pride in it. Our sister is truly remarkable. Those big shots from the organizing committee must see her as a promising talent, right? By investing now, we'll all be longtime fans in the future. Observing the burgeoning momentum in the entertainment circle reminiscent of her past life, Xia Yurong felt a sense of satisfaction. She posted the recently compiled behind-the-scenes footage, captioning it, "Today, I'm working diligently too. The new drama will be meeting everyone soon." After posting, she did not linger for fan comments as usual. Instead, she opened the backstage of her social media account. With her rising fame and recent diligent management, offers for scripts and endorsements began to flow in. However, her standards were high. She refused any scripts that did not feature significant roles for the lead female or second female, only considering the third female role if it was from a renowned director. As she scrolled through a series of unremarkable private messages, one invitation caught her eye, sparking excitement. Confession Day? It sounded somewhat familiar. She remembered it was a very popular and sweet dating show. Xia Yurong thought of Xia Yong, and an idea blossomed. It would be perfect to bring along her brother Xia Yong, to assert her claim and showcase his excellence to the fans. She promptly replied to the production team, followed their official account, and shared their post. Eagerly, she captioned, "Looking forward to meeting everyone." Then she began dialing. "Brother Xia Yong, would you accompany me on a variety show? It's a dating show." While Xia Yurong was elated, someone else was troubled. When handing out scripts, the quantity had not been calculated correctly, and it seemed too many had been given. Gazing at the responses on the screen, the young and vibrant screenwriter could not help but tug at her curly hair. The assistant beside her handed over a cup of milk tea, rescuing her disheveled hair, and then brought over a comb to meticulously groom it. "Ah, the song actress has agreed. It's like a pie falling from the sky." The assistant glanced at the computer screen and continued to tidy her own hair. Why not remove Xia Yurong, the extra one? Chapter 39. I can't wait to find my brother-in-law. This is indeed an incredibly enticing suggestion. The very reason she had her sights set on Xia Yurong was due to the heat surrounding her. The fact that she could elevate the show to its current sensational status was no act of charity. She would not overlook anything that could be utilized. After some contemplation, the screenwriter shook her head, declining the idea. Never mind. The phone screen lit up, and upon seeing the post had already been shared, she realized that withdrawing the invitation would now be impossible. Slight adjustments to the show could be made. Adding another couple was not out of the question. The invitations had been genuinely sent out. It would be detrimental to the show's reputation to go back on their word. After making her decision, the screenwriter picked up her phone and began contacting the individual mentioned by Song Jinha. The actress was the priority. If they could announce that their show was the first dating program featuring the illustrious song actress, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of attention. The mere thought of it filled the editor with excitement. Following the information provided by Song Jinha, she located the individual's details. Su Yunze. The editor raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as a talented individual. When she called, she was unexpectedly met with a rejection. After a moment's thought, she recalled Song Jinha's advice and tentatively stated, "It's song actress who has asked me to invite you." Internally, she fervently hoped for a positive response. "Please say yes. If you don't, such a prominent actress might just slip away. What if she goes to the opposition?" Editor Mu Yun was devoid of any interest in gossip, her focus solely on achieving results. Thankfully, at the last moment, he agreed. With everything secured, Mu Yun immediately contacted Song Jinha to arrange a contract signing. Simultaneously, she announced the exciting news of the song actress joining their dating show. There was no harm in boasting. With the song actress on board, their production team was invincible this quarter. When Mu Yun called, Su Yunze had just finished typing 10,000 words, which served as the prologue to his new book. He had divided it into 5 chapters, bundled them together, and submitted them to his dormant account, while simultaneously initiating the signing process. When the call connected, he was still somewhat bewildered. A dating variety show? He was merely an unremarkable wordsmith. Why would such a show seek him out and even go so far as to call him. Without a second thought, he declined the offer. Surely, he could use his time more fruitfully by typing a few more words. Or perhaps he could invite Song Jinha out for a meal, take a stroll, or share a drink to indulge in a little flirtation. He had no time for a dating show. Convinced that the caller must be out of their mind, he was about to politely end the call when the words that followed immobilized him. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention. It's Song Jinha, the renowned actress, who is inviting you to our dating show. Xu Yunze's expression immediately softened. He swiftly altered his tone, responding with a smile. Of course, we can discuss this matter in detail. By the way, what is the name of your dating show? On the other end, Mu Yun'er, who had just thoroughly introduced the production team, replied, all right. It seems you are more swayed by the name Song Jinha than by any concerns about remuneration, performance, or cast. They exchanged pleasantries and agreed to a time for further discussion before ending the call. Heartfelt Confession Day. Su Yunze savored the name of the dating show. The 5 succinct words seemed imbued with an unusual charm. As he envisioned certain scenarios, his heartbeat quickened. Oh, you rascal. Director Lin emerged from nowhere, playfully swatting Su Yunze on the head with a fan. Why the flush? Standing there like a fool? He clicked his tongue, noting Su Yunze's reddened ears. Su Yunze, what? I'm not blushing. I was simply engrossed in writing my new piece and got a bit tired. He replied solemnly. Director Lin scoffed. You think I can't see through you? What is your situation? I can tell. With a gaze sharp as a laser, he scrutinized Su Yunze, realizing that the young man was genuinely putting on an act. All right, I won't tease you anymore. He shook his head, gently fanning himself. There's a young fellow outside looking for you. I don't know how you get mixed up with such peculiar people. Don't let them lead you astray. Comparing the odd-looking young man with the peculiar hairstyle waiting at the door, Director Lin couldn't help but admonish him. His assistant, at first glance, seemed quite well-behaved and impeccable. Su Yunze was puzzled by the director's fluctuating expressions, one moment disdainful, the next approving. Upon hearing someone calling for him, he promptly snapped his notebook shut and dashed out. He is here to ask me for help in finding my brother-in-law. He called back to Director Lin as he exited. Behind him, Lin leisurely approached the spot where Su Yunze had been typing, plopping down into his chair. Watching Su Yunze's retreating figure, he nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he started to act his age. Young people should be full of vitality. Director Lin would always remember that day when Su Yunze called, a transformation evident in him. The remnants of his previous entanglement with a troublesome woman seemed to have vanished, replaced by a weighty aura. It was a positive change, yet it felt stifling, too much for a youth. His eyes had grown profound, resembling those of a man in his twilight years. Director Lin was pleased that Su Yunze had found clarity, yet couldn't he shake the worry. Was the young man affected by some setback? Now at least, he needn't fret. After all, this lad was no scoundrel. Why should he worry? Such a curious notion. As Director Lin lounged, he turned his gaze to the sticky note on his desk and froze. Heartfelt Confession Day? Oh no, wasn't he this rascal already married? Was his exuberance due to the prospect of flirting on a dating show? Truly a scoundrel. Ugh. Su Yunze slowed his pace after sprinting out of the office. He first placed his laptop neatly and adjusted his disheveled shirt. As he passed by, the crew members greeted him. Su Director, are you done? Someone's looking for you outside. When you were busy, Director Lin told us to keep our voices down so as not to disturb you. Su Yunze paused, taken aback by the old man's thoughtfulness. After exchanging pleasantries with the crew, he stepped outside to find Song leaning casually against the wall, clad in sporty attire, hands languidly tucked into his pockets. His curly hair shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. No wonder Director Lin had spoken of him so. Song's style was indeed avant-garde. Upon spotting Su Yunze, Song's eyes brightened, and he straightened up. Hey, brother, good to see you again. I texted you but got no reply, so I just came over. With a cheerful grin, he glanced into the production area. Can you give me a tour? I can't wait to find my brother-in-law. Chapter 40. Does his sister ever show such thoughtfulness? Su Yunze pondered for a moment before agreeing. The crew maintained confidentiality during filming, but since everyone was currently on break, preparing for lunch, showing Song around wouldn't pose a problem. Upon his agreement, Song's eyes sparkled. You're the best, Zhe, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Don't worry, I'm a public relations person. Since you're so kind to take me in, I won't pry or spread anything. Seeing Song's understanding, Su Yunze had nothing further to say as they entered the production area, walking one behind the other. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhe-gu's new little brother. Song boldly declared upon entry. We met at the film festival. I'm here to find my brother-in-law. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow. As Song's enthusiasm peaked, he casually remarked, Didn't you say you were socially anxious? Song stammered. Well, I just wanted to get close to you to find my brother-in-law. He lowered his voice. Can we not mention this, brother? Noting Su Yunze's impassive demeanor, he quickly added, "I'll treat you to a meal." Su Yunze slightly lifted his chin, maintaining an air of restraint as he replied, "Okay." With that, they moved on, and Su Yunze guided him through the production area. Just as they were about to eat, everyone casually found a spot to dine. Xiao Lin and Xiao Wu had gone out on a date. The cameraman, noticing the presence of Song Song beside Su Yunze, approached with a food container. They went out to eat, and we have a little extra. If you don't mind, curly-haired brother. Before he could finish, Song Song snatched the container, grinning widely as he opened it. "Thank you, brother. How could I care about a meal when I have the chance to eat this?" Dining together was a perfect way to bond with the crew, subtly gathering clues about who his brother-in-law might be. As Song Song was about to indulge in his meal, he lowered his head to inspect the contents of the lunchbox and was utterly taken aback. Goodness, has the catering for the watching film crew reached such heights? The fare seemed oddly familiar. He promptly unwrapped a pair of disposable chopsticks and sampled a mouthful of the dishes, confirming with delight that this was indeed the outsourced meal package from their company cafeteria. After half a year of neglect, it had expanded all the way to Huachin. Such a level of luxury was typically reserved for occasions when his sister joined a production, prompting special arrangements. Was he astonished? The cinematographer appeared to relish the expression of shock on his face. The lunchbox had been ordered by director Lin, while the dishes had always been good. They had never been this lavish before. Somehow, over time, the quality had improved dramatically. He patted his stomach. Previously, filming had left him lean. This time, however, he had not only maintained his weight, but had gained 5 pounds. He could hardly believe that a film crew's lunch could be this sumptuous. It could easily rival a restaurant's offerings. Song Song smiled silently. One could never fathom the lengths his family would go to ensure his sister ate well while filming. Unbeknownst to him, they might inadvertently turn into the proprietors of a restaurant. As fragments of thoughts coalesced in his mind, he concluded that it must have been his sister who, noticing her husband's inadequate meals, had secretly upgraded the package. Oh, how considerate of her! He had never perceived such attentiveness in her towards him. With a bittersweet heart, he took larger bites of his food. "Slow down, don't choke," Xu Yunze said, having taken a lunchbox himself and seated next to Song Song, casually handing him a bottle of mineral water. Observing Song Song relish his meal, the others felt a subtle closeness forming among them. After a while, Song Song wiped his mouth and recalled his purpose. "I work in public relations over in the Xinhai district." Su Yunze noticed an elderly gentleman in the back of the crowd perk up with interest and couldn't he help but chuckle. "This young man's sister is the partner of someone in our crew." He patted Song Song on the shoulder, revealing the curiosity of the onlookers. "And she's quite the beauty." Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, heightening the suspense among the crowd. Just as they were eager to discover the identity of the partner, he shifted the conversation. "But, little Song, doesn't he even know who his brother-in-law is?" Thus, he had found his way to our crew, wishing to discreetly investigate. Song Song cast a grateful glance at Su Yunze. He had been contemplating how to inquire, and once again, it was Brother Ze's thoughtfulness that saved the day. "The person my sister is fond of must be both handsome and capable, someone who truly captivates her." As the words left his lips, many unconsciously turned their gaze towards Su Yunze. This description, why did it seem to fit director Su so well? But since he had brought this individual, surely he would know if the man were his brother-in-law. That would be absurd. It was utterly impossible. He possesses remarkable talent. And while his social standing may not be high at the moment, my sister is not one to be swayed by such matters. Song Song stroked his chin, speaking slowly. One had to admit his understanding of Song Jinha was indeed profound. My sister and her husband have already obtained their marriage certificate. Given my sister's disposition, they must have been together for a year or two to have reached that stage. This statement silenced any lingering doubts regarding Su Yunze. Initially, some had felt there was a resemblance to director Su, but such a claim was now out of the question. Many knew that just a month ago, Su Yunze was pursuing someone else, but had recently come to clarity. How could he possibly have married little curly-hair sister? Wouldn't that be too seamless? This was simply not feasible. Which grand beauty would act so hastily and without dignity? Those who heard Song Song's expression of confusion promptly offered explanations. What he said is not a secret. Everyone in the crew is aware. Is that so? Song Song asked, somewhat astonished. To be honest, when he first learned of Brother Ze's age, he too harbored doubts. Wasn't he the one his sister referred to as just barely past midnight? Now, hearing this, it was inconceivable. How could his sister possibly have a seamless marriage with Su Yunze? Such a plot twist would be unthinkable in a film. Thus, it stood to reason that her husband must have been in a long-term relationship with her, cleverly concealed from discovery. Song Song surveyed the crew, mentally assigning heavy labels to Su Yunze. 1. He is certainly not the brother-in-law. 2. He is the brother-in-law's superior. With all the information shared, yet no one responded. Song Song's face fell. Oh dear, my good brother-in-law, if you are among us, please step forward and claim your title. My sister has already said she wishes to bring you home. I will find out your identity. It is merely a matter of time. Satisfy my curiosity regarding who my sister's husband is. I dare not make things difficult for you. Song Song's woeful expression elicited laughter from the crowd. Don't lose heart, Su Yunze consoled, patting Song Song on the shoulder. I suspect no one here knows who your brother-in-law is, and frankly, I do not either. Why don't you come by our crew more often, sharpen your keen eye, and observe carefully. Chapter 41. How can a married man participate in a dating show, unless... Xu Yunze's suggestion was indeed quite sensible. The little curly hair from the film festival seemed hesitant to divulge his full name, merely stating that he was called Little Song. The crew now affectionately referred to him as Little Song. Should he have concerns, Xu Yunze extended an invitation for him to visit more frequently, as it might lead him to uncover his brother-in-law's identity. This suggestion clearly resonated with Little Curly Hair, whose eyes lit up as he rushed to clasp Xu Yunze's hand. Brother Zhe, thank you so much. Without your help, I might not have been able to join your crew, let alone find my brother-in-law. Rest assured, he patted his chest, promising, once I locate my brother-in-law, I will definitely treat you to a grand feast. And my sister, she has her own merits. I will make sure she introduces you to some beautiful ladies. She has plenty under her wing. Introduce beautiful ladies? Su Yunze suddenly thought of Song Jinha. If she found out, she would surely explode, right? Yet, it was evident to all that Little Curly Hair was joking, and everyone chuckled, leading Su Yunze to refrain from further comment. Having eaten his fill, Song Song stood up, patting his backside as he prepared to bid farewell to the group. Thank you all for your hospitality. I shall return. I'll bring a capable assistant with me next time to help find my brother-in-law. His playful expressions elicited further laughter from the crowd. Ah, if only you knew. I have a grandmother who possesses extraordinary insight. She can identify her grandson-in-law with just one glance. Song Song mused, considering that his grandmother had not taken a stroll in quite some time, and it would be a perfect opportunity for her to come and play while searching for her grandson-in-law. Since Su Yunze had brought him, he got along well with everyone. Regardless of appearances, the crew was friendly as they bid farewell to Song Song, inviting him to return and search for his brother-in-law, watching him leave with warm smiles. Little Song is quite the conversationalist. Do you think his brother-in-law could be Director Su? What a naive notion. I believe Director Su is the least likely candidate. The discussion among the group became animated. When Su Yunze returned, he shook his head in mild exasperation at the scene. Adjusting his glasses, he noticed the fruits that Song Song had brought and decided to slice them for everyone. Heartbeat Confession Day is an immensely popular romance reality show. By the time Xu Yunze had sliced the fruit and brought it out, the production crew was already engaged in lively conversation. Has the cast list been released so soon? Let me take a look. The shooting schedule must be postponed. Oh, how is Song Yingho included? Is it merely my imagination? Just as Su Yunze sat down, Director Lin, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached. He seized a piece of watermelon and, chewing thoughtfully, scrutinized Su Yunze with a skeptical gaze. You got something going on? Haven to you? Song Yingho is participating in a dating show, and this fellow has written the show's name on a sticky note. The wild imaginations of the media have immediately linked them together. Could he possibly be heading to the dating show alongside Song Yingho? Director Lin was startled by his own conjecture. Without hesitation, he interrogated Su Yunze. You, my boy, are a married man. Su Yunze's suit jacket was tugged. Yet he did not resist, raising his hands in innocent surrender. As you mentioned, I am indeed a married man. I'm merely gathering information. How could a married man possibly join a dating show, unless, alongside his wife? That's reassuring. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Director Lin released his grip. However, a furrow still marred his brow. Something felt amiss, and he cautioned, you must not harbor any ill intentions. How many young people have found their families shattered due to a moment of folly? Chapter 42. Isn't it better with an X around? How many young people have found their families shattered due to a moment of folly? Regrets arise in old age, but by then, that person has been thoroughly erased from memory. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive. The two were still in a tenuous relationship. How could they possibly attend a dating show together? As if on cue, Su Yunze spoke up. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly be attending the dating show. The entry for Heartbeat Confession Day became intertwined with Song Yingho, and the buzz steadily escalated, prompting fans to fervently comment below. This marks Song Jinha's first foray into a dating show. No, it's her first foray into any variety show. Previously, it was rumored that Song Jia's affluent background made acting a mere dream. Thus, she refrained from participating in variety shows. But this time, She is set to deliver a bombshell. I can't wait to see Song In-ho in love. The public, reading the official statement that Song In-ho seeks to challenge herself, could hardly care less. It's all sweet, let us indulge. The commotion was such that even those uninvolved were aware of Song Jinha's participation in the dating show, let alone Xia Yurong. Having completed her scenes for the day, she found herself amidst a scene of overturned foot basins and spilled water. As the actress playing the maid tidied up, she truly adored the atmosphere of this production. As the lead, everyone catered to her whims, making her feel as if she had stepped into the world of legend of Chu Fei. She overlooked the red mark on the maid's face, inflicted by Yan Haoran, lost in her own reverie. The news of the leading actress participating in a dating show struck her like a delightful surprise. Her eyes sparkled as she returned to her profile, scrutinizing the reposted articles. It was the same. The dating show that she and Song Jinha were to attend was indeed the same. What honor! Xia Yurong was beside herself with excitement, immediately sharing the good news with Xia Yurong. Isn't this the surge in popularity she needed? Within the same production, she could become close friends with Song In-ho, sharing everything. Xia Yong's reply came swiftly. I already know. What did that imply? Had Xia Yong known before the production team made the announcement? Reflecting on how Song In-ho had frequently cast glances her way in their shared alma mater, Xia Yurong's heart raced. Could it be that Song In-ho had always been keeping an eye on her? Perhaps her participation in a variety show had prompted Song In-ho's involvement as well? How unfortunate. Why must this Xia person also join? Song Jinha couldn't help but grumble. The workspace on Huaqing's side was nearly set up. She adjusted the plush office chair to a slight recline, sinking into it. In her imagination, the dating show was meant to cultivate feelings between her and Su Yunze. The unwelcome presence of an ex diminished the ambience significantly. Shaolin brought over a blanket to cover Song Jinha's abdomen, intrigued as it was the first time she heard her utter something uncivil. Who is it? Song Jinha, eyes closed, replied nonchalantly, the ex of my dating show partner. With an ex in the mix, how could they possibly flaunt their affection? Shaolin stifled a laugh. Sister, that's where your thinking is flawed. Isn't it better to have an ex around? Flaunt it, assert your claim. This line of reasoning caused Song Jinha to open her eyes wide in surprise. She sat up, regarding Shaolin with newfound curiosity. I thought you were an honest person. Who knew you had such a cunning side? Shaolin, flattered by the compliment, felt a bit bashful. Oh, it's nothing. Just remember, as long as you're not upset, the one who will suffer is someone else. Song Jinha seemed to have had her spirits lifted. She exchanged knowing glances with Shaolin, both recognizing the mischievous glint in each other's eyes. Chapter 43. The Rising Star, Xia Yurong. The sudden surge of attention weighed heavily on Xia Yurong, making her realize the importance of cherishing her talent. She began to engage more frequently, capitalizing on the hype. Just as the annual endorsement for the pagoda was concluding, she left a comment expressing her gratitude for the trust placed in her. The official account liked it. Once fans noticed, the publicity surged again. Additionally, she began auditioning for the role of the female lead in yesterday's station, simultaneously announcing her as the protagonist. Spectators were left in awe. Even the lead in Mo Ji's work can be hers. This woman possesses real talent. She's no fluke. Since her debut, all her roles have been leads, suggesting substantial backing. Yet doubts lingered. Questioning the Heart was also a work by Shen Mo, and Xia Yurong hadn't even secured a good supporting role. How could she be the lead now? Nevertheless, the comments were rife with praise. Any skepticism that arose quickly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Xia Yong and Xia Yurong were enjoying tea together, seated across from Yan Haoran, who was in high spirits. He had never expected to stumble upon such a treasure at the pinnacle of his career. Wasn't she a veritable cash cow? With Xia Yurong around, future projects seemed secure. His attitude toward her grew increasingly favorable, and he began to regard Xia Yong with newfound respect. If this man lacked capability, how could he possibly win over someone as proud as Xia Yurong? Just because he was eloquent? Unlikely. The filming schedule for Heartbeat Confession Day wouldn't be lengthy, and by that time, our own production would also be nearing its conclusion. Yan Haoran poured tea for the two, stating, Miss Xia, feel free to join us. Our Legend of Chu Fei crew will await your return. The implication was clear. Adjustments would be made to accommodate her shooting schedule. Xia Yurong felt increasingly triumphant. In her past life, she only received such treatment when she was at the peak of her career, on the verge of claiming a small Best Actress trophy. Yet now, look at her. How long had it been since she debuted? What were reporters in entertainment circles saying about her? A double Best Actress right from her debut, sharing her first variety show stage with a leading actress. They were all calling her the new rising star. Just the thought of it filled Xia Yurong's life with an enchanting dreamlike quality. Is Su Yunze now regretting his previously harsh demeanor towards me? Leaning against Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong couldn't help but ponder. Is Xia Yurong everywhere? Did he spend money? Su Yunze opened his social media feed and scrolled through 3 short videos that praised Xia Yurong's beauty, celebrated her explosive debut as a leading lady, and acknowledged her remarkable dedication. These posts elicited a smile from Su Yunze. He barely managed to watch for 3 seconds. Regardless of the content, he swiftly exited. In the settings, he blocked the keyword Xia Yurong. Upon returning to his feed, it appeared pristine and uncluttered. Su Yunze felt a sense of satisfaction. What was it he just heard about her landing a luxury brand endorsement? He couldn't recall, and, unwilling to revisit the matter, he dismissed it from his mind. He was aware that Xia Yurong had joined the crew of legend of Chu Fei. The director, Yan Haoran, was known for blurring the lines between fiction and reality in pursuit of authenticity, and it wasn't long before controversies erupted, leading to the project's cancellation and the cast being blacklisted. Those in the know regarded him as a toxic swamp, steering clear of him. Xia Yurong's leap into that swamp was entirely her own affair. As for the crew, he would keep an eye on it. For now, he needed only to await his compensation. When Su Yunze arrived that morning, Director Lin advised him to focus on new projects. Just as he was about to log out of social media to work on his script, Director Lin gently pushed the door open. Don't spend too long in front of the computer. Get out and take a walk. He placed a plate of washed blueberries beside Su Yunze and left immediately. Chapter 44. Could Chen Mo be the brother-in-law? This young man is becoming increasingly busy. His keyboard is nearly smoking. Occasionally passing by, one can always hear the incessant tapping inside. He mused whether it might be best to simply have Su Yunze not come around at all. Even when he does, he is more of a hindrance, and it only necessitates another plate of blueberries. Director Lin silently grumbled, ensuring he closed the door as quietly as possible. Meanwhile, Su Yunze began reviewing comments and private messages in the back end. He noticed a message from an old fan that made him furrow his brow. A book club? He replied. I'll see then. Su Yunze indeed had a loyal readership. Establishing a book club could be quite meaningful. However, notoriety often invites unwelcome attention. He preferred to devote his time and energy to his craft and personal life. It sufficed that his fans focused on his work, without needing to delve into his personal affairs. Just as he contemplated this, another message popped up on his phone. Jinha, the auditions are nearly concluded. The main roles are set. When will you come by to take a look? Glancing at his script and schedule, he replied, tomorrow afternoon. What on earth is my brother's attitude towards this Xia? Jinha was on the verge of pulling his hair out. The opportunity for the Bauta endorsement was tantalizingly close. Yet Xia Yurong had begun to engage in ambiguous exchanges with Bauta's official account. No, I can't refer to that woman like that. She is, after all, my sister-in-law. As the heir to the family, he had much to consider, and Xia Yurong clearly did not meet the criteria for a spokesperson. If his brother were to speak up, the endorsement would undoubtedly be hers. He settled back onto the sofa, raising his teacup and downing it in one go. The cold tea slid down his throat, bringing clarity to his thoughts. Jinha took out his phone to message Su Yunze. A response came swiftly. Upon reading the message on the screen, his eyes lit up. Tomorrow afternoon? That simplifies matters. The boss's chair was reclined, and Song Jinha lay on it with a book covering her face. Song cautiously approached, intending to remove the book. Before he could reach it, his wrist was seized, and Song Jinha lifted the book, sitting up with a faint smile. What are you trying to do? A dangerous aura enveloped them. Song quickly raised his hands above his head. I wasn't doing anything. He hastily explained. I saw you asleep and was worried the book might be uncomfortable. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to help her sleep better. Song Jinha raised an eyebrow, allowing him to escape unscathed. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaned over and finally caught sight of the title of the book resting on her head, Asking the Heart. Sister, you like Chen Mo's novels too? Song Jinha carefully placed the book on the table, nodding in affirmation. The glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at the book revealed her fondness for Chen Mo's writing. When reading, it reminded her of her junior's expressive style. Oh, now I should refer to him as husband. My brother-in-law is also in Asking the Heart. My sister adores Chen Mo's works and also cherishes her brother-in-law. Song's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Song Jinha. Sister, do you think it's possible that my brother-in-law is Chen Mo? Song Jinha had grown accustomed to his peculiar train of thought and simply swatted him with the book. He yelped, clutching his head and leaping aside. That's quite a theory. You know, you don't just admire his works. You've fallen for a kindred spirit. This is a recognition of your soul. Chapter 45. This is a recognition of your soul. His words resonated profoundly, leaving Song Jinha momentarily stunned. Just as she began to contemplate the validity of his assertion, Song Song's confident demeanor vanished. He dashed to the sofa, pinching a few chips from an open bag and munching with half-closed eyes. Song Jinha couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. This carefree fellow was genuinely taken aback by his own words. She returned to the boss's chair, preparing to discuss some activity designs with the dating show crew. Hey, why aren't you taking this seriously? Noticing Song Jinha's indifference, Song Song grew somewhat displeased. Don't you think if my brother-in-law is Chun Mo, that would make for a thrilling storyline? As he spoke, he crossed his legs on the sofa, propping his chin on his hand, lost in his imagination. He could easily assume a leadership role, but chose to remain incognito, acting as a mere background actor in the crew. Then, when no one recognized him and dismissed him as a small fry, he would reveal his true self and deliver a stunning comeback. Song Jinha lazily scrolled through her screen, her calm demeanor starkly contrasting with Song Song's excitement. Delete all those Urban Dragon King novels from the bookshelf. Otherwise, I'll tell Andy. Song Song. He grinned but dared not retort. After a long pause, he regained his composure and asked, aren't you hopeful that my brother-in-law is Chun Mo, who is formidable? Song Jinha stroked the books on the table. In my heart, he is already impressive. To be honest, Song Jinha never pried into Su Yunze's work-related matters. She didn't investigate and even avoided gaining insight. Her affection for Su Yunze needed no embellishment. It stemmed simply from him being him. However, she did notice that while Su Yunze appeared to agree to marry her and engage in some interaction, there remained a palpable distance between them. This was precisely what Song Jinha desired, his heart. She longed to penetrate the depths of his soul and become his one and only. All right, I am not particularly well informed, but I shall inquire the next time I visit the heart for some insight, huh? Song Song spread his hands, retrieving his phone to transcribe the latest message. Grandmother Empress, will you take me next time? That's right, my grandmother has an astute eye. She will surely recognize your brother-in-law at a glance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, and the clouds were tinged with shades of orange-red. A black Rolls-Royce came to a halt on the side road beneath Song Jinha's office building. The moment she appeared, Su Yunze caught sight of her. She was clad in a cream-colored knitted dress, her hair elegantly pinned low, with pearl earrings subtly glimmering. Her rose-tinted lips lent an enchanting allure to her gentle attire. Su Yunze exited the vehicle and moved to the passenger side to open the door for her. Had you been waiting long? Song Jinha inquired as she fastened her seatbelt. Su Yunze replied in the negative and began discussing where they might dine that evening. Her fragrance lingered in the air around him. Su Yunze was astonished to realize that their interactions had, almost imperceptibly, evolved into a natural rhythm, as if they were gradually blending into each other's lives. His throat unconsciously tightened. This was Su Yunze's first time picking up Song Jinha from work. Of late, both had been exceedingly busy, often missing breakfast together. Their encounters were limited to the washroom, where she would have her hair tied up in a bun, splashing water onto her face, and would smile upon seeing him. Just as Su Yunze was about to start the car, Song Jinha leaned over to adjust his shirt collar. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his chest, stirring an unfamiliar sensation. Su Yunze could not help but glance over, yet all he saw was her diligently arranging the collar. Surely, she did not intend for that to happen. A ripple of intrigue stirred within him. As Song Jinha finished adjusting the collar and began to retract her hand, his large hand gently grasped hers. A dating variety show? This was Su Yunze's first mention of the topic in a week. Song Jinha did not respond directly, nor did she withdraw her hand. A faint smile curved her red lips as she playfully blinked at Su Yunze. This will be a novel experience, trust me. Her fingers ensnared by his, playfully traced his palm. Having slept quite late the previous night, Su Yunze awoke feeling somewhat unrest. He sat up, bending his right index finger to massage his temples. Song Jinha appeared to have also slept in. The previous night, he had heard her in slippers heading to the bathroom. Not long after, the faint sound of a shower reached his ears. Thoughts emerged as swiftly as their manifestations. Su Yunze opened the door, only to find Song Jinha returning to her room. Her hair was damp, tiny droplets cascading down her collarbone, slipping into her nightgown. Could you assist me in drying my hair? Su Yunze had no reason to decline. He instructed Song Jinha to sit in the living room, position the hairdryer, and let the warm air cascade over her damp locks. Some rebellious droplets defied gravity, trickling down her fair skin, disappearing into delightful curves. In a corner unseen by Su Yunze, Song Jinha's eyes flickered with a hint of mischief. In truth, her room was equipped with a bathroom. What seemed a simple task stretched on for several minutes, quickening Su Yunze's heartbeat. It seems it's not quite dry. His hand was grasped, moving from her neck upward, delving into her hair. The warm, soft strands lightly brushed against his palm, as if he were caressing Song Jinha's head. Even as they drove toward the dazzling entertainment venue, Su Yunze remained perplexed. Did she truly act with intent? Soon they arrived at their destination, allowing him to set the question aside. Initially, they were meant to visit a film set, but the crew had yet to organize, and due to the distance, Yin and you gathered everyone here instead. I never imagined I would perform in a work by Chun Mo. I am indeed his fan. Su Yunze overheard a familiar voice upon entering, brimming with uncontainable confidence. You secured a role so early. Does that imply a connection with Brother Chun Mo? Su Yunze had scarcely entered when he heard the praises of the other actors. Xia Yurong feigned modesty, unable to mask her delight. Brother Mo has expressed great confidence in me. She was undeniably proud. Every actor present had likely entered the industry before her, yet what did that matter? They still had to support her now. In her previous life, she had taken a year to reach this position. This time, she would debut in a realm others could scarcely touch. Su Yunze lowered his head, intending to message Yin and Yu to ask where he could find them and why this person seemed to be everywhere. Just as he was about to send the message, Xia Yurong turned and seemingly noticed Su Yunze, her expression shifting. Wait for me a moment. With that, she left the lounge, striding toward him, her countenance undergoing a transformation. From initial anger to a subtle shift. Su Yunze, you again, are you following me? Before Xia Yurong could finish her sentence, Su Yunze had already anticipated her conclusion. With a scoff, he discarded the cigarette given by the security guard into the trash and turned to leave, leaving Xia Yurong standing there, stunned. Chapter 46. Could there be two sisters-in-law? Xia Yurong had not anticipated such a turn of events. She had originally thought Su Yunze was relentless in following her here. Given how deeply he had once cared for her, a fact evident to those around them, she intended to deliver a scathing rebuke, yet upon closer inspection, she found his attire surprisingly impressive. Clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, he stood there like a striking landscape, somewhat unfamiliar. Xia Yurong belatedly realized that Su Yunze seemed to have changed. Memories of their beautiful past flooded her mind, igniting a desire to engage him in conversation. But how was it possible? Upon seeing her, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. In Xia Yurong's eyes, such a scenario was utterly inconceivable, and the scene had already attracted the attention of the actors in the lounge. The gazes directed at her felt as though they could bore a hole through her. Her face flushed crimson, and she cast aside her earlier intentions to speak kindly to Su Yunze. Next time we meet, I will ensure he pays. Su Yunze was relieved to have departed swiftly. The security guard at the entrance, missing a tooth, spotted him and waved, offering another cigarette. Su Yunze hodi den dekalin, asserting that he did not smoke. Furthermore, he was indeed married, and there could be no story between him and the guard's 34-year-old beautiful daughter. The guard, somewhat disappointed, shoved the lit cigarette into his mouth and took a long drag. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Su Yunze glanced at his phone. Yin and Yu had already replied. Before long, he spotted the figure of someone jogging toward him. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Have you not been sleeping well lately? Seeing Yin and Yu again in this building stirred a sense of nostalgia within Su Yunze. Everything that had yet to unfold still held a chance for change. Yin and Yu's lips twitched slightly. The weight of Su Yunze's shoulder, which had been padded, felt heavier, an indication of the pressure he bore. Had it not been for the fact that this was his brother, Jinha Yu would have exchanged a few words with another person. Are you not aware of the consequences of your own actions? How could he possibly sleep at night? The worry weighed heavily upon him. Despite the myriad of grievances bubbling within, a smile graced his face as he grasped Su Yunze's hand, which was poised to take another photo. Brother, let's first observe the performance. Once we are done, allow me to treat you to a meal. Su Yunze pondered for a moment. Let us see again. I may have dinner with your sister-in-law. It's sufficient to catch up with my brother occasionally. My time must be judiciously spent. Jinha Yu fell silent once more, his gaze drifting towards the interior of the building. If his eyesight were a touch sharper, he could have spotted Xia Yurong within, with his sister-in-law present. Would he not dine with him? He was uncertain whether to lament the endorsement he was about to relinquish or to mourn the abandonment he felt within himself. Let's take a stroll and observe the others. He led Su Yunze into the elevator, maneuvering to the second floor, where they could survey the actors from a vantage point. The glass wall ensured that their words would remain unheard. This is the second female lead. Her acting is decent, and she may rise to prominence in the future. This is the male lead. Su Yunze rested his right hand on the arm of the sofa, following Jinha Yu's commentary as he scrutinized each performer. In his previous life, he had never paid attention to the characters, mistakenly believing that the alterations were due to the adaptation of the work into a television drama. One by one, he assessed them, but delayed in mentioning Xia Yurong. Su Yunze furrowed his brows and raised a hand, halting Jinha Yu's unceasing chatter. What about her? He gestured towards Xia Yurong below. Jinha was momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't she your girlfriend? Why ask me? As a professional investor, Jinha possessed an acutely discerning eye. If he were to evaluate Xia Yurong, he would find her utterly lacking. She had a decent appearance, but in the entertainment industry, it was not visually appealing. Not to mention, she was an actress who had once sullied her reputation. She's the female lead, and her looks are acceptable. On the upper floor, Jinha forced himself to compliment her. Meanwhile, below, Xia Yurong rejoined the crowd, the flattery and adulation she heard causing her to narrow her eyes, gradually losing herself in the moment. Perhaps the author is a fan of mine. Su Yunze could not help but chuckle. Do you remember our jest about reclaiming copyright? Jinha responded with confusion. He recalled it, but what did it have to do with Xia Yurong? Surely, his brother would not be so incensed as to claim the copyright back simply because he had invited Xia Yurong to be the female lead? Isn't she your sister-in-law? Brother. To say it plainly, Su Yunze had already risen to his feet, narrowing his eyes as his keen vision captured every ounce of Xia Yurong's arrogance. It was identical to the moment he received the Best Supporting Actress award in his previous life. Is she already getting carried away? Alas, the higher one ascends, the harder one falls. My production will certainly not feature her as the female lead. Having uttered this, Su Yunze stood and departed, with Jinha instinctively trailing behind. Not possible for her to be the female lead? Did this imply his brother's dissatisfaction with Xia Yurong? Yet moments ago, he had intended to dine with her. No matter how close they were as brothers, one ought not to interfere too deeply in matters of the heart. This role had been intended by Jinha to placate his sister-in-law. If his brother did not require it, then Jinha opened his phone and sent a message to his assistant. He retracted the female lead role, as well as the endorsement. The latter could not be termed a retraction, for it had never been agreed upon. He had merely hesitated. And those below were also at a loss on how to proceed. In matters of relationships, as in others, without a clear refusal, ambiguity would ensue. Today, Jinha had unwittingly played the role of a scoundrel for his brother. The two fell into silence as they entered the elevator, one ahead of the other. Jinha was engaged in managing the information he had received. To withdraw after passing the audition certainly required justification. Fortunately, when he signed the contract, he had recalled his brother's remark about reclaiming copyright and had taken precautions. If the director, who was also the original author, was dissatisfied, he could unconditionally advise against casting an actor. It would not suffice to dissuade only Xia Yurong. A collective withdrawal would be necessary, a roundabout way to salvage the situation. Su Yunze, walking in front, felt somewhat vacant. It was not that he was angry. He trusted Jinha's capabilities. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he felt as though was inconsequential, as though he could handle it himself. Su Yunze retrieved his car keys. I am off to dine with your sister-in-law. Jinha? He froze entirely. Wait, didn't you just secure a role? And now you're saying you're going to find her for dinner? An absurd thought suddenly struck him. Could it be? There were two sisters-in-law? The shock of the information left Jinha momentarily speechless as he watched Su Yunze walk farther away. Wait, when did my brother acquire a Rolls-Royce? Meanwhile, time flowed serenely for Xia Yurong, who was in disbelief. She touched her ears in disbelief, questioning the staff before her. What did you say? The newly formed crew is to be disbanded? No one could comprehend the turmoil within Xia Yurong at that moment. The glory she had presumed to possess shattered within mere hours. Isn't the crew still set to conduct auditions? A male actor who had been closely following Xia Yurong hesitated, questioning, how could it possibly be disbanded just before filming begins? The staff member offered no further explanation, simply stating, please keep an eye on the group messages for updates. Implicit in this was that the disbandment was not as straightforward as it seemed, and there might be further developments to be communicated. That meant only a particular actor would be eliminated. Those quick to connect the dots began to glance at Xia Yurong with unspoken implications. She recalled that in the past, the work Xin by Shenmo had also expressed confidence in her, only to later withdraw their interest. Could it be, if this were indeed the case, then she and her fellow actors were merely innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire? With this thought, her expression darkened. Xia Yurong, however, was oblivious to the nuances. Proud as she was, the sudden news had struck her deeply. Having made her declarations, the crew's abrupt disbandment would only serve to invite ridicule from countless onlookers. She seized the departing staff member. You must clarify this. To say we are disbanding without reason, we deserve an explanation. The staff member smiled, yet maintained a firm demeanor, extricating his arm from her grasp. Miss, you must not have heard me clearly. I said, please pay attention to the group messages for further updates. With that, he slightly bowed and departed without looking back, leaving a crowd of stunned individuals in his wake. Let us go. Today has been a futile endeavor. It was not entirely in vain. After all, were they not to watch for updates in the group? I have a theory. A short-haired girl halted her companion's spontaneous complaints, lowering her voice. If we are indeed innocent bystanders, shouldn't we receive some form of compensation? This could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Xia Yurong was oblivious to these discussions. The sudden turn of events left her gaze vacant, and she failed to notice her phone lying on the nearby table as she prepared to leave. The roles have been firmly established, and contracts have been duly signed. How could the production team disband? Suddenly, she recalled a clause in the contract stating that, under special circumstances, actors could be unconditionally persuaded to withdraw. Xia Yurong shook her head in disbelief. How could that be possible? She did not even know the author of the work. How could the author choose to disband the team merely because of dissatisfaction with her? Her mind raced as she turned to leave. A quick-witted girl caught her arm, pointing to the phone she had inadvertently left on the table. It was then that Xia Yurong snapped back to reality and muttered a word of thanks. How could she let her phone slip? Was that something she would do? Memories of her past life flickered in her mind. There was always a figure by her side, offering support and guidance. Her heart wavered as she picked up the phone to call Xia Yurong. After several seconds of silence, no one answered. A wave of regret surged within her, a feeling that had never surfaced since her rebirth. Had she truly made the right choices? If she had not rejected Su Yunze as confession, would he be by her side now? Or was he, the one who had been spurned? A black Rolls-Royce sped down the street. The windows rolled down halfway. The weather had warmed, and sunlight bathed the blooming flowers along the roadside, their faint fragrance wafting through the air. Huacheng was a city steeped in romance. Passing a flower shop, the proprietress, wearing a straw hat, bent down to water the flowers. The car slowly came to a halt. Su Yunze opened the door and approached the shop, inquiring, "Do you have any flowers left?" The proprietress set down her watering can and smiled. "Yes, of course. It's the season for blooms." Noticing Su Yuna's aimless gaze flitting over the bouquets, she asked, "Young man, who are the flowers for?" Su Yunze realized he had never bought flowers before. Instinctively, the thought of gifting flowers to Xia Yurong did not cross his mind. Yet today, as he passed the flower shop, he found himself unable to resist stopping, envisioning a graceful silhouette before him. He touched the tip of his nose and replied, "For my wife." The word wife rolled off his tongue with particular tenderness, eliciting a smile from the proprietress. "Is this your first time buying flowers?" Su Yunze not that. And under her guidance, he swiftly selected a bouquet he found satisfactory. How about red roses paired with black calla lilies? Their language signifies fervent love and elegance. Fervent love? With his right hand resting over his heart, Su Yunze unhesitatingly displayed his payment code. This one, the dark red velvet paper enveloped the flowers, tied with a ribbon. As the proprietress carefully wrapped them, fresh flowers paired with perfume would be perfect. If he rarely gifted her anything, he could add a bottle of perfume. And look at this spot in the flowers. You could conceal a small bracelet as a surprise. As Su Yunze exited the flower shop, cradling a bouquet in his hands, he felt an influx of ideas for gifting. Spotting a shopping mall not far away, he paused before his car, deciding on a whim to turn and enter the mall. Behind him, the proprietress watched his retreating figure, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Just then, the burly owner emerged from behind the curtain, wrapping his arms around her waist. "What are you looking at?" A handsome young man came in to buy flowers, and I suggested he pair them with a gift. "Look," he just turned around to go buy it. Indeed, young love relies on these little gestures. Alas, reality delivered a heavy blow to Xia Yurong. She clutched her bag and approached the entrance of the building, attempting to call Xia Yurong for a ride, but after several attempts, no one answered. She was then unceremoniously ushered away by a menacing security guard at the door. Xia Yurong's spirits plummeted. Unable to contain her frustration, she kicked a nearby stone post. The next moment, pain shot through her foot, and she gasped, nearly shedding tears. Sunlight cascaded upon her. She lifted her gaze to the billboard across the street. Compared to before her rebirth, the current advertisements seemed rather crude, and the caliber of the actors and stage was mediocre at best. Xia Yurong gradually regained her confidence. Had she truly returned from nearly a decade ago, and with knowledge surpassing this era by 10 years, could she not achieve success? If that were the case, what was the point of living? Her pride began to swell as she squinted her eyes. She mused, even if she chose not to be an actress, she could debut as a singer or an idol and easily surpass those around her. What was there to be anxious about? Just then, Xia Yang's call connected, his gentle voice flowing through the receiver. "What's wrong? Rong?" She thought. Su Yunze could only offer her a modicum of emotional value. Did she truly lack that? As for the production team's situation, there was no need to panic. The disbandment of the entire crew had little to do with her personally. She could still pivot to the entertainment circle and cultivate a victim persona. After devising her next steps, Xia Yurong sniffed back her emotions and replied to Xia Yang. her voice tinged with a quiver. Why did I lose this role? Wasn't this part arranged for me by you? Losing it without reason. Xia Yurong must provide her with an explanation. Chapter 48. I don't want a certain person as my leading actor, okay? The coffee shop was unusually quiet. Not yet at closing time. A long-legged waitress in a maid outfit placed 2 cups of cappuccino on the table before vanishing up the staircase. Xia Yurong averted her gaze. After failing to connect on her 4th attempt, she finally awaited the person she had longed for. A wave of grievance washed over her, and she found herself unwilling to look at Xia Yurong. All right, Rong, I'm busy, you know. Xia Yurong scoffed. You're always busy. But I have no idea what you're doing since I can't even find you. This was the first time Xia Yurong had been confronted like this. His expression stiffening. He had always known Xia Yurong had a temper, but he had never experienced it firsthand. If I don't work hard, who can you rely on when you need support? Are you counting on Su Yunze? The words slipped from her lips, and Xia Yurong felt immediate regret. In her past life, she never concealed her temper in front of Su Yunze, so it had been an instinctive reaction. However, Xia Yurong was not Su Yunze. He was genuinely engrossed in his career. She could not hold Xia Yurong to the same standard as Su Yunze. Biting her lip, Xia Yurong finally lowered her head. I'm just feeling wronged. Once the floodgates opened, her emotions seemed uncontrollable. She took a sip of her cappuccino, attempting to soothe herself. Brother Xia, wasn't it you who arranged for me to join the Yesterday Station crew? Xia Yurong lifted her gaze to meet his. Heaven knows how elated she had been upon hearing that this drama would be adapted into a film and television series. As the female lead in the television drama, how far could the film's lead be? But now, everything had turned to ashes. The production team disbanded. She had been surrounded by so many people, and they had once supported her, but upon hearing the news, they had all fallen silent. Her voice choked as she recounted the events. She had only one thought: compensation. If Xia Yurong could arrange for her to be the lead in Yesterday's Station, he could arrange for her elsewhere. Soon, she would be appearing alongside an award-winning actress in a dating reality show. If her fame didn't rise, how would she secure her own screen time? Disbanded? Xia Yurong felt a jolt of alarm. He certainly had no knowledge of this situation, nor did he understand the reasons behind it. Having been preoccupied with alumni affairs, I failed to notice this matter. Xia Yurong furrowed his brow, as if it were merely a trivial incident. He embraced Xia Yurong to offer her comfort. Do not worry. I will make a call shortly to inquire and ensure the production team provides you with an explanation and reinstates you. He continued, let me share some good news. Weren't you just upset that I did not answer your call? I was occupied with the alumni event. Alumni event? The mere mention of those 3 words piqued Xia Yurong's interest. She extricated herself from Xia Yang's embrace. She recalled attending the alumni gathering in her previous life, where she had the honor of representing the outstanding graduates in a speech. The Huaqing Film Academy was no ordinary institution. The event had even garnered media attention, with her speech being photographed and subsequently becoming a hot topic. It was such occurrences that ultimately led her to receive the Best Supporting Actress award. Had she not been reborn, she would now be but a step away from the coveted title of Best Actress. With a newfound sense of anticipation, Xia Yurong tentatively inquired, so what about me? I have already arranged for them to extend an invitation to you. Rest assured, Xia Yurong assured her earnestly. He had indeed visited the academy that morning and had learned through insider information that Xia Yurong would be invited to participate. It was quite fortuitous. As for the spokesperson, he was unaware. Perhaps it would be Su Yunze. Su Yunze was the true paragon of excellence, both during his studies and after graduation. Xia Yurong's heart swelled with joy. Xia Yurong had not explicitly stated that she would be the spokesperson, which must mean he intended to surprise her. All her earlier frustrations vanished, and she nestled back into Xia Yang's embrace, her eyes sparkling with affection. Brother Xia Yurong. The cafe's 2nd floor was deserted, providing them the perfect opportunity for a discreet moment of intimacy. When she regained her senses, her cappuccino had already grown cold. Xia Yurong tidied her disheveled hair and picked up her phone to open her social media account. Earlier, she had subtly hinted at the dissolution of the production team while en route, hoping to generate some buzz. Before long, she noticed an increasing number of comments rallying in her defense. The official account had personally intervened to confirm the veracity of the situation. How splendid. As she refreshed the page, 2 posts prominently appeared. The author Xun Mo has spoken out regarding the dissolution of the production team, and the spokesperson Bauda claims that the contract signed with Miss Li last year is for 2 years, with no plans to change the endorsement. How could this be? Had her endorsement vanished? And what connection did Xun Mo have with her? She did not even know this person. Xia Yurong instinctively sensed something amiss, her hand trembling as she clicked on the statement. Xun Mo, I hear you are all in an uproar over the dissolution of the production team. Want a reason? Listen closely. The reason is that I do not like a certain individual as my lead. Okay? It was as if a thunderbolt struck her. rendering Xia Yurong completely frozen. What style of bracelet would Jinha prefer? This had become Su Yunze's new dilemma. Before him lay a counter filled with an array of bracelets, each distinct in material and design, overwhelming his senses. Which one should he choose? Why were there so many styles? Didn't they all look somewhat similar? Never before had Su Yunze encountered such a formidable challenge. Exiting the flower shop, he heeded the shopkeeper's advice and purchased a bottle of perfume. A new release from a renowned brand, Heart of Prolo. The fragrance combined rose and sandalwood, with top notes of vibrant sweetness from the rose, a heart of rose intertwined with sandalwood, and a base of rich sandalwood. Su Yunze was not particularly knowledgeable about perfumes. He simply knew that it smelled pleasant and that the counter staff had mentioned. Rose symbolizes passionate love, while sandalwood represents eternity, perfectly encapsulating the essence of passion transitioning into commitment. Whether someone was moved by it, he did not say. In any case, his wallet had been lightened. The counter attendant, noticing the rose in Su Yunze's hands, carefully selected similarly colored wrapping paper to package the perfume. Sir, your lady will surely be delighted upon seeing this gift. Su Yunze slightly lifted his chin and turned to enter the accessory store. Yet, he soon found himself at a loss. He gazed at the glittering bracelets and thought of Jinha's fair wrist, and it seemed that anything would look good on her. Just as his thoughts began to wander, his phone rang. Gently placing the rose and perfume aside, Su Yunze answered the call. It was his editor, Xia Yurong, a rather rotund individual. The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Shun, you must see the social media uproar. Their little issue has escalated to the point where comments are flooding your account. Is that so? Su Yunze reassured him, indicating that he understood and instructed Xia Yurong not to panic. He then logged into his account under the name Shun Lo, and behold, the commotion was indeed considerable. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow and decisively typed out a response. I hear you are all in an uproar over the dissolution of the production team. Want a reason? Listen closely. The reason is that I do not like a certain individual as my lead. Okay? He accompanied a statement with several images, including contract details. As long as Shun disapproved and deemed the actor unsuitable for the role, the actor could be unconditionally dismissed. With a few keystrokes, aimed to quell the online discourse. Su Yunze raised his gaze, glancing at the salesgirl at the counter. All right, back to choosing. Chapter 49, my dear. Have you been wronged? Xia Yurong could not fathom the emotions with which she opened that statement. All she felt was numbness, her blood rushing to her head. She stared at the cold, unyielding words that seemed to pierce her like daggers. But why? She barely knew Shinimo. There was no reason for him to target her. A wave of inexplicable grievance surged within her as she glanced at the comments below, all reveling in her misfortune. Some even claimed to be insiders, asserting that the production team's dissolution was solely due to Xia Yurong. Last time it was said that Shun disliked her. This time, it was the same. Other actors were merely collateral damage. Others declared that Shun would never allow Xia Yurong to star in his works. The more she read, the angrier she became. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yurong stood up and forcefully slammed her cappuccino onto the ground. The white glass shattered, spilling the coffee across the floor. She leaned on the table, gasping for breath as if she were a stranded fish. A glance to the side revealed Xia Yong, wearing a look of disdain. Xia Yurong was taken aback. Could the person she chose truly detest her? She acknowledged that she had been unable to control her temper. But shouldn't one love everything about the person they cared for? Upon closer inspection, she realized that Xie Yang's expression was one of familiar warmth. He appeared somewhat helpless as he explained to the approaching waiter, my girlfriend was simply too upset. Please clean the floor. We will compensate for any damages. Indeed, it had merely been her misperception. Though Xia Yurong's heart still raced, she composed herself and resumed her seat. Just as she opened her phone again, she encountered those comments once more. With a sudden burst of frustration, she hurled her phone across the room, having chosen a delicate platinum bracelet adorned with diamonds. Su Yunze carefully set aside the packaging box and gently wrapped the bracelet around the rose at the center. As he surveyed his thoughtfully prepared gift, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. The ornaments displayed in the surrounding counters continued to shimmer with brilliance, and as he stroked his chin thoughtfully, something caught his eye, a ring. A thought flickered through his mind. Having registered his marriage with Jinha, did he not owe her a ring? He beckoned the sales assistant, who had just finished printing the receipt, and whispered his request. I will be bringing my wife here shortly under the pretense of trying on rings. Could you assist her in finding the right size? Later, I will return for your recommendations on rings suitable for her. Women understand women, after all. The sales assistant, who daily encountered a variety of clients adorned with jewelry, had developed an eye for aesthetics. While her suggestions might carry a hint of self-interest, considering her sales role, Xu Yunze was unbothered, as he had already intended to make a purchase. Upon noticing the bouquet and the newly acquired bracelet in Su Yunze's hands, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, signaling her agreement. Rest assured, I will accurately record your wife's ring size. Internally, she was elated, thinking, am I caught in a scene from a romantic drama? How sweet. Once the arrangements were made, Su Yunze revisited the styles of the rings, primarily focusing on whether they were matching pairs. Upon exiting the store, he placed the flowers in the passenger seat of his Rolls-Royce and took out his phone to message Jinha. Wife, I feel somewhat wrong today. Might you come down to keep me company? After sending the message, Su Yunze felt a familiar warmth wash over his cheeks, a sensation he had not experienced in a while. Perhaps he had grown a bit thick-skinned, but what of it? If it meant achieving his goal, a little embarrassment was inconsequential. Suppressing the awkwardness of calling her wife for the first time, he started the car. As for the feeling of being wronged, it was hardly unfounded. An inexplicable person had intruded upon his film set, insisting on playing his leading lady, which certainly dampened his spirits. At the moment Su Yunze's message arrived, Jinha was in a meeting. Seated in the boss's chair, she listened attentively to the reports from a position of authority. As the meeting neared its conclusion, employees engaged in discussions about the company's upcoming relocation to Huacheng, a task far from simple. When she received his message, Jinha noticed it was a voice note and paid it little mind, casually pressing play. Suddenly, the words wife, tinged with an air of grievance, echoed throughout the office. The sound carried through the nearby microphone, clear for all to hear. Conversations ceased abruptly, and incredulous glances were cast in Jinha's direction. Wife, in public. Jinha was a celebrated actress, adored by fans who referred to her as wife or sister. Yet within the company, she was unequivocally the boss, a real-life female CEO. Observing her composed demeanor, her employees dared not display exaggerated reactions, though internally they were in an uproar. Oh no, that kid has truly won over the real actress. If she is a fan of his, one tea that ruined everything? Tears of envy welled in their eyes. Jinha put away her phone, rising gracefully from her chair. Meeting adjourned. Indeed, she was the epitome of a boss, exuding confidence without a hint of embarrassment. The employees sighed in admiration. Little did they know, a storm was brewing within her. The moment she stepped out of the office, her face flushed with noticeable warmth, growing progressively redder. Frustrated, she thought, why did he suddenly call me wife? So many people heard. After touching her face and feeling its heat, she decided to retreat to the restroom, splashing cool water on her face. While cooling down, she didn't forget to reply to Su Yunze. Come to me once you arrive. I'll be down shortly. She felt relieved that Song was nowhere to be found today. Otherwise, if he had heard the voice note and seen her flustered state, the family group chat would surely erupt. In a concealed corner, Su Yunze had already exited the car and was waiting nearby, appearing somewhat aggrieved as he looked down. Upon hearing the approach of high heels, he didn't lift his gaze, but the next moment his hand was grasped and his chin gently lifted by her fingers, revealing her stunning visage. She inquired, what has you feeling wronged? Su Yunze contemplated what grievance truly felt like. He slightly pursed his lips, his gaze downcast. Wasn't I invited to observe the character today? You won't believe who I encountered. The woman, surnamed Xia. She called out to me as soon as she saw me and expressed her desire to play my leading lady. The woman surnamed Xia? Jinha paused, a flicker of recognition crossing her mind. Is that not Xia Yurong? Intrigued by his tone, she couldn't help but ask. And then what? Su Yunze. I could hardly tolerate her presence, so I promptly stripped her of the role. He delivered this with a perfect blend of indignation and conviction, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride as he regarded Jinha. Jinha couldn't help but laugh at his earnestness. Feeling an impulse to ruffle Su Yunze's hair, she did just that, her hand brushing through his soft locks. Su Yunze stood still, a slight surprise registering on his face. But he smiled as he bent slightly to accommodate her, fearing she might tire from reaching too high. Content with her gesture, Jinha withdrew her hand. Shall I take you for a walk? There's a wetland park nearby. Of course, Su Yunze replied, eagerly opening the car door for her. As her gaze lingered on him, he observed the myriad of emotions flitting across her face: bewilderment, astonishment, delight, and an uncontainable smile. Given their proximity, he could even discern the slight widening of her eyes. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. The significance of his earlier choices crystallized in that moment. Please, enter the car, my beautiful lady. Throughout the drive, Jinha did not conceal her joy, making it abundantly clear to Su Yunze just how elated she was. The bouquet of red and black flowers was an arresting sight, filling the car with a delightful fragrance. As she cradled the flowers, she leaned closer, closing her eyes to inhale the scent. When did you buy these? Carefully unwrapping the perfume packaging, she was met with an overwhelming sense of delight as she caught sight of the fragrance. Suddenly, a teasing glint sparkled in her bright eyes as she raised her head. Tell me, was your grievance merely a ruse to present me with gifts? Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, one hand resting on the steering wheel as he adjusted the top button of his shirt, revealing his prominent Adam's apple. How could that be? How could I possibly fabricate something false to amuse you? He asserted, acknowledging the grievances he had endured. Let's take a stroll to lighten our spirits. Jinha's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it truly be that he never uttered a falsehood? Her mood lifted even further. After carefully placing the perfume back into its gift box, she cradled the bouquet of flowers. Sunlight streamed through the car window, enhancing the vibrancy of the blossoms. Droplets of moisture still clinging to the petals, twinkling like stars in the light. It felt dreamlike. Even the center of the partially opened rose exhibited a metallic sheen. Wait, a metallic sheen? A sudden thrill coursed through Jinha as she gazed at the bouquet and the perfume, an incredulous thought crossing her mind. Could there be another gift? She looked up, her surprise meeting Su Yunze's clear gaze, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there was. With great care, Jinha began to sift through the petals, revealing a platinum and diamond bracelet before her eyes. Wow, Su Yunze had anticipated Jinha's reaction. Yet witnessing it firsthand was 100 times more endearing than he had imagined. Her eyes sparkled with surprise, and she clutched the flowers as if they were treasures. Her exclamations flattering him. Even after their visit to the wetland park, her smile lingered. By the way, there is one more thing I would like your assistance with. Buckling his seatbelt, Su Yunze seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke. What is it? Jinha inquired, her attention still fixated on the bouquet, contemplating whether to take it home or to the office. I wish to purchase a ring, but I am concerned about selecting an unsightly one. I would like your help in choosing it. No problem at all, Jinha replied decisively. What is our relationship, after all? It's merely a matter of selecting an item. Soon, the car sped towards the shop where Su Yunze had shopped that morning. In Jinha's office, Song reclined on the sofa, casually using a rabbit-shaped pillow as a makeshift headrest. Oh, my dear Empress, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I was absent at the time and have no idea who sent the voice message to my sister, implying her spouse was undoubtedly my brother-in-law. If only I had been there. Song had not anticipated that his brief absence would spark such a significant scandal. During a meeting, the boss's phone had blared with suggestive voice messages, leaving him, as a subordinate, devoid of the courage to indulge in gossip. What embarrassment! At this thought, Song could not help but sit up, slapping his thigh with a resounding smack. The sharp sound left a distinct handprint on his thigh beneath his shorts. Oh no, I hit it too hard. Song grimaced, nearly dropping his phone in the process. He regretted not being present that morning. Had he been, he could have inquired about the identity of the sender, or, at the very least, requested to listen to the voice message again. He could have recorded it, brought it to the production team, and asked his brother-in-law, whose voice is that? My sister has been incredibly busy lately, he complained to his grandmother over the phone. She is going to participate in a dating show and has to attend some alumni gathering in half a month. I have no idea who her partner is. I'm currently investigating. After a brief conversation, the grandmother and grandson agreed to visit the production team of the drama tomorrow, and Song finally ended the call. He sprang up from the sofa in a single bound, moving to the window to monitor while surfing the internet. As a competent public relations professional, he knew he must seize every moment of office hours to browse online and keep abreast of the latest public opinions. Oh, this author, Shun M.O., is exactly the one my sister adores. I should send it to her. This shop seemed promising. It would do quite nicely. Upon entering the store with Jinha, he discreetly signaled to the approaching sales assistant and feigned unfamiliarity, asking, "Do you have any recommended rings here?" Yes, indeed. The assistant, understanding Su Yunze's intent, led them to the counter. She was curious about what kind of person this handsome man's partner might be, but alas, the mask obscured her full visage. However, even the visible portion of her face revealed remarkable beauty, a touch of familiarity lingering. Not wanting to dwell on it during work hours, she quickly focused on introducing the rings. This is a new item from our store, and it's currently on discount. Su Yunze accompanied them silently, attentively observing how the rings looked on Jinha's hand, assessing which would be most suitable for her. The conclusion was clear. All of them were suitable. Your hands are truly exquisite, the sales assistant couldn't help but compliment repeatedly. Why don't you try some on? Jinha noticed something amiss. How coincidental. You're here to purchase a wedding ring too? After entering the store, Su Yunze had mentioned he wanted to observe how the rings looked when worn, and thus she began trying them on. Yet, as she continued, Su Yunze remained utterly silent. When flustered, one often pretends to be preoccupied. As she thought about the style she intended to buy, Su Yunze was suddenly called out. He tried on several rings, only to set them down in resignation. I don't like any of these. I'll buy them another time. Don't like them? Jinha paused in her actions. They had entered a store named Light of Time, a renowned jewelry brand in the country, with many locations across various cities. The designs were commendable. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively suggested, "Shall we explore other stores?" "No need." Su Yunze waved his hand dismissively, pulling out his phone and pretending to check it. "I need to discuss a plot with Director Lin later." Su Yunze simply wished to leave this place as soon as possible and then return secretly to purchase the ring he had just admired. "No need?" Jinha questioned, perplexed. Her gaze swept across the counter, where the warm light illuminated the jewels, causing them to glimmer. Su Yunze had clearly shown interest in several styles moments ago. How could he suddenly claim disinterest? After exiting the store with Su Yunze, Jinha pondered and arrived at a conclusion. Could it be that Su Yunze had emptied his wallet when he bought her the perfume and bracelet? If that were the case, she would have to take responsibility. Gently hooking her finger in Su Yunze's palm, a plan began to form in her mind. Su Yunze escorted Jinha to the remote corner where they had first met, watching her vanish into the corridor. In pursuit of authenticity, he even called Director Lin, engaging him in conversation for 10 minutes. As the 10-minute mark approached, he promptly ended the call. Director Lin, still at the production site, was somewhat bewildered. He glanced at his phone, confused by the abrupt termination of the call. What was that about? Meanwhile, Su Yunze had already driven away, reflecting on the ring styles he had admired. Some individuals pursue custom-made pieces for the sake of romance. However, Su Yunze did not wish to wait. The moment he thought of it, he desired to acquire it immediately, knowing he could not make the purchase just once. Unbeknownst to him, just as his vehicle had departed, a pale golden Rolls-Royce emerged from the underground parking lot. Jinha gripped the steering wheel, raising her left hand. The bracelet adorning her fair wrist shimmered conspicuously. A striking presence. This bracelet was far from inexpensive, she mused, undoubtedly a testament to Su Yunze's generosity, having emptied his wallet in the spirit of reciprocity. Although there was no need for formality between spouses, she felt an irresistible urge to purchase a gift in return. She resolved to acquire a ring for Su Yunze, particularly the one he had admired earlier that day. Upon arriving at the store, Su Yunze could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the counter. "Do you recall the size I needed?" he inquired, though it mattered little if she did not. For he had lingered long enough over the rings to memorize which one was perfectly suited to Jinha. The rings, encased beneath transparent glass, seemed to beckon him, whispering, "Buy me, buy me." The sales assistant, having just arranged a selection of appealing rings that Jinha had tried on, promptly acknowledged his request, noting that the very ring he had chosen was among them. "Wrap it up for me," he began, but quickly amended his request. "First, let me see it." He casually selected a men's ring from the counter, trying on his own finger, while carefully slipping the one chosen for Jinha onto his pinky. The juxtaposition of the two rings was striking. With satisfaction, Su Yunze declared, "This is the one." The sales assistant swiftly prepared the receipt as he scanned the QR code on his phone. At that moment, a melodious voice floated in from outside. "Could you please help me with the ring my husband just looked at?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jinha stepped into the store and spotted Su Yunze. The words caught in her throat, her eyes widening in surprise. "What? How could Su Yunze be here?" Xu Yunze, leaning against the counter with his right hand raised to scan the QR code, had a receipt and a men's ring set aside. What a coincidence! He waved awkwardly, the women's ring still adorning his pinky, sparkling under the lights. Jinha, now fully aware of the situation, approached him and playfully pinched the ring on his pinky, deliberately ignoring the faint blush on his face and his shy demeanor. "Sneaking around to surprise me, are you?" Her finger curled, playfully entangling itself with the ring or perhaps with his pinky. After the initial astonishment, joy enveloped her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Su Yunze. She had never anticipated that besides flowers, perfume, and bracelets, he would present her with a ring as well. Was today an occasion worth celebrating? Su Yunze whispered an affirmative, feeling as though her eyes outshone the most radiant ring at the counter. The sales assistant, witnessing their tender exchange, felt as though she had indulged in a feast of love, her own eyes twinkling with delight at this sweet moment. Reluctant to interrupt the couple, she nevertheless cleared her throat and presented the receipt. "Sir, here is your receipt. Shall I wrap the ring for you?" Ultimately, the ring was not placed in a box. Jinha slipped it onto her left ring finger and posed with a few gestures. The more she admired it, the more it captivated her, leading her to capture several photos on her phone, which she promptly shared in their family group chat with the caption, "Wedding ring." After sending the message and ignoring the flood of responses that followed, she contentedly tucked her phone away. Could you please wrap that men's ring as well? Her gaze swept across the counter, precisely locating her target, the same ring Su Yunze had just removed. The sales assistant couldn't help but think, truly a perfect pair. Xu Yunze, realizing the reason for Song Jinha's sudden return, chuckled internally. Did she truly believe he was reluctant to buy himself a ring, or that he had run out of money? The conclusion amused him as he reflected on the ring he had just purchased and the sight of Song Jinha re-entering the store. Had she rushed over immediately after he left? A wave of sweetness surged within him, a feeling he had never experienced before, knowing he held a special place in her heart. As she lifted the men's ring she had just purchased, Song Jinha gently took Su Yunze's left hand, sliding the ring onto his ring finger. After completing this series of gestures, she nodded with satisfaction. Another box opened beside her, revealing the women's ring. With a radiant smile, she asked, "Aren't you going to wear it?" Su Yunze was momentarily taken aback, but soon grinned and replied, "I would be delighted to." The sales assistant thought, "This is truly overwhelming." Together, they exited the store, their left hands adorned with glimmering rings. Song Jinha squinted in delight, remarking, "What a splendid day this is." Conversely, it was a dismal day for Xia Yurong, who found herself at a loss for how she had returned home. She had lost the leading role in her new drama, and her endorsement had vanished. When she questioned Xia Yurong, he simply replied, "Chapter 52. This is your brother-in-law? I have no choice. Shin Mo is a well-known author, and even if he buys the rights, he has the authority to make certain demands." Xia Yurong fell silent, pondering why circumstances had deteriorated so drastically. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that a crack had formed in her trust in Xia Yurong. Despite her efforts to mend it, the fissure remained. Yin and Yu also responded, echoing similar sentiments, stating that Shun Mo retained the right to explain, leaving her with no recourse. As for the endorsement matter, it was as previously stated. The prior endorsement had yet to conclude. Deceiving and being deceived. Xia Yurong fumed, hurling another cup across the room. The elegant ceramic vessel shattered, scattering fragments across the floor of her loft apartment. Her chest heaved with agitation. Who were they trying to fool? She was reborn. In her previous life, she had indeed changed endorsers. Xia Yurong had not yet departed, and, seeing her distress, pulled her into his embrace, softly soothing her. After a brief struggle, she succumbed to his comfort, uncertain as to why her life had taken such a turn. However, in her past life, the resources she had gained through Xia Yurong were considerable. Now, reborn, she had acquired Yin and Yu as resources, albeit through unexpected means. A glimmer of determination flickered in Xia Yurong's eyes. Perhaps it was the flutter of a butterfly's wings that had caused this unforeseen turn. Her starting point was already far superior to her previous life, wasn't it? With Su Yunze no longer a burden, and with the opportunity to have the cherished Xia Yurong as her assistant. She took a deep breath and began to plan for the upcoming alumni reunion. If memory served her right, the renowned actress Song Jinha had attended in her previous life. If she could forge a connection with Song Jinha in front of a large audience, she would successfully earn the label of being Song Jinha Jr. Determined to retrace the path trodden by Song Jinha, Su Yurong believed that her ascent to the status of Best Actress would be significantly smoother. With a resolute heart, she began to peruse the shooting schedule of the Chu Fei Legend production team. Was this the location of the Wenxin crew? Early in the morning, Grandma Song ventured out, making her way to the city center of Huacheng to meet with Song Song. As she gazed at the distant film set, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Was her beloved granddaughter's husband truly here? The photograph of Song Jinha adorned with a wedding ring had sent ripples of excitement through everyone, yet after the revelation, Song Jinha seemed to vanish. No matter how persistently they inquired, she remained tight-lipped. When asked for a picture of her husband, she remained silent. Inquiries about her whereabouts were met with indifference, until half an hour later, she casually mentioned, "I was just on a date." The family was left utterly bewildered. Song Song's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had witnessed that ring with his own eyes yesterday. It was perched on his sister's left ring finger. What did the left ring finger signify? Married, he could barely contain his enthusiasm, wishing to transform into a paparazzo, trailing behind his sister to discover just who this enigmatic brother-in-law was. However, despite his eagerness, he also remembered to remind Grandma to finish her soy milk. Upon reaching the entrance of the film set, they happened upon Xu Yunze sauntering towards them, a glimmer of light dancing on his left ring finger. "Shikha!" Song Song called out urgently. Yet, someone was quicker on the draw. Grandma Song darted in front of Xu Yunze, seizing his hand. "Grandson-in-law." Xu Yunze did not resist. Casting a puzzled glance at Song Song. "Is this your grandmother?" Yes. Just call her Grandma." Grandma Song's eyes crinkled with joy as she turned to Song Song. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and greet your brother-in-law. I told you my eyes are sharp, didn't I? The moment we arrived at the set, I spotted my grandson-in-law. Song Song found it difficult to find the right moment to speak, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After responding to Su Yunze, he turned to his grandmother. Grandma, Zego isn't your grandson-in-law. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Grandma Song, displeased, shot him a glare. He is my grandson-in-law. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own grandson-in-law? Song Song thought to himself, you truly wouldn't recognize him. If Zego were my brother-in-law, would I be unaware? What a joke. Grandma, I've known Zego for quite some time. He is definitely not your grandson-in-law. I've confirmed it. Nonsense. Grandma Song clung to Su Yunze's hand. I could tell at a glance this young man is meant for our Mei's eye. Besides, isn't his ring a pair with Mei's eyes? Upon hearing this, Song Song glanced down. Indeed, just a few days ago, Su Yunze had not worn a ring. But today, a wedding band adorned his left ring finger. The design matched his sister's perfectly. Shocked, Song Song thought, could it be that Zego truly is my brother-in-law? Here he was, right beside me, and I had no idea? Zego. The question hung in the air, but Song Song recalled his previous visit to the set. Anyone could potentially be his sister's husband, but Zego was simply impossible. My apologies, Zego. My grandmother has some misconceptions. Allow me to explain. With that, he pulled Grandma Song aside. Fragments of conversation reached Su Yunze's ears. Sister and brother-in-law have been together for 2 years before getting their license. Zego had another suitor just last month. There's no way he could marry my sister. The elderly lady's voice was surprisingly vibrant, rising in volume. Why not? Nowadays, novels, short dramas, and television shows are all about whirlwind marriages. Your sister and brother-in-law are definitely a case of a rushed marriage. Song Song, how could you, being in public relations, hold such archaic views? Song Song. The two were at an impasse, each holding steadfast to their beliefs. Just then Director Lin happened to pass by. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what is going on? Su Yunze briefly recounted the situation. He found it rather amusing. After all, if a familiar grandmother approached you claiming you were a grandson-in-law, what would your reaction be? It was certainly implausible. Having known Song Song for several days, if he were indeed Song Song's brother-in-law, Song Song would surely be aware of it. Thus, he allowed the chatter to drift in one ear and out the other. Director Lin, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He turned to observe Grandma Song more closely, a sense of familiarity dawning on him. Oh no, wasn't he the esteemed Mrs. Song? In her generation, she was quite well known, and now, with her other identity, her notoriety had only magnified. She was none other than Song Jinha's grandmother. Director Lin's gaze towards Su Yunze grew complex. Just last time, he had expressed interest in the illustrious Song actress, and now her grandmother was here, claiming him as her grandson-in-law. Chapter 53. Song Jinha. A wedding ring? It was a gift from my husband. Meanwhile, Grandma Song remained steadfast in her belief that Su Yunze was indeed her grandson-in-law. However, upon hearing Song Song's concerns, what if I mistakenly recognized the wrong person? Wouldn't that affect my sister's relationship with her husband? Grandma Song hesitated. With Director Lin's corroboration, she finally relented, yet insisted on further observation. After their clandestine deliberation, Grandma Song maintained her composure as she approached Su Yunze, grasping both of his hands. Little Zay, I feel an instant connection with you. You would mind if your grandmother occasionally bothers you, would you? Su Yunze hurriedly waved his hands. How could that be bothersome? As he watched the pair depart, a smile crept across Su Yunze's lips as he picked up his phone to message Song Jinha. I encountered something rather intriguing. Song Jinha, who seldom engaged with her phone, had recently found herself frequently communicating with someone, leading to her newfound attachment to her device. This resulted in her only seeing the message Song Song had sent her the previous day. Author Chun Mo stated, I do not want a certain individual as my lead. Song Jinha had only been interested in Chun Mo's works, harboring no particular thoughts about anyone else. Just as she was about to reply, the subsequent message caught her attention, stirring memories of someone's words from yesterday. I'll simply strip her of her role. Could it be? Intrigued, Song Jinha clicked on the link and thoroughly read the report. After finishing, she still felt unsatisfied, navigating to the blogosphere to peruse all related information. Before finally returning to the messaging page, her heart racing. Her husband was, in fact, the renowned author Chun Mo. Song Jinha narrowed her eyes, reclining against her office chair with a sense of contentment. Truly, he is an exceptional individual. After the initial surprise, pride swelled within her, affirming her previous conclusion. She had never pried into Su Yunze's privacy, yet she had known all along that he was an extraordinary person. Now, unexpectedly discovering this only served to validate her belief. Unable to suppress the urge to message Su Yunze, she had just opened the chat when a message from him arrived. Upon discerning the content, Jinha could not suppress a chuckle. With a playful smile, she pressed and held the voice message. Does that grandmother truly adore you? Have you informed her that you're already married? Indeed, the grandmother possesses keen insight. She recognized Su Yunze at once during that brief visit. Truly, experience speaks volumes. Su Yunze's response came swiftly, also in the form of a voice message. She clicked to play it. I mentioned it, and the facts have confirmed that this is merely a misunderstanding. Listening to Su Yunze's voice tinged with a hint of exasperation, Jinha couldn't help but laugh. A misunderstanding? This hardly qualifies as one. Their relationship seemed to have blossomed sufficiently, as Su Yunze had even purchased a ring for her, indicating his feelings were surely reciprocated. Could she perhaps introduce him to her family? Jinha retrieved the calendar from her drawer and scrutinized it intently. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Su Yunze opened the calendar. Today was the 3rd, the date prominently marked. This was the day Jinha would return. He had presented her with a ring, and the very next afternoon, she had to leave for a business trip, embarking on a flight to a city 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, their communication remained unbroken. Despite the half-month separation, their bond had not only endured but had intensified due to the distance and longing. Su Yunze recalled a saying, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." A smile tugged at his lips as he messaged her. "What time is your flight this afternoon?" Tomorrow marked the alumni gathering at Huaqing Film Academy, in which Jinha would also participate. She was returning today, with tomorrow's schedule pressing upon her. Reflecting on the alumni event, Su Yunze was beset by memories. In his past life, it was he who was meant to speak as an exemplary graduate. However, at that time, he had already been with Xia Yurong and had surreptitiously given her the opportunity to shine instead. The outcome? A sigh escaped his lips. More than a decade had passed. Yet the memory lingered, somewhat hazy. Su Yunze found himself curious about one thing. Xia Yurong seemed to believe that her excellence alone had secured her place on stage. Would her reaction tomorrow be one of surprise? Su Yunze admitted that he was not always the paragon of virtue, detached from worldly affairs. Beneath his exterior lay a penchant for mischief, and on the eve of the alumni gathering, he pondered the small gathering of peers from his department, wondering when invitations would land on his phone. Should he first pick up Jinha from the airport and then attend the classmates' reunion? Just as he contemplated this, a message pinged on his phone. Jinha, I'll arrive quite late, around 12:30. So late? Wouldn't that mean she'd only be able to wash up and sleep by 2? Tomorrow, she still had to attend the alumni gathering. Unconsciously concerned for Jinha's sleep, Su Yunze replied, noted, 12:30? The gathering venue wasn't too far, so he could leave by 11. Su Yunze calculated his evening plans. Unbeknownst to him, 1,000 miles away, Jinha had already packed her luggage, preparing to head to the airport. She glanced at the message, her dark eyes glinting with mischief. 12:30? That was merely a ruse to mislead Su Yunze. Her true intention was to attend Su Yunze's classmate gathering and surprise him. She had a junior in the same cohort as Su Yunze who had discreetly informed her of his plans long ago. The alumni gathering, along with the classmate reunion. Every venue where Su Yunze might appear was under her watchful eye. Their encounter in the square was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously crafted scheme. Even if it hadn't been at the square, they were bound to cross paths again. Be it at the alumni gathering, or perhaps at some event in the entertainment industry, or even on a regular street where Su Yunze might stroll. Arriving in Haicheng for a public event, fans were already aware of Jinha's itinerary. Today, some had specifically staked out the airport. Despite her disguise of a hat, glasses, and a mask, fans still recognized her. Jinha, you're so beautiful. Look at me. I'm your unseen wife and sister. Once identified, Jinha ceased to hide and boldly removed her glasses. With security maintaining order, she engaged in a brief interaction with her fans. Sister, are you really participating in a dating show? Oh, that ring. The question came from a polite young girl. Upon catching a glimpse of the ring on Jinha's left hand, was utterly stunned. That is a wedding ring. Could it be true what the rumors say? Has she really gotten married? Her curiosity piqued, yet she hesitated to ask, fearing it might intrude upon Jinha's privacy. The corners of Jinha's mouth curled into a deeper smile as she graciously raised her hand to display her wedding ring, casually explaining, "This was gifted to me by my husband." Her voice was calm, yet it dropped a bombshell into the crowd. By the way, he is indeed my partner on the dating show. The fans stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation, watching as Jinha waved goodbye. Only once she had vanished did they come to their senses. Oh my gosh, has she truly gotten married? Does that mean I no longer have a wife? Wait, is he a real husband, or is this just a promotional stunt for the show? The fans were left in confusion, yet their fervor remained undiminished. After all, this was a revelation directly from her. Typically, it would be considered impolite and disrespectful to invade her private life. However, when she shared, it became a delightful morsel to savor. Within half an hour, several trending topics surged to the forefront. Song Jinha, the ring for my husband. Real husband or fake? Sister comes to confess her feelings. The emergence of these trending topics was swiftly noticed by Xia Yurong. Her eyes widened as she clicked on the image of Song Jinha's wedding ring, zooming in for a closer look. How could Song Jinha possibly be married? Instinctively, she sensed something amiss, as if something was gradually slipping from her grasp. Chapter 54. Su Yunze felt strangely unfamiliar to her. It is worth noting that in her previous life, until she declared her intention to divorce Su Yunze, she had spent nearly a decade alone. Could she possibly announce that she was in a relationship? Xia Yurong unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt, crumpling the pristine fabric further. Rong, I'm speaking to you. Why are you in a daze? The kaleidoscopic lights of the KTV danced across Xia Yurong's arm, abruptly snapping back to reality. She beamed at the classmates before her, shaking her head and replying, nothing's wrong. She was quite pleased to attend the reunion, eager to showcase to her peers how she had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of success. Liwen inserted a straw into her milk tea cup. Among the group, she and Xia Yurong were the closest, so she leaned in with curiosity to peek at Xia Yurong's phone. Why do you look so lost in thought? Upon noticing the trending search terms displayed on the screen, Liwen's eyes widened in realization. Are you also following Song Jinha's gossip? However, she is a senior from our school. Just look at how splendid she is now. A flicker of yearning appeared in Liwen's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Today, Song Jinha mentioned at the airport that the ring on her finger was a gift from her husband, leaving everyone curious. Was he truly her husband? Or merely a variety show partner? Surely, he must be the variety show partner. Xia Yurong snapped back to reality, her tone resolute. She exited the trending topic and ceased her observations. So, Song Jinha claimed to have a husband merely to promote the show? At its core, it was still the impact of her own participation in the variety show. Xia Yurong instantly felt a weight lift from her heart. Before her lay the milk tea that Liwen had brought, which she pushed aside to open a bottle of beer. Having mingled in the entertainment industry for many years in her past life, she had long since developed a fondness for drinking. The sensation of alcohol sliding down her throat and the slight inebriation it brought were intoxicating. Speaking of Yurong, where is Su Yunze? Wuxialan, another classmate, glanced around the private room, noticing Su Yunze was nowhere to be found, and asked curiously. She hadn't seen him when she entered either. There were still not many people present, and the music in the room was not very loud. So many heard her question and turned their curious gazes. Su Yunze, during their school days, was quite a renowned figure in their department. His fame stemmed not only from his excellence, but also from the way he treated Xia Yurong with utmost kindness, almost to the point of being subservient. No matter how outstanding someone may be, once you've witnessed them groveling for another, any dazzling aura they possess tends to shatter. One might wonder, where's your sense of self? He had always been in Xia Yurong's shadow, and now that he was absent, curiosity began to stir among the crowd. It had only been about half a year since graduation. A male student holding a microphone exaggeratedly exclaimed, Yurong, how did you manage to shake off that annoying sycophant? That's impressive. The corners of Xia Yurong's lips lifted subtly in a faint smile. She held no objections to the disparaging comments about Su Yunze. On the contrary, she felt a sense of relief hearing them. It was a feeling of complete control over Su Yunze, as if he could not escape her grasp. She could not quite understand why she relished this sensation. Xia Yurong listened nonchalantly to the criticisms directed at Su Yunze in the private room. Occasionally, someone attempted to offer a word of caution, but was quickly silenced. He'll come, right? I mean, Yurong is here. He won't be angry, someone remarked. After absorbing enough of the conversation, Xia Yurong finally spoke leisurely. Him? She toyed with her hair, and when discussing her forte, no matter how much she tried to conceal it, a hint of satisfaction seeped through. What does it matter to be outstanding in school? Only upon entering society does one realize that someone as capable as Su Yunze can merely become a lackey. I have clearly rejected his confession and chosen a senior instead. Many well-informed individuals, aware of Xia Yurong's recent circumstances, began to shower her with praise. Freshly graduated, to frequently make headlines is quite an achievement for those newly entering the industry. Amidst the flattery, the denigration of Su Yunze was seamlessly woven in. The more they praised Xia Yurong, the harsher their jibes at Su Yunze became. In the private room, only one voice remained. Someone tugged at the sleeve of the most vocal male classmate, attempting to interrupt, but was brushed off impatiently. Are you annoying or what? The male student snapped. We're talking about Su Yunze, Not you. So why are you interrupting? I wanted to say the bystander began, but before they could finish, a clear voice, tinged with mockery, interrupted the crowd. Everyone turned towards the sound, and soon realized that Xu Yunze had arrived, unbeknownst to them. Dressed in a navy blue suit with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, he leaned against the doorframe, seemingly having listened for quite a while. The room fell silent. You were saying something quite well. Why have you stopped? The crowd exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed for being caught speaking ill, especially with Xu Yunze wearing a cryptic smile that conveyed an air of mystery, as if he belonged to a different echelon altogether. Was this really the Xu Yunze they had belittled? He seemed like a completely different person. Subtle glances were cast towards Xia Yurong. The door to the private room was wide open. What were they waiting for? It was time to sing. With over 20 people present, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in Xu Yunze's presence. Their mouths moved, but no words came out. Xu Yunze settled into the center of the couch. His hands spread open, resting on the backrest, casually crossing his legs. He remained unfazed, leisurely sitting while his piercing gaze swept across the room, causing those caught in his line of sight to instinctively avert their eyes. The atmosphere in the private room became palpably tense. Some attempted to sing, but their voices were barely audible, even without a microphone. Xia Yurong bit her lip, bewildered by Xu Yunze's transformation. For the first time, she realized how unfamiliar he felt to her. As she pondered, her gaze landed on Xu Yunze's left hand resting on the couch's backrest. Her pupils dilated. Was that a ring? Chapter 55. This is her possession, a declaration of ownership. The ring on his left ring finger. What could it signify? Xia Yurong understood better than anyone else. After all, she had worn one herself. The individual over there often referred to her as a former spouse. Yet, that memory belonged solely to her. Xu Yunze had none of it, thus rendering the title somewhat invalid. To witness the very person who once placed a ring on her finger, now wearing a wedding band. Xia Yurong's emotions were far from the calm she had anticipated. Clutching her heart, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Why was this happening? And what of Xu Yunze's wedding ring? Was it genuine or merely a ruse? Xia Yurong suddenly recalled the crew from the Questioning the Heart production team, mentioning that they had tasted Xu Yunze's wedding candies. At the time, she had dismissed it entirely. After multiple encounters with Xu Yunze, she had even thought he was stalking her. Now, however, it seemed, Xia Yurong's heart was in turmoil. She discovered that, perhaps, she still harbored some feelings for Xu Yunze. If that were a trick, and he sought to rekindle their relationship, she couldn't help but nibble on her lower lip. The anxiety gnawing at her heart was known to no one. Xu Yunze appeared to relish the atmosphere in the private room. He neither sang nor ate, simply sitting there. Engrossed in his phone, his posture was relaxed, as if he were in his own domain. While he felt at ease, the others were anything but. Time ticked by, and Xu Yunze remained seated for a grueling hour and a half. The audience felt as if they had endured the longest hour and a half of their lives. He had done nothing but sit there, yet everyone felt immense discomfort, unable to act naturally. Even the sounds of eating grew subdued. Clack, clack, clack. Xu Yunze's fingers gently tapped on the table, resonating like a rhythmic echo within the hearts of those present. Hello. He answered the phone, his voice losing its initial indifference, tinged with a hint of surprise. At this hour, shouldn't you be on a plane? Coming to pick me up? Xu Yunze uncrossed his legs. Really? The playful lilt in the voice on the other end confirmed the truth. At that moment, he realized something significant. Song Jinha was coming to fetch him. Yet, how did she know exactly where he was? Confusion stirred within him, though he masked it well, donning his suit jacket and rising to his feet. As he moved, a palpable sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The king of hell had finally departed. They would rather endure a direct tirade from Xu Yunze than remain ensnared in the tension that had enveloped the atmosphere. A faint smile graced Xu Yunze's lips as he paused, nodding slightly. Had he forgotten to mention something? His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous girl in the corner, and he beckoned her. With your mouth so idle, it seems you've made some accomplishments, Xia. Let everyone cover their own expenses for today, Bill. Lin Xiaxia, a wealthy girl from their department, usually faded into the background, but in recent years, she had experienced a meteoric rise to fame, becoming a well-known idol. She nodded obediently. All right, Jinha. After speaking, she cast a cautious glance at Xu Yunze, suddenly worried that her previous act of sending her location to Jia had been discovered. Fortunately, it had not. Hearing Xu Yunze's words, the others gasped in surprise. Were they expected to foot the bill for tonight? Most had only recently graduated, and with the lavish private room and the food and drink expenses, the total was projected to be around 30,000. With nearly 30 people present, this meant each would have to contribute about 1,000. After calculating the amount they would need to pay and glancing at their own wallets, These fledgling professionals felt an urge to slap themselves. Why speak so much? What harm would have done to say less? Many had yet to secure jobs, eagerly awaiting tomorrow's alumni gathering, which promised industry exchanges and employment opportunities. It's all your fault. I told you to stop talking, and you went on. As Su Yunze strode out, those quick-witted individuals snapped back to reality. Zij, wait up. We acknowledge our mistake. The remaining occupants of the private room quickly followed suit. Xia Yurong was also swept along in the throng. Su Yunze heard them, but did not pause his steps. He could have skipped this reunion altogether and simply awaited the alumni meeting the following day. Yet that was a lingering obsession from his youth. Back then, he had been an ordinary graduate, capable of penning a few words, and the scorn from this gathering had lingered in his mind for years. See how easily they recognized their faults. Just a few words can illuminate their errors and the underlying logic of society. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Those who had once cast aspersions upon him would soon be the targets of collective scorn. Su Yunze did not look back as he descended the steps. A thin veil of mist enveloped the night, causing his suit jacket to sway gently with his movements. Those remaining understood the situation was set, standing on the steps. Mere inches, 3 tiers of steps, had become a stark dividing line. They remained rooted in place, while Su Yunze ventured a few meters away, stepping into an entirely different realm. Some began to vaguely comprehend the gravity of the moment, fixating on Su Yunze's retreating figure. A pale golden Rolls Royce awaited at the curb. Upon spotting Su Yunze, the driver exited, approaching him. Why not wait for me in the private room? Jinha smiled, taking the suit jacket from his hands. Shall I greet your classmates? Su Yunze blinked, suddenly infused with a lively energy. No need. We won't be gathering again. Is that so? Jinha chuckled lightly, refraining from further inquiry as she gently embraced Su Yunze. Their fingers entwined, her right hand brushing against his left, feeling the unmistakable presence of the wedding ring. Their embrace was brief, yet comforting. Shall we go? Jinha said with a smile, positioning herself gracefully to let the light illuminate her figure, ensuring that those on the steps could see her clearly. This is her man. They must know. She lifted her chin slightly toward them and, hand in hand with Su Yunze, departed without a backward glance. After a moment, a fervent buzz of discussion erupted among those on the steps. My goodness, did you see who that is? They're so close. She looks just like the acclaimed senior actress. Could it be? Xia Yurong stared intently at their departing figures, her nails digging into her palm. Chapter 56. The spokesperson was not her. Tonight felt like a surreal dream. Xia Yurong struggled to believe her eyes. Who was that woman so intimately engaged with Su Yunze? She knew all too well. Jinha, once idolized by her, now standing alongside Su Yunze, whom she had dismissed as a mere lackey and burden. How could they possibly be together? Su Yunze's transformation tonight must surely be due to his association with Jinha. Had he truly won her affections? Zij has really struck gold. Someone whispered nearby. Look at how Su Yunze had distanced himself from them, now living in a different world. Even the way they addressed him had changed. But how could the illustrious actress be with Zij? Xia Yurong's heart brimmed with derision. A smirk graced her lips as she coolly remarked. One must allow for the possibility of shortcuts, don't you think? Shortcuts? Su Yunze and the actress? Having learned their lesson, they dared not speak carelessly again, their eyes conveying a singular message. Is someone of Jinha's stature truly so easily accessible? Before anyone could respond, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt, the door swinging open. Upon seeing Xia Yurong couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't driving a Rolls-Royce. The arrangements for the alumni meeting are nearly complete. Row. You should head home and rest. Remembering her role as an outstanding graduate representative for tomorrow's event, Xia Yurong's expression softened slightly. She raised her chin and slid into the passenger seat. Unlike Su Yunze, who lacked prowess and relied on others, Xia Yurong could depend on herself. The following morning, Xia Yurong dropped Xia Yurong at the entrance, turning to say he had matters to attend to before leaving. Xia Yurong entered the alumni meeting venue alone. The scene was already set, with a red carpet laid out and banners hung. Everything was just as she remembered. A breath of relief escaped her. Recent events had left her feeling as though her grasp on the situation had weakened significantly. Last night, upon returning home, she found herself questioning whether her experience of rebirth was merely a figment of her imagination. When she awoke from her slumber, her husband remained the same ineffectual errand boy, Su Yunze. However, upon encountering Xia Yurong and gazing at the contact list on her phone, the presence of Yin and Yu offered her a semblance of reality. After meticulously arranging her appearance, she was aware that among those present today was a person of significant importance to her. Xia, her mentor from school and a renowned investor in the industry, possessed a wealth of resources. In her previous life, It was after this very day that Xu Yunze's demeanor towards her improved, providing her with invaluable assistance. It was undoubtedly Xu Yunze's influence that enabled her to secure the trophy for Best Supporting Actress. As she surveyed the room, she quickly identified her target and quickened her pace. Xu Yunze was engaged in a phone call beneath a banner, and upon noticing her approach, she gestured. The call concluded shortly thereafter, and with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Who are you?" The confidence and poise on Xia Yurong's face faltered in her past life. Xu Yunze had promptly struck up a conversation upon seeing her, yet this time it was different. "I am one of the invited, outstanding graduates speaking today. Hello, Sister Xia." The moment the words left her lips, Xu Yunze's expression grew even more peculiar. She scrutinized Xia Yurong, offering a polite smile before excusing herself. Xia Yurong, left on the sidelines, had initially intended to greet her and leave a favorable impression, but she found herself utterly unprepared for this turn of events, frozen in place. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward as individuals began to approach, their glances subtly directed towards her, making Xia Yurong feel profoundly uncomfortable. At that moment, she felt akin to a jester. Perhaps Sister Xia simply had a poor memory and had forgotten her. With the speech imminent, Xia Yurong had no choice but to manage her expressions, forcing a slight smile. Taking her seat among the audience, her classmates gradually arrived. "Yurong, I heard you the speaker today," a girl with short hair remarked. She had not attended the gathering the previous evening and had only heard about it later, harboring a touch of disdain. After all, what was there to respect about someone who had seemingly leveraged connections to abandon Xia Yurong? Yet, Xia Yurong was recognized as an exemplary graduate by the school. Xia Yurong straightened her posture, elongating her neck with a hint of pride, clearly sharing the same sentiment. As for the information, it was, of course, disseminated by her own hand. However, what was the use of merely stunning everyone for a fleeting moment? She aimed to ensure that all her classmates were aware of her presence as she ascended the stage step by step. Soon, the alumni gathering commenced. Xia Yurong counted down the moments in her mind, growing more expectant. She spotted Xu Yunze, as well as many leaders and teachers who had previously treated her with indifference. All of these individuals would inevitably alter their attitudes towards her in the coming years. Having experienced such a scene once before in her previous life, facing it again upon her rebirth stirred excitement within Xia Yurong. She awaited that pivotal moment. Let us welcome the outstanding graduate of the 2018 class, Su Yunze, to the stage. A smile graced Xia Yurong's face, and before she could fully process the announcement, she stood and made her way forward. Her sudden rise drawing the attention of those seated around her. Did so many people truly send her off to the stage in her past life? Xia Yurong pondered. Before she could reach the podium, the microphone was already seized by someone else. Su Yunze, clad in a navy blue suit, bore a subtle smile as he cleared his throat and delved into his speech. "Thank you for the invitation from our alma mater." Xia Yurong froze in place, her pupils dilating in disbelief. How could Su Yunze be the speaker? The shock of this revelation was akin to witnessing Jinha appear alongside Su Yunze. Hand in hand, the day prior, a nearby teacher, noticing her emergence, halted in the aisle and kindly inquired, "Are you all right, student?" How could she possibly be all right? Su Yunze had abandoned her for Jinha. Su Yunze had supplanted her as the speaker. How could she not be disconcerted? Xia Yurong felt as though the strength had been drained from her body, and instinctively, she sought an empty seat to sit down. She scanned the audience, hoping to find someone who could offer her solace. The person she had chosen after her rebirth was absent, leaving only Su Yunze. Su Yunze stood upon the stage, illuminated by warm light, surveying the audience, his gaze encompassing everyone, except for her. But that was not the end. After Su Yunze stepped down, Jinha took his place. In the fleeting moment they passed each other, their eyes locked, and a fleeting understanding, visible only to them, seemed to exchange. After descending the stage, he found a seat in the front row, where Xu Yunze patted his shoulder. "Finally spotted you, you rascal," she admonished lightly. "You haven't come back to visit since graduation. When I mentioned the speaker, you said you would let someone else take it. Have you lost your mind? Does my sister-in-law know about this?" Xu Yunze's expression turned disapproving. What could Su Yunze say? He could only hastily plead for leniency. "I think Jinha is quite impressive." Her gaze shifted to the podium, and a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Xu Yunze's eyes. "She debuted in childhood, and you possess talent as well. The two of you are a perfect match." At that moment, Xu Yunze's gaze landed on Su Yunze's hand, where he had not removed his wedding ring, momentarily taken aback. "Your social circle said you got married. Coincidentally, the next day was April Fool's Day, I thought." Xu Yunze had witnessed Su Yunze's affection for Xia Yurong. His childhood experiences had led him to regard Xia Yurong as his ideal. When one loves another, they become oblivious. They're focused solely on that individual, impervious to the rumors and evaluations of outsiders. Such a fine talent was now on the verge of being squandered. Xun Jixia had initially resolved that if Su Yunze remained obstinate, there would be little she could do. She could not bear to see a prodigy fall from grace, and thus sought to utilize her resources to assist Xia Yurong, hoping to improve Su Yunze's circumstances. Now faced with an unexpected twist, she was astonished. You truly got married? Who is your wife? It seems many people do not believe you are married. Su Yunze felt somewhat helpless. Just then, Song Jinha concluded her speech and made her way down the stage. Step by step, she approached Su Yunze and took a seat beside him. Their fingers intertwined, and Su Yunze slightly raised his chin, stating, "What a coincidence. My wife is the one you have high hopes for, Jixia." Beside them, Xun Jixia's eyes widened in disbelief. The alumni gathering at Huaching Film Academy had journalists in attendance. Song Jinha, without hesitation, chose to sit directly next to Su Yunze amidst the throngs of individuals, drawing attention. Some cameras positioned advantageously captured their clasped hands. The sound of shutters clicking incessantly. Having been accustomed to cameras in her previous life, Su Yunze remained unfazed. Instead, he discreetly squeezed Song Jinha's hand. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to this subtle detail, her focus directed elsewhere. Following Su Yunze's pretense, she turned her head, and from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a certain individual, utterly lost and forlorn. Had she seen it all clearly? Then all was well. A pair of bright, black eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. She was not particularly fond of publicizing her private life. However, if doing so could strike a blow to her ex and assert her dominance, she would gladly oblige. As the alumni gathering concluded, Xia Yurong departed, her spirit in tatters. Inside lay her notes for potential interviews. Yet regrettably, they remained unutilized. A Mercedes-Benz halted at the side of the school gate, and upon spotting Xia Yurong, she impulsively seized his collar. "Where have you been? I ask you, where did you just go? Were you not supposed to attend to matters regarding the alumni meeting?" Xia Yurong's eyes were tinged with red. Why was it that the person she longed to see most during her time of need, the one she had wished to see for a lifetime, was not by her side? As she bellowed her pent-up confusion, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Today, Xia Yurong made her feel inferior to Su Yunze. She was reluctant to admit it, yet the truth lay stark before her. Su Yunze shone brightly in public, while the one she chose was but a shadow, invisible. If Su Yunze was indeed reincarnated, surely he would be laughing at her predicament. Xia Yang's temper had always seemed remarkably patient in her presence. Even when caught by the collar, he responded with a tone of resigned calm, as if handling the whims of a petulant schoolgirl. Rong, did you not inform the Heartbeat Confession Day of my details? They needed to enter the set early. They are to be there tonight, and after failing to reach you by phone, I had no choice but to call you. I was still busy, rushed back to gather my things, and now I'm here to pick you up, and you." Xia Yang's gaze fell upon the collar she had seized. The implication clear. Heartbeat Confession Day, a dating variety show. Those few words splashed cold water over Xia Yurong's heart, jolting her back to reality. Indeed, the alumni gathering was merely an opportunity for public appearance, yielding no tangible benefits. However, with her current identity and exposure, she hardly lacked occasions to present herself. The release of the Legend of Chu Fei segments had garnered a favorable response, with numerous fans eagerly awaiting the broadcast schedule. As her debut drama, it could be deemed quite successful. Thus, she realized, the alumni event was of little consequence. Xia Yurong remained silent for a while, her eyes gradually regaining their composure. Rong? Xia Yang called out to her. She did not respond, merely offering her crimson lips forward. "I'm sorry, brother Xia." As for why Su Yunze could appear as a spokesperson, Xia Yurong mused, it was likely thanks to Song Jinha's assistance. Did he possess any real capability? She was well aware. With the dating show about to commence, an idea sparked within her. What if she could cultivate a good relationship with Song Jinha and discreetly inform her of Su Yunze's true nature? Would she not cease to be his pillar of support? And in doing so, she could gain a close confidant, an illustrious senior with the potential for an award-winning career. Imagining such a scenario ignited a passionate fervor within Xia Yurong. "No way, sis. Are you going on a dating show with Zhe Ge?" Upon returning to the company, Song Jinha was immediately confronted by Song Song, whose eyes resembled those of a startled owl. Song Song brandished his phone, which displayed a candid shot of their intertwined fingers, his heart sinking in despair. "What are you doing holding hands with Zhe Ge? He married, and you have a husband too. How can they be together, holding hands, and going on a dating show?" Song Jinha's involvement in the dating show with Su Yunze was news that Song Song had only just received. A crew member had approached him for coordination, and out of curiosity, he had inquired, "Who is my sister's partner?" Su Yunze, came the astonished reply. "No way. You don't even know who your sister is going on a dating show with? Are you even her brother?" That simple statement struck Song Song like a thunderclap. Echoing in his mind, "Are you even her brother? Are you? How could he not be?" As he tried to muster a retort, the other party had already hung up. In a fit of rage, he let out a frustrated cry. "Huh? You knew? I thought you'd only find out when the show aired." Song Jinha was somewhat taken aback. She shrugged, turning to rummage through her desk drawer, placing a bottle of perfume into her bag. She was about to go on a date with Su Yunze, and perfume was a necessity. "How can you both do this? Does my brother-in-law know?" Irritated, Song Jinha sat down. "Did I not tell you last time that I joined the dating show to push my own boundaries?" Song Song glared at her. "You did. And so what? Exactly. Look, I have a husband, yet I can still act alongside others as if we were a couple. Why can't I do the same on a dating show?" Her statement left Song momentarily speechless. He instinctively fell into Song Jinha's line of thought, pondering, "Isn't it true that many actors continue to perform after marriage? Being married does not preclude one from accepting roles. This is merely a job, a requirement of the profession. Can my sister understand that?" Song stood frozen in place, contemplating. Having effortlessly subdued Song, a sly smile crept onto Song Jinha's lips, only to be quickly suppressed. She knew her cousin all too well, a naive young man who had never experienced romance. Although he possessed a knack for public relations, he was easily led astray by her manipulations. This was not the first time. Should he continue to harbor doubts? Song Jinha resolved to claim it was for her brother-in-law's career to foster good relations with her superior. In high spirits, she slung her bag over her shoulder and descended the stairs. Unbeknownst to her, a few minutes after her departure, Song cautiously raised his head, observing his sister's car as it drove away. He tilted his chin slightly and huffed. "I may be straightforward in thought and inexperienced in love, but I am not foolish." He was well aware that some artists intentionally engage with their on-screen partners for the sake of the show, such as holding hands or exchanging glances, mere trifles. However, he could do the math. In the alumni meeting video from Watching Film Academy, his sister had locked eyes with Su Yunze 25 times. The video was barely over an hour long. Holding hands was one thing, but the moments when their gazes met seemed to convey that the entire world revolved around them. Was that reasonable? Was this all for the sake of the show? Song retreated to a corner and dialed a number, covering the receiver with his hand, whispering cautiously, "Mother, can you hear me? New intel. I suspect my brother-in-law has made an appearance." After murmuring in the corner for half an hour, Song finally hung up. Taking a motivational pause. A saying went, when you have eliminated 99% of the options, the one that remains, no matter how improbable, must be the answer. As his eyes darted around, Song contemplated the moment he would discreetly bring his brother-in-law before his sister. What would her reaction be? The ring, so precious, was merely a prop? Was he trying to fool a simpleton? For the sake of the heart-pounding confession reality show and to build anticipation for the program, the male and female participants arrived in batches. The setting was a quaint photography town located 50 kilometers from Huacheng. Having just experienced a rain shower, the ground was slightly damp, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass and blooming flowers. Song Jinha had left Xu Yunze at a hotel nearby and ventured alone to the site. She had prepared well in advance, donning a pair of sneakers, and as she walked along the slightly moist path, she surveyed the place where they would be residing for the next fortnight. Not bad, she mused. Perhaps it could be considered a brief honeymoon? With a pleased squint, she disregarded the cameras trailing her and allowed her thoughts to wander. At that moment, Xia Yurong happened to be a short distance behind her. When the vehicle came to a halt, she and T prepared any strategy or consulted the crew. Upon opening the car door and encountering the damp road, her nose wrinkled slightly. She carefully avoided puddles in her limited edition high heels, stepping instead on drier patches. If it weren't for her desire to cultivate a rapport with Song Jinha and spark conversation, as her gaze shifted, she spotted Song Jinha not far away. Xia Yurong's eyes lit up. Forgetting her luggage, she hurried towards her, eager to greet her. However, Song Jinha seemed to have foreseen her approach. Turning away without a glance and heading towards the designated accommodation, Xia Yurong was left to offer a smile to the empty air. Was Song Jinha being deliberate? Just as she prepared to follow, the driver called her back for her belongings, leaving Xia Yurong with no choice but to return reluctantly. After retrieving her luggage, she found that Song Jinha had already vanished. Welcome, esteemed female guests, to the heart-pounding confession day. Once everyone had gathered, the director swiftly announced the game rules. Before the male guests arrive, prepare a dinner for them. The accommodation comprised 2 large villas, ample enough to host 6 couples, with a kitchen that was quite spacious. While Song Jinha was busy mixing the flour, Xia Yurong feigned searching for kitchen utensils and edged closer to her. "Senior Song, I'm your junior." Xia Yurong lowered her voice, refraining from disparaging Su Yunze at the outset. They had a full 10 days in Rose Town, plenty of time. Given Song Jinha's evident interest in Su Yunze, Xia Yurong felt it imperative to establish a good relationship with her first. "I was in the audience when you spoke on stage yesterday." Song Jinha continued mixing the dough without interruption. Her expression remained neutral as she acknowledged her, placing her hands in the bowl to knead the dough, which soon began to exhibit elasticity. "I didn't realize you could knead dough as well, senior." Xia Yurong exclaimed in surprise. "Your partner is truly fortunate." For the first time, a hint of a smile graced Song Jinha's lips as she replied, "Indeed, he is fortunate." Seizing this opportunity for conversation, Xia Yurong felt a surge of joy. She had no interest in who Song Jinha's partner on the dating show was. It certainly could not be Su Yunze. After all, he was merely a kept man. After exchanging a few more words to bridge the gap between them, Xia Yurong boldly stated, "Senior, I know you came here for me." Song Jinha paused her kneading, turning in mild surprise to glance at Xia Yurong. "I indeed came for you. Male group task. Please utilize available resources to prepare a gift for the female participants that will make their hearts flutter." The male guests had also arrived at the filming site, separated from the female participants. The director quickly outlined the rules. During the filming, both genders would wear heart rate monitors. The activities planned were rather commonplace. Su Yunze had familiarized himself with the show's premise beforehand. It emphasized a grounded and realistic approach to romance, with the primary highlights stemming from the participants themselves. Previous guests had included a couple reuniting with their first love after 3 years apart, a contract couple who blurred the lines between reality and pretense during filming, and even a group portraying a real-life CEO and secretary entangled in a tumultuous romance. This time, the most significant highlight was none other than his wife, Song Jinha. Standing by the roadside, Su Yunze pondered what kind of gift would make her heart race. Upon spotting some materials at a roadside stall, an idea suddenly struck him. Just as he was about to approach, someone called out to him, "Long time no see." He turned to see Xia Yurong. "You still have feelings for her, don't you? You're still thinking about her, right? But she chose me." "Su Yunze, do you not feel that you haven't truly put in any effort?" The joy Su Yunze felt upon seeing Xia Yurong was immense. He lacked Su Yunze's contact information, yet the resources Xia Yurong had once obtained were still tied to him. He intended to test the waters. Chapter 59. Fortunately, you're not dead yet. Those with a troubled mind ought to seek help at a hospital. Su Yunze straightened his back and scoffed, speaking without restraint. "You're on a dating show now. You two must be together, right? Do you enjoy coloring your own image?" "Xia Yurong, oh Xia Yurong." Su Yunze regarded him with an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "How did I not notice before that you possess the attributes of a minotaur?" He made these remarks without shying away from the cameras. Once the production team acquired the footage, how they chose to handle it was of no concern to Su Yunze. These were words he had long wished to express. Had Xia Yurong been a bit more forthright in his previous life, Xia Yurong would have been with him long ago. Yet, he did not, choosing instead to dangle Xia Yurong while mediating their conflicts. "Having a wife can be quite perilous," Su Yunze remarked. Xia Yang's face flushed with anger. The unexpected verbal blow leaving him momentarily speechless. When had Su Yunze become so articulate? Hadn't he always been the weaker party in their exchanges? He contemplated saying more, but Su Yunze had already crouched down, rummaging through the crew's makeshift convenience store. "This one's this one's useless, that could work." Gripping a pink bead tightly in his hand, Su Yunze's gaze wandered as he began searching for decorative items. After standing still for half a minute, watching Su Yunze craft his gift, Xia Yurong found himself at a loss for words. His usual tactics were limited to brief exchanges. Yet they were remarkably effective with Su Yunze. A minor provocation would prompt Su Yunze to make irrational gestures to prove his affections for Xia Yurong. Now, however, he wondered, was it all ineffective? How could a person change so drastically? Xia Yurong began to question whether Su Yunze had undergone a fundamental transformation. He lingered in thought until Su Yunze stood up and walked away. Watching the leisurely retreating figure, an epiphany struck Xia Yurong. He felt he had stumbled upon the truth. Of course, not everyone changes so dramatically, but if he has suffered from a romantic injury, hasn't he? With the announcement of his marriage. The cold remarks directed at Xia Yurong and his appearance on a dating reality show, one can't help but wonder if he is deliberately trying to provoke her. Feeling as though he has unraveled the truth, Xia Yang's tension dissipated significantly. A smile graced his lips, if that were the case. He would need to interact more with Xia Yurong during the show to further insight Su Yunze. Yet he pondered, Who could Su Yunze have chosen as his romantic partner for the show? It seems he possesses quite the network and skills, managing to pursue someone all the way onto the program. Alas, if the intentions are misguided, all efforts would be in vain, rendering him a mere jester. The sense of superiority surged within Xia Yurong at the thought of someone unworthy of Su Yunze as affection. Initially intending to casually pluck a rose as a gift, he noticed a camera nearby and hesitated. The action transformed from a casual pick to a more deliberate selection of a rose. As for Su Yunze, he had already prepared his gift, placing it into the specially provided box by the production team. However, just before setting it down, he paused in silence for a moment, inspecting the carefully curated gift in his hands before glancing at the box. An unbidden phrase surfaced in his mind, buying the case and discarding the pearl. Was it merely the exterior that lacked appeal for the character in the story? Dismissing the impolite thought, Su Yunze shook his head and decisively tied a pink ribbon into a bow. He assessed his gift with a nod of approval. Not bad, quite perfect. As he admired it, an ominous shadow crept up beside him. Su Yunze looked up, startled by the enlarged visage of a man. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively sidestepped, regaining his composure with the strength of his core. Although initially startled by the sudden proximity, upon recognizing the man's face, he found himself in awe. What are you doing here? This individual was a renowned singer, a self-writer and performer who had ascended to stardom in just 5 short years. Yet, his time basking in the joys of success was tragically brief, as he leapt from a towering bridge, ending his life just as he reached his pinnacle. Su Yunze held a vivid impression of him because this man had once showered Xia Yurong with kindness, to the extent that public opinion suggested he was deeply infatuated with her, making Su Yunze himself feel uneasy. The young, yet-to-become a star, singer approached Su Yunze, casting a peculiar gaze at the rooftop railing. Both lit cigarettes, yet refrained from smoking. He spoke, "Su Yunze, you need not concern yourself with my presence. I merely wish to see her living well. I understand they are not the same person. However, I have my own aspirations, and I need something to keep me anchored. Rest assured, I won't be a burden to you for long." Over the course of the following year, he occasionally sought Su Yunze for drinks, and they became friends capable of meaningful conversation. A year later, he achieved stardom, and Su Yunze had promised to celebrate with him over drinks. Yet, before they could indulge, news of a young king's demise reached them. It was then that Su Yunze comprehended the meaning behind the peculiar glint in his eyes during their first conversation as he gazed at the rooftop. He had long harbored thoughts of despair. When she left, I wished to cease existing. Yet she told me I would be successful, that she aspired to be a singer. So I thought, then I shall become a singer. Su Yunze often dreamt of the moment of his death, taking 3 to 4 years to bury it deep within his heart. Occasionally, he would recall the words that rendered him utterly speechless. I sought many faces, yet only Xia Yurong resembled her. His voice, hoarse yet pleading, echoed, "So please do not reject me." It had been 5 years since they last met. One could assume he had long since been reincarnated, yet here he stood before Su Yunze, startling him, particularly since he had just been startled himself. The duality of the surprise led him to utter something slightly offensive. Only after speaking did Su Yunze realize he had already been reborn, which meant this person, long relegated to the depths of his memory, had not died. Su Yunze's eyes sparkled, a smile blooming within them. "Thank goodness you are still alive. Oh dear, I apologize for startling you. Are you well, my friend?" Su Yunze snapped back to reality, promptly swatting away the erratic hand before him. "I'm quite well. We should drink together sometime." "Sure, since I startled you, let me make amends." Su Yunze simply smiled in silence. "I am Su Yunze. And you?" "It is a pleasure to reintroduce myself, future superstar Li Runhao." I am Li Runhao. Chapter 60. Congratulations on finding your heart's desire. To forge a friendship, there must be a natural rapport, a mutual attraction of souls. Even if years were to roll back, they could still become friends. After exchanging a few words, they quickly evolved into close companions, shoulder to shoulder. Li Runhao candidly revealed his intentions for appearing on the dating show. "We had been together for 5 years. But after a quarrel, we abruptly broke up. She left rather fiercely, and despite missing her, I dared not reach out for fear of bothersome her. So, I began to write little pieces in the fandom. To my surprise, after 3 months, it gained some traction, and the production team brought me on. At that moment, Li Runhao exuded vitality, dressed in athletic attire, his eyes gleaming with light and anticipation for the show, entirely unlike the lifeless figure he would become years later. Su Yunze suddenly recalled something significant. Li Runhao's beloved was named Jinha. He would eventually choose to remain silent about this experience. Yet Su Yunze managed to glean some information. An incident had transpired when they attended the reality show together. Jinha had selflessly given Li Runhao the chance to survive, urging him to live on, claiming she had dreams yet to fulfill, imploring him to help realize them and not to act foolishly. In retrospect, the thought of the dating reality show made Su Yunze's heart race as he tentatively inquired, "What is the name of your beloved?" Upon mentioning her, Li Runhao's cheeks flushed slightly. Jinha, he replied, scratching the back of his head, glancing around before whispering, "Doesn't it sound lovely? It has a gentle ring to it, doesn't it? But she is indeed a fierce one, a true Sichuan dragon. When she gets angry, it's earth-shattering." No wonder Li Runhao mentioned he dared not provoke her. Su Yunze felt a pang of sympathy. They had come to the dating show with the intent of reconciliation, hoping to rekindle their past. Yet fate had dealt a cruel hand, the desire to reach her only to find her forever out of reach. No wonder the Confession Day program had ceased airing after the tragic incident, and Li Runhao's beloved would remain eternally in this town adorned with blooming flowers, forever in her most beautiful years. With a plan forming in his mind, Su Yunze resolved to keep a close eye on this young couple. Meanwhile, Li Runhao had prepared his gift. His craftsmanship was remarkable, and soon he assembled a miniature castle from various small trinkets, showcasing exquisite artistry. It is difficult to fathom that this coincides with Su Yunze's gift appearing in the same program during the same time frame. The male participants lined up outside the villa when the director suddenly had an idea. She produced several masks and distributed them among the contestants, instructing them to don these disguises. Now it remains to be seen if the female contestants can recognize their suitors through the gifts. Su Yunze remarked, "Must gifts be delivered so covertly? What is this charade?" With no opportunity to protest, as the contract had long been signed, the staff placed a black, British-style mask over his face. Inside the villa, the female contestants caught wind of some commotion. Xia Yurong's eyes darted with curiosity. Who could be the male contestant for Song Jinha? Given her status, it seemed only a potential partner would suffice. A presence like Su Yunze's could only remain hidden. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Turning off the fire beneath the porridge she had prepared, and, intrigued, flashed a smile at the camera. What could be happening outside? "Let me take a look," she declared, stepping outside. This program was inherently unscripted and rather free-spirited, with few staff members and minimal restrictions on the contestants. Xia Yurong reached the entrance, but was halted. The male contestants were currently donning their masks. Everyone outside had already masked up, but there remained one final contestant whose face Xia Yurong could clearly see. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively stepped aside. Was that Li Runhao? Indeed, at this juncture, encountering Li Runhao seemed entirely plausible. He was someone who had held a deep affection for her, later becoming a superstar. Yet one could not fathom why he had chosen such a path. Reflecting on his kindness towards her, Xia Yurong thought, perhaps she should show him a tad more concern in this lifetime. Rumors suggested that his anguish stemmed from love, and perhaps her lack of attention had contributed. Numerous times, she had caught Li Runhao gazing at her with profound intensity, on the verge of expressing something, only to be interrupted by Xia Yurong, who had no interest in trivialities. As long as he treated her well, she would reciprocate with a semblance of warmth. As for why he was enamored with her, or what thoughts occupied his mind, Xia Yurong found herself disinterested. He had the sensibility to recognize her disinclination to listen, though it left him somewhat melancholic, and he ceased to exhibit any desire to confide in her. Recalling her recent encounter with Li Runhao, she pondered whether he had harbored feelings for her since their youth. If he still desired to articulate something in her presence, she would graciously refrain from interrupting. Having made this decision, the masked male contestants followed the director's lead and entered the villa. "Ladies, your heartthrobs have prepared dinner for you," the announcement echoed. The male contestants were also ready with their gifts. Now, there were 5 minutes for the female contestants to identify their respective suitors based on the gifts. The female contestants moved swiftly. The moment the directive was issued, they began inspecting the offerings. Xia Yurong glanced past Li Runhao's figure and focused on the gifts. Upon seeing Li Runhao in his mask, she instinctively recognized him. Soon, her gaze settled on a resplendent rose, undoubtedly a gift from her dear brother Xia Yong, who had once said that she was as beautiful as a flower, stirring his heart. Lost in thought, a flush crept on her cheeks. Meanwhile, Song Jinha was also examining the gifts. She surveyed the offerings until her eyes fell upon a peculiar box. How should one describe the gift within? It could only be deemed unique, an unparalleled eyesore. At its center lay a pink heart-shaped bead, strung together with a thread, connecting an array of oddly shaped shells. Each shell was quite lovely on its own, but together, they formed quite the spectacle. The box had been prepared by the production team, uniform in style, leaving little room for criticism, Yet the box itself for the first time, Song Jinha realized that one could tie butterflies so unattractively. Raising her gaze to the gift's owner, she noted he wore a half mask and a face mask, obscuring his features. In the instant their eyes met, an odd thought crossed her mind, and with determination, she approached the unsightly gift, taking the stranger's hand. "This is my suitor." The staff exchanged bemused glances, suppressing their laughter. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Does the gift resonate with you?" Glancing at the contents of the box, Song Jinha replied without hesitation, "It moves me. Congratulations, you have found your heartthrob." Su Yunze muset. She truly evokes a sense of profound emotion within him. Soon, dinner commenced. It was uncertain what the director had in mind, as the male contestants were not permitted to remove their masks, perhaps orchestrating some form of dramatic tension. She mysteriously conveyed, "The filming will span 7 days. For the first 3, the male contestants must wear masks in public spaces." Song Jinha had prepared a ramen dinner, noticing her occasionally rubbing her wrist. Su Yunze silently grasped her hand, gently massaging it. The two concluded their meal and were the first to depart. "You shouldn't need the dough for ramen on your own anymore," Su Yunze remarked. Song Jinha narrowed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, but she did not respond. Instead, she inquired, "Did you enjoy today's dinner?" After a moment's pause, she reminded him, "We are in a dating reality show." Su Yunze pressed his lips together, finally replying, "I liked it." His voice softened after the reply, "But I feel a bit pained." In Rose Town, an abundance of flowers flourished, and as the summer evening breeze swept through, fireflies danced in the air. The two locked eyes, distinctly perceiving something different reflected in each other's gaze. To infuse some amusement into the program, the production team assigned roles to the contestants every other day, engaging them in symbolic tasks, such as librarians or gardeners. It was not actual work, but rather served a metaphorical purpose, drawn twice over 2 days, with each assignment necessitating a day of work followed by a day of dating. By evening, they could pin down moments that stirred their hearts as confessions, aptly named Heartbeat Confession Day. Su Yunze's assigned role today was that of a fisherman, while Song Jinha played a local resident seeking to purchase fish from him. The two fell for each other at first sight, embarking on a romantic boat ride on a small lake. Upon seeing the script, Song Jinha felt a twinge of surprise. The director is quite imaginative. She had never watched dating shows before, or rather, she had no interest in observing others in love, and thus was unaware of the process. Some of the details were later clarified by the director, Xu Yuna. The small boat was easy to maneuver, and the lake was not particularly vast. Surrounded by meticulously planted lotus flowers, one of the filming locations in the town, Su Yunze arrived first to familiarize himself with operating the boat, ensuring that the interaction between the couple would feel natural, hence no staff accompanied them on board. Life jackets were stored at the back of the boat, with staff nearby. Observing the scene, coupled with the blooming lotus flowers, created an atmosphere reminiscent of an ancient romantic tale. Yet, as Su Yunze surveyed the boat and the lake, he couldn't help but wonder, is it safe? His thoughts lingered on recent events, recalling that Li Runhao had seemingly encountered an incident outdoors, although misunderstandings had been resolved, allowing the two to reconcile. Today marks the first day, and their drawn identity is that of an indoor participant. Thus, Su Yunze refrained from intruding and stepped outside on his own. Just as he activated the boat and fumbled through the controls, he heard footsteps approaching. Initially, he assumed it was Song Jinha, but upon glancing up, a towel was presented before him. "Given your assigned role, you might need this towel for the boat," she suggested. Su Yunze was taken aback. Xia Yurong appeared unperturbed by his reaction. After placing the towel in his hands, she proceeded to elaborate. Today, her identity was that of a student, and she carried a backpack on her back. Biting her lip, she cast a furtive glance at the distant camera, seemingly hesitant to voice her thoughts. "You must wish to spend time with Song Jinha, right? Perhaps you should accompany her more, so she can truly appreciate your worth." She lowered her head, embodying an aura of innocence, resembling a well-meaning individual who simply could not abide certain injustices. Xia Yurong was quite adept at playing such roles. In her past life, particularly towards the end, those around her subtly reminded her of her advantages, instructing her on how to leverage them to garner the affection of fans. She had tested this approach, and it proved effective not only with fans, but even with bystanders. She could even sow discord between a couple in love. What was truly beneficial, she wondered. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Xia Yurong. It couldn't possibly be. Xia Yurong stiffened slightly, and before she could turn, she saw Song Jinha, her hair styled in twin ponytails, approaching from the side. "Junior, what are you discussing with my beloved?" Song Jinha queried as she approached, pinching Su Yunze's chin and planting a kiss on his cheek. It was a fleeting contact, yet the jade-like arm draped over Su Yunze's shoulder lingered. Song Jinha elevated her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing as she admonished. Gossiping about others behind their backs is hardly a commendable habit. Xia Yurong's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that Song Jinha would be so forthright. Her words packed a punch. The complexity of this romantic reality show exceeded her expectations. She had assumed that merely appearing alongside Song Jinha would suffice, especially after witnessing their recent intimacy. Upon arrival, she encountered an admirer from her past. Last night, she had fretted that Li Runhao might seek her out. She had seen a girl who bore a slight resemblance to her, likely an unaware substitute. After a night of silence, she had finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, Li Runhao was known for his discretion. All she needed was to wait for him to come to her, presenting the advantages before her. However, the dynamics with Song Jinha were far beyond her anticipations. Xia Yurong could not comprehend how, despite being from the same academy and Song Jinha being her senior, there was a palpable affection that transformed their encounters into such a scenario. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. She bit her lip, appearing rather aggrieved. Senior, I meant no harm. I was merely concerned that you might be deceived. Seeing how close you are, I feel reassured. Of course, we are close, Song Jinha affirmed, wrapping her right arm around Su Yunze's neck as if to draw him closer. But, dear Junior, in the presence of others' partners, it would be wise to avoid inappropriate displays to prevent misunderstandings. Her gaze sharpened, scanning Xia Yurong with a pointed scrutiny, the implication unmistakable. Xia Yurong stammered. But Su Yunze, Song Jinha interjected. What does my relationship with Su Yunze concern you? Who do you think you are to meddle? Xia Yurong's complexion paled slightly. The familiarity of these words struck a chord, reminiscent of a recent encounter where similar sentiments were directed at her. Before she could dwell on it, reality delivered another blow. Beloved, you should clarify our relationship to her. Song Jinha tilted her head, her naturally rosy lips drawing near in a remarkably intimate manner. It was brief yet felt entirely natural, as if such contact were commonplace. The masked man's lips curled into a subtle smile, his voice husky. Our relationship? This young lady should be fully aware. It is quite commendable. With that, he shifted to take the initiative, lifting Song Jinha's chin. The closeness spoke volumes without uttering a single word. Observers would note that the heart rate monitors strapped to them had surged to 120. How could this be? In her past life, she had never heard of Song Jinha being this intimate with any man. How could two such instances arise in this life? The authenticity of their closeness shattered Xia Yurong's perceived advantage. Her mind went blank. Chapter 62, she was aware that Su Yunze could play the piano. The blow was too severe. Xia Yurong even failed to recognize the man's voice as somewhat familiar amidst the unexpected circumstances. Her eyes widened, as if an invisible force magnified the scene before her. She could see Song Jinha's flushed cheeks after the kiss, her glistening eyes, and the man's earlobes tinged with pink as he subconsciously tightened his grip on Song Jinha's hand, the veins on his hand slightly pronounced. It was a clear display of emotional fervor. Xia Yurong's lips moved, but for reasons unknown, she could not voice her disturbance. Instead, she turned on her heel and fled the scene. In her haste, she collided with someone but did not even glance at their face. She adjusted her pace and hurried away, her urgency akin to a desperate escape. Hey, Xia Yurong. Xia Yurong, donning the identity of a mentor today, had been searching for her. He had intended to call her name directly, but upon noticing the cameras and the individuals nearby, he altered his approach. He nodded toward the two as a form of greeting before swiftly pursuing her. The two left on the boat, exchanged glances. Song Jinha blinked and finally succumbed to a fit of laughter. She attempted to retract her hand, exerting a bit of effort, but it remained firmly held. Looking down, she noticed that someone was still gripping her hand. Upon meeting Su Yunze's fervent gaze, she smiled brightly. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Su Yunze did not await a response. He pressed his lips together, as if savoring the recent sensation. Leaning closer to Song Jinha's ear, he whispered a single sentence. Song Jinha's face suddenly turned beet red as he suggested they share a kiss at home. Glancing at the surrounding cameras, Song Jinha felt a twinge of regret, suddenly wishing these cameras were not so omnipresent. Following the script, Su Yunze indeed caught several fish from the lake today, with Song Jinha assisting him. Their skin occasionally brushed against one another, only to part swiftly, leaving behind a lingering warmth that chronicled their shared experience. Their eyes inadvertently met, only to quickly avert. Mu Yun-er watched from backstage, unable to contain her laughter. She held a tub of popcorn in one hand, with chilled cola on the desk, eagerly anticipating the sweet moments captured by the cameras. So sweet, so sweet. Mu Yun-er contentedly stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth, squinting her eyes as she chewed. After all, Why would she participate in a romantic variety show? It was not merely for the monetary gain. It was for the sweetness of love. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, who would believe that our illustrious actress had such a side? Mu Yuna Muzit. Already envisioning how to articulate her request to the editing team when it came time to submit the footage. She wanted to accompany it with some subtitles and narrations. And certain moments needed to be slowed down. Nearby, a little assistant holding a notebook raised a hand. Sister Yuna, what about those moments we just filmed? The stark contrast between the esteemed Song Ing and Xia Yurong seems a bit contradictory. Mu Yuna waved her hand dismissively. We are here for a romantic show. Let us just capture what we need to. As for the rest, she stroked her chin, coming to a decision. Let us keep it as a backup. It was indeed curious that even someone as amiable as our illustrious actress could have detractors. Glancing back at the screen, although it was merely a recording, Mu Yuna felt as if she were viewing a myriad of bubbles floating before her. She sensed that the elusive moon of the entertainment industry, which seemed unattainable, might soon be within reach. True to the nature of romantic variety shows, after a day spent together, Su Yunze unmistakably felt a subtle shift in his dynamic with Song Jinha. Yet, he was somewhat at a loss to define whether it was merely the show's effect or an authentic feeling of his own. As he closed his eyes that night, he found himself reminiscing about the fleeting glances and playful banter shared between them. He felt as though he had stumbled upon one of humanity's great illusions. She likes me. Certain settings naturally exuded a special ambience, such as a bridal shop. Even two people brought together for blind dates would inevitably feel a spark when donning exquisite wedding attire amidst layers of flowing white fabric illuminated by soft lighting, evoking an undeniable sweetness. Lost in such reverie, Su Yunze couldn't help but turn over, pulling his pillow over his head. He pondered these whimsical thoughts, aware that tomorrow would require him to strategize for further benefits. The following day, both of them found themselves at the villa. The production team had designated separate areas for each pair of guests to ensure that their romantic sentiments were not influenced by others. During the day, they were confined to a sunroom, where sunlight poured in through 2-meter-high glass walls, casting a warm glow upon a striking piano at the edge of the room. Upon entering, Su Yunze's gaze fell upon the gleaming instrument, its polished surface reflecting the light. Can you play the piano? He was asked. Su Yunze shook his head, revealing a hint of confusion as he regarded the piano, as if it were an unfamiliar species. No, that is my blind spot. Song Jinha chuckled softly, opening the piano and pulling out the chair. Then why not sit down? I'll teach you how to play. It seemed a delightful new experience. Su Yunze readily agreed, settling onto the chair. Standing behind him, Song Jinha extended her hands over his ears. The fragrant scent of orchids enveloped him, and the intimate posture felt as though she were embracing him, as she guided his hands to each note and explained the basics. A flicker of amusement crossed Su Yunze's eyes, hidden from her view. In truth, he could play the piano. Starting from here, this is do re mi fa. Song Jinha, embodying the role of a dedicated teacher, gently instructed Su Yunze, while unbeknownst to her, a smile crept onto her lips. She was aware that Su Yunze was an accomplished pianist, a national-level competitor, and vice president of the association, one who had won accolades. How could Song Jinha, who had closely followed his career, not know? Later that evening, as Su Yunze and Song Jinha enjoyed a film together, sharing a bucket of popcorn, director Mu Yuna unexpectedly pushed the door open, calling out, "We have some matters to attend to." The movie had reached its conclusion, with the end credits rolling as she entered, her timing impeccable. Is it considered an interruption? Do you have any arrangements, director? Su Yunze in Gui. The lights in the small room flickered on. The production team had thoughtfully transformed the space into a private cinema, ensuring every detail was considered. Mu Yuna blinked, admitting, I didn't need to come personally, but my curiosity got the better of me. First, I'd like the female guest to come with me. We need to record a segment regarding your feelings about this relationship. After Song Jinha left, Su Yunze assumed he would have no further involvement, intending to tidy up the room, only to be pulled away by a crew member. We're recording a segment about your feelings and thoughts on this relationship. Su Yunze was taken aback. Yes, Mr. Su. The crew member led him down a dimly lit corridor illuminated only by starry lights overhead, as if they were about to enter a special place. Mr. Su, you needn't be anxious. Just think of it as an interview, the crew member reassured him, adding, you can consider it a monologue of your inner thoughts or a heart-to-heart with a friend. He explained that each episode of Heartbeat Confession Day featured unique segments, akin to Easter eggs, sometimes a letter, other times a collective wedding ceremony for the couples at the conclusion, or even wedding photos. Listening to the crew member's explanation, Su Yunze nodded in understanding. There is undoubtedly a reason for the success of Heartbeat Confession Day. The director's innovative ideas were matched by her genuine care for every participant involved in the show. Such a program should not be marred by unforeseen circumstances. Su Yuna mumut sopti. What did you say, Mr. Su? The crew member, upon opening the door to the end of the corridor, was greeted by warm lighting flooding the space. Not having heard clearly, he turned to Xu Yunze. It's nothing. The interview, or rather the discussion, commenced shortly thereafter. The individual posing the questions was the same crew member who had guided him, appearing to be a young man, perhaps a recent graduate, though his features were somewhat youthful. His demeanor was anything but frivolous. He held a pen and a small notebook, earnestly asking, "How long have you known each other?" They had exchanged a few light words while walking down the corridor, already growing somewhat familiar. Su Yunze did not conceal the truth. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "We've actually known each other for a while, but our close relationship is relatively recent. And how do you feel about this relationship?" Su Yunze pauset bodi fili. Gathering his thoughts, when she approached me, I could hardly believe it. It felt like a stroke of luck from the heavens. But whether luck falls from the sky is a matter for fate. All I could do was seize the opportunity and clasp it tightly in my hands. Without much thought, he had agreed to Jinha's proposal for marriage, driven by disbelief. Su Yunze intertwined his fingers, clasping them together, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Consequently, I often find myself hesitant to entertain excessive musings. I can merely ascertain that she harbors a modicum of interest in me, and beyond that, little else. Having been reborn and bearing the weight of past experiences, Su Yunze remains somewhat vigilant. He trusts Jinha, yet this caution is instinctual, until he receives a definitive answer. His instincts warn him to refrain from impulsiveness, to ponder carefully, and above all, to maintain a degree of respect for her. Addressing the camera, Su Yunze articulated his thoughts one by one. He expressed his uncertainties, a hint of trepidation, and his respect for Jinha. The essence of loving someone lies in respect. I believe that exercising caution is not inherently negative. Achieving a definitive outcome is paramount. Concluding his thoughts with this sentiment, Su Yunze wrapped up the interview. He had already moved in with Jinha, and should he choose to act, numerous opportunities lay before him. Yet, he could not help but ponder. What if Jinha's interest in him is merely fleeting? Those destined to be together will inevitably come together. He believed their outcome would be favorable. The pressing question remained, does Jinha genuinely possess only a slight interest in him? As the interview concluded, the staff member, a young man with clear, expressive eyes, could not suppress his admiration as he glanced at his notes. Why could he not experience such a poignant longing? After all, she is an award-winning actress, the unattainable dream of countless admirers. Even the faintest interest would be enough to make him wake up smiling from his dreams. Lastly, he mentioned something the program team had done that she was unaware of. An unknown matter? The morning's encounter felt as if it had just transpired, the lingering scent of orchids still surrounding him. He chuckled, saying, "She doesn't know that I can play the piano. How will she react when the show airs?" Meanwhile, as the interview unfolded, director Mu Yuna and Jinha were simultaneously engaged in their own discussion. What are your thoughts on our relationship? As the topic of emotions arose, the radiant aura surrounding Jinha seemed to dim. She instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest, caught between distress and sweetness. My feelings for him transcend mere affection. Jinha's candid declaration astonished Mu Yuna, who was recording nearby. Thankfully, she maintained her professional demeanor, merely widening her eyes without interrupting Jinha. Yet, immersed in her own reverie, Jinha's elegantly arched brows knitted together, stirring a sense of compassion in those who beheld her, wishing to soothe her anxiety. He once had someone he adored immensely. How immensely? Perhaps an entire youth. A fleeting glance had irrevocably altered her life. While Jinha did not equate her feelings to such extremes, that first encounter during the recruitment at Watching Film Academy had etched itself into her heart. She witnessed the fervor with which he cherished Xia Yurong, undeterred by rumors or setbacks. His loyalty and love was unwavering. He had cherished that person for nearly a decade. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? Shaking her head, Jinha lifted her gaze to the ceiling, blinking a few times to regain her composure. Thus, even now, I remain uncertain of his feelings for me. All she could do was suppress her apprehensions within, continuously appearing before him, consistently reminding him of her presence. To this end, she would employ every means at her disposal. Turning to the camera, Jinha flashed a radiant smile, all traces of negativity vanishing. With her chin slightly raised, she resembled a proud swan. After all, those who take the initiative possess everything. It was precisely this initiative that had propelled her relationship with Su Yunze to its current state. Compared to merely observing from afar, the present was infinitely better. Recently, I've sensed a hint of interest from him. Jinha endeavored to express her thoughts in a subtle manner. The bouquet of red roses, the perfume, the meticulously concealed bracelet, and his efforts to take her to get her ring size. Perhaps there's more than just a fleeting interest? Just await my good news. Those destined for each other will overcome all obstacles to be together. Indeed, they are already together, with evidence to prove it. As the interview concluded, stars sparkled in Mu Yun'er's eyes. Only a slight interest? She inquired. She had long awaited this day. Now, she could indulge in the gossip she had yearned for. Jinha, I heard you two have already obtained your marriage certificate. Jinha did not respond directly. With a playful wink, she replied, when the wedding banquet is held, I will definitely invite you, director. That day is not far off. My heavens, the absence of a denial implies acceptance, does it not? Mu Yun'er's heart raced with excitement, reveling in this delightful scoop. Almost forgetting her final question, she pressed on, lastly, regarding something he is unaware of that transpired within the program team. Jinha pondered for a moment, a playful glimmer in her eyes. I know he can play the piano, but he remains oblivious to it. Mu Yun'er exclaimed, my heavens, as she escorted the illustrious actress back to her romantic abode. A lingering smile of bliss graced her face, preparing to savor the delightful revelations she had gathered. Upon returning to their rendezvous point, only the two of them remained. Su Yunze inquired, what did you say during the interview? In chapter 64, I want to hear it from your lips. Did Su Yunze also experience such urgency? Jinha, intrigued, blinked and placed her index finger on her lips. This is a surprise, revealing it would spoil the fun. What kind of person is Jinha? She mused that perhaps the answers to those earlier questions were now within reach. Do you wish to know right now? If you desire it, I can reveal it. With a gentle tap, her finger lifted from her lips, leaving an air of mystery hanging between them. Su Yunze seized her lowered hand. Of course I wish to know, but I want to hear it from your lips. This desire to hear was not fulfilled, as the production team finally interjected, shattering the romantic atmosphere. The young man knocked on the door, delivering their identification cards for the third day. Afterward, he realized belatedly, did I interrupt you two? Should I leave? Not that he intended to pry, but even he, a 20-year-old lifelong singleton, could sense the palpable tension in the air. Would his cousin deduct his pay for disrupting the ambience? Su Yunze and Jinha exchanged a glance. With a wave of his hand, Su Yunze, ever understanding, replied, you may leave. Since you're here, just remember to close the door behind you. The young man nodded. Oh, love truly has a way of vanishing, does it not? Hadn't they just been engrossed in a delightful conversation during the interview? Silently, he closed the door, fading from their sight. The identification card for the following day. Su Yunze, curious, glanced at the card, revealing that the male guest was to assume the hidden identity of a superstar shopping incognito, while the female guest's designated role was that of a starry-eyed girl encountering her idol. The two exchanged glances. Su Yunze remarked, me? A superstar? Jinha retorted, and I? A starry-eyed girl? Is our identity not reversed? Yet, it must be said, this inversion of roles bestowed a certain novelty upon their reality. Jinha teased softly, well then, I shall entrust my care to you tomorrow, superstar. Su Yunze coughed lightly, conceding, of course. However, prior to that, he needed to ascertain a matter. Was Li Runhao's activity tomorrow indoors or outdoors? Awakening at the break of dawn, he positioned himself outside, awaiting Li Runhao's arrival. The production team mandated that male guests wear masks for the first 3 days, yet since filming had yet to commence, he opted not to don one. Hey, what are you doing, brother? Li Runhao, startled, was pulled away by Su Yunze as he stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. He clutched his chest, exclaiming, I have a girlfriend. Su Yunze suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, replying, I have a wife, you know. The reason I sought you out is to discuss something. Are you two's activities today indoors or outdoors? Upon hearing the question, Li Runhao became alert. He uncrossed his arms and stretched luxuriously. It must be noted that his fitness regimen had endowed him with a commendable physique, which, when displayed, certainly drew attention, explaining his heightened awareness of potential rivals. Noticing a peculiar red mark beneath his loose, athletic tank top, Su Yunze fell silent. Were you just inquiring about our activities today? Li Runhao, still holding a favorable impression of Su Yunze, pondered for a moment before responding. Today, we are all students engaged in a campus romance. I am a senior, and she is the junior. Surprisingly fitting, he continued. My relationship with Jinha began similarly, with aspirations stretching from campus to bridal gowns. I find this theme rather exciting, steeped in nostalgia. Mentioning Jinha seemed to unleash a flood of words from Li Runhao, his eyes sparkling with adoration for his beloved. At that moment, dawn had just broken, and as he looked towards the horizon, The boundary between day and night blurred, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was dawn or dusk. When one yearns for something profoundly, does one anticipate the next step to be a plunge into the abyss? I discreetly inquired with the director, Li Runhao divulged. And on the last day, a surprise awaits us. Do you know what it is? A wedding dress. My heavens! I have dreamed of seeing my fierce dragon in a wedding gown. The deeper they delved into conversation, the more vivid the memories of the superstar Li Runhao became for Su Yunze. He recalled the despondent visage, the light extinguished from his eyes, and the bottles strewn about during their drunken escapades. He clutched his head, murmuring incoherently. He said, "What?" Su Yunze leaned in, unable to resist. He said, "Chen Jinha, I truly long to see you in a wedding dress." Su Yunze nearly whispered, "Why so silent?" As memories faded and time rewound, Li Runhao waved a hand in front of Su Yunze, puzzled. Could it be that my tale is truly that captivating? Brother, are you so entranced? Successfully convincing himself of his own eloquence, he raised his fist and joyfully declared, "I'm incredible. I will tell Chen Jinha all about this." Su Yunze intazet. That is entirely unnecessary. What are you two discussing? A woman's voice pierced through the air as she emerged from the villa, Summer Yuru, clad in indoor slippers. Upon recognizing the two conversing, her expression grew stern. "Su Yunze, what are you doing here?" It was just past 6 o'clock, and in Rosetown, dawn was a slow affair, with the light barely filtering through the morning haze. Summer Yuru, plagued by restless thoughts, found sleep elusive. While on her way to the restroom, she had faintly overheard familiar voices outside and could not resist the urge to investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered Su Yunze. How could he possibly be at the filming site for a dating show? Was he here to find Song Jinha? Yet, upon seeing who he was speaking with, she quickly dismissed that notion. Li Runhao, her own admirer. Why would Su Yunze be here conversing with him? Contemplating the jealousy Su Yunze had once felt due to Li Runhao's involvement, she couldn't help but wonder if his visit was somehow related to her. Were the remarks exchanged earlier aimed at her? As for Su Yunze's feelings towards her, Summer Yuru felt uncertain. After all, he had changed significantly since she had rejected his confession. "Does what you just discussed pertain to me?" she blurted out, her curiosity unyielding. Chapter 65. Will Su Yunze be abandoned? Su Yunze had yet to respond when Li Runhao's mind was suddenly inundated with questions. Did he know this young lady? Was the topic of their discussion truly about his beloved? With a plethora of unarticulated inquiries swirling in his mind, Li Runhao, ever the gentleman, remained polite. "No, I was just discussing my partner with Su Yunze." Summer Yuru blinked in surprise. "Your partner? Dating show partner? So, I am merely a substitute?" She contemplated pressing further. But as daylight gradually emerged, the production crew began stirring. "Hey, male guests, remember to wear your masks in front of the female guests," a sleepy young man instinctively reminded. Upon hearing this, Summer Yuru waved dismissively and retreated to the villa, her spirits lifted. After meeting with Li Runhao, she realized the advantages she possessed were abundant. Her previous life had been marked by a smooth ascent to stardom, aided by many benefactors. Now, reborn with memories of the next decade, she pondered if retracing her steps would lead to anything less than success. Her confidence surged. Summer Yuru straightened her posture, dismissing a few female guests who greeted her as she passed by. Meanwhile, Chen Jinha, having awakened from an unrefreshing slumber, sought out her companion. "What is going on?" she wondered, rubbing her eyes in confusion as she observed the retreating figure. Had she inadvertently offended her? "Oh, whatever. Where's my little Li?" She noticed that Su Yunze and Li Runhao remained where they were, the female guest having departed without further acknowledgement. The diligent young man, after nodding to them, returned to his slumber. "That guy is so dedicated, it's almost pitiful," Li Runhao jested. Remembering the peculiar Summer Yuru, he tentatively asked, "What about that female guest from earlier?" Li Runhao's perceptiveness shone through, a skill honed from daily interactions with the fiery dragon of Sichuan Chongqing. He discerned that although she had directed her inquiry towards both of them, her gaze predominantly lingered on Su Yunze, revealing a hint of surprise. They must know each other. Li Ruyo concluda decisively. If she says anything strange in your presence, just ignore it. Su Yunze shrugged his shoulders, tapping his right index finger against his forehead, as if to imply, "You understand. Is there something amiss with my mind?" It hardly seems so. Li Runhao silently noted this down, preparing to relay it to the gossip-loving Chen Jinha. As he shifted his gaze, he spotted someone dazedly emerging from the villa, his eyes brightening as he raised his hand in greeting. "Chen Jinha," he called out, bidding farewell to Su Yunze before swiftly jogging over. "It's a bit chilly this morning. Why are you dressed so lightly? Come on, let's head back and get you something warmer." His voice faded into the distance, disappearing from Su Yunze's ears. Standing in place, A smile gradually graced Su Yunze's lips, one he was unaware he was wearing. Li Runhao deemed the scope of today's activities still somewhat indoors, allowing him to relax momentarily as he commenced his agenda. The experience of a day in the life of a superstar. As a renowned celebrity encountering a crush who happens to be a fan, what might he do? The answer: to host a personal concert just for her. By the lavender fields of Rosetown, Xu Yunze arrived with modest equipment, a microphone and a small speaker. Song Jinha walked beside him, their initial serendipitous meeting having transitioned into a recognition of each other's identities, the atmosphere now tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Song Jinha's gaze towards Xu Yunze sparkled with a certain admiration, reminiscent of a starry-eyed fan beholding her idol. As Xu Yunze adjusted the equipment, he mused, "No wonder she's an actress. Tomorrow is the concert, and would it be too much trouble for him to sing, just for me?" Song Jinha, typically embodying a somewhat aloof, sisterly demeanor, addressing Xu Yunze as brother, sent a flush to his ears. He scratched at them and replied, "Not at all. You are a special presence in my life." During these days of recording the variety show, he relished his time with Song Jinha in the daylight, while diligently continuing to write at night. After completing his writing, Su Yunze couldn't help but daydream. As the sun gradually ascended, his labor led to beads of sweat forming on his forehead, only to be gently wiped away by someone. Song Jinha felt a stir in her heart. Su Yunze's previous words seemed devoid of jest. At that moment, their eyes met. "Senior, are you here for a task?" Just then, Xia Yurong and Xia Yurong appeared. Sporting straw hats, they exuded a pastoral charm, with Xia Yurong cradling a large camera in his arms, wrapped in Xia Yurong's embrace, their pose undeniably sweet. Song Jinha raised an eyebrow, her tone flat. "As you wish. It's fine as long as you don't feel awkward." "What could be awkward?" Xia Yurong scoffed inwardly. Was she attempting to steal the spotlight? She calculated that the cameras directed at Song Jinha's group outnumbered theirs by one. The director certainly showed favoritism, she thought. Yet her expression remained unperturbed, donning her signature innocent smile. As long as the senior doesn't mind. They positioned themselves by the flower field, her voice softening. "Photographer, I beg your assistance." Having just noticed Su Yunze was absent, she wondered if he had left to avoid humiliation. After posing for a few stage photographs, she casually inquired of Song Jinha, "Senior, have you seen Su Yunze?" Both Su Yunze and Song Jinha paused their adjustments. Song Jinha extended her arm, pulling Su Yunze close, her words light as a feather. "I've seen him." Not only had she seen him, but he was also under her influence. "I saw him this morning." "Was he here looking for you?" "But you already have a male guest. How could you still have eyes for him?" A slightly disparaging remark slipped from Xia Yurong's lips. Yet, upon realizing no one was engaging with her, she diverted her attention to the small violin the two were adjusting. "This brother is quite impressive. He can even play the violin?" Su Yunze could not. Su Yunze and Song Jinha remained silent. Xia Yurong, knowing Su Yunze's true identity, bowed his head and pretended to clean the lens, cautious not to say too much with so many cameras around. Xia Yurong's thoughts, however, were quite different. She spared no effort in elevating the male guest beside Song Jinha, seemingly attempting to dispel her affection for Su Yunze through comparison. Yet, the more she spoke, the more she realized the atmosphere between them was decidedly different, appearing to grow even closer. Was her persuasion working? Would Su Yunze be cast aside? This notion lingered until evening, after they had dined and enjoyed a fireworks display. When the director's team announced, "The male guests may now remove their masks," Xia Yurong's peripheral vision could not help but drift toward Song Jinha. She was eager to discover the identity of Song Jinha's male guest. Upon glimpsing his face, her pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? How could it be Su Yunze?" Song Jinha had actually brought Su Yunze onto the show. Chapter 66. Will we become best friends? Song Jinha had actually brought Su Yunze onto the show. Xia Yurong's mind went blank. How could this be? As if sensing her gaze, Song Jinha pulled Su Yunze closer, placing a kiss on his cheek, then raising an eyebrow, casting an ambiguous glance her way. Just as it had been over the past 3 days, Xia Yurong was utterly stunned. She had witnessed Song Jinha sharing intimate moments with her male guest today, and had felt a sense of glee, thinking their relationship was progressing rapidly. Hoping Su Yunze would soon be cast aside, she had sensed something odd, such as the fact that the male guest occasionally struck her as familiar. But she dismissed it as mere illusion. She had thought that after seeing Su Yunze in the morning, she would not encounter him again, believing he had left. To her astonishment, Su Yunze was indeed the male guest. What did that make her praise of the male guest throughout the day? A clown's folly? "Is there something wrong, miss?" A clear-eyed male university student, unable to recall Xia Yurong's name, chose to address her directly, fixing her with a serious gaze. Was there something amiss in his conduct? Xia Yurong felt utterly humiliated. And no, it's nothing, she stammered, sitting down, gripping the hem of her skirt and forcing a smile. I was just surprised that the senior's guest is so handsome. Is that truly all? Song Jinha toyed with Su Yunze's shirt collar, her fingers deftly twisting the fabric. Isn't your own male guest handsome? Xia Yurong was momentarily taken aback. The tension in the air thickened palpably. Many turned their astonished gazes from Song Jinha to Xia Yurong. The beautiful actress had never been one to challenge others, and in this situation, it was evidently the fault of the female guest. Eventually, director Su Yuna stepped in to ease the tension, stating, "Everyone is tired after a long day of shooting. Let us conclude here for the night and return to rest." As the crowd dispersed, Su Yuna let out a sigh of relief, raising her hand to deliver a playful smack to the person beside her. The host immediately covered his head. "What are you doing? Is this how you conduct your internship? What's wrong with this way of interning? I fail to perceive any fault in what Sister Song has articulated. Su Yuna, is this even a question of right or wrong?" She gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words, "Deduct money." The following day marked the customary indoor interaction segment. Xu Yunze and Song Jinha were engrossed in reading together, exchanging interpretations of the text. It was astonishing to discover how closely their insights aligned. Furthermore, Song Jinha withdrew a novel titled Yesterday at the station from the bookshelf, her expression laden with significance. "I'm quite fond of the novels penned by this author. The prose is exquisite, and the emotions are heartfelt. Surely, the author must possess a temperament as gentle as the narrative she weaves. I have heard, however, that the author is a girl." Initially, Su Yunze felt a tinge of bashfulness upon receiving the compliment, mingled with a hint of awkwardness. Yet, as he continued to listen, he was taken aback. Who claimed the author was a girl? Where did that rumor originate? Song Jinha persisted, flipping through the pages, her delicate fingers tracing the author's name. "Tell me, if I were to have the chance to meet the author, might we become close friends?" "Close friends?" Su Yunze clenched his jaw, incredulous. "Absolutely not. How could he possibly become best friends with his own wife?" "Oh, how can you be so certain?" Her hand brushed against his, lightly tapping him twice. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, as if Song Jinha had uncovered some hidden truth. Was it merely his imagination? Soon, the fifth day arrived. As the final day of role-playing, the director produced a different card, an alternative version of Forced Love. Su Yunze glanced at the roll in Li Runhao's hand. A coal tycoon and a coal mining girl from a destitute background? Just by observing the rolls, he could instantly conjure a complete narrative of forced love, albeit set in a mining context. Li Runhao and Chen Xinghe appeared somewhat taken aback, exchanging glances that hinted at surprise and shyness, leaving them uncertain of what they had conjured in their minds. Today was pivotal. Despite yearning for a world for just the two of them, Su Yunze had no choice but to set aside the pretty boy actor and the manipulative benefactor sister. He adjusted his glasses. "Director, are we really heading to the coal mine today? Is there truly a mine in Rose Town?" Su Yunze habo daobut, recalling that the last time Chen Xinghe had encountered misfortune was on this very day at this so-called mine. He met Li Runhao years later, when Chen Xinghe's tragedy had already become an established fact. However, in the past, it was implausible for the two of them to have participated in a dating show consecutively. From behind the camera, Su Yuna peered out, nodding. "There's indeed a coal mine, but it isn't real. It's merely a set designed for filming, which has been exclusively rented by our crew. Has the safety been verified?" Su Yuna hesitated at Su Yunze's inquiry, reopening her phone to recheck the information. It was the first time a guest had expressed concern over the set since filming began. In response to his question, an instinctive sense of foreboding arose within her. After reviewing the information, her previously furrowed brow relaxed, as she confirmed with a nod. "The maintenance of the set is regularly inspected by staff, and we conducted checks last night as well. Rest assured, there are no issues. It is merely a specially constructed fictitious mine," Su Yuna thought to herself, though she refrained from saying this, as it might come across as confrontational, which was unbecoming for her, as the director. "Su Yunze not that?" His query laced with a hint of testing. "Will there be another inspection before we shoot?" Su Yuna replied, "Yes, rest assured." The continuous questioning alerted Song Jinha to something amiss. She subtly grasped Su Yunze's hand and discreetly inquired near his ear, "What's wrong? A dream?" Su Yunze had long since formulated his response. He firmly held Song Jinha's hand, reassuring her, "It's nothing." With that, he tossed the card onto the table. "We both have a bit of interest in the mine. I wonder if we could join them?" It would likely be impossible for the production team to change locations. Su Yunze mused, but he decided to accompany them and remain vigilant. Xia Yurong had long harbored disdain for Su Yunze. She could not help but voice her opinion. Perhaps it was time to seek the spotlight and change the narrative. "What interest do you have in the mines?" Are you questioning the production team as professionalism? Or do you think a mere visit to the mine could yield some unforeseen incident? Absolutely not. Every time she laid eyes on Su Yunze, memories of his foolish behavior from days past resurfaced, making her feel increasingly like a fool. It was all Su Yunze's fault. Why couldn't he just stay put instead of wandering about? Su Yunze had yet to respond when Jinha pulled him behind her, her brows arching slightly. With me here, will Su Yunze lack for attention and topics? Xia Yurong. What exactly does Jinha see in Su Yunze? She could not articulate the feelings swirling within her, yet at times, the thought of rejecting Su Yunze's affections and the possibility of him not returning her feelings stirred an uncomfortable sensation in her heart. Observing others protect him only deepened her feelings of bitterness. Clearly, in her past life, Su Yunze had been hers. Was it possessiveness that tormented her? Xia Yurong inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions swelling within her chest. In this life, she could not choose Su Yunze again. Su Yunze was useless, possessing only looks and emotional value. Could he truly help her ascend to the status of best actress? She had returned to this life to make choices that would benefit her. Xia Yurong thought, if she truly could not bear to part with Su Yunze, once she became the best actress, she would lower herself and have a heartfelt conversation with him. He would understand and return to her, right? After all, he bore no memories of their past life, and they shared a decade's worth of feelings in this life. Hearing a comment that made Xia Yurong turn her head, Jinha slightly raised her chin, letting out a soft huff. However, the movement and sound were so subtle that only Su Yunze, standing beside her, noticed. Unable to resist, he squeezed the back of her hand. In the midst of a crowd, it gave him a sense of a secret that belonged solely to him and Jinha. As the conflict subsided, the timid Mu Yuna finally exhaled. She dared not speak, utterly afraid. That was her goddess, the best actress, the very essence of the show. Should the goddess become enraged? How could she dare to meddle? This Xia Yurong was truly too talkative. Did her stature match her temperament? Had she known, she would never have handed her the script. Regret flooded her heart anew as Mu Yuna acquiesced to Su Yunze's suggestion. Very well, you may also visit the mine. Afterward, she glanced at Xia Yurong and the others. Is there anyone else interested in the coal mine? Would you like to take a look, Miss Xia? Others shook their heads in unison. Wouldn't it be better to find a nice place to date? Why go to the mine? Wouldn't that just invite more unwanted company? Xia Yurong, too, forced a smile for the camera, shaking her head in refusal. The journey to the mine transformed from a duo's excursion into a party of 6, with Su Yunze and Jinha joining, along with the concerned director Mu Yuna and a burly staff member who had been summoned along. The path was quite easy to traverse. Mu Yuna and the sturdy man trailed 2 meters behind, providing explanations. Initially, the plan was to hand over a map to Li Runhao and his companion, allowing them to navigate independently. The map had already been given, accompanied by a business card. Observing Su Yunze studying the map intently, Jinha felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, akin to being scrutinized by a superior at work. How ridiculous! Wasn't she the leader in this scenario? Su Yunze, oblivious to her inner turmoil, continued to examine the map. The mining site lay behind Rose Town, nestled against a modest hill. The path, composed of stones and pebbles, was not particularly arduous. He remained vigilant against any potential dangers, yet the journey unfolded without incident. However, when they reached a steep area, Li Runhao's pace slowed noticeably. His complexion paled slightly. Take it easy, Jinha teased. What is this? The coal magnate afraid of heights? Li Runhao squinted, opening his eyes just a sliver. I had no idea this mining site was up a hill. Perhaps I have too many mines under my belt. Laughter erupted among the group. What should have been a 15-minute trek dragged on for nearly 30. Gazing down from the end point, Li Runhao marveled. Goodness, if I had to return, it would take me 40 to 50 minutes. Su Yunze suddenly fell silent. He inquired, under what circumstances could you complete the journey in 10 minutes? Li Ruiao Espat, covering his mouth in shock. Goodness, do you even realize what you're suggesting? My legs are already trembling. How could I possibly do it in 10 minutes? With that, he shifted his gaze, lifting Jinha's chin playfully. If there were a hapless coal mining maiden waiting below for the coal baron, perhaps the baron would indeed sprint the distance in 10 minutes. Jinha feigned modesty. How dreadful! The surrounding drone cameras dutifully captured the moment. As their eyes locked, emotions bubbled to the surface. Feeling Jinha's hand stir slightly, Su Yunze tightened his grip around hers. Soon, they arrived at the mining site. A somewhat diminutive mushroom-shaped sign marked the entrance, proclaiming it to be Rose Mine, adorned with whimsical animated decorations that exuded charm. After Li Runhao's bout with vertigo, Jinha who had been leading the way, was about to step inside when Xu Yunze halted her with an outstretched hand. He firmly stopped her, glancing back at Mu Yuna with determination. "Director, you mentioned there would be an inspection before filming." Mu Yuna appeared momentarily taken aback, but did not protest and made a phone call. Shortly, a staff member donned in a safety helmet arrived, yawning as if he had not rested well, mumbling as he entered the mine. "Didn't we just check this? I was on the phone with my wife and kids last night and lost track of time." After a brief interval, he emerged, the weariness replaced by a focused demeanor. "Everything is fine. Rest assured, this isn't a real mine, merely a facade for filming." Mu Yuna exhaled in relief, smiling at Su Yunze. "Are you reassured now?" Su Yunze remained silent, noticing Jinha tugging Li Runhao as they prepare to proceed inside. He stepped forward to adjust their positions, placing them side by side, with Li Runhao slightly ahead. Su Yunze positioned himself close enough to Li Runhao to reach out and touch him. Jinha walked alongside him. "Let's go." The sturdy man appeared a bit weary from waiting, prompting Su Yunze to snap his fingers as they ventured into the mine. It must be said as a filming base. The interior was strikingly realistic. The lights illuminated the space, occasionally revealing exquisite mineral formations above. As they delved deeper into the mine, the group's anxiety dissipated, and lighthearted conversations began to surface. "This place isn't half bad. Just imagine if it were just the two of us, playing out a coal baron and a coal mining maiden. Are you suggesting there are too many third wheels? Or is it that Brother Su is overstepping?" Jinha quickly denied. "Not at all. Mr. Su is clearly not that kind of person. He must have his reasons." Her tone was naturally buoyant, not intentionally trying to mediate. With more people around, the mining site shifted from an acting opportunity to a tour, naturally leading them to decide to turn back. Li Ruya Stresha, inadvertently pressing against something on the cave wall, which suddenly caused a tremor throughout the mine. Small stones began to rain down. The group froze in shock. Before they could react, a large boulder crashed down from above. Li Runhao barely had time to register the danger before a hand gripped his clothing, yanking him backward. The fabric tore violently as he staggered several steps back, gasping for breath. Before him, a massive rock had completely obstructed the passage further into the mine. Glancing sideways, he saw Jinha instinctively reaching out to pull him, but her hand hung suspended in midair, unable to complete the motion. Panic surged through his mind as he focused on the rock, recalling the position they had been in before entering the cave. If Jinha had been in front of him, "Let's not dwell on it. This place isn't safe. We should exit immediately," Su Yunze interjected, halting their impending conversation. The group swiftly made their way out of the mine. Mu Yuna, still shaken, patted her chest, her large eyes unable to resist glancing at Su Yunze. As they fled, the mine continued to tremble, and loose stones fell. The earlier incident weighed heavily on their minds. Upon reaching safety, the adrenaline subsided, and a wave of dread washed over them. That boulder was enormous. Had it fallen, injuries could have ensued. Sobs broke the silence, and tears streamed down Jinha's face. "It nearly struck you." The realization prompted thoughts of Su Yunze. Had he not whimsically adjusted their positions, Li Runhao would have been hit. And what about her, standing just a bit ahead? The chilling sensation of narrowly escaping death left her unsettled. She wished to express her gratitude to Su Yunze, but her voice caught in her throat. Was it really just nearly? Su Yunze interrupted their distress, his gaze landing on Li Runhao's arm, which bore a cut from the falling debris. Upon exiting, Mu Yuna noticed not only Li Runhao, but also Jinha and others bore various minor injuries, looking quite disheveled. As the director, she felt a profound sense of responsibility for the incident and had already composed herself to make a phone call for assistance. Soon, rescue personnel arrived, led by the inspector from earlier. He beheld the injured crowd, disbelief etched across his face. Why was it that he had emerged unscathed after his preliminary inspection, while these individuals had suffered? As the group descended the mountain, Jinha clung tightly to Su Yunze's hand, her lips pressed into a firm line, revealing the anxiety that churned within her, though she uttered not a single word. The wounds had been merely dressed with rudimentary care while still on the mountain. But upon descent and examination, the doctor rendered a definitive verdict: several fractures, necessitating a period of rest. In astonishment, she inquired, "Are you not in pain?" Li Runhao displayed no signs of discomfort throughout, his right hand steadfastly gripping Jinha's, as if fearing that the moment he released her, she would vanish. Indeed, the sensation of pain surged upon him belatedly, prompting a strained smile. His gaze wandered, disoriented, yet he could not ascertain whether it was mere imagination or a fleeting memory fragment that had just flickered before his eyes. He recalled that only he and Jinha had entered the cave, followed by him pressing against the cave wall as the mine collapsed. In that critical moment, Jinha had pushed him out, while she remained trapped inside forever. Time seemed to accelerate, as though 7 or 8 years had passed in an instant. And in his world, the name Jinha had faded into oblivion. However, in the blink of an eye, those visions dissipated, sunlight cascading upon him. And he found himself still grasping Jinha's hand. "Sakai, thank you." With a modicum of reasoning, coupled with the uncertainty of whether he had merely conjured a dream or witnessed an illusion, he recognized that without Su Yunze, their expedition might have ended in tragedy. Unable to restrain himself, he repeated the words he had uttered countless times along the journey. "Thank you again. Friends should not be so formal." Su Yunze shook his head, feigning nonchalance. "I merely had a whimsical notion and pulled you back. It was nothing more." Li Runhao was a person of profound sentiment, and Su Yunze wished to alleviate any burdens he might carry. Given the opportunity, he too must embark on a new chapter in life. "You rascal," Su Yunze chided lightly. "I was merely concerned that you would owe me a drink." This light-hearted banter eased the atmosphere considerably, and the group began to relax. Director Mu Yun observed Su Yunze, her expression a tapestry of complexity, for she was acutely aware of his contributions. Had they not followed him? Had Su Yunze not been present, it could have been just the young couple, Li Runhao and Jinha, entering the mine, facing unforeseen circumstances without means of contact, or, worse, rencontrant d'audition. Contemplating these potential scenarios made her heart sink further. If a tragedy were to occur during the filming of the show, no matter how well it was produced or how large its following, it would inevitably be shut down. Years of effort would be lost, and she would bear the weight of responsibility. "Mr. Su, thank you," Mu Yun said earnestly, lowering her head. "Su Yunze, it's missing." "It was merely a nightmare last night. It was coincidental. There is no need for such formality, Director. Nothing happened after all." "Indeed, nothing happened," Mu Yun whispered. How fortunate that nothing had transpired. With Li Runhao's fractures and the unexpected events, the group's tension lingered, prompting Mu Yun to announce the cessation of the program's filming. Fortunately, they had amassed sufficient footage in the preceding days for editing. It was only regrettable that the surprise prepared for the guests on their final day, a wedding dress, would go unfulfilled. After disbanding, they each returned to tidy their appearances and prepare to depart the production team. As Su Yunze made his way back to his room, he suddenly realized that Jinha was still tightly gripping the hem of his shirt. Was she frightened? Su Yunze thought, attempting to reassure her, "It's all right. It was merely an accident." Jinha pressed her lips together. The scene earlier that morning, where Su Yunze had repeatedly intervened, felt far too significant to be merely a product of a dream. It was a conviction regarding the future. Moreover, his strategic positioning, reaching out to pull Li Runhao back in a moment of urgency, was clearly not a reaction born of chance, but rather a sign of preparedness. She had observed everything closely, and there was Su Yunze's transformation over the past month. He seemed like a different person, his attitude towards Xia Yurong markedly altered. Jinha recalled a recent piece she had read yesterday at the station, where the heroine, through an antique pocket watch, could traverse back to a train station a decade prior. Could such occurrences exist in reality? Jinha's lips moved slightly. She said nothing and refrained from inquiring about the nature of the dream from the previous night. Instead, she gently and tenderly adjusted Su Yunze's collar. "I'm glad you're safe," she said. "Please don't take such risks again, all right?" All she needed was to confirm that the person she cherished deeply was Su Yunze. Chapter 68. Would you care to join my company? Xia Yurong was taken aback when she learned that the filming of the program had ceased. The straw hat in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. How could the shooting have suddenly stopped? After clarifying the circumstances, she felt a wave of disorientation. Li Runhao had met with an accident? In her previous life, her knowledge of Li Runhao had been rather superficial. She had merely needed to reap the benefits of having him at her side. She had been quite busy, with little time to ponder such matters. As for this production team, she had no recollection of them in her past life. They likely faded into obscurity due to a lack of creativity. Not giving it much thought, she contemplated whether to send Li Runhao some fruit as a gesture of concern. After all, he was still her admirer, and receiving a gift from a goddess would surely delight him. This was one of the steps towards achieving her own star-studded path. And Xia Yurong believed it was necessary to maintain that connection. The abrupt conclusion of the program's filming might mean fewer opportunities for her to shine. Xia Yurong picked up the fallen straw hat, his expression of regret ambiguous. Was it for Xia Yurong or for himself? Xia Yurong snapped back to reality. She didn't feel any sense of loss. There should be ample footage collected, so it was not an issue. As for exposure and screen time, wasn't it that something her brother Xia Yong would manage? In her previous life, she had never lacked for visibility, thanks to Xia Yong's presence. With that thought, She regarded Xia Yurong with newfound appreciation. She considered that since he was still here, it would be prudent to give him some respect and refrain from visiting Li Runhao. Reflecting on the developments of her past life, she recalled that a well-known production team was auditioning in a unique manner, judging solely by talent rather than credentials, allowing even passers-by the chance to audition for leading female roles. She had participated in this process in her previous life. Su Yunze and Jinha had gathered their belongings and were ready to leave the production team. Before departing, they made one last visit to Li Runhao. His arm was now encased in a cast, and upon seeing them approach, he struggled to rise. Zakai. Su Yunze quickly halted his movements. Don't move just yet. Observing Li Runhao's bandaged hand, Su Yunze pondered for a moment. This won't affect your aspirations of becoming a singer, will it? Performing on stage isn't merely about singing. Sometimes, you need to incorporate movements as well. Li Runhao was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head with his other intact left hand. Zego, you must be mistaken. I'm not a singer. Su Yunze responded with a perplexed. Li Runhao continued. Jinha possesses a natural talent for singing, whereas I harbor no interest in it. My aspiration lies in becoming an actor. Su Yunze fell silent for a moment, and just as Li Runhao pondered whether his words might have been amiss, Su Yunze lifted his gaze. Once you recover, would you consider joining my company? He asked earnestly. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had projects in mind and insights into the future. Why not establish his own entertainment company? After all, he had been entrenched in this industry for quite some time. Wouldn't it be advantageous to recruit actors destined for stardom under his wing? Shikha, do you have your own company? Li Runhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a brief exchange, the young couple reached a consensus to seek refuge with Su Yunze post-recovery. As he reflected on the immense debt of gratitude he owed Su Yunze for saving him, Li Runhao resolved that even if Su Yunze's company were merely a fledgling enterprise, he would still join. After further discussion, Li Runhao suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling Su Yunze's earlier inquiry. The doctor had assured him that adequate rest would mitigate any lasting effects. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room, and Li Runhao beamed, revealing a dazzling smile. Shikha, although I have a fracture, I can't shake the feeling that I've somehow gained from this experience. While saying this, he held on to Chun Qingha's hand tightly. Chun Qingha feebly struggled for a moment, but upon realizing her efforts were futile, she ceased her movements, cautious not to overexert herself. Under Su Yunze's gaze, the girl often dubbed the Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Yunze chuckled softly, bidding farewell to the young couple as he exited the room. They arranged for a vehicle and decided not to linger in Rosetown for long. This time, they could leave together. Song Jinhua, having finished packing, awaited him under the banyan tree at the entrance. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned around. The wind rustled behind her, lifting her hair. It was unclear how long she had been waiting. Have you been waiting long? Su Yunze approached, taking the luggage bag from her hands. Not for long, Song Jinhua replied, a thought forming in her mind. Su Yunze is starting a company? I wonder if he would welcome a leading actress into his fold. This question lingered in her thoughts until she returned to the company. It happened to be afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the partially open window, illuminating the busy silhouettes at their computers. Song, however, lacked such awareness. When he received the news that Song Jinhua was returning, he could hardly contain himself. Eagerly, he set down Song Jinhua's bag and massaged her shoulders, his eyes darting around. Isn't the variety show supposed to be recorded for a week? Adding in the preparation time. That's nearly 10 days. How can you be back so soon? What was the relationship between Song Jinhua and Song? They shared the same bloodline, and a mere glance was sufficient to discern the mischief brewing in his mind. She shot him a sidelong glance, settling into her office chair and reclining lazily. Curious about Su Yunze? Song was taken aback. How had he been so easily discerned? All right, curious? The usual method. You'll have to investigate on your own. A smile played on Song Jinhua's lips. Ask me, how can you be certain that what I say is the truth, or merely what I want you to hear? Indeed. Song recoiled, stealthily retreating to a corner, his activities shrouded in mystery. Only when glanced at from the side could one catch the faint green glow of his phone screen reflecting on his face. At that moment, Song Jinhua realized she had inadvertently revealed too much. After all, her actions had been rather conspicuous, impossible to conceal. Her husband, with whom she had registered, was inquiring about the Heart of Inquiry drama group, and her involvement with Su Yunze in a romantic variety show was written all over her face. I still couldn't restrain myself, Song Jinhua mused, though a smile crept upon her lips. Why should she restrain herself? Perhaps this development would be more comfortable for him than directly introducing him to her family. The office fell into a serene quiet. After a while, Song lifted his head, his expression now serious and focused on work. Wasn't it mentioned that our production team would adopt the unique audition method? Preparations are nearly complete. Chapter 69, Collision of Souls. As the company gradually shifted its focus toward watching, two significant initiatives were undertaken. The first was an innovative auditioning approach. Rather than targeting renowned actors with scripts, the process was open to the entire pool of actors. No regard was given to credentials or reputation. Only talent and thought were considered. Song Jinha devised several questions regarding the script, as long as the performance met her standards and the answers satisfied her. Even a fresh graduate could ascend to the role of leading actress. The announcement sparked considerable buzz within the industry. Many speculated whether this was an act of charity, questioning why such valuable resources were not reserved for promoting the company's own talents, and if casting would be so casual. Yet, nothing could sway Song Jinha from her convictions. She remained steadfast in her decisions. Pausing momentarily, Song Jinha reflected on the planning that had begun 6 months prior. Had it truly arrived so swiftly? Song appeared surprised. He recalled how invested his sister had been in this matter, and now she seemed somewhat indifferent. Sister, you're not having second thoughts, are you? In truth, pursuing this approach offered chance to uncover promising talent. Not at all, Song Jinha replied lazily. According to plan, when do those two initiatives commence? The day after tomorrow? The company's second initiative was the establishment of a peer support network within the industry, facilitating resource sharing during that period. When Xia Yurong returned home, she discovered her apartment had been sealed. A conspicuous white seal adorned the walnut door, accompanied by a warning from the landlord. Due to humanitarian considerations, the landlord will not dispose of Miss Xia's belongings at this time. However, Miss Xia is required to pay rent within 1 week and remove the landlord's number from her blacklist. Xia Yurong, excitedly dragging her luggage from the romantic variety show alongside Xia Yurong, paused at the sight, her lips twitching slightly. The distance to the elevator was not great, and curious neighbors who had shared the ride observed them. Just days prior, the landlord had been incessantly knocking on the door, nearly ready to break in with a key. Xia Yurong's face flushed with embarrassment. In her entire life, she had never experienced such humiliation. Ignoring her neighbors, she hastily tore down the seal and pulled Xia Yurong inside, seeking refuge from the world. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, she heard Xia Yang's voice inquire, "Yuru, what is this?" Fuming, Xia Yurong crumpled the seal into a ball and hurled it onto the floor. The paper rolled twice before she regained her composure, bending down to pick it up and scrutinizing the string of numbers. Upon comparison, it was discovered that the call previously mistaken for harassment was indeed from the landlord. So, it was truly her? She fell into silence. Xia Yurong, understanding the situation immediately, speculated that the landlord's visit coincided with the first day of the dating show. Did Su Yunze withhold rent from Xia Yurong and confront the landlord out of anger? Xia Yurong found it amusing and decided to ignore him for the moment. Xia Yurong quickly regained her composure, tossing the crumpled paper aside, and recalled the tasks awaiting her upon returning home. Could it be that the landlord fortuitously discovered her return and came knocking? Yet, her career took precedence. It was precisely at this juncture. Flipping through her calendar and merging it with memories from her previous life and industry insights, she finally pinpointed a date, the 11th. That was the day after tomorrow, marking the period when she first secured the leading role in her past life. It was a production seemingly tailored for her, boasting an exceptional script and a luxurious crew. When the drama aired, it ignited the spark she had just begun to kindle, firmly establishing her flawless debut. She caressed the title Peach Blossom Curse on the screen, a television series steeped in Eastern fantasy, portraying a romance between a man and a spirit. Recalling the director's inquiries and her own responses from her previous life, she felt a surge of confidence. Her scenes in Legend of Chu Fei were nearly complete, and the dating show was in the editing phase. It was time to join a new production. Just as she made this decision, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. It was the imposing landlord, his narrowed eyes fixated on her. "At last I've caught you. You, who have not paid the rent and even blocked my number. Open your eyes and see whose house you are currently residing in." Xia Yurong. So it's his house, is it? Su Yunze took 2 days to register a company. When Director Lin first learned of the news, he cast aside his fan. A peculiar light gleamed in his eyes. "My contract with Brilliant Entertainment is about to expire. Where shall I go then? Preparing for employees?" Su Yunze readily agreed. However, just as his career was taking off, he faced setbacks. Today, Watching hosted an industry networking event aimed at aiding small companies and organizations, which could significantly reduce travel for Su Yunze at this stage. His company couldn't possibly consist of just him, could it? He submitted the application form, but the 2 reviewers glanced at it briefly before returning it. "I must say, your news travels fast." The rotund reviewer twisted open a bottle of mineral water. This mutual aid meeting was organized by my sister Song. Has the news spread so swiftly? Let me take a look. A newly registered company? Alas. After taking a sip of water, he advised, our sister Song wouldn't fancy your type. Don't harbor any misguided thoughts. Su Yunze couldn't help but chuckle. Sitting outside the service desk, he pressed the application form between his fingers, his demeanor resolute. You misunderstand. I genuinely wish to participate in this mutual aid meeting. The rotund man appeared skeptical. They had encountered many individuals that morning, all claiming the same. Yet, seeing Xu Yunze's earnest expression, he reluctantly took back the application form. Allow me to inquire. Please hold on. One by one, they all sought entry under the guise of the mutual aid meeting, merely to approach their boss, Song Jinha. Setting the application aside, he pretended to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Song Jinha was grappling with a dilemma, her hands pressed against the table in surprise. You say someone during the audition expressed insights strikingly similar to my casual remarks? Is the collision of souls so easily unearthed? Intrigued, Song Jinha tucked her phone into her bag and exited with the person reporting to her. Thus, she missed the new message that popped up on the screen. Boss Song, another handsome man has come to submit an application form, claiming he is serious about this profession. In Peach Blossom Curse, I believe the lead couple is in love. Their feelings run deeper than anyone else's. Under the spotlight, Xia Yurong spoke eloquently, clutching a fresh peach blossom she had picked up from Flower Shop. Contrary to what others claimed, the female lead did not harbor hatred born of love. What is love, after all? They were both leaders of their respective factions, with countless lives resting in their hands. In comparison, their personal feelings seemed trivial. As her words resonated, thunderous applause erupted. Unfazed, she graciously bowed in acknowledgement. Nearby, the director clapped vigorously, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he turned to speak with another. Thank goodness I adhered to Boss Song's suggestion. It's rare to find actors who can grasp their roles so clearly through such brief scripts. These words naturally reached Xia Yurong's ears. As she bowed due to her angle, she had yet to notice the smile tugging at her lips. It is worth mentioning that these insights were originally analyzed for her by Su Yunze. He possessed considerable skill in reading comprehension, yet, regrettably, he could not utilize these abilities for himself, only enhancing her resume with a touch of brilliance. Miss Xia, please sit aside for a moment. The auditions must continue, a staff member respectfully requested, guiding her to a side seat. This question was personally crafted by her boss. She stated that any particularly outstanding responses should be reported to her, and having just delivered a report, she was on her way here. Xia Yurong nodded with a smile. The development mirrored her previous life, suggesting that this time, no unexpected occurrences would arise. Prepared to once again secure a leading role, Xia Yurong gracefully settled into a chair, adopting a leadership demeanor as she scrutinized the responses of others. In the office of Song Jinha, Song had taken advantage of her absence to nestle on the sofa, indulging in a 5v5 competitive game during work hours. At a critical moment, a phone call notification appeared, and distracted, the screen darkened. Song was anxious, but upon recognizing the caller, a splash of cold water doused his excitement, restoring his composure. Glancing around to confirm that Song Jinha was indeed absent, he stealthily answered the call. Hello, Grandma. Song's voice took on a tone of ingratiation. Are you coming to find my brother-in-law? Almost there. All right. Just so happens my sister is not at home right now. She has matters to attend to. The conversation stretched on for several minutes. When he returned to the game, just in time to see their last tower under siege, he stared impassively as it exploded, signaling the game's conclusion, along with his teammates' friendly farewells fading from the screen. A wretched game. Song decisively exited, dusting himself off as he stood. Perhaps it was time to engage in a game of locating his brother-in-law. To share this joy with his formidable sister, he had restrained himself from seeking out his brother-in-law during these 2 days while she filmed the dating show. Otherwise, the reunion between the grandmother and her grandson went splendidly. Song noticed that his grandmother was exceptionally cheerful today. This little girl, participating in a dating show with someone else? She certainly has a lot on her mind. As Song grandma spoke, her lips nearly curved upwards to the heavens. It seems my old eyes still have their charm, don't they? I told you that was my granddaughter's husband, yet you insisted otherwise. Song couldn't help but shrink his head at her words. He ensured that his grandmother was securely fastened with her seatbelt, then inserted a straw into the freshly purchased milk tea, presenting it to her in an effort to placate her and curtail her exuberance. The developments of the day were indeed bewildering. He and Zaygu had known each other for nearly a month and got along well. Yet he had astonishingly failed to realize that he was, in fact, his sister's husband. Reflecting on his earlier remarks made Song cringe with embarrassment. Song grandma let out a triumphant hum, having accepted her grandson's offering and graciously chose to overlook the matter for the time being. Where's your brother-in-law? Let me have a look at him. Song scrolled through their chat and pulled out an address that Su Yunze had just sent. He.S. here. This address felt oddly familiar. Song had little involvement with the Mutual Aid Association, and upon seeing the address, it merely struck him as somewhat recognizable. The two of them hastened towards their destination with eagerness. Upon arriving, they heard a voice from inside, decisive and full of conviction. Give it up. Our boss Song could never like you. Song and Song grandma looked up to see the sign of their family business hanging outside, exchanging glances. Who says he doesn't tea like home? Say that again. Half an hour earlier, bro, the boss isn't tea replied to me. The chubby guy leaned close to his shorter companion, whispering, should we wait a bit longer? Soon, over 20 minutes had passed, and he sent another message. Receiving a response, handle it as you see fit. The two exchanged glances. Indeed, it seemed the boss wasn't particularly concerned about this individual. Sighing, they pretended to be helpless and returned the application form to Su Yunze. Buddy, it's not that I don't want to help you, but from yesterday until now, too many people with the same reasoning have come to register. The chubby guy advised, give it up. Our boss Song could never like you. Before Su Yunze could say anything, a robust voice of an elderly lady rang out from outside. Say that again? What nonsense are you spouting? Who would tea like a boy like Xia Yurong? Both the chubby and shorter guy were startled, looking up. An elderly lady approached from the backlight, exuding confidence and vigor. She slammed her hand on the table. Say it again? The two were taken aback, exchanging glances. They had worked for Song Jinha for a long time and naturally understood the profound connection between their family's misty image and the Song group. They also recognized that this lady was none other than the matriarch of the Song group. Their astonishment deepened at her declaration of affection. Su Yunze, however, paid little heed to these revelations. He was initially startled by Song grandma's actions. A little over 10 minutes ago, when Song asked him where he was, he had sent an address, but he had not anticipated that Song would bring his grandmother along. Grandma, this Song grandma, lifted her chin, increasingly satisfied with Su Yunze. Truly, he was a grandson-in-law she had recognized at first glance. With a hand on Su Yunze's shoulder, she said, Xiaoze, there's no need to belittle yourself. If I were 40 or 50 years younger and saw a boy like you, I would surely be drawn to you. Grandma, indeed, had her unique way of comforting others. Concerned that Song grandma might be scolded by the two seemingly grumpy staff members for disrupting their work, Su Yunze was about to continue speaking when they quickly reacted, eagerly taking the application form and chiming in. This esteemed lady is absolutely right. Young man, you are indeed outstanding in appearance. We were too narrow-minded to hold you back. Please don't take it to heart. With that, they decisively stamped the form and handed the relevant materials to Su Yunze, stepping aside to invite him into the Mutual Aid Association venue. Su Yunze looked at the pile of documents, puzzled. Grandma's status seems rather exceptional. In Chapter 70, Grandma is extraordinary, despite the uniqueness of Grandma's identity. Su Yunze did not delve into it. After all, they had only just gotten to know each other, and it was not suitable to pry into her privacy. He invited Song grandma to join him at the Mutual Aid Association venue. The venue was vast, with canopies set up all around, reminiscent of a job fair during graduation season. Song grandma's discerning eye effortlessly selected two actors' profiles that would undoubtedly become popular stars in a few years. Su Yunze was astonished, not wanting to linger too long. He left the venue and found a tea house to sit down. The collision of boiling water and tea leaves released a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air as he brewed the tea. He asked, "Did you call me for something, Grandma?" Song grandma looked on with satisfaction as she observed Su Yunze's tea-making process. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, rivaling that of her own granddaughter. "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten what was said that day? You said I could come any time, and now you're dismissing me, old as I am." It was clear to anyone that her tone and expression were playful. However, Su Yunze took her words seriously. Having lost his family early on, he and T felt familial affection for nearly 30 years. Yet today, he sensed a long-lost warmth from someone he had only met once, Song grandma. "Of course, you can come anytime. I was just worried you might have something important to discuss." Su Yunze chuckled, pouring 2 cups of tea for Song grandma and Song. Today, Song seemed a bit unusual, speaking less and watching him intently, his eyes filled with unspoken questions. It was as if he sought confirmation but hesitated. When their gazes met, he averted his eyes, feigning indifference. Important matters, indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Song grandma continued. There were certainly important matters at hand. Initially, she wanted to ascertain Su Yunze's identity, but upon first sight, she had recognized that he was fated to be with her granddaughter. Knowing her granddaughter as well as she did, Song grandma was aware of the type of boy Song Jinha preferred. The games they played were merely remnants of what grandma had already experienced. Last time, I mistook you for my granddaughter's husband, and I felt rather sorry about that. Song grandma pretended to apologize. I have many relatives around your age, charming and beautiful girls, but I wonder as she spoke, she suddenly slapped her thigh, as if recalling something. Director Lin mentioned that you had someone you liked not too long ago. Oh dear, I truly apologize. Su Yunze's movements in brewing tea paused momentarily. His long fingers delicately pressed down on the lid of the teacup, submerging the floating tea leaves. He smiled, unreserved about his past. That's all in the past now. Grandma, even in the face of deep affection and commitment to a relationship, one must not allow oneself to become complacent about the necessity of departure. Moreover, there is the goodwill of grandmother. Xu Yunze stated calmly, I fear I might disappoint, for I already have a wife. Grandmother Song's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You have a wife? This was the very key information she sought to uncover. Wishing to maintain a composed demeanor, Grandmother Song picked up her teacup and savored her tea before inquiring, And how is your relationship with your wife? Su Yunze did not overthink his response, as he felt no need to be overly cautious with respected elders. Our relationship is quite harmonious, although there is a slight distance in our status. We are nurturing our bond. In just a few sentences, Grandmother Song quickly deduced the nature of their courtship, or rather, their marriage. Upon discovering that her dear Hime had moved on from her previous affections, she promptly took action, whisking him away to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a hasty marriage. Not bad at all. Reminiscent of my own youthful vigor, Grandmother Song mused. Given that they had only recently wed, their feelings were likely still in a state of flux, making it unwise for her to reveal her true identity at this juncture. Should her identity be exposed, Su Yunze's perception of her would shift from that of a congenial elder to that of Song Jinha's grandmother. This added layer of separation would hinder her subtle attempts to foster their closeness. Firm in her intentions for the future, Grandmother Song began to quietly devise a plan to facilitate a deeper connection between Su Yunze and Song Jinha. Seizing an opportunity, she took out her phone to message Song Jinha. Dear Hime, come over for lunch. She included their address. The two then parted ways without further ado. Grandmother Song had already laid out her strategic plans for the future, eager to probe into Song Jinha's sentiments. However, she did not rush to leave, choosing instead to continue conversing with Su Yunze. Upon inadvertently learning of Su Yunze's ambition to start a company, she swiftly steered the conversation in that direction. Su Yunze's eyes lit up. No wonder they say that having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Although this grandmother was not his own, her impromptu insights left even someone as seasoned as he feeling awestruck. Indeed, Grandmother Song chuckled. Today, I truly found a kindred spirit in you, Yunze. You have no idea. Those rascally boys in my family refuse to inherit our fine family business and instead insist on pursuing public relations. As for me, I, an old woman, often find myself without anyone to converse with. Song, taken aback by this unexpected remark, cast a pitiful glance in her direction. Hadn't she previously claimed that his choice to study public relations was commendable? It could assist her dear Hime. Why the sudden shift today? Unable to voice his frustration and fearing his expression might disrupt grandmother's performance, Song could only lower his head further. The interaction between the grandmother and grandson, Song's one-sided grievance, did not escape Su Yunze's notice. He found it amusing, yet as Grandmother Song subtly nudged her grandson, he felt compelled to play along. If grandmother does not mind a young man like me, I would be delighted to visit more often. Su Yunze ponde. Perhaps he could learn from her the art of winning a young lady's affection. Both parties harbored their own thoughts as they soon rose to bid farewell. Just as Grandmother Song reached the corner, she halted, peeking out to gauge Su Yunze's reaction. Seeing that he appeared untroubled, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, as she turned, she collided with Song's wide-eyed gaze, nearly causing her to startle. What are you doing so close, you rascal? Song grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. He tugged at his grandmother's sleeve. I thought you were going to ask Zegu if he was my brother-in-law. Grandmother Song shook her head, her eyes glimmering with affection as she regarded Song. What a wonderful child, though sometimes not the brightest. As they walked and chatted, she mused, you needn't even ask. Have you considered that your sister, over the years, has only been focused on scripts and acting? When has she ever engaged in a reality dating show for the sake of drama? If she had, no one would dare claim that Song Jinha was cold-hearted. And the Song family wouldn't have had to worry so much. Grandmother Song reflected, this little Hime is just like me, fiercely loyal. After hearing her words, Song's muddled brain finally began to clear, and he experienced a moment of enlightenment. My sister indeed possesses that kind of character. If he weren't my brother-in-law, how could she possibly appear on a dating show portraying a couple? The truth is singular. The show can only serve to strengthen their bond, benefiting my sister. Suddenly, Song Song developed a keen interest in the ongoing editing of the dating show. Yet, turning back, he felt a surge of indignation. They had claimed it was all about self-discovery, yet here she was, using public funds to engage in romantic pursuits. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Remembering that day he had been duped, he could hardly contain himself, and stood up. I must confront my sister. He felt a rush of bravado, but his spirited tone was soon tempered by a leisurely voice emanating from outside the room. Though unseen, her voice was unmistakable. Song Jinha entered, clutching a chic champagne-colored bag. Her chestnut-hued lip gloss accentuating her features, her naturally wavy hair cascading behind her ears. She stepped in, first smiling and greeting Grandma. Grandmother Song responded with a warm smile, the two sharing a moment of familial joy. However, the atmosphere shifted when the camera swung to Song Song. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Jinha raised an eyebrow, her piercing gaze locking on his Song Song. Feeling a bit cheeky? Those three short words sent a shiver of childhood fear coursing through him. He could feel his ears begin to throb. No, no, no. It's all my fault. Look, sister, today's dishes are all your favorites. I ordered them just for you. Dangerous signals flooded his mind, and Song Song reacted swiftly. He sprang from his seat, pulled out a chair next to Grandmother Song, and patted it eagerly. Song Jinha's lips curled into a slight smile as she gracefully took her seat. Indeed, the dishes were all her favorites. Those were chosen by Grandmother, such as the can of sea coconut and pear soup. Song Jinha chose not to expose this. Lifting her chin slightly, she remarked, considering your good behavior, I shall let you off this time. Grandmother Song refrained from undermining the moment, contentedly observing as her grandchildren interacted harmoniously. Sometimes, witnessing them share such camaraderie reminded her of the idyllic past, as if time had momentarily paused in that cherished era. Yet, when she lifted her gaze to see her grandchildren growing into young adults, she was jolted back to the present, realizing how much time had passed. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes, but was quickly suppressed as she smiled at Song Jinha, who had just ladled soup into her bowl. Ah, little Hime, Grandmother Song said, the conversation at the dining table gradually settling into a comfortable rhythm. After savoring a piece of roast duck, Grandmother Song finally asked, how is your relationship progressing? In the ordinary course of life, Song Jinha had always been urged by her grandmother to bring someone home. Yet today, the tone was surprisingly relaxed. It was as casual as if she had just inquired about the taste of the snow pear soup. Song Jinha felt a sense of certainty. She looked up and realized that nothing could be concealed from her grandmother. Indeed, Grandma possessed an astute perception. Before she had even brought anyone home, her grandmother had already unraveled the truth. Was there any need for further elaboration? What could possibly rival the heartfelt praise from a dutiful granddaughter? Grandma Song immediately lifted her chin with pride. At this juncture, Song Song began to express his discontent, albeit with less audacity this time. He merely poked a meatball into his bowl with a subtle force. Wasn't it said that he had ventured into a dating show to break through his comfort zone? Song Song raised his eyebrows. Why did it now seem that the narrative had shifted? With the lies being exposed in real time, Song Jinha felt no embarrassment. She set down her spoon and retorted, I never claimed it was for any breakthrough. Is not navigating emotions a form of breakthrough? Her seemingly obvious counter-question tossed the topic back to Song Song, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. His lips twitched as he instinctively began to ponder Song Jinha's words. Had he indeed not specified what kind of breakthrough he meant? Therefore, could he absolve his sister of blame regarding the dating show? How absurd. Recognizing he could never win an argument against Song Jinha, Song Song decided to channel his frustration into his appetite, grimacing as he began to devour his food. A subtle smile graced Song Jinha's lips. Could a naive youth who had never experienced love truly outwit her? Was that even feasible? Gradually, the conversation returned to the topic initially broached by Grandma Song. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jinha replied, we get along well, but there always seems to be a slight distance. Many times the atmosphere feels right, yet it seems like something is still lacking, a bit of distance. Grandma Song pondered this for a moment before her expression softened as she gazed at Song Song. Go fetch your sister some non-frozen coconut milk. Huh? Song Song, halfway through his meal, dropped a bone from his mouth in disbelief and pointed at himself with his index finger. Me? Grandma Song nodded affirmatively. Song Song thought to himself, weren't there call buttons on the wall? Why not summon the staff? However, upon seeing his grandmother's expression, he shrank back, refraining from voicing his objections. Instead, he muttered quietly, why not let me just step out and buy my sister some warm milk tea? That works too. Suddenly startled, he turned around to meet Grandma Song's smile. She wore an expression that suggested he had been thoughtful. Just as you said, go buy from her favorite place and get yourself a cup as well. In a fit of anger, Song stormed out to procure the milk tea, but not before carefully closing the door behind him. Just leave, he thought. He knows that Grandma is about to discreetly impart some wisdom to his sister. It's precisely because she doesn't share it with him that he isn't as clever as her. Earlier, when discussing the perceived distance, Grandma Song had raised one finger, then, under Song Jinha's watchful gaze, lifted her other hand to form a circle. Then, in an indescribable manner, the two hands came together. Song Jinha's face flushed instantly. Grandma Song chuckled. Do you understand? This way, there's no distance. Not just no distance, but the unspoken words lingered in the air, her gaze communicating everything. Have you learned? Isn't this inappropriate? Song Jinha's voice was barely audible. How could it be inappropriate? This is an essential aspect of relationships, especially since you two are already legally bound. Have you ever heard the saying? Song Jinha had always held her grandmother in high esteem, aware of her prowess. But she had never realized the extent of it. Instinctively, she asked what saying. In the most casual tone, Grandma Song delivered a statement that left Song Jinha astounded. Love is something that must be acted upon. Chapter 72. Who would fall for their rival? Song Jinha's pupils contracted in shock. Was this true? That simple phrase rendered her speechless, and Grandma Song continued. Do you understand why I sent Xiao Song away? Girls can utilize this tactic, especially you, Xiao He, since you're already married. However, if Xiao Song were to learn this, he would become a scoundrel. We cannot allow any scoundrels in the Song family. Once they exited the restaurant's private room, Song Jinha felt utterly dazed. Her steps were unsteady, and she was spotted by the observant Song as she passed through the lobby. He jogged over and thrust a cup of milk tea into her hands. Did you finish chatting with Grandma so quickly? Since I bought it, take it with you. In his other hand, he held a skewered snack that had already been bitten into, indicating he had been seated in the lobby for quite some time. Song Jinha shook her head, slightly regaining her composure. After exchanging a few words with Song, she drove away. Alone in the car for a considerable time, lost in thought, her gaze underwent a transformation, gradually sparkling with newfound clarity. She pulled out her phone and messaged Su Yunze. Have you eaten lunch yet? She initiated the conversation with a single line, crafting the illusion that she wished to dine with him. Then, as if recalling something, Song Jinha sent another message. Your ex has joined my production. How do you plan to handle that? While it was indeed an exaggeration to say she was joining the production, she believed that anyone who could utter such words must possess a unique insight into the script. She had faith that this person could excel as an actor, or even in any profession for that matter. Through mere words, Song Jinha felt she glimpsed a profound soul, an intuition born from a connection between spirits. However, upon finally encountering that individual, she hesitated. Standing outside, she could clearly discern the figure through the window. It was Xia Yurong. Song Jinha faltered. She was well acquainted with Xia Yurong. How could she not recognize her? After an internal struggle, Song Jinha resolutely changed her mind. She instructed her subordinates. One round of responses is insufficient. We will need further assessments, considering this is for the lead role. Her subordinates swiftly complied. Song Jinha watched as the smug and self-assured expression on Xia Yurong's face transformed into one of shock. She felt a sense of satisfaction, so much so that she almost felt inclined to whistle a tune. If Su Yunze and Xia Yurong had some lingering connection tied to their careers, she would not mind lending Su Yunze a hand by granting the lead role to Xia Yurong. Yet, now that Su Yunze was firmly in her grasp, what was Xia Yurong worth? At the moment Song Jinha sent her message, Su Yunze was enjoying a meal. He had casually wandered into an alley, discovering a dumpling shop that appeared quite decent. When the notification popped up, only 2 dumplings remained on his plate. Was his wife inviting him out for a meal? Su Yunze hesitated for a moment before arriving at a decision. He deftly picked up the last 2 chive dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth, freeing his hands to send a message to Song Jinha. I haven't eaten yet, how about you? Ding dong. As the message arrived, Song Jinha was preparing to park her car. Upon seeing the text, the relaxed and pleasant expression on her face vanished in an instant. Placing a hand on her abdomen, she could feel the distinct sensation of fullness. Having dined with her grandmother, there was no way her grandmother would allow her stomach to remain unfilled. Yet, confronted with Su Yunze's message, she clenched her teeth and replied, I haven't eaten either. Su Yunze responded, Really? At this hour? Song Jinha replied, No, I've been quite busy today. The two soon met in person. Song Jinha tentatively suggested, I know a private restaurant with excellent cuisine, though it was a bit far. I wonder if you're hungry? How could Su Yunze not be aware of his hunger, hearing that it was somewhat distant? He felt a surge of joy in his heart, though his face remained impassive. It's fine. Let's go and try it out. I had some dim sum this morning to tide me over. After speaking, he turned to Song Jinha. And you? Song Jinha replied, coincidentally. I also had some dim sum to hold me over. Let us proceed. Both harboring their own thoughts. They remained oblivious to each other's evasion of eye contact and the subtle dissonance in their conversation. This private restaurant was indeed quite far. It took a full hour to arrive. Once they reached the establishment and settled into a private room, they casually ordered a few dishes. Su Yunze recalled what Song Jinha had mentioned earlier and inquired, "What is this about the film crew?" Song Jinha was still preoccupied with whether her dish selections were appropriate. Although she was full, Su Yunze had not yet eaten. What if he was still hungry? Upon hearing the mention of the film crew, she snapped back to attention. "You must have heard about the special audition I participated in recently, right? That was me." She recounted the details. With the mention of Xia Yurong, Song Jinha no longer felt the previous trepidation. Su Yunze was a meticulous individual. His inquiry focused on the film crew, deliberately avoiding any mention of her ex to spare Song Jinha any discomfort. She sensed this consideration. The person she liked was indeed very attentive. After narrating the situation, Song Jinha rested her hands on the table, cradling her face, eagerly anticipating Su Yunze's reaction. Her response surprised me, Song Jinha stated directly. "But I don't like her." Su Yunze was taken aback. He remembered that this audition was affiliated with the mutual assistance meeting he attended that morning, organized by Misty Frost Images. He hadn't anticipated that Song Jinha wielded such influence there, even having proposed the topic herself, with the decision of who would pass resting in the hands of others. In his past life, this audition had marked Xia Yurong's first triumph in securing the lead role, propelling her fame. It was as if she had attained some form of validation, paving her path to success. Su Yunze's hand involuntarily trembled slightly. The responses Xia Yurong provided were those he had taught her. Yet they had captivated Song Jinha at first glance. It turned out that even back then, their souls had collided in some manner. "What are you staring at?" Song Jinha reached out her hand, gently waving it before him. Her fair wrist was grasped, and recalling her previous declaration of disliking Xia Yurong, Su Yunze deliberately asked, "Why don't you like her?" Song Jinha attempted to withdraw her wrist, exerting some force but to no avail. His hand was warm, firmly holding her wrist. The reason for disliking her was rather simple, was it not? Song Jinha turned her face away, her voice softening. Who would like their rival? As she spoke, her gaze intensified, locking onto Su Yunze's. The unmasked emotions stirred something within Su Yunze. After the conclusion of the dating show, their relationship seemed to have momentarily returned to normal. It wasn't entirely a return. Rather, the previous atmosphere had dissipated, and their conversations were no longer overtly direct, resembling a loss of the show's effect. But was it truly just the effect of a show? It wasn't quite a rivalry. Su Yunze spread his hands. "She does not like me. That was merely because she had yet to realize her own feelings." Song Jinha asserted with conviction. "A person like you would be liked by any girl. You possess looks, manners, talent, and respect for others. In any other context, someone like Xia Yurong would not even be deemed a competitor. Yet, with Su Yunze, it was different. They shared a past. No matter how vigilant one might be, it was only natural." After speaking, Song Jinha seemed to recall something significant. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a hint of danger, she asked, "She doesn't like you. Are you a bit regretful?" Ahem. Su Yunze had just taken a sip of tea and nearly choked upon hearing this. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and quickly shook his head in denial. No, just talking. I have you now. How could I possibly feel regret?" "Those were merely misguided glances from before," Su Yunze mused. "That is good to hear." Song Jinha felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart as she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Su Yunze's bowl. She nearly considered canceling tonight's outing. Since they were having lunch, Song Jinha decided to replace wine with tea, raising her teacup. "Will you join me for a small drink tonight?" Ever since the filming of the dating show concluded, they hadn't had the chance to sit down and chat properly. Reflecting on the dating show brought forth a wave of memories for Su Yunze. The accidental physical touches, the exchanges of glances. Just then, Song Jinha leaned slightly closer, her fragrant hair brushing against his forearm. Su Yunze's gaze deepened. He agreed, lifting his teacup and downing it in one go. "Your words hint at the possibility of a delightful surprise tonight." Song Jinha was taken aback. "How did you know about a surprise tonight?" Xia Yurong reveled in such attention. News of the special audition had spread far and wide, and many were aware. Each person who came to audition would recognize her, Xia Yurong, and with just one response. She captured the attention of the entire crew, even the higher-ups. Xia Yurong thrived under such scrutiny. In her past life, she had received the Best Supporting Actress award, and the glances from the audience were similarly enthralling. Although there had been a minor incident that morning when her landlord came to collect rent, causing her a slight embarrassment. Her life would not change because of it. Xia Yurong was lost in her own world and memories, in her past life. It was through this audition that she entered the Peach Blossom Curse film crew. During the filming process, invitations came pouring in like snowflakes. And indeed, the results validated their judgment, as she steadily ascended the path to stardom. Miss Xia? Miss Xia. The increasingly loud calls pulled her from a reverie. Xia Yurong furrowed her brow in displeasure. If this continued, she would soon be done with her lifetime's worth of roadshow. How could this person be so inconsiderate? She looked up, her gaze sharp, when the entire crew revered her as a guest of honor. Who dared to call out in front of her? Was it new? Clueless in turn? As Xia Yurong contemplated this, her gaze froze. The badge affixed to the chest of the individual before her boldly proclaimed the title of team leader. What is it? She inquired, her demeanor slightly awkward. Perhaps this person had come to inform her about signing the contract. A hint of urgency in their attitude could be excused. Miss Xia, your audition is not yet complete, Team Leader Chun stated with a polite nod, clearly articulating their purpose. There are still other segments to address. What do you think? His words struck Xia Yurong like a clap of thunder, leaving her momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? She had navigated the very same process in her previous life. How could there be additional segments? As she rapidly replayed the events of the day in her mind, Xia Yurong struggled to identify where the discrepancy lay. Team Leader Chen appeared to grow increasingly impatient. Miss Xia, maintaining her gentle and courteous tone, he gently prompted her. Grasping her clothing nervously, her mind raced, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Rising to her feet, she composed herself and smiled. Shall we proceed? Thank you for your assistance. Many eyes were upon her, including those who had come for auditions and had heard of her situation, gazing at her with admiration. She could not afford to lose face. However, this composure lasted only until she entered the next round of auditions. If the male lead were to forsake everything, including the adoration of his followers, in favor of choosing you, what emotions would that evoke? Would it be joy or surprise? What words would you utter? A series of abrupt questions bombarded Xia Yurong, leaving her bewildered, nearly lost in confusion. What? Could you repeat that? Surely, it must be her imagination. There had been no such multitude of inquiries in her former life. Where had things gone awry? With issues surrounding her, as she exited the room, she nearly forgot her own name amidst the barrage of questions. Her steps faltered. Entering the restroom, she splashed cold water on her face, the icy sensation momentarily reviving her senses. What had gone wrong? After more than 10 minutes of self-recovery, she managed to regain awareness of her limbs. Biting her lip, she dialed a number. Contact. Jinha is connecting. The outcome of the audition had been predictably disappointing. A cascade of inquiries overwhelmed her, leaving her dazed while a throng of staff members looked on with eager anticipation, hoping for a response as dazzling as her previous ones. Yet, as she rifled through her memories, she found none of these questions. It was Su Yunze who had previously advised her that if she sought assistance from him during the audition, she had made an excuse to slip into a corner and call Su Yunze, hoping he could text her the answers. If only he could respond swiftly, she would be able to tackle all these questions effortlessly. Regrettably, her hopes were dashed. She had called 3 times, each time met with a busy signal. The conclusion was clear. Her number remained on Su Yunze's blacklist, yet to be released. Was he still angry? Had he not yet vented his frustration? Staff members occasionally glanced her way, adding to Xia Yurong's anxiety as she silently sought help. She could only stow her phone in her bag, temporarily suppressing her worries. When next she encountered Su Yunze, she would confront him about this matter. No, she would discuss it amicably, regardless of his anger. He should not take it out on her future, should he? After the audition concluded and the staff announced the results, regrettably informing her that she was not selected for the female lead, Xia Yurong temporarily set aside thoughts of Su Yunze. She needed to find someone of stature to investigate why the audition process had suddenly altered. After all, when she had first answered the questions, everyone had seemed astonished. They had not stated it outright, but she had clearly perceived from the directors and others' expressions that she was the only choice for the female lead. This aligned with the trajectory of her past life, the very outcome she had anticipated, yet the subsequent developments remained puzzling. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at her phone screen, awaiting Jinha's connection. Chapter 73. Was it an illusion? The soft touch on her lips. In this life, her path to stardom had only just begun, and the connection she had in her previous life were now of no use. The only person she could rely on was Jinha. She stared intently at the screen, fearful of any further surprises. Yet the more she feared something, the more likely it seemed to manifest. Her call to Jinha went unanswered. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart as she dialed several more times. But to no avail. Xia Yurong bit her lip, leaving a message instead. Had Jinha not seen her calls? He had seen them, but he was unsure how to face Xia Yurong, the one who was nominally his brother Su Yunze's partner. The illuminated screen still displayed the message Jinha had just received, the guest list for the latest episode of Heartbeat Confession. The buzz surrounding Heartbeat Confession had been palpable, especially with the announcement of the renowned actress Song Jinha's participation. This marked her first foray into reality television, particularly a dating show, and the news had quickly ascended to trending status that day, sparking much discussion. He was certainly aware of this. However, since Bright Entertainment also had similar programs, which were in direct competition, he refrained from prying too much before they had released their own information. Now that the show had concluded, the news gradually circulated, aligned with the editing progress and necessary build-up. When Jinha received the guest list, he felt a surge of excitement, but upon seeing the names, he was struck with disbelief. Who was the partner of the illustrious actress Song Jinha? Su Yunze? Was there another Xu Yunze in the world, coincidentally of the same age, who had entered the entertainment industry and become a partner to Song Jinha in a dating show? He could only be thankful that he had finished his coffee before looking at the list. Otherwise, the screen before him and the expensive mechanical keyboard he had custom-made would have met their end. Shaking hands, Jinha incredulously clicked on the guest photos. The moment he recognized the face, his heart plummeted. The person intimately leaning against the illustrious actress was none other than his brother. Jinha's emotions were tumultuous. He was uncertain whether to envy his brother's good fortune or worry about how to navigate his relationship with the sister-in-law connected to him. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, his previous encounter with sister-in-law Xia Yurong at the Jinha restaurant, where he had seen his brother. The person his brother had embraced bore a vaguely familiar silhouette. It dawned on him that it was none other than Song Jinha. Had they been in touch prior to the dating show? Was their participation in the show premeditated? He leaned back in his plush office chair, his emotions yet to settle after some time. Just as he thought the situation had concluded and prepared to exit the dating show list, his finger swiped, revealing another name. Xia Yurong, Xia Yurong. Jinha exclaimed, "Wait, what is going on here?" Were they each pursuing their own interests? This thought flickered through his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. If it were anyone else, he might entertain the possibility, but not when it concerned his brother. Such behavior in public was unfathomable. Who was his brother's romantic variety show partner? The entertainment industry refers to her as the ethereal beauty, a moonlight to be admired from afar, but never to be touched. Song Jinha. This was Song Jinha's inaugural participation in a dating show. If there were no feelings involved, would the typically aloof Song Jinha, who harbors a disdain for variety shows, deliberately engage in publicity for the sake of popularity? The mere thought seems implausible. With a vague answer forming in his mind, Jinha opened Xia Yurong's social media, letting out a long sigh of relief. The photos together had not been updated for quite some time, reflecting on the events of recent days. He could not help but smack his forehead. What had he done? If his brother discovered the mix-up regarding the sister-in-law, he shivered at the thought of the consequences. An ominous premonition settling in. As he pondered his course of action, he opened the chat with Su Yunze, hesitating to strike the keys. Just then his phone vibrated. A call coming through. Jinha's fist clenched. Though it was merely speculation, he felt the truth was tantalizingly close. He yearned to answer the phone and demand, "Who exactly is your partner? Mistaking my sister-in-law is tantamount to misidentifying my brother." Feeling unjustly taken advantage of, his mood soured further. In the moment before he pressed to connect, he managed to rein in his emotions, silencing the phone and setting it aside. Out of sight, out of mind. He indeed needed to inquire, but it was unlikely he'd glean any information from Xia Yurong. Had he asked his brother earlier what his sister-in-law's name was, or requested a photo to ascertain when they had become a couple, any one of those actions could have prevented this cascade of misunderstandings. Taking a deep breath, he poured himself a glass of cool water, gulping it down in quick succession. The refreshing liquid coursed through his throat and lungs, soothing his frayed nerves. The phone's vibrations ceased. Jinha pondered for a moment, walked over to the drawer, retrieved his phone, and dialed Su Yunze. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Jinha felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, and he regained his composure entirely. He sent Su Yunze a message. "Brother, is your sister-in-law the acclaimed actress Song Jinha? I seem to have made a misunderstanding about when we might meet." Sooner or later, the truth had to surface. Jinha contemplated how best to express his contrition. Meanwhile, as Su Yunze had already kissed Song Jinha, they had not eaten much, but thankfully, the menu had been just right. Initially, Song Jinha suggested ordering more, yet in the end, neither of them referred back to the menu. The private room offered excellent seclusion. Song Jinha had frequented this place enough to know there were no surveillance devices present. She pondered her plans for the evening, her cheeks flushing slightly. Unaware of Su Yunze's suggestion to let her pick it up herself, she intended to ask directly. But the words lingered on her tongue as she followed Su Yunze out the door. What was on her mind? The underground parking garage was dimly lit, preventing Su Yunze from discerning the expression on Song Jinha's face. He was driving, and upon noticing her distracted demeanor after she entered the car, forgetting to fasten her seatbelt, he leaned over to grasp it, whether intentional or accidental. As Song Jinha came back to her senses, she slightly lifted her head, her lips brushing against Su Yunze's cheek, the soft contact strikingly vivid. He froze for a moment, and upon raising his gaze, he met the clarity of Song Jinha's eyes. What is wrong? She blinked, seemingly oblivious to the unexpected incident. Was it merely an illusion? Su Yunze mused, and just as he secured the seatbelt and prepared to withdraw, an arm encircled his neck, pulling him back. He turned in astonishment, their lips meeting softly. Chapter 74. Eager to return home. Su Yunze spent the entire afternoon in reflection. Unlike during the dating show, this time it was Song Jinha who took the initiative, requiring no artificial dramatization. Thus, recalling the hazy yet fervent look in her eyes at their parting, certain speculations began to crystallize. Perhaps, like him, Song Jinha harbored similar feelings for him. Su Yunze's heart raced, and he pressed his lips together, burying his thoughts deep within. He fished out his phone and messaged Song Jinha. What time will you be home tonight? Only after sending did he remember he had received a call twice at noon. Reviewing his call log, he spotted 2 missed calls and a message he had entirely overlooked. Brother, is your sister-in-law the acclaimed actress Song Jinha? I seem to have made a misunderstanding about when we might meet. Su Yunze raised an eyebrow, replying, yes, there will be no one else but her. Did Jinha have a keen insight into his relationship with Song Jinha, or was it merely a misunderstanding? Reflecting on the earlier odd sensations, Su Yunze began to form a hypothesis. Could it be true? He intended to schedule a dinner meeting, but hesitated, realizing an important matter, and deleted everything he had just typed. Let us meet tomorrow at noon to discuss. He was eager to discover whether his suspicions were accurate. He found himself somewhat unfocused throughout the afternoon. The preparations for the company were in place, awaiting approval, and he needed to find another office as a base. The mutual aid group had finally added him as a member this morning. He opened the member list, spotting a familiar avatar in the first row. On his desk, an elegant calligraphy piece spelled out Song. Was it her own handwriting? Su Yunze shook his head, exiting the page to begin registering the company's official account. Until the foundation was established, he would manage these matters himself. What was he staring at? He had been lost in thought for quite some time. A fan quietly landed on his head, and Director Lin's voice drifted into his ears. Su Yuna. Before he could react, Director Lin had already caught sight of the content displayed on his laptop. It was Song Jinha's homepage. The latest update was from 3 days prior, where she liked to comment, "Sister never participates in dating shows. Her sudden appearance must mean she has feelings for her partner, right?" This was undoubtedly an unconventional announcement. Director Lin, intrigued, asked, "What are you so engrossed in?" Su Yunze cleared his throat, pursing his lips thoughtfully. "The one participating in the dating show with Song Jinha is me." For reasons unknown, he felt a strong desire to hear others' opinions about him and Song Jinha. "You?" Director Lin initially thought he was joking, laughing until he noticed the seriousness etched on Su Yunze's face, his laughter gradually fading. "You can't be serious, can you?" The laughter abruptly ceased as Director Lin's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" "Su Yunze, not that. Well, have I ever lied to you?" That was indeed true. One of the reasons Director Lin held Su Yunze in high regard was his sincerity, unpretentious and composed. Aside from the recently uncovered blemish of a suspected scoundrel, he is replete with virtues. Director Lin inhaled sharply. "But do you not have a wife?" At that time, the wedding candies were distributed to every member of the crew. Su Yunze's manner of handing out the candies was earnest and heartfelt. It was evident that he cared deeply about this gesture, reflecting his affection for his wife. Thus, when it was later discovered that Su Yunze might have developed feelings for someone else, Director Lin became anxious. Su Yunze fell silent, raising his head to fix an unwavering gaze upon Director Lin. It was only when Lin's confusion deepened that he inquired, "Did I not mention it? My wife is Song Jinha. We share a legal bond." Director Lin? What? What did he just hear? Su Yunze's wife is Song Jinha? A legal bond? What was all his previous worry for? The very first thought that flashed through Director Lin's mind was that he shook his head in disbelief. No, this lad was quite serious. Just last time, he merely expressed an affection for Song Jinha, and now he boldly referred to her as his wife. Why didn't you say so earlier? The more he observed Su Yunze's calm demeanor, the more frustrated he became. He gritted his teeth, recalling how he had once fretted over Su Yunze's family situation to the point of eating half a bowl less. That made him even angrier. "You didn't ask. Su Yuna zito defianti. Indeed, Director Lin had not inquired whether his wife was Song Jinha. Could he be blamed for that? The two exchanged glances, the tension lingering for a moment, until it was Director Lin who relented first. He slapped the fan onto the table. You rascal. What did it mean that he asked? The wretched boy clearly knew he had been misled, but chose not to clarify. Deliberately enjoying the spectacle of his elder's embarrassment, wasn't he? Truly a cunning fox. All right, calm down, old man. You need to take care of your health at your age, Su Yunze soothed. He picked up the fan that had been tossed aside and gently fanned Director Lin. Director Lin? This lad just implied he was of advanced age? Wasn't he that a veiled comment on his own age? That irked him further. Su Yunze, however, remained oblivious to this, as he pulled over two small stools, offering one to Director Lin. I have something to discuss with you today. Regarding Song Jinha. He paused for a moment. What do you think of us? Do you believe we can endure? Upon broaching the serious matter, Director Lin's demeanor shifted immediately. He scrutinized Su Yunze, contemplating for a moment. On the surface, you two appear quite compatible. As for your personalities, it seems you both struggle to express yourselves. But perhaps this makes it easier to resonate with one another, as you are both akin in nature. And as for your abilities, that goes without saying. You are not far from being a household name. Director Lin concluded. I have high hopes for you, lad. He genuinely admired Su Yunze as a junior. With the suspicion of being a scoundrel removed, he found him increasingly likable. However, Director Lin did not allow Su Yunze to revel in his praise for long, continuing, you should be well aware of your own feelings. If you are certain, do not overly concern yourself with the opinions of others. Life is yours to live, and relationships are yours to cherish. If others deem it unfavorable, part ways. But the relationship you have forged, does it belong to you? Or to them? Su Yunze, who had initially felt elated by Director Lin's assessment, was momentarily taken aback by the latter part. Indeed, feelings are one's own. Yet, he had merely sought an affirmation from Director Lin to bolster his own confidence. Director Lin added, the quality of this relationship is something only you are qualified to judge. Do not overthink it. Immerse yourself in it. Reflect upon your own answers. Answers? Su Yunze pressed his right hand against his chest, acutely aware of the rhythm of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, he thought of hurrying home, eager to see that person once more.